This audiobook contains 1 censored sentences and 277 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: Viserys Targaryen was born with the blood of dragons and yet lived his life in exile. He was a prince with a lost kingdom and a fading legacy, an immature bastard who died a pitiful death. Unfortunately, that same death was coming for me now, as I found myself in his body right before molten gold fried my brain. Yes, fuck Khal Drogo, and fuck the molten crown. With the memories from another life, in this world of betrayal and broken oaths, I had the chance to forge a new destiny for myself. Armed with the knowledge of the future, my own cunning, and the dragon system, I made the choice to flee from the Dothraki barbarians and take back what was rightfully mine. Chapter 1. I did not plan to die, you're no king, Khal Drogo declared in the guttural common tongue Daenerys had taught him, his voice echoing through the hall. Your place is on the ground. Hundreds of Dothraki voices erupted in wild laughter, a deafening roar that swallowed the hall whole. Ser Jorah stood beside Viserys, shouting fiercely into his ear, but the clamor was so immense that Dany couldn't make out a single word. Viserys yelled back, pushing against Jorah until the knight shoved him, knocking him to the ground in one swift motion. Viserys drew his sword. The bare steel gleamed a vicious red, catching the firelight from the pits. "Keep away from me," he spat, eyes darting like a cornered animal. Ser Jorah took a measured step back, and Viserys, wobbling, managed to stagger to his feet, brandishing the sword over his head like a battle standard. The borrowed blade from Magister Illyrio looked almost absurd in his hands, a mockery of the king he fancied himself to be. The Dothraki shrieked and cursed at him from all sides, their voices laced with venom and disdain. Dany felt a strangled cry tear its way from her throat, her heart racing. She knew, even if Viserys didn't, that drawing a sword here was a death sentence. Her cry caught his attention. His head whipped around, and he finally saw her. There she is, he sneered, his gaze narrowing as he staggered toward her, slicing at the air as though parting a sea of enemies. No one moved to stop him. The blade? You must not, she begged him. Please, Viserys. It is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them. Only throw away the sword. Do as she tells you, fool, Ser Jorah shouted, before you get us all killed. Viserys only laughed, a broken sound that teetered between madness and despair. They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can. What he meant by that was soon clear as he laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. I want what I came for, he told her as her breathing stopped. Viserys, take the blade away. I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. They'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him. The sword pricked through the thin silk at her navel. She could see the tears in his eyes, hear the sob that caught in his throat, mingling with a hollow, hysterical laugh. This man, her brother, or what was left of him. Somewhere behind her, Jiki was sobbing, pleading in Dothraki, her words a desperate murmur. Dany wrapped an arm around her, drawing the girl close. Don't be afraid, she murmured. I shall tell him. She gathered what words she could, her tongue stumbling over the unfamiliar syllables. But when Khal Drogo's eyes met hers, she knew he understood. He stood from the high bench, a towering shadow outlined by firelight. Viserys recoiled, his face paling as the silence deepened. The only sound in the hall was the soft chiming of the bells in Drogo's braid with each step he took. His blood riders flanked him, copper shadows of death. Dany felt an icy calm settle over her as she met her brother's gaze. He says you'll have a crown, she told him, her voice steady. A splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold. Viserys grinned, but stopped midway. In that moment, something shifted in Viserys' eyes. It seemed like magic to Dany's eyes, how sharply the change occurred. The drunken haze lifted from his eyes, and for an instant he seemed lucid, awake with wide eyes as if for the first time in his life. What's going on with him? Daenerys asked herself. Her breathing hitched as the sword did not pull back from her belly. My memories returned in the blink of an eye. What the fuck is going on? I screamed in my head, my hand trembling on the hilt of my sword. This situation. This is from Game of Thrones, isn't it? What? Who am I? My memories were clear in my head. Memories carrying the identity of two people. It had been more than 2 decades since I'd been born here, but for the first time ever, I felt awake. After hearing that single line, a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold, my existence seemed to have awakened. My true memories, not those of Viserys Targaryen, a fucking TV character, but the ones I carried from Earth, stirred in my head. Was this a fever dream? It definitely didn't feel like one. Everything was too real. My 5 senses, my mind, and the 2 sets of memories. It wasn't a lucid dream that I had become Viserys Targaryen. At least, it didn't feel like one. Aren't you going to pull the sword away, Viserys? Meaning I was going to die. In a few minutes from now on, this bitch in front of me was going to see me die and do nothing about it. Shit, why am I calling her a bitch? She has all the right to kill Viserys after all he did. It seems living as Viserys for 22 years has created quite some problems in my character. Regardless, the matter of fact was that I was going to die. And I didn't really want to. I just regained my sense of self after dying on Earth. No way I was going to die again. I had to figure something out. My ears heard the dramatic rush of my adrenaline as I decided on a dumb and risky, but compared to the only other option, crown. Khal Drogo had roared in the TV show. Here, a crown for a king, and upended the pot over the head of the man that I had now become. I didn't want to die, and this was the only possible way away from the Dothraki. Dany, my dear, I looked into the eyes of my sister, the future queen of dragons, as I pushed my sword a bit. She was still a little girl, and I had to use her to escape. Escort me out of here, will you? What? Daenerys sounded stupefied as I grabbed her neck from behind and pushed her forward. The Dothraki shouted, but Khal Drogo raised a hand to stop them. He didn't want to risk the sword that I still pressed against his yet-to-be-born son. This can be done. I had to be careful, but it was possible. I pushed her out, watching her struggle as she demanded in a sobbing voice why I was acting like this, but I didn't stop. I pushed her out of the tent we were in, finding ourselves under the open night sky. Do not approach, I shouted, looking around, my sword pointing at her belly. The Dothraki outside gasped as Khal Drogo and his goons walked out from the tent. I stopped myself from swallowing. I was surrounded by thousands of Dothraki here, and fire lamps burned all around me as if threatening to melt my head. If I failed here, I'd totally be burnt like in the original timeline. Bring me a horse. I demanded, bring me a horse now. Calm down, Prince. They'll bring you a horse, Ser Jorah said, turning on his heel and walking away. I counted my breaths, surrounded by Dothrakis who seemed to circle around me. Khal Drogo growled. Stay away from us, I said, and a trickle of blood dripped from Daenerys' belly. I see what you're trying to do, and I hate it. Move. Khal Drogo raised a hand, and the crowd dispersed, growing distant from us. As the crowd lessened, my eyes caught something that was hidden behind them all this time. There was a stone altar, and 3 large and scaly eggs rested above it, resting under the fire lamp right above. The dragon eggs, I walked over with Daenerys by my side as I approached the eggs. As I closed the distance, a hologram-like text floated above it. I blinked. What's that? Collect, that looks oddly familiar. I had a feeling what that was. I reached out the hand that was holding Daenerys' neck and touched one of the eggs. Immediately, an arrow came flying. It passed right through where my hand was a few seconds ago, for the egg had blinked into thin air, and my hand had fallen down. If not for that, my hand would have been ripped apart, and the Dothraki would have jumped me immediately. Who the hell fired that? I quickly grabbed Daenerys' neck again, my sword poking her in the chest. Blood trickled down, painting the fabrics over her belly red. Drogo, kill that fucker who fired that arrow. Otherwise, they'll kill your baby. Drogo growled, and his head snapped to the side. Hidden behind a crowd, there was a Dothraki man who held an arrow. He panicked as Drogo's eyes locked onto him. Drogo looked to the men beside him and nodded. They moved, weapon at hand, as the blades cut the throat of the archer swiftly. That should hold back others from firing for a bit. Even if little, I breathed in. I wanted the other 2 dragon eggs too, but I didn't want to risk it again and cost my life. I didn't even know where the egg was right now. Some kind of inventory. I have a horse. Ser Jorah returned, the sound of hooves hitting the ground as a strong, muscular white horse walked behind him. I breathed in. Help me lead the horse out of the village, Ser Jorah. Through the western gate, I said, and snapped my head toward Khal Drogo. Order all your Dothraki to move to the east, and they better stay there until I'm gone. Otherwise, you guys will lose your next call. I poked my crying sister's belly again, watching the Dothraki growl in anger all around me. Khal Drogo clapped his hand, shouting something in his language. All the Dothraki moved, focusing on one side of the village. I scoffed. Huh, I can sense those hiding, Drogo. Tell them to come out too. I looked deep into his eyes, and he clapped his hands again. Dozens of Dothraki moved from behind tents and headed to the east. They growled, shooting me glares of anger. Ser Jorah sighed and nodded. He led the horse toward the now empty part of the village, and I followed him with Daenerys in my grasp. I didn't turn my back to the Dothraki. That'd be suicide. I walked backward, barely following Ser Jorah, as we approached the western part of the village. This is foolish, Prince, Ser Jorah said once we were out of range. They were going to kill me, Ser, I muttered. I know they were. Why else do you think I became sober in a second? I saw it in the fire. I intentionally made it sound mystical. That way, Ser Jorah would assume I'd gained some magic. I am sorry, little Danny, I told the crying Targaryen princess who was sobbing with her jaws clenched. But your stupid husband wants me dead. Because of something you did yourself. Now, if you talk back so loudly you'll have to knock your teeth out, so that the spying Dothraki realize I haven't grown soft in a minute, I said, dragging her with me as we soon approached the western part. It was barren of any people, for all the Dothraki were a few minutes away from here. Still, riding a horse on my own from here would be suicide. Get up, sister. I took out the dagger that Ser Jorah carried on his thigh and pressed it on her belly. A sword would make it harder to climb the horse for me. She grumbled and mounted the horse, and I mounted after her, shouting back, don't shoot any arrow, because if my body falls, it'll put my weight on my dagger as I die. No arrows came flying. Ser Jorah sighed from the ground. They'll kill you for this. That's if they ever find me, Ser. I smiled at him and then pulled the lead rope. The horse neighed, and it blasted forward at a terrible speed. The night breeze rustled my hair as I kept shouting to warn the Dothraki about their arrows and about their bad decision if they chose to pursue me. My dagger remained pressed on my sister's belly as the barren desert land passed by us. Although I called it desert, it wasn't a desert of sand but grass. The great Dothraki grass, see. Hills passed, covered in tall grass, as did the few actual trees that marked the land. All the while, adrenaline didn't leave my body for a single second. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours, until I slowed down beside an oasis, a little pond with some large trees above it. Letting out a breath, I withdrew my dagger and mounted off the horse. I patted Dany on her thighs, motioning her to come down. She stared at me, her eyes dark. Don't give me that look, sister, I shrugged, pulling her down. I didn't want to die. You stay here. The oasis has plenty of water to survive the few hours it takes the Dothraki to arrive. And please, don't tell them which direction it'll be going, if only to repay me for not kidnapping you and separating you from your dearest husband. You're a bad man. She stared at me and said, you're a taint on all brothers in the world. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, something flashed before my eyes. It was the hologram of a text message floating smoothly over a fancy box, like those of game windows. Achievement unlocked. You've survived your original death, steering into a plotline that never existed. The tutorial mission Survive has been fulfilled. You've unlocked full access to the dragon system. I muttered, blinking at the sight as my lips widened a little. The windows vanished and I looked at Daenerys. "It seems you're wrong, my sister." I looked deeply into her eyes, and the dragon the night embraced me once more as I rode the horse faster than before, leaving behind Daenerys and the cursed Dothraki, riding towards somewhere far from them both. For one didn't have to be a genius to know that they all wanted me dead, and they'll live by that desire if they ever met me again. 2. I've already been found. Chapter 2. I've already been found. 7 kingdoms, 1 continent. Westeros was an enjoyable place on the screen, but a harsh place to live in, especially for a modern man who had just regained his memories. In hindsight, Essos was better. Sure, there was slavery, but slavery's on your side if you had the money. I had a pouch of gold coins, and using that I could buy slaves and spend my days in luxury until the end. Unfortunately, my pride as a Targaryen remained raging despite regaining my memories. I had lived as the fool that was Viserys Targaryen for 22 years, and the blood in my veins demanded I return to Westeros and reclaim my throne. But pride was one thing, logic another. I didn't have the ambition of ruling the 7 kingdoms. I didn't have the ambition for anything right now, nor did I know what I wanted. Non-stop horse riding for the last 2 weeks had left me confused and hungry, and the only thing I knew was that I didn't want to die. And returning to Westeros and fighting for the throne was certain death. In that case, wasn't it better to just stay here? A land where the old gods have long since lost their influence, and the new ones reign supreme. That was Essos, a continent almost double the size of Westeros. Fuck, I cursed, swallowing my saliva. I couldn't hold back anymore. I yanked out the water skin strapped to my side and poured it down my throat. The half a mouthful of remaining water fell in my throat, and I gulped. I sucked on it till the last drop and coughed when nothing more fell. It's not as if villages didn't exist here where I could have refilled the water. But the problem was that stopping anywhere meant the chance of being recaptured by the Dothraki would grow higher. It was too dangerous to take the chance. I hoped Daenerys hadn't sold me out, but I didn't trust her not to. I had just ridden my horse in a random direction. Thankfully, it wasn't the red waste that I ended up in. Otherwise, I'd have died from dehydration by now. No, I think I was making my way toward the sea. Come on, get moving, I sighed and patted my horse. That thing had been carrying me for far too long. The short breaks during the night were mostly to let it rest, as much as it was to catch myself some sleep. I couldn't stay in Essos. There was no way I could. Game of Thrones was one of those worlds where a butterfly effect could cause immense change in the entire world. A man might survive if the wind blew the wrong way, and that man might charge an army to King's Landing a week later, writing the pages of history anew. It was that type of world. And now that something objectively major has changed, where the Targaryen trademark didn't remain under Daenerys' sole existence, the world might go through a whole different plotline just because of this. For example, Khal Drogo might not die. In that case, the Dothraki would certainly continue searching for me forever. And the day they find me, and they definitely will someday, for a man could only hide for so long, they'd tie me behind a horse and ride into the horizon. I wasn't ready to have my balls mutilated by cobblestone roads. If I remained in Essos, death was imminent. On the other hand, I could survive in Westeros as long as I didn't gun for the throne. I was 5 years old when I left Westeros. Nobody would recognize me. I'd even cut my hair and grow a beard for additional certainty. Ding! Yinny won for staying strong on an empty stomach. And there's this thing too. In the worst-case scenario, I had this to rely on. ID played my fair share of games back in my last life, and if this system thing wasn't my mind playing tricks on me, it meant I had a genuine shot at building myself into Superman. Viserys Targaryen, 22 years, old, level 22 STR, 4 Yinny 2DX, 7 INT 7 LUC. It was a game-like system window. The gamer system. Although it lacked much of the original's features, which was probably the reason why it called itself the Dragon System, I could see myself rising high with its help. I had gained 1 level during this horse ride, and all of my stats increased by 1 through that. I definitely couldn't survive a second against 100,000 Dothraki, though. Yep, I had to leave Essos. The decision was made. The original Viserys could never have taken this decision without an army, or else fear would have overwhelmed him. But I was different. I knew the plot, and I had a system. I also had a new quest. Waking the dragon. It was about the dragon egg I stole. There were much more details in the quest, some advice on how to hatch it, but I couldn't focus on that yet, so no point in wasting time thinking about it. I had yet to decide on a true goal. But for a start, I had to grab a ship to cross the seas. Wait, huh? Is that another mirage? I blinked at the sight in the distance. After leaving the Dothraki grass sea, I stumbled upon a land mostly barren with stones and hills. For the first time since then, I saw large signs of human civilization in the distance. There were high walls, and there was a sea. Was I seeing things again, or did I actually stumble upon a port city? I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Then I fell. My horse wavered underneath me, falling on its knees as I was sent tumbling forward, rolling on the soil. I coughed, rising up, arg. Shit. Stupid little. I cursed the poor horse and sighed. I went silent and slowly approached it, hand reaching out to pat it. It looked worn out. Its majestic white fur was darkened from the week's journey. It had brought me here so far, so I couldn't bring myself to be harsh at it. I looked into its eyes and sighed. Fine, we'll rest for a bit. Dondayomu. It was risky, but I couldn't really walk from here even if I could see the city. The distance was too much, and it'd take hours. I should just rest for those hours instead. The rhythmic drum of hooves was the only sound breaking the stillness of the barren plains. The sun hung low, casting a dull orange hue across the horizon, while the distant outline of Volantis city slowly came into view. My eyes glinted in awe at the sight. I was approaching a real medieval city. The city rose like a sleeping beast, its ancient branches sprawling, its walls towering above the flat landscape. A slight breeze stirred the dry grass, carrying with it the scent of salt water from the nearby river, mixing with the dust that clung to everything. I could make out the silhouette of the long bridge, arching high above the Rhine like a spine, connecting the two halves of the city. It seemed peaceful from a distance, but I knew better. In Volantis, peace was a lie. Volantis was a city inhabited by mostly slaves. Volantis, one of the oldest cities in Essos, a place where the chains of the past never stopped rattling. Stupid, old people loyal to old traditions ruled this land. As for how I knew for sure that it was Volantis City, the mini-map floating in the corner of my vision showed the name. Volantis City, even though I, as Viserys Targaryen, hadn't seen the place before, I remembered seeing it in the show. The system wasn't just handing me game stats. It was giving me other useful tools too, like this map. The faint glow of the name made me recognize it. The closer I got, the more fresh the empty air felt. I had finally left the Dothraki Sea, the wastelands. But while the smell was fresh, the sight wasn't light. Slaves, more than I could count, milled about even outside the city walls. They stood with their heads lowered and collars wrapped tight around their necks. Human property. A common sight in Essos, huh? I don't feel disgusted. I thought I would, given my modern side, but I was surprisingly fine with it. In this world, I was a highborn. What did it matter if slaves died around me? The guards spotted me as I approached the gates, their eyes narrowing, hands resting lazily on the hilts of their weapons. They weren't tense, just bored, for they must have seen 100 travelers today already. Calm, I said to my horse and pulled the reins, and my Danny White snorted in response, its exhaustion mirroring mine. After riding for what felt like an eternity, we were both about ready to collapse. You there, one of the guards grunted, stepping forward. His armor was dented and worn, but his eyes were sharp. State your business. I could smell alcohol from his breath, even from here. How unprofessional. I swung my leg over and dismounted, my boots kicking up the dust that coated the ground. My hair, now short, barely brushed my collar. I had cut it earlier while resting with the horse a small change, but one that might keep the wrong people from recognizing me. Not that anyone here would care too much about a stray Targaryen, last seen 17 years ago by the public. Just passing through, I said, wiping the sweat from my brow. How much for entry? The second guard chuckled. Gold coin, he said, extending his hand expectantly. His fingers wiggled in the air, as if trying to pluck it straight from my pocket. Of course, it's gold. I fished out a coin from the pouch at my side, tossing it to the guard. He looked it around and bit into it with a grin before waving me through. "Aye, rich man. Welcome to Volantis." I ignored them and led my horse inside, walking beside it as we entered the city proper. The streets were busy, thrumming with the noise of traders, merchants, and the dull hum of slaves moving about, doing their master's bidding. Collars of iron and bronze around their necks marked their status. Some had tattoos branded on their faces, symbols indicating their role in this twisted system. I forgot what the different tattoos mean. I wondered, barely noticing a slave approaching me until he spoke. "Sir, would you like me to take care of your horse?" he asked, his voice low, eyes glued to the ground. I nodded. Yes, see to it." I gave the permission. There was no need to worry about the horse being stolen. Slaves didn't have the luxury of making those kinds of mistakes. With my horse handed over, I wandered deeper into the city. The air smelled of sweat, sea salt, and roasting meat. Shouts from market stalls filled the streets, mixed with the clanging of metal from nearby smithies. Yet, what stood out the most was the sight of so many slaves. Their branded faces and beaten-down expressions, so common they were part of the scenery. As I walked, a man sidled up beside me, rubbing his hands together like he'd just been handed something precious. His eyes gleamed, wearing a vulgar grin. "Looking for something, friend? Maybe a few people to keep you company? We got the best household servants in all of Atlantis. Workers with hands so steady you'll forget where you are. Or, if you're more the working type, we got boys who'll carry your goods or build you whatever you need. We mark 'em good here." He laughed, slapping a thick girl standing beside him. She gasped, shooting me a fearful look. I glanced at him, and then at the girl. "This is bad. I don't feel disgusted at all. As Viserys, I was 22 years too old to be hardened to cruelty like this." I almost pondered the offer seriously for a minute. He kept talking, painting vivid, bald pictures of what he could offer. "Seems you're not from here. You see the tattoos? Each one means something. Fish for the docks, hammer for the ones who work steel, fly tattoo indicates the lowlifes, and tears for the forgotten. You name it, I can get it." He added, "Got fresh ones. Goods you won't find anywhere else." Untouched, if you know what I mean in the end, I shook my head. Not interested, I muttered. I didn't feel as disgusted by slavery, but that didn't mean I'd give in to Viserys' lust. The man tried to persuade me further, but I excused myself and left him there, continuing toward the heart of the city. Horse could go fuck themselves. I needed food, rest, anything that stopped this trembling of my starving, sleep-deprived body. After a while, I found a small inn tucked into a corner of the marketplace. It wasn't grand, but it would do. I didn't need attention. I stepped inside, the dull hum of conversation filling the air as I found a table near the back. Before long, a boy, no older than 12, scurried over. His clothes were threadbare, and he looked half-starved himself, but his eyes were sharp. "Can I get you something, sir?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. "Imagine sir. Bread, meat, and water," I said, hunger gnawing at my stomach. "Anything fresh will do." He nodded and disappeared into the back. When the food arrived, I tore into it like a man starved for months, which wasn't far from the truth. The bread was stale, the meat chewy, but I didn't care. The food was mediocre at best, but I ate it all the same. It was the first decent meal I'd had in days. I ate until my stomach hurt. When I finally leaned back, sated, I reached into my pouch for another coin. Fuck, I want to give him all the gold. That was delicious. Mediocre food tasted divine on an empty stomach. I got up from the table and walked over to the counter. I should ask about a ship, too. I stopped before the scruffy man at the counter. "How much?" I asked. "HM?" The man looked at me and shrugged to wave me off. "Nay need. The customer over there already paid for your meal." "What?" My spine stiffened, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned slowly, eyes scanning the room until they landed on a figure in the corner, draped in red. A hood concealed their face, but there was no mistaking the fact that they were watching me. They raised a hand and waved in a slow, deliberate motion. I swallowed hard. Have I been found out already? I cut my hair, and hidden myself as best I could. Yet somehow someone had noticed, and they were sitting across the room, calmly watching me. My fingers itched toward the dagger at my side, but I didn't make a move. We locked into a silent stare-off. The hooded figure stayed silent, and the air around us grew heavier. Who the hell was that? She lowered her robe slightly and smiled at me. Ah, yes. I blinked, lowering my dagger. A fucking red priestess. No wonder. They could recognize me even in hell. 3. The Warrior of Light? Chapter 3. The Warrior of Light? The mood in the restaurant thickened. And for a moment, I just stood there, watching the priestess sitting across the room. She returned my gaze with a calm, unwavering smile, the kind that had no business being on someone's face when they were about to be killed. I slipped my hand to my side, fingers brushing the hilt of my knife as I moved forward, my steps careful and slow. The tavern's dull murmur faded into a low hum. Shadows stretched under the dim candlelight, pouring around the edges of her table where she sat alone, draped in blood-red robes, her face mostly concealed by the hood. The crowd around us carried on with their drinks, oblivious or perhaps pretending not to notice. This was Volantis, after all. People knew when not to interfere. As I reached her table, her eyes glinted beneath the shadow of her hood, meeting mine with a confidence that felt too solid and calm. I didn't like that. I settled into the seat beside her, pressing the dagger against her belly. She didn't flinch. Instead, she tilted her head, letting the hood slip back fully to reveal her face in all its bold allure. Her gaze drifted down to the blade, as if it were a curious trinket rather than a threat, the barest hint of amusement in her eyes. "Oh my," she murmured, her voice as soft as silk and carrying a warmth like that of a heavy blanket. She sounded seductive. I wasn't expecting such an aggressive greeting. I kept my eyes on hers, my grip firm on the dagger. Then what did you expect after stalking someone who's gone to all this trouble to hide? People can feel threatened. I hope you won't be surprised if I kill you right now. Priestess. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Much more reason for you not to threaten me back. Or shall I scream your name for all to hear? I pressed the blade harder against her, enough that I saw her take a shallow breath. Much more reason I get you right here. Right now. The woman's laughter rang out, soft but clear, as she lifted a hand to her mouth, her lips curving into a faint, almost mocking smile. She didn't seem the least bit unnerved by the knife. Her other hand reached up, slipping the hood back from her face in one smooth movement, revealing her features in full. Dark, cascading curls framed her face, spilling over her shoulders with a seductive elegance that softened the sharpness in her gaze. Her skin was pale, almost luminous in the dim light, accentuating high cheekbones and dark, intense eyes that seemed to hold a glint of amusement. The deep red of her gown hugged her figure, rich fabric embroidered with intricate lace that drew the eye down along every curve. A pendant hung low at her neck, resting just above her chest, the dark gemstone glinting like a flame in the shadows. Spoiler collapse, she was simply damn I'd be lying if I said she wasn't beautiful. No, not beautiful. Stunning. She was far more beautiful than what I remembered from the TV show. It was as if the actress had gone through enhancing surgeries. Her eyes sparkled a deep, hypnotic shade that seemed to hold some odd flame. Her smile held a confidence I rarely saw, even in people used to wielding power. Her elegant gaze seemed certain that I wouldn't dig the knife into her. For a moment, I wondered how those eyes would feel looking up at me. Ah, shit. Not the time to start letting my lust take over. Fucking Viserys. Thankfully, I managed to keep my expression strong. I love women, but I really had to control this libido of mine. Perhaps we should take this conversation outside? She asked, her gaze not wavering from mine. Her expression softened as she looked down at the dagger pressed to her stomach, and I pressed it in just a little more until a single bead of blood welled up beneath the blade's edge. She hissed. "I think you're taking me too lightly," I said. "It might bring you death, priestess." I had to establish the relationship right here. If she was going to pretend to be respectful, I was going to push her to her edge and see if she could maintain that. Her smile faltered ever so slightly, and I saw something shift in her eyes. "Prince, Trust me, you want to hear what I have to say. I didn't come here to bring you trouble. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now." As if to prove her words, a dozen of the customers turned their gazes at me. It was brief, but I didn't miss it. I frowned. I was surrounded. Kinvara, the Red Priestess of Volantis. I remembered her from the TV show. The way she had looked at Daenerys with that same intensity, talking about her great future, about her power and destiny. Did she already have those visions about that girl? Was she here to capture me and hand me over? However, it was as she had said. If she wanted to kill me or capture me, she had enough people around to be able to do that already. My eyes narrowed. The truth is, even if I do drive this dagger in her throat, I doubt that ITLL do any lasting damage. She didn't just have the confidence of someone who thought herself untouchable. She had the authority of someone who might actually be so. A priestess of the one true God, as they said. I exhaled slowly, drawing back the dagger, though I didn't put it away entirely. I glanced around the room, catching faint glints from the shadows, still feeling unseen eyes on me. I guess I had no other choice. Whatever she wanted to do with me wasn't death. At least not an immediate one. And since that was the case, I was confident that ID managed to find one way or another using the system to escape danger. "Fine," I said with a nod. "Lead the way, High Priestess Kinvana." Her eyes trembled slightly, seeing me refer to her by her title and name. It was not as if it was a secret, but regardless, most people didn't know her name. It was the case with most high priestesses. People referred to them by their titles instead. So she stared at me for a brief moment before smiling. "I shall do that." The priestess rose gracefully, her gaze lingering on me as she adjusted her robes, covering the small spot of blood left from the knife. Her wound healed, the blood vanishing. She smiled up at me when she saw me staring at the scene that had been considered a miracle in the modern world. She turned toward the door, casting one last glance over her shoulder before slipping into the crowd. I followed, keeping close, my hand never far from my dagger. The streets of Volantis stretched and writhed around us like the veins of some ancient beast, pulsing with life and decay. Stalls lined the cramped alleyways, vendors shouting out the prices of spices, dried fish, and half-rotten fruit, while slaves shuffled past in chains, their eyes hollow. I didn't like this place. No, I hated it. It smelled like trash here. It was a thick smell filled with sweat, salt, smoke, and something else. Something bitter and metallic that made me want to gag. Around us, the noise was loud and relentless, but she glided through it, untouched, like the chaos existed only for everyone else. I kept my gaze on her, my grip tight on the hilt at my side. "What exactly do you want to talk about?" I muttered, just loud enough to reach her over the noise. Every nerve in my body was on edge, wary of eyes in the crowd, ears too close, and whispers that might carry my name. I really wanted to leave Essos as soon as possible. Also, I should do something about this hair. Blonde stood out. She shot me a sideways look, lips curled in that maddening smile. "Oh, be patient, Prince. Do you really want to discuss such sensitive matters here, in front of everyone?" I stopped cold, letting a few shifty-eyed passers-by bump into me with muttered curses. The Red Priestess stopped as well, turning to face me with that look that I had come to find annoying. Calm, condescending like I was an overeager child. "Prince? What's the matter?" I narrowed my eyes, clenching my jaws and showing her my irritation. "I'm not about to follow some suspicious bitch to a secret meeting place. So either say what you have to say or leave." Was I being too paranoid? Too annoying and immature? Maybe, since I was already surrounded by her people hidden in the crowd. It might have been pointless to complain. But still, I didn't feel like giving her whatever she wanted without resisting. Her smile widened, a flash of teeth against red lips. "Had quite a foul mouth for royal blood," she said, the words dripping with amusement. "I don't wish you harm, Prince. In truth, despite my subtle threat at the inn, none of those men can hurt you. Neither can I, even if I wanted to not when you've already defied death once." Silence. The crowd continued to push around us, but her words hung in the air, making everything else feel muted and distant. "What are you talking about?" My voice was low, steady, testing. Her gaze softened like she was peering into me, past me, into something I wasn't even aware of. Ah, yes. It makes sense that you wouldn't know, would you? People are rarely aware of their coming death. She murmured like she was speaking to herself more than to me. The day you escaped the Dothraki, that was the day you were supposed to die. That was your fate. She moved closer, slowly, her hand reaching out until her fingers rested against my chest. They lingered there, cold and deliberate, like she was marking something only she could see. I stayed still, barely breathing, as her hand slid down. Her fingers were soft. Her touch felt both too intimate and too calculated. Fate, she whispered, her voice barely louder than the hum of the crowd. The will of God. And yet, despite the order of things, you survived. You did not defy death. Rather, the one true God simply changed his mind about taking your life. For reasons only he knows. Her fingers pressed slightly against my chest. So, when you came to Volantis of all places, I took it as a sign. That R'hllor has chosen me to guide you, to help you achieve whatever goals you hold close to your heart. Because her voice softened, carrying a reverence that sent a chill down my spine. I think you're him, the chosen. A moment of silence stretched between us. I forced my voice to remain steady. Who? Her lips curved, and she leaned in, her breath brushing against my ear. The warrior of light, she whispered, her words laced with a worshipful kind of madness. My hero. Her hand left my chest, and she pulled back, her gaze never wavering, locking onto mine with a look that could have been mistaken for love if love was ever that intense, that consuming. Or perhaps you prefer my king more suitable. She lingered for a second more, smiling, and then, without another word, turned away. Her steps were now slow and deliberate, the sway of her hips seductively calculated. I watched her fade into the crowd, her red robes blending with the chaos of the market until she was nothing more than a smudge of crimson. The warrior of light, the hero. Somehow, I managed to hold back my laughter. She thought I was some kind of chosen one, some mythical figure her god had anointed. What a fool, but a useful tool if I played this right. If this woman wanted to make herself a willing tool, who was I to correct her? I could use a practitioner of blood magic more than ever right now. After all, I had something very precious that I wanted to awaken. Magic, to rejuvenate the world itself. For a laughable plan, or is it? Chapter 4. A laughable plan, or is it? The mansion was a sprawling fortress of luxury, hidden deep within the black walls of Volantis. The black walls, ancient, dark stone fused by Valyrian fire, rose high above the city, separating the old blood from the masses below. Only the oldest, most powerful families, those whose blood traces back to the ancient and powerful Valyrian freehold, were permitted to live within its protective confines. Outside, Volantis sprawled in chaos and commerce, but inside these walls, order and supremacy reigned. I followed her up winding marble staircases through halls lined with tapestries depicting fire and light until we arrived at a grand structure that dwarfed the rest of the mansions around it. Of course, the Church of Light is rich, I thought as we climbed, staring up at her swaying hips, hidden by robes flowing around her like rivers of blood. We were at the Red Temple, the heart of R'hllor's influence in Volantis. Its crimson spires rose high above the black walls, casting a shadow over the district as if declaring that the Lord of Light's reach extended over all. It was no surprise that the temple was opulent. Here, after a bit of walking through a hallway, we stopped before a door. She pushed it open and nudged me with a chin. "We'll be right back." Very suspicious, I said, but it was too late. She smiled and turned on her heel while I walked inside. The room was luxurious. Rich, crimson tapestries adorned the walls, embroidered with swirling flames and intricate symbols of R'hllor. A grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, a golden frame glinting in the candlelight that filled the space with a warm, almost hypnotic glow. Plush cushions and velvet drapes covered low. Ornate couches scattered around, and a table inlaid with red gemstones gleamed in the center of the room, holding bowls of exotic fruits and wine. Indeed, The red gods faithful enjoyed power and wealth, and as the high priestess, she stood at the center of it. No wonder she acted so confident, as if she was untouchable. I could use her. She had the potential to bring me much. I looked at the large, high window facing the city. I walked toward it and glanced outside, catching a glimpse of the city spilling out below the walls, all the way to the summer sea. The fresh, salt air swept in, filling my lungs as I watched the ocean that I'd have to cross soon. It was strange and refreshing to be this high up, looking out over the world as if it were mine for the taking. I wouldn't lie. I felt a little greedy. Soon, the door creaked open behind me, and I turned. She entered, a silver tray in her hands, piled high with gleaming fruits. With her usual calm, she crossed the room and presented the tray to me as if it were some kind of peace offering. Here, I looked down at the fruit, then up at her, meeting her gaze with a flat expression. She let out a soft laugh, setting the tray down on a nearby table and picking up a slice of apple. She bit into it, eyes still locked on mine, savoring each bite. "You really think I will poison you?" she said, her voice laced with amusement. "Hard to believe you still don't trust me, Prince." I kept my expression cold. "We haven't done anything to establish trust yet, Priestess." Her lips curved into a teasing smile. She stepped closer, pressing her body into mine until her chest was flush against me, her hand trailing up to rest on my shoulder. Would you like to then?" Her voice was low and sultry, her gaze laced with a dark glint of seduction. Do something to establish trust. I clenched my jaw, staying still. The temptation was there, Viserys' lust wanting to surface, but I could hold it in. "I didn't expect a red priestess to act like a bed slave," I said, my tone sharp. She laughed, tilting her head back, her breath warm against my skin. "I find it amusing how free you are with your words, even when they're directed at High Priestess." Her fingers traced a line along my jaw. "If a true believer heard you say that, they might die from the shock alone, perhaps after gutting you with a knife." "Well, I'm not a believer," I shot back, my gaze never wavering. And then I couldn't hold back any longer. My hand slid around her waist, pulling her close as she gasped softly, her eyes widening. "And if I recall right, you called me your king, didn't you? You should be fine with whatever I call you. Obedient servant or whatnot." For a moment, her expression was unreadable, her eyes searching mine as if looking for something deeper, something hidden. But then she smiled, her voice soft as silk. "Ah, yes, of course," she said. "You're really different for what the rumors say." I released her, turning away to look out at the city again, needing a moment to pull myself back from the edge. I could feel her gaze on me, but I ignored it, focusing instead on the sprawling view beyond the walls. "I need a ship," I said, breaking the silence. "I have to return to Westeros. If you're worried about the Dothraki finding you, rest assured." Her voice was calm and reassuring, as if she already had everything planned. "They won't hear a word of your presence here. They'll never know where you are." I gave a skeptical snort, glancing over my shoulder. "I'm aware of you Red Priestess powers, but still you can't guarantee that. But fine, if you can help me keep my presence in for a few days, that'll do." I turned fully to face her, locking eyes with her again. "I need your help to accomplish something in the next few days. After that, I'll leave for Westeros. Do you understand?" She stared at me, her gaze unwavering, before a slow smile spread across her face. "What is it, my king?" I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I called up the system, muttering inventory in my mind. A faint hologram appeared in the corner of my vision, a grid of small boxes filling the screen, only one of which was occupied. I slipped a hand into the bag hanging from my side, pretending to reach for something there, and grasped the object in the inventory with my mind. A moment later, the dragon egg appeared in my hand, its surface gleaming with red and black hues. Her eyes widened slightly, surprise flashing across her face as I held the egg up between us. "A life for a life," I said, watching her reaction carefully. "The last drop of dragon blood on this earth. Intend to awaken the real dragons, to bring them back for the first time in 150 years. and your blood magic will help me do it. You understand?" For a heartbeat, she was silent, her gaze fixed on the dragon egg, as though it were a relic of her god himself. Her lips parted, and a faint shiver ran through her. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face, one that grew into a wide, fervent grin. She looked up at me, her eyes shining with reverence. "Azor Ahai." The thrill of manipulation tingled through me. Let her think I was the hero of prophecy. Let her think I was a god's chosen. I'd use her power, her belief, her devotion to achieve my ends. And if she ended up benefiting from that too, well, you're welcome. Kinvara had been a high priestess for more than a lifetime, long enough to watch faith bend and break men while she remained untouched. The Lord of Light had shown her visions, and she had seen miracles burn to life in her hands. The faith of this religion held no mysteries from her, only truth, and she knew power. Real power. Naturally, only the one true God was truly powerful, but some men showed similar greatness as well. True power left marks in a person's soul, the kind that no robe, no pretense could mask. It made them appear strong, brave, and uncaring of death. She had met kings, commanders, and men with blood who claimed to match the dragons in their intensity, and she had seen through them all. Some spoke the truth, but many wore masks of strength and held nothing of substance underneath. They were just men too afraid to face the emptiness inside. And according to the rumors she heard, according to what the flames had shown her, Viserys Targaryen was no different a shadow of his bloodline, clinging to something he could barely comprehend. So she expected a coward. She expected weakness, cloaked in arrogance when she decided to meet him. But when she did meet him at the inn, it was a different story. There had been something opposite in his eyes, the sharp edge to his words, that mind that didn't waver in the face of threats, daring to wield a knife, not out of stupidity, but braveness against her. Perhaps he had once been that weak prince that the rumors spoke of, but he wasn't anymore. The incident of overcoming his death and his fate must have changed him. She had seen that change before, usually forged across years of hard battle, but he had earned it overnight. A cautious, dangerous man. It was something she had been trained to recognize, a potential. Kinvara hoped her experienced senses weren't wrong, because Melisandre, that bitch, had apparently found the warrior of light. And Kinvara wasn't going to let that wench overshine her another time. She was hoping Viserys was the true warrior, and if he wasn't, she'd shape him to be. Then, the two of them will receive the blessing of the one true God together the whole week. A smirk stayed in her thoughts as she searched and prepared for what had demanded. Awakening dragon eggs? She nearly laughed when he first proposed it. Her instinct was to dismiss him, but she held back. Do you think the Targaryens wouldn't have done it before if it were possible? Contrary to people's belief, the Targaryens were mad enough to try anything, such as blood magic, and indeed, they had already done so many times in the last 300 years. And yet, the dragons had not returned. If his entire family failed for 300 years, how could he succeed? Kindera was curious to see, so she didn't question him, nor did she voice her doubt. The flicker of something real in his eyes kept her silent. So, then let's see the worth behind her words. For he was a mystery worth her time, for now. They were riding together now, their horses pushing forward through deadened lands twisted by smoke and darkness. The air grew thicker the nearer they came to the city of Mantares, the edge of the Valyrian freehold in the distance, a decayed remnant of what had once been the heart of the empire. The land bore history the mark of corruption, a stain that seemed to stretch forever. "How are you holding up, Prince?" Kinvara asked, breaking the silence that had been settling between them for too long. She kept her gaze forward, but she could feel him beside her, hear the hooves of his horse before he even spoke. "The stench is bothersome," he muttered, hand briefly at his nose. "But I'm managing." He patted his horse, a white beast, elegant and striking. She looked at the horse briefly. Had named it Danny White, of all things, a strange choice given his sister's nickname was Danny. Was this his idea of humiliating the Khaleesi, or was this his way of showing affection? Kinvara couldn't tell. "The stench is the least of our worries here," Near Mantares, she replied, looking out at the twisted horizon ahead, as if the city itself were bending and shifting in the shadows. He only raised an eyebrow, casting her a look of skepticism. What could possibly be worse? She almost laughed. Mantares is no ordinary city, Prince, she replied smoothly. It lies to the southeast of Atlantis, at the very edge of the smoking sea. The doom of Illyria left its deepest scars here. The land around it has been poisoned by old sorceries, dark magic lingering long after Valyria fell. He glanced over, half amused. Speaking of magic, I'm curious, since people always said Targaryens had it in their blood. Are there other forms to it other than blood magic? Maybe I can learn them. Sometimes Shed realized this the past week they'd been traveling. She couldn't be sure if he was truly curious about something or just asking her to seem stupid. Regardless, she answered in her usual tone. To be fair, the claim of magic in Targaryen blood remains to be proven, she replied, though she knew it used to be true back in the day. But the people of Mantares are different. They're deformations. Monsters, some would say. Some say they bear the mark of the doom in their very flesh. He snorted. Sounds like a nursery tale. Again, he seemed to be lying. Her unmatched experience in human nature told her that he was lying, that he indeed believed her. But why was he lying then? Sometimes, he showed her less than what he was for some reason. Perhaps, she said, shrugging. But Mantares has a sinister reputation across the land. It's known that horrific deformities are common among its people: mutations, twisted limbs, strange growths. It could be the lingering effects of the doom, or perhaps just the result of old sorcery gone wrong. She shot him a glance. Either way, travelers avoid Mantares whenever they can. That's why we're doing the same, despite the high number of witches we can find there. Good thing I'm not one to be frightened by ghost stories. Besides, he added, his smirk widening, I've got Lawler's favorite priestess by my side. Shouldn't that count for something? I think I'll be scared by you. She laughed at the comment, the faintest smile on her lips as her eyes drifted to the road ahead. At least he's growing more relaxed around me. I think I'll be more scared of you instead. You're building muscles from those exercises you've been doing all the time that you're not riding the horse, she said. I hope so, he replied, his gaze focused ahead. That is just a short distance away. She could see the faint outline of a village, barely discernible through the haze. That's the place I told you about, she said. Smoke curled from the tops of low buildings, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred wood and dust. They slowed as they approached, drawing the attention of villagers who peered at them with wary eyes. Huts rose, and kids hid behind them. Everyone's gazes lingered on Kinvara's red robes, and one by one, they murmured among themselves, some bowing, others nodding with reverence. The awe in their expressions was expected. That was the influence she wielded in Essos. Kinvara dismounted, letting her gaze sweep over the gathered faces, seeking the one she had come for. Yera Veshtul, she called, and there a woman stood just at the edge of the crowd, her face marked by age and hardship. The woman blinked, looking around to make sure it was her name that was called. Her clothes were ragged, the lines of fatigue etched deeply into her features. Mean lady? The Magi asked, and Kinvara nodded. Yes, you. Come, Prince. She turned to Viserys and murmured, who too dismounted from his horse. He approached the woman, who eyed the two of them with a mix of awe and fear. A moment later, the old woman dipped her head low, hands clasped tightly together as she stepped forward, her body trembling as she came before Kinvara. Her hair was a mess of tangles streaked with gray, and her hands were rough, calloused from years of hard labor. Shall do, Viserys said, his eyes examining her. Kinvara wondered what someone who knew nothing of blood magic could see. Regardless, the decision was not hers to make. Her gaze softened just enough to appear kind as she spoke. The great Lord of Light has chosen you, Kinvara intoned. The Lord has a purpose for you, a deed that will bring you closer to his eternal flame. Her words were flowery, but her tone did not present it as an offer. It left no room for refusal. Say your goodbyes and prepare to leave with us. The woman's gaze darted to the side, her eyes meeting those of her children, a few grandchildren standing timidly behind them. She swallowed and hesitated. Kinvara understands her hesitation, the ache of someone bound by earthly ties. It is a look she has seen countless times before. Go ahead, look all you want. She sighed, thinking with detached patience. But when the gods call, no mortal bonds can keep you. She knew the woman would come. Despite her fear, despite the hollow in her eyes, as she met her children's gaze one last time, the call of faith would be stronger. It always was. And indeed, without a word of protest, she gathered her things and joined them, as Kinvara knew she would. The materials for the dragon awakening ritual were ready. 5. Waking the Dragon, Chapter 5. Waking the dragon, we rode in silence. The only sound that accompanied us was the rhythmic drumming of hooves against the cracked, unforgiving soil of old Valyria. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, a sour tang that clung to the back of my throat and refused to let go. It was annoying. It seemed as if this land had forgotten what life felt like, choosing instead to stew in its own rot and misery. Mantares was a city known for its corruption and twisted tales of horror, where the doom of Valyria danced in a breath of wind. We weren't heading toward the city. We were simply passing by it, closer than earlier, and yet the dread in the air was pressing down like a suffocating blanket. Kinvara rode beside me, her crimson robes fluttering gently, contrasting with the ashen landscape. We made small talk as we walked. The old witch, Yera Veshduel, rode just beyond her, muttering quiet prayers to gods I didn't care to know. My mind spun with thoughts of the ritual to come. It wasn't fear that stirred within me, but anticipation. I was impatient. After all, this incident, if successful, would create history. Quest. Waking the dragon. The awakening of a dragon. The system pushed me towards it. After all, what was the point of a dragon system without a dragon? Still, it was a dangerous quest. If I succeeded, I would claim power that had been dead for centuries. But failure? It would turn me into ash. So I guess I was kind of nervous too. My fingers flexed around the reins, eyes narrowing at the thought. The Targaryen family line. Fire and blood. That was how a dragon could be awakened. They've tried to do that before, many times so, and failed regardless. I didn't plan to fail. The ritual wanted blood. My blood. If the preparation wasn't perfect, I could die. The idea sent a shiver up my spine, an odd mix of exhilaration and dread. Was I ready to endure the flames to prove that the dragon blood in my veins was not false? A thin smile tugged at my lips. Of course, I was ready. What was life without the risk of losing it? Prince? A laugh broke through my thoughts. The guttural noise cut through the call of Kinvara, who looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I glanced up to see her, and she nudged her chin forward. "We have company," she said. "Stone men." I glanced ahead and frowned. I saw deformed men slinking out from the shadows between jagged rocks, their twisted figures glistening with sweat and grime. All of their skin, a large part of it, not all, were turned to stone. That wasn't the only thing mutated about them. They didn't look like normal people. Population of Mantares, I believe. Bandits. Some had limbs that bent the wrong way, eyes that bulged too far out of their sockets, or ears where no ear should ever be. Mantares' famed mutations were not just stories told to frighten children, it seemed. The person leading them, a man with a third eye perched grotesquely on his cheekbone, grinned, showing a mouth full of broken teeth. It was gross. Half the skin in his body had turned to stone. "Oh ho, good lord," he said, his gaze leering at Kinvara with hunger. "A red priestess. Haven't had one of your kind in some time." "But boss, it's a red priestess." One of the bandits muttered, a glimmer of doubt on his face. The leader spat, a thick glob that landed near his feet. "Oh, you newbie. So what if she's a red priestess? She's a woman just like any other," he barked, and a chorus of laughter followed. It was an ugly and eager sound. I shook my head, my face still, though my muscles tightened with barely contained disdain. I was wondering how people in Mantares survived without trade or merchants, I said, raising my voice enough for Kinvara to hear over the laughter. My gaze never left the approaching figures. "Well, this is how," Kinvara replied, a sigh threading her words. "Plundering and robbing travelers. Beside us." The old witch's muttering grew louder, prayers turning feverish as the bandits encircled us. 14. I counted quickly, my eyes flicking from one twisted face to another. They outnumbered us, and they were confident, circling their prey with the arrogance of men who had done this many times before. "Dismount from your horses," the leader shouted, wielding a rusted sword. The others mimicked him, grins full of yellow teeth and broken promises. I glanced at Kinvara, and she looked back. We exchanged silent glances. We slid off our horses, boots meeting the ground with a thud. The bandits jeered, yanking our horses away and closing in on us, their stench seeping into the air like a disease. "Ghostbustats, should we kill the man, boss?" one of the lackeys asked, his voice too high-pitched and eager. The leader shook his head, chuckling. "Nah, you got a pretty face. Some pig in the slave cities will pay good coin for him." The laughter that followed pushed me to the edge of my ever-growing annoyance. "They're dead already," I scoffed, turning to Kinvana as I spoke out loud. "Can you start the ritual now if I make fire?" I asked her, turning my eyes to the men as they exchanged confused glances. Kinvara blinked, confusion and surprise flickering across her face before she nodded. "Yes," she whispered. I turned my attention back to the bandits, a smile forming. "Do any of you know blood magic?" I asked. They stared, confusion warping their faces before one broke into a hoarse laugh. "Huh, this dumb motherfucker thinks we're wizards." Another hooted. "We wouldn't be hurting people like you if we were." "Pity," I muttered and slipped a hand into my pocket. The leader snapped to attention, raising his weapon. "Hands out, or he'll cut them off," he snarled, swinging his blade. I obliged, slowly lifting my hand, palm open. I guess I had no other choice. I wanted to keep it a secret from Kinvana for a bit longer, but whatever. One moment my palm was empty, and then a glass filled with strange liquid shimmered into existence, cool and weighty in my grasp. The sudden appearance caught their laughter and died in their throats. Before they could react, I tossed the liquid onto the leader. He flinched back, some of the liquid splattering across his face and chest. His brows furrowed, confusion turning to rage. "What was that?" A burning torch appeared in my hand next, summoned from my inventory as if ID always carried it in my hand. "It is called naphtha," I said as I threw the fire at him, the flames roaring to life. He tried to shout, but the flames consumed him and leaped to the men closest to him. Their screams shredded the silence, a song of agony as fire crawled over them, skin blistering and blackening. Now I snapped at Kinvara. "How?" She looked momentarily stunned at what I had done. Even she couldn't bring things out of thin air. Yet she managed to move her hands through her surprise, making gestures with the practiced precision of a sorceress. Her hands weaved the flames outward and guided them into the throng of bandits, who shrieked and fell like burning dolls. The smell of charred flesh thickened the air. "Why, you bastards!" One man who was untouched by the flames rushed at me with a roar, eyes wide and white with fury. "Fool," I said. He should have known that I might have more in my space. I kept a lot of things in my inventory, things I had asked Kinvara to provide me before we left Volantis. A spear formed in my hand a better choice than a sword for a newbie such as myself. I thrust it forward, steel meeting resistance as it plunged through his chest. It wasn't very smooth, but it did its work. His charge faltered, breath rattling out as blood trickled from his gaping mouth. I pulled the spear free, and he collapsed, lifeless. "You've killed a stone man, you've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 6. "Oh," I whispered, the notification catching me off guard. That was my first kill in this world. I had gained 3 levels in the last week, working out with my body weight every chance I got, which basically meant every minute I wasn't riding the horse. All that hard work, and I had only gained 3 levels. But now, I killed a man and gained a level in a second. A tremor of power ran through me. The system rewarded me for killing the rest of the bandits' ride, still engulfed by flames, their screams reaching a fever pitch. I frowned. It was unclear if I'd get experience points from their deaths, as they were burning in the fire of ritual spread by Kinvana, even if it was me who started the fire first. The urge to finish them off surged through me. A disgusting scent of burning flesh filled the air, mixing with heat. I could feel the flames pressing in, ready to consume everything, including me. I decided, and then moved quickly, spears stabbing down into faces and hearts, silencing each scream with a conclusiveness that resonated in my chest. The notifications from the system blurred my vision. Rapid-fire confirmations of each kill and experience points. You've killed a stone man, you've earned experience points. You've killed a stone man, you've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've killed a stone man, you've earned experience points. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've reached level 9. Prince, let's step out of that place. Kinvara's sharp and frantic voice cut through the inferno. She stood at the edge of the flames, her face flushed from the heat, her eyes filled with urgency. It's dangerous. I looked at her, the world around me reduced to the roar of flames and the thrum of blood in my ears. I wondered for a moment and then pulled something from the system. A hovering hologram in the corner of my vision gleamed with an ethereal blue light. Quest. Waking the dragon objective. Awaken the dormant dragon egg and restore the legacy of House Targaryen by bringing a true dragon into the world. Details. You, Viserys Targaryen, have embarked on a quest that few would dare to dream of. To awaken the dragon egg in his possession, you must perform a ritual of fire and blood magic. A process steeped in ancient Valyrian tradition and arcane knowledge. This ritual is perilous, requiring precision, sacrifice, and the true fire of the old gods. Ritual site, conducted in a sacred or ancient power-infused place. Blood glyphs, drawn around the pyre using blood to channel magic. Blood sacrifice, a soul of great quality or of many quantities, must be offered, willing or bound by fate. Additionally, a blood which has to be offered. Chanting. The blood which is being sacrificed must chant and guide the magic. If not, a second blood mage can chant from outside. Pyre ignition. Egg placed at the center, surrounded by sacred flames. Flame endurance. You, Viserys, must step into the fire to prove your worth as the dragon. Embrace the egg, endure the fire, and sacrifice a number of your levels to bring it to life. Rewards dragon hatchling. A creature of unmatched power and influence whole see you as its parent. Title the Dragon King. Enhances reputation and fire resistance. Stat boost. Level UPS. 5 end. 3 STR new. 10 authority. Penalties for failure, injury, death. Severe burns or death. Loss of the egg. Irreplaceable loss. Broken alliance. Loss of Kinvara's support. Title false heir. Damaged reputation. Harder to gain allies. I took a deep breath, my pulse hammering like a war drum. No, I replied, leaving her staring at me with wide, disbelieving eyes. Prince, this is madness. Her voice wavered, split between urgency and something else. Worry? No, I told myself. High priestesses didn't worry, they plotted. Is it? Yes. Targaryens are not immune to flames. This isn't a story, and you're not, trust me. The grin that stretched my lips felt foreign, forced even, but I needed her to believe it. The flames that burned around me hurt me. I felt the heat, but it stopped hurting when the ritual began. I could tell. If this didn't work, I'd be nothing but a charred corpse and a forgotten fool. The author of the franchise once stated that Daenerys Targaryen's survival of the ritual fire was a one-time incident. It was because it was a ritual that she didn't get hurt. Unlike what she came to believe, she wasn't immune to flames. My death to the molten gold also didn't mean I lacked dragon blood. I could do the exact thing she did as long as the ritual proceeded. The flames were here, so the ritual could indeed proceed. I just had to endure for a while. I looked at her, her worried face flashing from behind the dancing flames. She could stop the flames if she tried. From the looks of it, she was just about to. Don't. I stopped her. If I die here, then I'm no more than a fool who pretended to be a king. Not the warrior of light. Not anything worth remembering for you. No, the silence that followed was heavy, and I saw her mouth press into a tight line. Good. Doubt made people easier. I nodded toward the first body, the bandit whose eyes were still frozen in that moment of disbelief. Use that one. Fresh blood. Draw the glyphs. For a heartbeat, Kinvara stared at me, eyes unreadable, before her gaze hardened, becoming sharper and colder. Her fingers twitched, and with a practiced motion, she opened her hand and then closed it into a fist. The body convulsed, a grotesque shudder, before the skin split open and blood surged out, painting the ground in curving, intricate strokes. It spread like a living map, forming symbols that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I brought the dragon egg out of my inventory. It thrummed in my hands. Oh my, the old witch gasped. She had been staring at me in stunned silence from the moment I took out the glass and the spear out of thin air. She was trembling. Her eyes were wide, trembling as though she were on the edge of a vision. She seemed to have reached a realization of her own. Go inside, Kinvara pushed her gently. Ahir Ahai is waiting for you. Azor Ahai. She breathed, and I saw awe twisting her lined face into something grotesque. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. She walked into the flame, her skin churning off as she walked closer to me. The flames roared around us, fed by the dead, reaching higher as though trying to touch the sky. Heat wrapped itself around my body like a lover with sharp teeth. I gripped the egg tighter, feeling its cool, solid weight. It was the last relic of a lineage too proud to stay buried. I stepped closer to the inferno, my boots scraping against the blood-slick ground. The flames concentrated around me, while the witch touched her forehead on the ground. She started to chant. Kinvara's gaze flickered between me and the fire, her mouth opening as if to speak, but she said nothing. Good. Words wouldn't change anything now. The heat stole my breath, pain flowering across my skin as I settled cross-legged on the ground, the egg cradled in my arms. I closed my eyes, the witch's chanting weaving through the crackling of flames, the edges of my mind fraying with each second. Every nerve screamed, and my teeth ground together, a snarl tearing itself free as the fire wrapped around me. But somewhere in that agony, where the edges of life and death met, the egg in my arms throbbed. Warm, hungry, and alive. Minutes or hours, I couldn't tell how long passed. The flames obscured the sky. I couldn't even tell if the sun had set or not. My focus was all here as the system flashed notifications before me. The dragon egg is asking for food. Would you like to feed it 5 levels? Yes. No, the choice was simple. The fire burned brighter, and Kinvara's chanting grew louder outside. Something cracked, until Creech. Creech. A sharp cry pierced the fire, something small and fierce. Warmth brushed my cheek, different from the searing pain. It was a rough tongue that licked at my skin, pulling me back from the abyss. My eyes cracked open to see too bright, wild eyes staring back at me as a winged golden lizard croaked on my arms. The flames died out slowly as the sun rose in the morning sky. Kinvara walked over, eyes wide and trembling, while a crazy grin quivered on her lips. She muttered a curse, followed by a gasp of moan. Oh my God, it's a dragon it was. I had awakened it. A golden little thing, a gold dragon with separate arms and wings. Viserion, the dragon who'd become the strongest, the most powerful. Chapter 6. Future plans and the solution to Viserys' problem. The steam rose lazily around me, curling into the vaulted ceiling, where it dissipated like ghosts. The bathwater was heated, just shy of scorching, soaking into my muscles, pulling out aches I hadn't realized were there. My eyes fell to the tiny, gold-scaled creature perched on my chest. Viserion, my dragon, snapped her jaws playfully, emitting a high-pitched screech that echoed through the chamber. I smirked and reached into the air beside me. The empty space rippled as my fingers closed around a chunk of cured meat drawn from the invisible folds of my inventory. Here, I said, offering the meat to her. She sniffed it, eyes narrowing for a heartbeat before she lunged, tearing into it with sharp, eager bites. She's so adorable, I said to myself. I didn't know how genders worked for dragons of this world, and this creature didn't have any obvious trait that confirmed its gender. But I knew she-dragons were a thing, dragons that lay eggs. So ID decided to call her she in the hope that it'd become one and make more dragons for me in the future. But ID feels stupid if calling it a she didn't do anything, and it turned out to be a man. Blood dripped down the edge of her maw, staining her golden scales with streaks of red. I laughed, a low, hollow sound that seemed to bounce off the marble walls. A dragon. I had a dragon. The weight of what ID accomplished was finally beginning to sink in. I had fully accepted the reality that I was in the world of Game of Thrones, and now I had a dragon as my companion. That ritual steeped in blood and fire had borne fruit. Or rather, it had hatched one. The possibilities swirled through my mind like the steam around me. I had awakened as an exiled prince with nothing but a name, but that had changed fast. Now I had power, real power, where I could melt cities with my personal nuke. A dragon was more than a symbol. It was an instrument of conquest. Although, it got me thinking, what did this mean for me? For my plans? I wanted to leave Essos because I feared the Dothraki's wrath. Compared to that, if I just dyed my hair black, I should be fine in Westeros. But now I had a dragon. Should I still leave Essos? The question gnawed at me. Even if I dyed my hair, Westeros would welcome me with nothing but open swords since I had a dragon at my side. But there were also insane benefits. The game changed. I could wait out a few years and then go to Westeros. By that time, my Viserion should be large enough to melt cities. Certainly, that was a choice better than going with a baby dragon. Essos had its advantages too. The web of politics that I could twist to my favor thanks to Kinvara's support, the wealth, and the freedom to grow stronger without eyes watching my every move. I could also make an army for myself. Initially, I had no desire for the Iron Throne, but now the flames from the ritual were seared in my memory. But the scent of power, the burnt iron-rich and intoxicating scent, lingered even stronger. When I fled from the Dothraki, I only wanted to survive. That had been my goal. Now, things were a lot different. So many choices. I did need a bit of time to decide. The sharp sound of approaching footsteps pulled me from my thoughts. I didn't need to look up to know who it was. Kinvara's presence filled the room before she did, an aura of heat and purpose. She moved like a dancer, cloaked in light crimson robes. She stopped at the edge of the water, eyes dark with something unreadable. She reached out a hand, grabbing her dress on the cut near the shoulder. Spoiler collapsed with one slow, fluid motion. The robe fell away, pooling at her feet. My gaze followed the curve of her hips, the dip of her waist, the flawless skin that gleamed under the dim torchlight. And of course, those magnificent breasts. What a strange world this was. She somehow looked much hotter than the Hollywood actress who played her in the show. She slid into the water, the ripples gliding over her like silk. I watched in silence as she sat, too far away, the steam obscuring half of her face. "Why so far?" I said, my tone teasing but edged with command. I patted the water on my right. "Come, sit beside me. The water's too cool. Warm me up." A smirk ghosted across her lips before she pushed herself forward, the hot water parting for her. She crawled with the slow precision of a predator, stopping when she was between my legs, her back pressing into my chest. The heat of her body matched the warmth of the water, as she tilted her head back slightly, resting it against my shoulder. "Oh," I muttered, more to myself than to her. The sensation of her skin against mine sent a shiver across my body, urging me to lean down and devour her. "What a gorgeous slut. HM," she murmured, her voice smooth and rich as she feigned ignorance. Even my cute dragon, sitting on my shoulder, didn't trust her tone. "Do you want me to move away?" "No, Raplia." A lazy smile across my face. "Stay." I raised a hand as my fingers snapped together with a sharp crack. The sound reverberated, and a dark portal shimmered open in the air. Viserion screeched in annoyance, talons scratching at my chest in protest. Inside, I whispered, nudging her gently. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed a defiant glare that lasted only a moment as I frowned. I said inside. She flapped her wings, hovering briefly before darting into the dark void. The portal closed with a soft, final snap, and the room fell into a sudden silence. Kinvara's gaze turned up to me, her eyes smoldering with something deeper than desire. I've never seen someone split open the space. Oh my, these powers of yours, she bit her lip, almost involuntarily. Her eyes searched mine, and for a second, I saw the hunger there, a hunger not unlike Viseryon's. I stared down, smirking, waiting to see if she had the guts to take the lead. It turned out that she didn't, as she looked ahead, smiling to herself. "But my prince, are you sure it's wise to be so strict with it?" she asked. "Dragons are notoriously difficult to tame. Maybe you should show it love instead." I leaned back, letting the warmth of the bath seep into my bones. Her. And yes, I'm very sure. My voice was low but confident. I wasn't lying. The dark space I sent Viserys to wasn't just any ordinary place. It was the House of Dragons, a skill that came with my newfound title, the Dragon King. It was more than just another inventory. It was a sanctuary for my dragons, a realm where they could rest and hide without any issues. The quest rewards were very useful. I looked forward to my next quest. With a thought, I summoned the system page. There were now 3 pages. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 22 years old, level 69 STR, 13 Yindi 6 DX, 11 INT, 11 LUC 12 AUTH page. I had dropped to level 4 after sacrificing 5 levels to awaken the dragon. Then, I gained 2 levels for awakening a dragon. Level 6 wasn't bad. I was stronger than a bodybuilder in my past life. More than that, the Authority 14 stat was interesting. I didn't exactly know what it did, but if I had to guess, then it made my orders have more impact. As for the Dragon King part of the page, clicking it opened another page. The second page. It followed when I nudged it with my mind, detailing my newly acquired status and abilities. Page class, the Dragon King skills, Dragon Management System S, House of Dragons S, Fire Resistance E. Page I finally had skills. It was sad that I couldn't gain skills by running and swinging a sword, unlike other gamers that I read about. But I take it. Class skills were fun. Clicking them showed their details. Fire Resistance was self-explanatory, although it was at a low rank of E. I hoped to raise it to S someday, which I presumed was the max rank. The House of Dragons was a spatial space where my dragons could rest, and unlike my inventory, the time didn't freeze here. The first skill was something that had another dedicated page for it. It was the page that I scrutinized most. I clicked it, and it expanded before me. Page 3 Dragon Management System. S. You can manage your dragons here. You can see their location, hunger rate, and also their respect toward you. You currently own 1 dragon, Viserys. Location, Volantis, Essos. Hunger, 100 respect. 98 page 3 the location. If clicked, showed more accurately in my mini-map. It was quite useful since dragons had a tendency to run wild after growing a little. Hunger was also useful, I guess, but it was the last status that caught my attention. The respect meter had dropped by 2 from what I remembered. I guess that if it dipped too low, there would be consequences. There is a saying that fear and respect were better than love, and it was truer for dragons. Funny story, I said, a hand resting on Kinvara's thigh. Yes, there is this man who owned a dog. This man preferred men in his bed, and he liked to be the one on the receiving end. So one day, his dog saw him being intimate with another man. I said, and she giggled, leaning into my arms. No, really real story. MHM. Yeah, go on. Basically, after the dog saw his owner in an intimate situation with another man, seeing him get emotional, the dog stopped listening to his owner. Since then, whenever the man ordered the dog to do something, the dog has disobeyed and even seemed to make fun of the man all the time. The man was sad at the development that his dog stopped taking him seriously. But if you ask me, what did he expect after getting found by his dog, moaning for another man? All the respect was gone from the dog. Kinvara burst out laughing while I continued. So, Wild animals, be it dogs or dragons, need to be treated strictly. They also need to be shown the strong side of their master to maintain respect. Love isn't going to keep them loyal forever. MHM. To be fair, love might work for a dog. They're loyal creatures, but not a dragon, she said, looking up at me with her head tilted upward, a hand reaching out to caress my face. I think. You think right, I replied, squeezing her thigh softly. Kinvara smiled. I still can't believe it. You pulled an egg out of thin air and made it live. Her eyes were half-lidded, calculating. This odd power of yours, she didn't finish the thought, but I saw the questions burning in her expression. I chuckled softly. There's a lot to believe, Kinvara. And trust me, it's just the beginning. I'd prefer if you stop questioning everything, because there's a lot more to come. Kinvara stared up, lips slightly parted. Her gaze was hazy, biting her lower lip. She shifted between my legs, the heat of the bath pressing around us like a second skin. I felt her move, the water lapping softly as if caught between her breaths. My hands found her waist, fingers tracing the curve that led upward, pausing as I felt the rise and fall of her chest. She let out a small laugh, a sound that broke the silence with an edge of mischief. I thought you preferred distance, she murmured, tilting her head back just enough for our eyes to meet. The faintest hint of a smirk played on her lips, daring me. I thought you had a problem down there. My prince, the way you were pushing me away. Now I feel wronged. I tightened my grip, her soft curve melting on my hands, feeling the heat prickle my skin. There are moments for distance, I said as I leaned in until my breath warmed her ear, and moments for this. I had a problem. My libido was too strong. I need a cure. Thankfully, I had an answer to that. I just had to manage my urges regularly so as not to let it bother me. And I just happened to have a super hot woman wiggling on my arms right now. Her eyes sparkled with amusement and surprise. Before she could answer, I kissed her, the touch rough at first, testing. Her lips met mine, surprised for a moment before it went soft and eager. She melted into something deeper and hungrier. The steam around us thickened, turning the room into a cocoon of heat and shadows as we made out in it. My hands moved with purpose, tracing the smooth expanse of her skin, feeling the slight shiver that ran through her as I explored. Every shift, every small intake of breath from her only fueled the atmosphere building between us. She was begging for it. "And I want you, my prince. Your king," I corrected her, a hand slapping her boobs. She gasped and then laughed. "Maybe you'd want your dragon to see this?" she said, giving me a slutty look. "If I'm right, you're about to destroy me, aren't you? I bet you'd love that." I leaned in and bit her nape and then snapped a finger. The House of Dragons opened, and the dragon flew out. I was going to do what she said. I threw a piece of meat on the other side of the room, and Viserys flew toward it, munching on it. I shifted all my focus to Kinvara next. She shifted, her body pressing back, teasing as her mouth left mine and a finger traced the line of my jaw. Her gaze held mine, dark with lust. My hands roamed her body, exploring every curve and line as if it were a territory I was claiming. Her skin was smooth and slick under my touch, the warmth of the water intensifying the sensation. I could feel her rapid and strong heartbeat echoing my own, her moans rhyming with my groans. "Embrace me already, my king," she said, and I slowly adjusted her position, lifting her in the water slightly so that she was poised above me. Her eyes met mine, a mix of anticipation and challenge in their depths. I held her gaze as I drew her close, watching her expression change from playful to passionate. Squirming between my legs, her breath hitching. I hadn't realized how warm she was until now. It was odd. The sensation was overwhelming, but I relished it. The power of the Lord of Light pulsed within her, embracing me as if to please me with her all. The blend of pleasure and power sent waves of heat through my body. I began to move with a steady, deliberate rhythm, my hands gripping her hips to guide her movements. "Oh yes, that's it." Her encouragement filled the air, urging me to go harder. I felt her body responding to mine, pulling me closer. The water churned around us, the splashing sounds mingling with our ragged breaths and whispered endearments. After a while, she let out a soft moan as she reached her peak, eyes locking on the ceiling. I was also close, so I stood, lifting her with me, our bodies still close together. I couldn't finish in that position, since then I'd have to release inside her. "Bend over," I said, and turned her around, bending her over the side of the pool. She gasped, her hands gripping the edge for support as I moved against her from behind. "I just finished," she complained, and in response, my fingers tangled in her hair, pulling it hard as I pulled her closer. I pressed forward with renewed intensity. "So you should be grateful your king's giving you such a grand reward," I growled as she responded to me, watching her reaction. "You like this, don't you?" She let out a soft, trembling sound, her body arching back against me. "Yes," she breathed, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Yes, I do. More, don't stop." I could feel the moment intensifying, the connection deepening as we moved together again and again. I leaned down and kissed her, releasing her hair. She stood up, pushing back against my chest, her body trembling with emotion, her hands reaching back up to grasp my shoulders as we continued kissing. She whispered something softly, her voice laced with a desperate plea. "Please," she said. I paused for a bit. Then, with a swift, sharp movement, I slapped her ass. It was harsh, and the sound echoed through the chamber. She yelped, both in surprise and pain, her eyes wide as she looked back at me. "Be careful what you wish for," I warned, my voice low. "I know what you're up to." She stared at me with a panting expression and then pouted as if she were a kid. No way was she just waving it off by acting cute. Well, she did look cute, excluding the hot, raw, and primal desire in her eyes. I stepped back, overwhelmed with intense emotion. The moment lingered between us like a charged silence. She let out a breathless sound and pulled me closer. "Let's move to the bed," she murmured a moment later, her voice soft and inviting as she turned back and kissed me deeply. I hugged her, held her close, and eased her onto her back against the stone floor. "Not yet," I said, and leaned in to kiss her again. 7 The Second Sons, Chapter 7. The Second Sons, I stood by the window of my bedroom. Red Temple's highest floors provided a beautiful view, I had to admit. The moon lighted my face while the night breeze ruffled my hair. I watched the distant stars, my gaze looking at the unfamiliar canvas. Even the stars looked different from Earth. I recognized none of the constellations. This place wasn't some distant planet in a distant galaxy or even a parallel world. It was a whole other universe. I missed Earth sometimes. I wasn't someone important back in that place, but it was still home. I guess this is my home now, even with my 22 years of memory as Viserys. That seemed a hard truth to swallow. But at least I managed to swallow it at all. "You seem lost, my king," a soft voice, so melodic that men might mistake it for a song, called from behind. I didn't turn. Warm hands wrapped around me from behind as a warm, naked body pressed against my shirtless back. Kinvara hugged me, resting her head on my back. She was showing incredible affection after my performance from yesterday morning till tonight. Just 13 points in Yindi, and I could go for almost 2 days. It helped that she was hot as fuck, too. "Stargazing. Your expression is too melancholic for just that." "No?" she asked, and I shrugged. She huffed. "More than stars. Why not appreciate that red line?" She peeked from my shoulders and pointed at the red comet. The red lines that painted a part of the sky. It had been days, but it hadn't vanished. It had come to be when the dragon egg hatched, and it remained still. It was heaven's announcement that a dragon was born. "People are making so many different theories about that," she said. "Someday they'd know the truth. Someday. Speaking of that, were you planning to reveal your dragons? If you do that, a lot of noble families from Westeros will show you their support," Kinvara said. I put a hand behind me, yanking her arm, and made her sit on the window. Leaning in and kissing her, I pulled back as she smirked. "You could have just said it if you wanted me to shut up. You're a smart woman," I smiled back. "So stop saying dumb stuff. Just my name would earn me 1,000 assassins. And if my enemies learn that I own a dragon now, King Robert 2 weeks ago, and Ned Stark will get executed tomorrow. Robert Baratheon wants my sister dead simply because she carries Drogo's child. His son will sit on the throne, and he will not hesitate to send an army to kill me and my dragon. Huh, you're very aware of the political situation, Kinvara said. Then what are you planning? Do you plan to hide your dragon in that dark space forever? She's a wild creature. She needs to spread her wings to become bigger, to become helpful to you. Not forever. He'll let Viserion fly soon, I said. As for my plans, I plan to go to Westeros and ally myself with Dorne. I was engaged to Princess Arianne Martell 17 years ago. It was only broken because I had to flee Westeros after Robert took the throne. The Dornish are still loyal to my house. They'll accept me, especially when I show my dragon to them. They won't leak the information either. But as sure as I am, there can always be variables. So we'll need an army to fix that, to make them trust me more. A dragon is a solid bargain. For the last 300 years, it was armies that won war, not dragons. There's no way around it. I explained myself, and she hummed. Have you thought of the Unsullied? Have you decided to lend me 10,000 gold coins to buy them? She smiled cheekily and looked away. Unfortunately, the money of the Church of Light isn't mine to spend, my dearest king. That's what I thought. I shook my head and sighed. Even if she saw me as Ahai Ahai, she wasn't the only high priestess in the world. She couldn't do as she pleased. Plus, I didn't want to rely on her too much. In planning to take on the Second Sons. The Second Sons, like many mercenary companies, had a strong tradition of following strength and leadership. If someone defeated their leaders, it was likely that they would follow the new leader, as these companies respected power and the ability to command. She raised an eyebrow at my words, and I explained, most members of the Second Sons are sons of landless lords or scions of houses to which they are not heirs. But the majority of them still want their names written off in the pages of history. I am aware, she nodded. If a king comes to them, bearing the blood of conquerors, praised by a high priestess, an exiled prince with a dragon resting on his shoulders, had likely be able to earn their loyalty after defeating their leaders. Luckily, I seem to fit all those criteria. After defeating, you say, she repeated. Forgive my rudeness, my king, but as impressive as your spear's performance was, you aren't a warrior. Leaders of Second Sons are incredible warriors. I've seen them fight. You're sure you'll win? I smirked. She had seen nothing. Just my inventory alone gave me 1,000 tricks, but on top of that, I had direct strength 2 thanks to my STR stat. I just have to raise it, and also level up. Kinvara, I said, putting a hand under her armpit and raising her. She blinked. I held her in the air with one hand, near the window, and basically the one in control of her life and death. I'm much stronger than you realize. She stammered, unsure what to say, and I put her down. My hand ran down her curves, and I smirked. But you're right. Strength alone doesn't win a battle. They'll train for a few days. In the meantime, find the Second Son's location for me. I'm sure your ears and eyes can pick up on that quite fast, I ordered, and watched her stare at me before she slowly nodded. As my king commands, she smiled, her momentary uneasiness and shock melting in thin air as she leaned up to kiss me and then walked away with a sway of her hips. The next day, I heard the news. Eddard Stark had been executed. The entire Westeros was in uproar, and the effect even reached as far as Essos. It went to show how legendary that man was. Unfortunately, with this incident, the great tragedy of House Stark had begun. I had made a decision since that day in the bath. I was going to take the Iron Throne, something that was rightfully mine. It was not a dream I'd have dreamt if I didn't have a dragon flying around my head right now, especially if I didn't have a system. But now the decision was made. I had met a pitiful end in my last life and was given a chance to live another. I was not going to settle for mediocrity when I had all the necessary cards to aim for the pinnacle. So I did. My goals had layers, but I didn't want to dream about the higher layers at the moment, as it would sound delusional. I'd keep my eye on the Iron Throne for now. I trained in spearmanship for the next 2 weeks. Kinvara found me a good spearmanship instructor who could show me the ropes. He was Bravosi and taught me the spear techniques of lightning dance. It was an Essosi spear martial arts, primarily taught in Bravos. I assumed it was a family technique of the dance that Arya Stark learned, named water dance. It was a weird thing and extremely hard to pull off. But thankfully, I wasn't a total newbie in the way of the spear. As useless as the original Viserys was, had received spear training when he was a kid. That experience allowed me some edge on the lessons, and somehow I learned very fast. At least, the instructor said I did. I didn't think he was giving mindless praise. He didn't know my identity. I was wearing a black hair wig, and he had no reason to give false praise. Voufla! The instructor gasped when I parried another of his attacks, sending him staggering back a little. That was an impressive attack. You've come far, young man. We were in a small yard in the middle of the Red Temple, where we'd been training for the last few days. My teacher was no Barristan Selmy or any other legendary figure, but he taught the spear well enough. Spear was easier to learn than swords, and somehow I was learning it even faster. I think it was my INT that helped me speed things up. I couldn't be sure, but the results spoke for themselves. I was no master spearman yet, but this should be enough to defend myself with the blade without just hacking down on people. Lightning Dance was a bit showy, which is the reason behind the dance part. But I liked it. On top of that, as his praise left his lips, a system notification greeted me. Skill Spearmanship, C, has risen to Spearmanship, B. When I first started taking these lessons, I finally gained a skill on my own after hours of meticulous training. That proved that skills could be earned if I spent enough time on them. Or maybe it was only limited to fighting techniques. I'd have to figure that out too. Thanks, I said, bowing in respect as I dropped my spear. It was broken in two. Footsteps came from the hallways then, and Kinvara entered the yard. She smiled. It seems we don't need your lessons any longer. Instructor, she smiled at the instructor. Collect your payment from a servant. I have some private matters with Vis here. The Bravosi man bowed and then left. Kinvara walked over, her steps slow, as she stopped in front of me. You keep surprising me. He's one of the best around, and his students usually spend years taking lessons from him. I definitely haven't absorbed everything he can teach, but this should be enough, I said. I wasn't being humble either. It'd have taken me a few months to absorb all the things he could teach. The man wasn't lacking materials to teach. Oh, she smiled. I saw your fight. It was impressive. But are you confident you'd be able to win against the Second Sons without the full package? I suppose you found their location since you're talking like that? I asked, prompting her to just smile in response. The rhythmic thudding of hooves cut through the early dusk, the sounds dulled by the distant hum of the camp ahead. The Second Son's encampment sprawled before us in a patchwork of tents and makeshift pavilions, smoke curling lazily into the sky from scattered fires. It was a modest camp by the standards of Essos, housing only 500 men, but the air of defiance and discipline that was in this place was unmistakable. Well, in some parts anyway. Most of them looked far too lax. Under their current leader, Marrow, the Second Sons had fallen off their glory. Perhaps since there was no great war to fight in, they were too unruly. Although one part of the camp seemed to be training. Probably the Stromcrows, the team directly under Dario. I shifted slightly atop the horse, eyes narrowing as I took in the movement beyond the camp's perimeter. There were mercenaries lounging, sharpening blades, and some sparring shirtless in the warm evening. Those were strong warrior men. Despite being small in number, they're so notorious because of their discipline. Beside me, Kinvara said as her crimson robes caught the fading sunlight. Well, in the past, anyway. We weren't alone this time. The guard she had brought with her flanked us, their stony expressions hidden under helmets. Discipline and fighting, perhaps. Not in character. Some might argue that I was the last person to talk about character, but as expected, soon a teasing whistle came from a wiry man leaning against a tent pole. He grinned with eyes glittering as he took in Kinvara. Others followed a low chorus of chuckles and smirks spreading through the crowd. They were as unruly as the stone men wed fought, with zero respect for a priestess. Kinvara's lips curled into a subtle smirk, unfazed. She didn't seem bothered. She knew what she showed, and she did so knowing that. Slow down, I said to my Danny White, and it did. We were in front of the main entrance that loomed ahead, guarded by 4 men, their spears forming a cross that barred our path. One of them stepped forward, his face lined with scars and suspicion. "No entry," he growled. "The leaders are busy tending to an important guest." I blinked, barely concealing the flicker of curiosity. An important guest? Here? Kinvara leaned forward, eyes sharp. "The High Priestess of the Red Temple requests an audience. Inform your leaders if they would choose to turn me away." The guard's posture shifted, uncertainty creeping into his rigid stance. With a sharp nod, he turned and disappeared into the maze of tents, leaving us in a silence that buzzed with watchful eyes. The moments dragged, and I spent it looking around. When he returned, his breath came in short gasps, eyes darting between us and the path behind him. "They will see you," he said, stepping aside with a reluctant motion. I exchanged a glance with Kinvara, who nodded. I urged my horse forward, and she followed, her expression veiled with an air of indifference, though I'd come to know her well enough to sense the anticipation crackling beneath it. She was curious about the show that soon unfold. Our protective guards led us, their presence a silent threat to anyone but us, but I couldn't bring myself to care. My mind was already sharpening, ready for battle. The main tent came into view, larger and open at the sides, lit by braziers that cast flickering shadows across its worn canvas. I frowned at the sight ahead. A table stood at its heart, laden with an indulgent spread of fruits and half-drained goblets. Around it sat three figures I recognized immediately: Marrow, the Titan's bastard, who filled the space with his barrel chest and bellowing laugh. He was the leader, while the other two were lieutenants. First was Prindle Na Gezin, his face as stern, and then was Dario Naharis, the dashing mercenary commander. None of them were unexpected. It was the fourth face that stopped me cold, and I felt a heat rise at the back of my neck. It was a man not of Essos, but Westeros, with broad shoulders, a tall neck, and a smile so charismatic that women would pass out on his feet. He was laughing with the others. Prince Oberyn of Dorne. The Pedro Pascal look-alike sat at ease, legs stretched and fingers wrapped around a goblet, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Beside him sat Ilaria Sand, her dark eyes dancing with amusement. They flicked at me, and her smile turned curious. I controlled my expression. "What's going on?" Oberyn, the Red Viper, a man who had fought with the Second Sons before during his younger days. Yes, but why was he here now? Was this a coincidence? Or had he come seeking me? That was impossible. Nobody should know I was in Volantis. Even if someone learned it, it wasn't enough for him to come see me. And there was no way he knew about the dragons. Logic said this was just a coincidence indeed. The Second Sons, when our horses stopped in front of the tent, Kinvara greeted the Second Sons with a smile. They stopped chatting among themselves, and all turned to us. Prince Oberyn did the same, and his eyes found mine across the tent. He frowned with a confused look on his face, as if he almost recognized me. Almost. He didn't. I was glad. While I wasn't worried about him hurting me, if Prince Oberyn knew about me enough to come find me, what made it impossible for my enemies to do the same? I heaved out a breath of relief. Chapter 8. Who am I? I am the Conqueror. The Second Sons. Kinvara greeted the Second Sons with a smile. Your reputation exceeds you. Of course, Marrow smirked, raising a cup at her. I didn't mean that as a compliment. Kinvara's smile widened. I was greeted with disrespectful whistles when I was entering the camp. Quite a treatment you show to a potential patron. The strict reputation of your discipline seems to be outdated. She finished, and Miros' expression fell. He lowered his cup and scowled. I've also heard they're easy to betray their customers if their enemies propose a heavier pouch. I added, watching the man clench his jaws. Is this true, Marrow? Prince Oberyn, lying on his slide on the tall touch, frowned as he looked at Marrow. If so, he'll be disappointed. I made you the vice leader before I left, and was incredibly delighted when I heard you became the leader a few years ago. And you're doing these things? He's lying, Prince. Despite his words. See, they've come to us for a job. Prindle Na Gezin chimed in, coming to his leader's rescue, which made me laugh. Touche? Huh. I was surprised this illiterate fool knew what touche meant. Must be local to where he was from. I shook my head. No, that's not why I laughed. I laughed because we're not here to hire you as a customer. Kinvara smiled beside me, while Dario Naharis blinked. Had been eyeing Kinvara all this time, but my words caught his attention. He asked why then. I took in their expressions. Mero sipped wine, glaring at me. Prindle did the same. I eyed Prince Oberyn and then spoke. "I'm here to challenge your leader, Mero, in a duel," I said, hopping off my horse. "I fear he doesn't deserve to lead you anymore." A dozen second sons took a step forward, weapons raised, but Prince Oberyn raised a hand. They halted on their spot while the prince beamed at me. Mero was laughing, as was Prindle. Dario just smiled, just like the prince. "You are an interesting man," Oberyn said, leaning to the side to kiss his paramour. Barging into the second son's camp and challenging its leader. "What is your name, warrior? For such a brave man, I think I'll recognize you." "You can call me Vis for now," I said, eyeing Mero, who stopped laughing to pour a glass of ale down his throat. "It'll reveal my identity properly after defeating that drunken fool." Prindle growled. "You don't get the balls to reveal your name, and yet insult our leader? You're not even showing respect to Prince Oberyn here," he said, trying to shift the animosity toward Oberyn. Did he hope I would get humbled by the man? Annoying bastard. They'll kill him too, true. "You should bow," Ilaria Sand said in place of her lover. "You stand before a prince, you realize?" "I do, and no, I won't bow." I looked at her. I recall bowing is only needed when the person in front of me is higher ranked than mine, I said, and Prince Oberyn frowned in response. He didn't seem to take it to heart, however, but rather seemed more curious about me. Just as I had hoped. "What do you say, Mero?" Prince Oberyn looked at Mero. "You have a challenger. As per the second son's rules, you have to take up his challenge." Mero licked his lips and smiled. "Prince Oberyn, as true as that rule is, am the leader now. So I decide the rules," he said, and Oberyn frowned. He didn't like that. From the way his eyes darkened, I guessed that Mero would have been in for a good beating if I wasn't here. His next words thankfully saved him. "But fine," Mero said, standing up. "He's got an annoying face. I'd love to cut that in two. And then take that woman." He smirked at Kinvara, who smiled back. "You smirking wretch. Do as you're told and come sit beside me, and I may let you live." Kinvara giggled, finding it far too amusing, which the fool somehow took for flirting as he smiled. He then turned to me. "As for your desire to take over the second sons, you fool, it's never going to happen, even if you somehow trick me into losing. The second sons don't have such a stupid rule that would go under anyone who defeats our leader. No, we have a rule of killing any bastard that hurts our leader. So good luck on leaving this camp alive, even if you win by the luck of some god." He burst out laughing and grabbed his weapon mid-air, which a minion had thrown. It was a massive, curved sword, which seemed to be modeled after the scimitars and other curved swords typical in Essos. Mero walked over and stood before me, smirking, scimitar glinting in his hand as if it had already tasted blood. Kinvara and our guards had dismounted by then and were moving away to clear space for our fight. The man eyed Kinvara again and then laughed at my face. His confidence was as thick as the stench of ale around him, eyes narrowed, daring me to make the first move. "Spear!" I clapped my hands, keeping my palms closed as I slowly withdrew them. A spear formed between them, as if I was doing a magic trick. Mero was blinking rapidly at the sight, probably wondering if he was seeing things. I gripped my spear and eyed him with a provocative smirk. He scoffed. "Tricks." He said so, but still didn't attack first. I tightened my grip on the spear, feeling its weight become an extension of me, every breath slipping me deeper into the familiar rhythm of the lightning dance. ID practiced it for a long time, and, thanks to the system, each of its moves had become second nature, a current running through my veins. I could trust it. Mero sneered, shifting his stance. "Let's see what you got, coward," he taunted, lifting the scimitar high as if his raw strength alone would crush me. I didn't answer. Let him swing. Let him think he had the advantage. He charged, boots slamming against the ground, sword raised in a wild arc. I could see every movement, slow as if he moved through water. A slight twist of my body and his blade whooshed past, close enough to feel the breeze, but never close enough to land. Mero staggered, furious, catching himself just in time to shoot me a look of pure hatred. "You slippery snake," he spat, roaring as he lunged again, even faster this time. But that was the beauty of the lightning dance. My spear moved with me, a natural rhythm flowing through the air in perfect, quiet arcs. I didn't just dodge his attacks. No, I drifted, letting each movement fall into the next. Miros' blade cut into nothing, slicing the air, and I felt him grow more annoyed with each miss. That was making him more reckless, as I messed with him with taunting steps right out of his reach. His face twisted, frustration burning behind his gaze, and I could practically feel the rage boiling off him. Each failed strike made him angrier, his slashes more frantic, but I stayed just a breath away. Techniques, or whatever, my stats were likely to double his. It gave me an unmistakable edge that he couldn't overcome with his experience. A whistle came flying. "A drink to your great spearmanship," Prince Oberyn said, raising a cup, drinking in my stead. I just laughed, which annoyed Marrow more. I remained in control, calm, every dodge a piece of the dance, and he was the fool stomping on his own feet, getting tangled in his fury. The crowd was silent, watching and waiting for the results. I could feel their eyes on me, feel the tension thick in the air. Marrow lunged again, his movements sloppy, and I knew this was at the perfect moment. I let my body fall into the final rhythm, feet shifting, spears slicing through the air with deadly precision. One swift, sharp thrust, and my spear found its mark, sliding right between Miros' ribs. Blood splashed. His eyes went wide, the sneer frozen on his face, replaced by a look of stunned horror. His grip on the scimitar loosened, fingers twitching as he tried to hold on to the last shreds of his strength. For just a second, he slumped against the spear, weight heavy, and I held it firm, watching him. He was already gone, the life draining from him in a silent gasp. "You've killed a human. You've received experience points." I pulled the spear free, stepping back as he collapsed at my feet. Silence blanketed the camp briefly, every mercenary's gaze flickering between Miros' body and me, something like awe dawning in their eyes. The dance was over, and I was the one left standing. "Everyone, not for long, unfortunately. Kill that bastard," Prindle shouted, and the stunned second sons roared in response. A wave of sharks seemed to close upon me, but I didn't react. Someone else did. "Nobody will attack him," Dario Naharis said, raising a sword. "Anyone who goes against that order, I'll kill them myself." Stormcrows, a squad, loyal to Dario rather than the second son's name, turned to their brothers, weapons held high. "Dario, what is the meaning of this?" Prindle unsheathed his weapon and growled, and in response, Dario shrugged. "You can kill him, but let's wait a minute, can't we?" He looked at me. He's yet to reveal his identity. Such a fine fighter should at least get to introduce himself before death. "I agree," Prince Oberyn nodded. "Speak, warrior, what is your full name?" His man's gaze turned sharp as he looked at me. He must have gotten really curious when I said we were equal earlier. The silence around us was thick and charged, every eye fixed on me like they were staring down the edge of a blade. I didn't need to say a word, just let the tension build, heavy as the air before a storm. Slowly, I lifted a hand, reaching up to my hair, fingers slipping between the strands. Then in one clean motion I pulled. The black wig peeled away, tossed to the ground with a casual flick. The silver hair of House Targaryen fell around my shoulders, glinting under the flickering light. I ran a hand through it, letting it settle, my gaze daring them to question it. From across the tent, Prince Oberyn stirred, sitting up on his couch. He had a stunned look, one that spoke of ghosts and memories unburied. His mouth parted, a whisper slipping out before he even seemed to realize it. "Rhaegar?" I did look similar to my late brother, yes. I kept the same hairstyle as him, and now that my cut-off hair had regrown, it looked just like his. But no, I wasn't him. I had my own name. I met his gaze, the weight of everything was of who I was settling in my voice. "I am Viserys Targaryen, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, blood of the Conqueror, and the last living dragon." That was all it took. The tension cracked like a whip through the air, and I watched as the truth settled over them. Hard as iron, and just as unforgiving. Their eyes tracked me like they were seeing something ancient, a memory of fear they'd thought buried. Good. Let them see it. Let them feel it, the lethality of my lineage. I took a step forward, my voice low but loud. The second sons are full of nobles. Yet lately they've learned to play at loyalty when the right purse calls. Is it because you've lost your nobility? I'm here to take you all exiled sons of noble houses, cast-offs, forgotten, and give you the power that was stolen from you. They watched, their expressions shifting, breaking. I saw men who had long given up, faces once proud but hardened by years of war and service to the highest bidder. They didn't need a speech about who they were. They needed a chance to become something else. Enough, I continued, voice gaining an edge. Why settle for scraps when we can take the whole feast? Robert Baratheon is dead. King Joffrey is a bastard. At times like this, my rightful claim to the throne is burning hotter than ever. Men, stand with me, and it'll make you legends. You'll be known not as exiles or second sons, but as conquerors, feared across both Westeros and Essos. And beyond, I turned to look at Prindle and Dario. Come, and your names shall be etched into history not as pawns, but as men who rose with fire and blood. The silence thickened, every word twisting deeper into them. The only sound was the slow, uncertain shuffling as some glanced at one another, the crack in their disbelief widening. Battle-hardened men, in the face of strong royal blood, hesitated to kneel. A voice broke the quiet from somewhere in the crowd, rough and skeptical. You'll conquer the Iron Throne? The man's face twisted with disbelief, and he scoffed. You and what army? Even if we follow, we're just 1,000 men. That seemed to strike doubt in the people who had started believing. Prince Oberyn was frowning, staring at me as if wondering what I'd respond with. I felt the smirk stretch over my lips as I raised my hand, holding his gaze. What army? In one smooth motion, I clenched my fingers, tearing through the air. The crack was sharp and jagged a rip in reality. The air around us quivered, and then it broke wide as Viserion burst forth. A force of heat and fury in golden scales. Her wings spread wide, her roar cutting through the night, a flash of fire painting the sky red. Gasps, shouts, some staggered back. Some fell to their knees, eyes wide and faces pale as they watched her rise, her scales glinting like molten gold. A dragon. They were staring at Myth. Viserion circled overhead, her wings cutting through the air with power that made the ground shudder. Every beat of her wings commanded awe and terror. Prince Oberyn had shot up on his feet, his shock raw, eyes locked on the sky, lips parted as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. He looked at me, face pale with shock, and then his lips widened ever so slowly. A grin broke over his face, wild and unrestrained, a glint of madness in his eye. I didn't lower my hand as I spoke, my voice loud, steady. Allow me to apologize. I lied when I said I was the last living dragon. I said, a smirk slipping into my voice. I looked at Prindle, who'd annoyed me quite a bit earlier. I turned to Viserion, smiling. Dracarys, I commanded, and she breathed fire at Prindle. Too shocked to dodge, the man burned off to crisps as he screamed. Dario had run off to the side, watching the scene with wide eyes. Everyone was watching the scene with similar gazes. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points. With what army, you asked? I faced the man who'd questioned me earlier. He fell back, unable to bear my gaze, and swallowed. With my dragon, who will tower over the largest of castles in a year. With her, I have armies of hundreds of thousands in no time. But I need loyal men to make the first strike, and I want you to feel lucky that I've chosen you lots over any other option. The crowd stayed silent, awe and disbelief mixing in the air as Viserion roared, flame licking the night. Prince Oberyn's wide grin grew wilder, something raw and reckless in his expression. Kinvara stepped beside me, silent but her presence bright. Her hand slipped through my arm as she looked out at the crowd. The second sons stared at us, their faces shifting between fear, wonder, and something else, something fierce, something loyal. In their eyes, I could see it, the spark of fire that had been waiting for someone to stoke it back to life. I had succeeded in my mission. Chapter 9. Strategy of Dragons. The firelight danced over the faces gathered around, throwing shadows across their eyes, as if to mask the calculations spinning behind them. The tent was open to the night air, its flaps rustling faintly, while the crackling torches cast a warm, flickering glow on the faces of those in attendance. Somewhere in the distance, the low hum of camp life played out, though here in this space, we might as well have been a world apart. I greet the High Priestess of the Red Temple of Atlantis. Prince Oberyn's voice rang with surprising formality, the flame of truth, the light of wisdom, and first servant of the Lord of Light. He lowered his head slightly, a respectful nod that bordered on a bow. I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure. Allow me to apologize for those lousy bastards' manners from earlier. Whoa, that's a lot of titles. I didn't know she was the first servant of R'hllor. Just how old was she? Kinvara's lips curled in amusement as she raised a slender hand as if to wave away the matter. "Oh, please, Prince," she replied lightly, her voice lilting. "They've already returned to the Lord." A subtle gleam in her, I suggested. She took more satisfaction in that fact than she let on. I watched the exchange with muted interest. Here we were in open tent, the torches holding back the night, the distant murmur of the camp all but drowned out by the significance of conversation in this space. I could feel it settling around me like a cloak. These men, these warriors, half of them already belonged to me in name and loyalty, but I knew they needed something more, something that tied their purpose to a future worth believing in. They needed their king to show them results for all their hearts to move. "This is a very pleasant meeting, Prince Oberyn," I said, shifting my gaze to meet his. The last of the Targaryens haven't forgotten the friendship of the Dornishmen. As such, I was thinking of visiting Dorne soon. Who knew I'd meet the Red Viper of Dorne here? Oberyn's smile grew, its warmth almost alarming. "Of course. You have no idea how glad I am to hear that. My niece, your fiancée, she misses you dearly." That was polite fiction at best. I knew about her character, and although not in depth, it was enough for me to know that was a lie. If Arya Martell missed me at all, it was likely because of what my name represented, not because of who I was. She could have been the Queen of Westeros if that engagement had remained, after all. Still, the words were meant kindly enough, and they fit his role well. I allowed a small smile to play on my lips. "As far as I'm aware, that engagement has been broken by the Martells," I said with a softer smile. And he shook his head. "Only in front. You have to understand that we had no choice but to play by the new king's rules. Now that Robert is dead and you have risen with your head held high, I'm certain my brother will be happy to reignite the marriage." He smirked. "Or you can have one of my daughters. They're a little venomous, but I'm sure a dragon will manage." I laughed, and he laughed along, raising a glass of wine at me. I held back my thoughts from forming on my lips, returned the gesture, and sipped my own drink. Kinvara shifted beside me, her attention turning to Oberyn. "It eases my worries to see you guys get along. As you might have guessed, Prince Oberyn, I have chosen to support Viserys, the rightful king, in his cause," she said, her voice carrying a calming conviction. "The Lord of Light shines brightly upon his path, and so I shall help him reclaim the Iron Throne." Delight flickered across Oberyn's face. "The High Priestess of the Red Temple backing a Targaryen," he murmured, his eyes dancing. "It sounds like the gods might be real after all." He burst out laughing and looked at me again, an unspoken question lingering behind his gaze. After a while, the conversation drifted to small talk and questions about trivial matters. But the air between us was coiled, stretched thin as we waited to address what really mattered. Finally, it was Ilaria, seated beside Oberyn with her dark, perceptive eyes, who leaned forward, her voice low. "My prince likes you. That is good. But, tell me, Targaryen, what exactly are your next plans?" She glanced around at the encampment. "Westeros is fractured. The Five Kings each scrape against one another, drawing more blood than sense. Your new soldiers are an impressive bunch, I'll admit, since my prince was a part of Second Sons before. But they're just 1,000 men. It's spare change against 5 kingdoms. Dorne will support you, Oberyn added, but she has a point. I believe we'll need a larger army to make that throne yours. I met his gaze, letting a slight smile play on my lips as I took a sip of wine, the rich taste curling over my tongue. An army isn't an issue, Prince, I said with quiet confidence. Elsewhere, someone else is building an army for me. They'll just need to wait. In the meantime, I just have to get involved in Westeros politics and this ridiculous war. Illyria tilted her head, brow lifting in a half-skeptical, half-amused look. Involved in politics? She echoed in a voice full of doubt. Without an army, that sounds like the sort of plan that gets men like you killed. I couldn't help but laugh softly. You're right, Lady Illyria, but I'm not going to fight armies by myself. Not yet, at least. I let the last words settle, a touch of gravity pulling them down. I'm going to let the kings destroy each other while I stay in the shadows, nudging them along. When they've drained themselves dry, I'll arrive not as the beggar prince, but as a king with an army at my back. That was precisely the plan. Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. These so-called five kings grew ahead after the passage of Robert Baratheon. Thanks to my knowledge from the TV show, I knew more than enough points to remove or move around, which could change the entire field we were playing at. Prince Oberyn leaned back, his brow creasing. Moving between camps, sowing discord it sounds clever in theory. But you're no shadow assassin. You're a Targaryen. Your main source of power is your dragon. You can't stay hidden. I nodded, appreciating the doubt. It gave me the chance to make my point all the clearer. Without a word, I drew a dagger from thin air, letting it appear between my fingers as if plucked from the night itself, and tossed it toward him. Oberyn caught it, surprise flickering across his face. I pointed at my chest. Throw it at my heart, I said simply. Trust me. The tent held its breath. Oberyn hesitated, then lifted his arm. I'm a better marksman, Illyria interjected smoothly, taking the dagger from him. Her eyes gleamed with reckless mischief as she looked at me. A heartbeat later, her arm whipped forward, the blade hurtling toward my chest. The dagger struck, but instead of piercing flesh, it dropped to the ground with a dull thud, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Silence rippled across the tent, broken only by the soft clink of metal against the earth. Illyria raised a brow. You're wearing armor, aren't you? Her lips curved in amusement. That's cheating. I held her gaze, then lifted my shirt, revealing bare skin beneath. No armor, nothing but the slight rise and fall of my breathing. Illyria frowned, her eyes narrowing in curiosity, and then picked up a knife from the fruit bowl beside her. She tossed it again, and this time, it brushed my skin before falling once more impotent. Believe me when I say, I continued, letting my shirt drop back into place, that I'm not invincible. But my defenses are greater than most. It is touching seeing you worry for me, but I have special powers, Prince. Although I was sure an arrow could still pierce me from a close enough distance, I didn't need to explain that. And my methods will allow me to slip between the cracks unnoticed, stir the fire, and disappear before anyone suspects. Oberyn and Illyria exchanged glances and then gave me slow, cautious nods. Illyria's sand appeared quite humbled and was now eyeing me with a hungry look. I ignored it. Oberyn's lips quirked with a faint smile. I find myself intrigued, Viserys. You can bring things in and out of thin air, and you have skin thicker than armor. It all makes me very curious, but more than that, it makes me feel safe. I can rest assured without worrying. All right then, I'll take the bait. I agree with your plan. I'll arrange for all of us to travel to Dorne, including the 1,000 Second Sons. There they can rest, waiting for the call while you stir the pot in the War of Five Kings. Thank you. Prince Oberyn, I said genuinely. I trusted the man. If someone questioned his loyalty to the Targaryens, they'd fail to disprove his hate for the Lannisters. That made him an easy friend. But I have a question, he said, his gaze sharpening as he sipped rich wine. Earlier, you mentioned someone else is building an army for you. What did you mean by that? I held his gaze, then let my eyes drift upward, gesturing for him to follow my line of sight. The night sky stretched out above us, studded with stars. Look, beyond the dissipating red comet. Two more fiery trails blazed through the darkness, brighter and newer. "My sister," I said softly, my voice edged with a touch of reverence, "doesn't share the abilities I do. So I left 2 dragon eggs with her precious gifts, waiting for the right moment." Those lines in the sky. I watched the understanding dawn on his face, the widening of his eyes, are proof. She has awakened them. A stunned silence filled the tent, thick and heavy. Three dragons? Oberyn whispered, more to himself than anyone. Prince Oberyn, his whore, and Kinvara all understood the implications of my words. No matter what the rumor about me and my sister's animosity was, they believed my words more than those rumors. To them, she and I were working together. They'll let the plot in Essos move as the original. My dearest Dany would carve her way through Essos, building a force while I bring Westeros to its knees. And when the right time came, I'd reunite with my dear sister and make her submit. Together, we'd claim what was ours. Far above, the stars shifted, and the comet's tail stretched wider across the sky, a silent reminder that for all my plans, the fire I intended to unleash was a force beyond any of them. 10 Dorne. Sunspear Chapter 10. Dorne. Sunspear. The morning mist clung to the ship as it cut through the water, the distant silhouette of Volantis fading into a faint smudge on the horizon. I leaned on the deck's railing, the cool ocean breeze slipping through my hair, carrying the last traces of Volantis with it. It had a strange way of pulling my mind back, if only for a moment, making me think about the power ID gathered there and the alliance's ID secured. I watched the city shrink, its temples and towers dissolving into the haze. No part of me felt nostalgic. I'd done what I needed to, and that place was behind me now. Viserion flew around me, soaring the sea, catching a fish with her claws. She was growing. She grew faster when I let her out. Tyrion Lannister's theory about the caged dragons might be true. After all, footsteps clicked against the deck, breaking my thoughts. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Kinvara's presence was almost a tangible heat, radiating before she even reached my side. "Missing Volantis already?" she teased, her voice as light as the breeze. A laugh escaped me. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? It's the home to your church. After all," I said, glancing down at her. "I wasn't exactly expecting you to tag along." "Oh, my king, why will I not tag along? Any other priestess can do the church's work. But this matter can only come to fruit through me." She leaned against me, her hand trailing up to rest on my shoulder, fingers pressing just enough to remind me she wasn't fragile. "I'm hurt. Are you already pushing me away?" Her eyes glinted with mischief. "Or are you just so eager to meet your little fiancé?" "Huh, I'm glad you're coming along," I replied, my gaze drifting back to the open water. "I'm gonna need your powers, Kinvara. And as for my fiancé, well, we'll see." "Oh, please," she said, giggling as she pushed herself against my body. Princess Arianne Martell wasn't a character I was familiar with. She was a character that only existed in the A Song of Ice and Fire books, not in the Game of Thrones TV show. But my nerd of a friend back in my old life had once mentioned her in passing, describing Arianne Martell with no small amount of enthusiasm. Apparently, she was an eager girl, someone who had experience with men even before she'd come of age. Well, what did I expect from a Dornish woman? Absolute degenerates. My mind drifted briefly. I wasn't walking into Dorne expecting a delicate flower. Still, the engagement, whether it could be rekindled? I didn't think so. I didn't want to, anyway. Her reputation aside, she had a personality problem. She was a brat. The name Viserys Targaryen will soon be far larger than Dorne. So why must I tie myself down to a Dornish princess then? The marriage of the Viserys Targaryen can be used as a negotiating tool in the future. So, I was leaning towards not letting the engagement relight. But while Kinvara shifted, her body pressing closer, eyes holding that teasing gleam. "Aren't you worried?" I said, smirking. "The men are staring. What will they think, seeing a priestess behaving like this?" Let them think whatever they want. Unless their stares scare you." Her voice was low, and her hand trailed down my chest as though daring me to make a move. A scoff left my lips, as I lifted my hand, letting it fall with a light pat across her behind. She gasped, arching toward me, her smirk deepening as my hand lingered briefly. "Let's go somewhere more private," I murmured, grabbing her hand and leading her below deck. She laughed softly, her fingers lacing with mine as I pulled her through the narrow corridor, pushing open the door to the dim room. I let her go, watching as she staggered a step, her lips curved in a challenging smirk. Without a word, I shoved her back onto the bed, her robes falling in disarray around her as she hit the mattress. She gasped, looking shocked, and then giggled. "Oh, the dragon's aggressive today," she said, and my eyes traced her form. The cloth slipped from her shoulder, bearing just enough to stir that heat. She looked up, the shadows of the room casting her eyes in a dark gleam, her smile daring me. The desert seemed endless, a vast sea of dunes that had carried us for days. The sun was a half-buried coin on the horizon, painting the sands in shades of gold and red. Ahead, Sunspear finally took shape, its towers breaking the sky like the jagged teeth of some ancient beast. From this distance, it felt unreal, half mirage, half truth. I kept my face wrapped, a piece of cloth hiding everything but my eyes, while the wig scratched against my scalp. Beside me, Kinvara rode in silence, her form cloaked from head to toe, her presence subdued. Neither she nor I wanted to catch attention. We were shadows in the desert, trailing behind Prince Oberyn and Illyria's sand, while the second sons followed in disciplined silence. Oberyn cast a glance back, catching my gaze with a smirk. "Quite the sight, isn't it?" His voice was tinged with pride. I could understand why. That is Sunspear, my home. She's protected on 3 sides by the sea and on the 4th by the Shadow City. To those who don't belong, she's a labyrinth, a trap. But to the Dornishmen, she's as open as the sky. I watched the city grow closer, the walls high, as if to touch the sky. "A meticulous work of art," I replied, and it was a genuine compliment. It was an Arabian masterpiece of a city from the Middle Ages. "Your home's a painting, Prince." Oberyn's smirk deepened to my words. Compliments did charming work on anyone. That's one way of putting it. But as beautiful as Dorne is, the Dornishmen are strong. We're survivors, and our enemies always make the mistake of forgetting that. He liked to talk about his people, and I was glad to humor him since those same men were going to fight for me soon. We traveled the rest of the path in small talk. As we approached, the outer city, Sunspear's shadow unfolded around us. Narrow streets wound like veins, packed with people who stopped to watch us pass. They whispered to each other, some even calling out Oberyn's name. They adored the man. Eyes lingered on our procession, a curious gaze that only grew sharper as they noticed the armed men marching in our wake. But there was no fear, not with Oberyn at the head. The Dornish held him in their gaze, as one would watch the desert sun, daring it to burn them, but never turning away. If not for his adventurous nature, Prince Oberyn would have ruled Dorne far better than his brother. We reached the gates soon after that, as Oberyn spoke. "That imposing structure is the threefold gate," he said, nudging his chin toward the structure that had doors stacked like shields guarding the heart of Sunspear. "The old palace looms beyond. Can you see?" I nodded. The royal castle's spires reached up like defiant fists, crowned by the Spear Tower and the great domed tower of the sun. The weight of Dorne's legacy pressed down on us as we rode forward. Image here, spoiler collapse, a guard stepped out from the gate, bowing low as he addressed Oberyn. "Welcome back, Prince Oberyn," he greeted, the respect in his voice clear, though his eyes flicked briefly over the rest of us, lingering on the second sons. "Shall I arrange quarters for your company?" Oberyn chuckled, dismissing the formality with a wave. "Yes. Make sure they're shown to proper quarters. They're the men of this important friend I've brought alone, and I don't want my men getting lost in the alleys. Wouldn't want them spooking the locals now, would we?" Dario Naharis took that as his cue, guiding his horse to my side with a chuckle. His gaze, as usual, bordered on insolence. "My lord," he murmured, bowing his head with that exaggerated flourish of his. "You know where to find me should you need me." I gave him a brief nod, and he pulled back, blending into the parade as the guards guided the second sons to the place they'd be staying. In the meantime, some other guards moved to escort us toward the old palace. Beautiful place. Kinvara brought her horse closer and said, "First time coming here?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, I visited Dorne before a long time ago," she said and smiled at me, making me raise an eyebrow. We stayed close, silent, as we entered the palace grounds, leaving the sounds of the city behind. Within the walls, Sunspear's age and legacy seemed to seep from every stone, like a silent declaration that it would endure long after we were gone. "Welcome," Oberyn turned to me and said, "to the old castle." The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the faint trace of flowers from hidden gardens. The halls swallowed sound, our steps muffled as if the palace itself held its breath. And then we reached the chamber, where Doran Martell sat waiting, a man carved by the years, his body confined to a wheelchair, yet his gaze as sharp and watchful as a hawk. Beside him stood a giant of a man, dark-skinned. Ario Hoda noticed my gaze and stared back. He was as tall as the hound, but larger, quite imposing to look at. Oberyn dismounted with fluid grace, spreading his arms wide, his grin full of boyish mischief that belied his age. "Brother," he called, his voice warm. "Oberyn, you're back from your vacation." Doran Martell smiled at his younger brother, his gaze flickering to Ilaria, who nodded in respect. "I thought you'd remain there for a bit longer." "I was planning to. But after hearing the situation in Westeros, the one too many people calling themselves kings, I couldn't remain still," Oberyn said, and then grinned. "Brother, I bring you a gift. One so precious, I didn't dare trust the news to a raven." Doran's gaze moved from Oberyn to us, his expression unreadable. His eyes lingered on Kinvara, and I saw the flicker of unease in his face. She slowly took off the robe that hid her face, and Doran's eyes widened. He tried to hide his reaction, but didn't quite succeed. "A red priestess," he murmured, his tone carefully neutral, though the distaste wasn't lost on me. The Dornishmen worshipped the seven gods, after all. Kinvara only smiled, inclining her head with a serenity that bordered on mockery. "The Lord of Light's blessings upon you, Prince Doran," she said softly, her voice smooth as silk, but carrying an edge that made Doran's fingers twitch on the armrest of his chair. I smirked at that exchange. I was starting to like her antics. Much of her priest talk was just jabbing at people. It was funny. Thankfully, my face was hidden, so the smirk went unnoticed. Doran inclined his head in acknowledgement, his eyes wary. But then his gaze turned to me, curiosity mingling with suspicion as he looked into my eyes. "I assume it's him who's the gift," he said, dismissing the idea that Kinvara could be the said gift. "Yes, it is him," Oberyn said, turning to me. I slowly took off the cloth that wrapped my face. I let it fall, watching Doran stare at me carefully. He didn't recognize me yet. Then I reached for the edge of the wig. With a single motion, I pulled it free, letting my silver hair fall loose, the star color catching the torchlight. Gasps rippled through the guards, a whisper of recognition passing through the air. Prince Doran's eyes trembled. I took a step forward, meeting Doran's gaze directly, a faint smile playing on my lips. "Prince Doran," I greeted, bowing my head slightly. "He's Viserys Targaryen, the blood of the Conqueror." Kinvara stepped forward to introduce me. I like that. The words lost their weight if I was the one to introduce myself all the time. He's come here not as a stranger, but as an old friend. The silence that followed was absolute, the weight of my words settling like stone. Doran's expression tightened, his gaze cutting through me like a blade. His eyes held mine, and for a moment I could see the conflict there, the way his mind turned over the implications. And then, with a small, resigned nod, he accepted the truth of what stood before him. Something big was going to hit Westeros, even the crippled prince could tell. Chapter 11. Princess Arianne Martell, the late afternoon sun filtered through the lattice windows of the old palace, casting a warm, golden hue over the chamber. Fruits sat heaped in bowls, figs, pomegranates, and grapes glistening like jewels, while Oberyn leaned back in his chair. stretching his long legs in a posture as relaxed as his gaze. He plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth, his eyes twinkling with barely concealed mischief as he watched his brother. Across from him, Doran sat upright, fingers folded, his gaze distant and wary. "So, brother," Oberyn started, his tone almost playful, "what do you think of my gift?" Doran sighed, rubbing a hand over his temple. "Perhaps it's wiser to take a bath before we discuss this. You've been riding through the sands, and surely even you need rest." Oberyn laughed. "Rest? I've waited too long to bring this up. Besides, I've already sent word for Arianne. She'll be here any moment." He leaned back, his smile fading only slightly. "I can't contain myself. Dorne has slept long enough, perhaps it's time." Doran's expression tightened. He didn't seem to like the implications behind those words. "This will bring Dorne into open war, Oberyn," he said. "Are you prepared for that? Do you really want that? For innocent Dornishmen to die for a meaningless war?" Oberyn's gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward, his fingers pressing against the table. "Brother, it wouldn't be a meaningless war. Do you truly not want revenge? Against those sick Lannisters? A Lannister bastard sits on the throne right now. It's the best of any time to seek revenge. The man I brought to Sunspear doesn't only have dragon blood in name, he is a real dragon." Doran raised an eyebrow, an expression of pure skepticism coloring his features. "The last dragon that lived was the size of a kitten when it died. I don't distrust you if you say he has a dragon, but if he does, and I haven't seen him when he met it, it must have been hiding in his robes. The size of a kitten, this one too. Such a small creature is hardly the weapon we need." Oberyn fell silent, and Doran continued, his voice soft but firm. "I remember Rhaegar. I remember his cause and the ruin it brought." His jaw tightened, words carrying the weight of old grudges. "But Viserys, from all I've heard, he's no Rhaegar Targaryen. He's a broken man, a boy who sold his sister to savages and ran when he lost control. What kind of king abandons his blood for a crown? We at Dorne don't sell off little girls, do we, little brother?" Oberyn's face grew stony, a rare hardness settling in his eyes. "I thought the same, brother. But you're wrong. This Viserys is no coward. Not anymore. Perhaps the rumors painted him weak deliberately, or perhaps he's just changed. But he's far from the man in those rumors. I've seen him fight, and Oberyn Martell, was impressed with the way he held a spear. He held Doran's gaze, unblinking. He carries the fire of our old allies, their blood and their fire. And if you give him a chance, he'll have him show you. His dragon, too." Doran shook his head, a faint smile barely tugging at the corner of his mouth, as if humoring Oberyn despite his better judgment. Had always done that. Oberyn knew his older brother adored him a lot. That was why he humored his potentially bad decisions many times. And if he allowed that this time, too, Doran wouldn't regret it. "For you, he'll entertain this, Oberyn, but his presence here must be kept a secret. I've no desire to invite trouble from King's Landing." He paused, his voice dropping to a murmur. "If he's worth the trouble you believe him to be, we'll see it soon enough." Oberyn nodded. His brother was a cautious man, but contrary to what some people believed, he was not a spineless coward. Oberyn loved him for that. Just then, steady and fast footsteps echoed down the corridor. Both men looked to the door as Princess Arianne strode in, a gorgeous lady, her presence a burst of color and confidence that lit the chamber. She wore deep green silks failing to cover her white blouse, adorned with gold jewelry, her skin bronzed by the Dornish sun. Spoiler collapsed, the dark-haired girl's gaze was as sharp and knowing as her uncle's. "Uncle," she called out, breaking into a wide grin as she crossed the room. She threw her arms around Oberyn in a swift embrace, her laugh light and genuine. "Back from another adventure, I see?" Oberyn chuckled, returning the embrace and giving her a fond pat on the shoulder. "More or less," he said, his voice softening. "And how is my brilliant niece?" Arianne pulled back, flashing a mischievous smile. "Bored, mostly. You know how it is here in Sunspear. Endless courtiers and games of Cyvasse, no adventures to speak of. When will you take me on an adventure again?" She threw a teasing glance at Doran. Oberyn laughed, But Duran's face grew somber as he watched them, his eyes shifting back to Oberyn with an unspoken question. Sensing the shift, Arianne glanced between them, her smile fading slightly. "All right, what is this about?" she asked, her gaze narrowing. "Why the sudden summons?" Doran remained silent, his fingers interlocked as he leaned forward, watching her with the careful, calculated look he reserved for moments of significance. But it was Oberyn who spoke. The man's voice turned serious, his gaze fixed on her face. "Arianne, my dearest niece," he began slowly, his words deliberate. "Do you remember the engagement you had as a little girl? The one that was broken?" Arianne's brows drew together, confusion flashing across her face as she searched her memory. She looked at Oberyn and then back at her father. A glint of recognition passed by her gaze, and her expression hardened as understanding settled over her. Arianne's eyes trembled. Arianne Martell was mad. The free skies and scorching sands of Dorne. The warmth of Sunspear, where she ruled as a free woman, these were her inheritance. And yet here she was, feeling those freedoms squeezed tight as her guardians toyed with the idea of her marriage to a Targaryen. Why the hell are they doing this? Her ex-fiancé was a man who might not even live long enough to wear a crown, a coward with a reputation as ragged as his family's ruins. The idea of being tied to a man she was sure would perish in this war of five kings was maddening. But her uncle, the ever-reckless Red Viper of Dorne, wanted her to consider it. He believed Viserys might be worth a second look. Perhaps he's not the same as the rumors. At least meet him for yourself and see. Her uncle had said before she left the meeting chambers. But as much as Arianne loved her uncle, she knew better than to trust Oberyn's whims when it came to other people's lives. But she sighed, shaking her head. It'd be a lie to say I don't feel a little greedy. Indeed, the whispers of ambition tugged at her thoughts. She could feel the allure of what such a marriage might bring. Queen, not just the princess ruler of Dorne that she was destined to become, but the queen of the Seven Realms. It was intoxicating to imagine a throne beyond Sunspear, to feel the weight of the Iron Throne beneath her, her voice ruling over more than just the sands. The allure of power and the weight of her uncle's request both had her trapped. That was why she hadn't screamed or lashed out yet. She would meet him first and see for herself. This supposed beggar king. And so, now, she followed Ser Andre Dalt down Old Palace's shadowed corridors, the setting sun casting a molten gold light through narrow windows. Her steps felt heavier, the moment drawing close as she prepared herself. At least I hope he's not ugly. Even if he's a coward soon. They stopped in front of a door, and Ser Andre knocked, his gaze averted in the respectful way he knew she preferred. A voice called from inside, low and unhurried, "Come in." She sighed, then pushed the door open, eyes scanning the dim room. She blinked, and then her breath hitched as she caught sight of the shirtless figure by the window. The silver-haired man's back was broad and muscled. Slightly wet from the bath he must have taken, catching the waning light lit by the setting sun. He didn't turn right away. He lingered there, facing the sun, his profile cast in shadow. When he finally turned, her gaze traced the lines of his chiseled jaw, strong and angled, sharp against the soft light. The fury that had simmered in her chest shifted and softened. Just a little. Princess Arianne allowed a small smile. "Ser Andre," she murmured, a dismissive nod toward the knight. "You can leave." Her eyes remained locked on Viserys as she stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her. In a matter of seconds, her anger was replaced with a glimmer of curiosity. 12 The Clash of Ideals, Chapter 12. The Clash of Ideals. Dorne was a beautiful place. Unlike Volantis, which stank of overpopulation, iron shackles, and men's greed, Dorne was alive of free, raw beauty that didn't hide its edges. The sunset poured its last light through my window, dyeing the sky with an amber glow. But that hardly mattered to me now. The true view stood before me. Princess Arianne Martell. "Princess Arianne," I greeted, a slight smile playing in my lips as she approached with that dangerous grace Dornish women had perfected. I took her hand, bowing my head to brush my lips across her knuckles. Prince Viserys. Her voice was rich, layered with interest and amusement as she withdrew her hand, silver eyes meeting mine. Her smile lingered, and I could see why men lost themselves over her. She was beautiful and hot-tempered, both a pleasure and a danger. Then we exchanged pleasantries. It was a formality that neither of us truly believed in, but performed out of habit. She asked how I liked Dorne, her eyes flicking over me as though searching for whatever truth lay beneath my words. I took a slow breath, giving her a smile as I began. Dorne, I said, glancing toward the open window where the last hints of sunset streaked the sky with hues of orange and gold, is a place of undeniable beauty that is impossible to capture in words. It has an edge to it, a rawness that feels untamed yet elegant. I held her gaze. The sands are relentless, sculpting this land in ways that make it unforgiving for outsiders. But there's beauty in that. The dunes, the oasis towns, the freedom in the air, every corner seems to hide something wild and enchanting. Arianne raised an eyebrow, the faintest of smiles playing on her lips as if she was both amused and intrigued. A poetic observation, Prince Viserys. I wasn't expecting that, she said, her voice carrying a hint of tease. But Dorne isn't merely the land. There's more to it than the dunes and sunsets. I leaned in slightly, letting my gaze linger on her with unmistakable intent. I know, I replied, my voice low. In fact, the most beautiful part of Dorne is not the land or its landscapes. My gaze dropped, trailing over her as if tracing the curves of the dunes themselves, and then rose to meet her eyes. It's a beauty that walks among the sands, sharp as the sun, yet soft as the evening breeze. The kind that can make a man forget himself if he's not careful. Did anyone tell you how beautiful your eyes are? She laughed softly, though her gaze held a glimmer of interest, her pride clearly piqued. Such sweet words, Prince, she murmured. I must admit, you're different from what I've heard. I smiled, catching the faint trace of surprise in her expression. I felt bad for the words I'd tell her soon. Is it such a surprise, princess? Her lips curved, her expression turning both coy and daring. Dorne is beautiful, but she let her words hang, her gaze drifting downward to my bare chest before she met my eyes again, amusement flashing in her gaze. I suppose it's a bit warmer here than in other places, isn't it? Sorry, I chuckled, apologizing as I ran a hand through my hair. I had just taken a shower and wasn't expecting company. They'll throw on a shirt if you prefer. Oh no. She glanced at my chest, then shrugged, her lips curving. I think you're just fine as you are. I caught the slight rise of her brow, the unspoken dare. She was testing the water, assessing me, but I'd already decided I wasn't here to charm her. Her attention was flattering, but I had no intention of lowering myself by pretending to worship the freedom she dressed herself in. More importantly, though she began, how did you know I was Arianne? I could have been any woman walking through that door. I chuckled, shaking my head. I've heard stories about you, princess, stories of your revealing tastes. I let my smile fade, my gaze hardening as I added, only one person in this palace dresses like a whore while being accompanied by a knight. Turns out I was right. Her smile faltered, surprise flashing across her face. I saw the slight flicker of anger before she caught herself, recovering with a restrained smile. I heard you spent a lot of time in Essos. I imagine jokes there are different. I laughed, taking a step back to the table piled with fruits. I plucked an apple and bit into it, savoring her glare as I kept my back to her. I could feel her eyes on me, and it was clear she hadn't expected this. She wasn't used to being treated with anything less than reverence. That night you brought with you Ser Andre, isn't it? I said, glancing at her over my shoulder, a smirk on my lips. He was looking at you like he wanted to fuck you right then and there. Maybe he already has. I won't be surprised, given your dressing sense and rumors. Unfortunately, I like my women well, a bit less public about it. The silence was sharp, and I could feel her mood shift, her interest replaced with something colder. It was a pity, really. If only she'd come in here with the disdain she'd left with. That would have been simpler. Her interest only made it sadder, the crush fading from her eyes, replaced by something bitter and disappointed. The rumors failed to capture just how foul your personality is. Her eyes narrowed, a look of contempt hardening her gaze. She sounded angry. Since you seem to care so much about coverings, I think you can throw on a shirt now. Or do you hold that bare chests on men are somehow different from a woman's exposed skin? I've always hated how differently men and women are judged. It seems you're no different from the rest of them, Prince Viserys. I chuckled, biting into the apple, savoring its sweetness before tossing it back on the table. Men and women have their places, their roles. It's not a matter of looking down on you. We just aren't the same. I shrugged, my tone dismissive, already tiring of the subject. I didn't care to explain myself to her. It was her problem if she didn't like it. Her eyes remained fixed on me, her anger simmering beneath her gaze. "Well," she said with a curt nod, turning sharply on her heel and striding toward the door without another word. She didn't bother hiding her fury, the insult simmering in her step as she swept from the room, leaving the air thick with her resentment. I watched her go, letting the false smile of arrogance drop the door shut behind her. I munched on my apple. It's a shame, really. She'd been the easiest way to pull Dorne to my side, the quickest route to gaining support from Prince Doran and the Dornish army. I knew how this looked, pushing away a simple solution, an engagement that could give me everything. But I had my own set of ideals. For marriage, I wouldn't settle for a woman who paraded herself like that. No, dressing sense was one thing, character another. She was a whore. I wasn't going to get engaged to a whore, no matter if people call me a hypocrite. Now, I do have to figure out a different way to gain Dorne's support. Arianne Martell's head burned with rage. How dare he insult her like that? The audacity of that man, standing there with his dismissive tone and those piercing, relaxed, arrogant eyes. Her hands clenched into fists as she stalked down the corridors, barely noticing the guards and attendants who quickly stepped aside to avoid her wrath. When she reached the meeting chamber, she pushed the doors open a bit too hard for royal etiquette. Inside, her father and uncle were still talking, but her Uncle Oberyn had freshly bathed, his hair still damp, leaning back with a look of ease. Doran looked as he always did, quiet and contemplative. When she stormed in, her father's gaze sharpened with curiosity, and Oberyn smiled. "Oh, you're back already," her uncle began, but she cut him off, fixing her father with a hard stare. "Father," she said, her voice tight, "I feel dishonored by this meeting with my ex-fiancé, Viserys Targaryen. He is just like every other arrogant man from outside Dorne, and I refuse to entertain any marriage with him. I'm not going to marry someone who looks down on women, someone who," her voice faltered with frustration. "He called me a whore in all but name." Doran blinked, taken aback by her vehemence. He turned his gaze to Oberyn, who cleared his throat, looking away from her while holding back a shrug. "Maybe I should have prepared you," Oberyn muttered, running a hand through his hair. The prince isn't exactly subtle with his words. Men from powerful lineages are often arrogant. Plus, you have to understand the culture he comes from, too. To them, Dornish men and women are well. Not holy. Doran shook his head with a sigh. "Arianne, you don't have to marry someone you don't like." His voice was calm, even gentle. "I have no intention of selling my daughter for a political marriage, certainly not one that brings us no benefit." Arianne felt her anger flare again, but not toward her father. Her father's measured words and his unyielding refusal to sacrifice her for mere strategy were reassuring. She was more than relieved knowing that she wouldn't be forced to marry that bastard. Yet she couldn't shake the humiliation of that encounter, the dismissive way Viserys had spoken as if she were something cheap and unworthy. "No," she said, her voice steeling as she straightened. "That's not enough." Doran shook his head. "We can't punish him for running his mouth. He's still a Targaryen, and your fiancé, even if that part is a past. I don't want you to punish him," she said, gathering her breath. "I demand an honor trial of combat against him." Her father stared at her, while Oberyn's face fell, his hand rising to pinch the bridge of his nose as he let out a groan. She didn't care if she sounded frustrated. That bastard insulted Ser Andre Dalt too, didn't he? Tomorrow, Ser Andre Dalt would wipe his face on the floor. 13. Can I see your dragon? Chapter 13. Can I see your dragon? The air in the old palace thrummed with anticipation, cheers swelling and fading like waves crashing against the ancient stone. Slanted sunlight poured through narrow windows high above, casting golden lines across the gathering. In the courtyard's center, a ring of castle guards stood watch, eyes sharp and fixed on the open ground that would serve as the arena. On the raised platform, Prince Doran Martell sat, his expression calm as his gaze swept over the crowd of Dornishmen below. Beside him, Oberyn lounged, his eyes falling on his daughters, the sand snakes scattered in the crowd below. When they caught his eye, they nodded with a smile, their glances carrying the same fiery spirit as their father. Near them, Ilaria watched with quiet amusement, her eyes warm as she soaked in the lively, charged energy of the crowd. "This is going to be interesting," she said. "I agree," Kinvara wanted over. She strided to the platform with that peculiar smile of hers, the flames of excitement reflected in her gaze. She inclined her head to the two princes, who nodded back and settled beside them. "Quite the lively start to the day," she murmured, her gaze sweeping the arena with a flicker of curiosity. "But are you sure about this, Prince Oberyn? You've seen what he can do." "Ah, well," Oberyn chuckled, though Doran frowned, a hint of curiosity in his expression. "I did request Prince Viserys to go easy. Hopefully, he'll listen." Doran was about to ask what was going on, when the crowd's focus shifted as Princess Arianne made her entrance. Murmurs followed her like ripples, voices low and filled with admiration. They cheered for her, and she waved at them. She moved through the assembly with the graceful ease of one born to be the center of attention, her dark hair catching the sunlight, her gaze steady and sure as she met their eyes. "Father, uncle," she greeted the princes, bowing a little, as the crowd's energy seemed to gather around her, rising higher as she took her place beside her father. Kinvara's gaze flicked to Arianne, her smile deepening slightly as she inclined her head. Arianne's response was polite, her nod restrained, though a faint tension edged her lips. Her distaste for the priestess was subtle, but not unnoticeable. She didn't like the religion of the God of Light, as a follower of the faith of the Seven. "Now that the princess is here, begin," Prince Doran said, nudging his chin. Then, a man in dark red robes, a bright sash slung across his chest, stepped forward, the announcer. He raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent, anticipation settling over them like a drawn breath. "Today," he proclaimed, his voice echoing across the courtyard, "we gather in love of our dear Princess Arianne Martell, whose honor shall be defended in this sacred duel of honor." He paused, letting the crowd's cheers rise once more, then continued. "First, we have Ser Andre Dalt. He'll be fighting for our princess." At his words, Ser Andre strode into the circle, his light armor polished, his form imposing with a broad shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. The crowd's roar surged, raised fists, and shouts of support filled the courtyard. "Ser Andre, the pride of Lemonwood," the announcer continued, his voice booming with pride. "Champion of our princess, who stands to uphold her honor." The cheers intensified, and Ser Andre raised his sword in acknowledgement, his gaze hard and ready. Arianne caught his eye, offering him a nod, her lips curving in a confident smile as she watched him step into position. "Dre is a powerful knight," she noted. "I can't wait to see that bastard's face when he's thoroughly humiliated." The announcer's tone shifted, an edge of intrigue coloring his voice. "And today, he faces a warrior from beyond our shores. A man from Volantis here to challenge those who walk the path of blood and sand. He, who has the second sons at his beck's call, a warrior known as Vis." A figure emerged from the shadows, face half hidden beneath a wrapped cloth. Viserys stepped forward, moving with a casual, almost dismissive grace. Clad in dark clothing, his Targaryen features concealed by a simple wig, he held nothing but a spear. It was an arrogant contrast to Ser Andre's armored form, his stance relaxed, his gaze unflinching. The crowd's murmurs grew, rippling through the courtyard, surprise flashing in their eyes at the sight of this outsider. This man, who was he to question their princess honor? But as he stood there, calm and assured, those murmurs shifted, turning into enraged and curious cheers as they adjusted to his unbothered confidence. Ariane's gaze narrowed, her irritation tempered by something else, a hint of fear. Here wasn't someone awed by the crowd or the spectacle. No, he moved like head already won. How could a coward be so arrogant? Was she reading him wrong since his face was hidden? Now, the announcer's voice rose over the crowd. Let the duel begin. The courtyard held its breath as Ser Andre settled into a solid stance, shield up, sword ready. Across from him, Viserys twirled his spear, his grip so loose it seemed careless, his lips curving in a smirk under the cloth mask. The tension thickened, drawn tight as Andre launched forward, his blade slicing down toward Viserys' chest. Viserys sidestepped with ease, letting the sword pass by inches, and flicked his spear lightly against Andre's shield, a playful tap, more a taunt than an attack. Get him from me, Dre, Ariane called, a teasing lilt to her voice, her grin widening as she watched her chosen knight advance. Ser Andre's every step was heavy and deliberate, each swing of his sword powerful and precise. He was a knight that made his allies feel safe and enemies scared. But Viserys was a shadow, slipping around him, his spear weaving through the air with a smooth elegance that seemed almost mocking. Andre's force was met with nothing but swift, effortless evasion, Viserys darting away each time as if barely invested in the fight. Slippery rat. Frustration flashed in Andre's eyes, his strikes coming harder, his breaths growing rough as he fought to corner his elusive foe. Viserys' expression remained untouched, his eyes looking almost amused. His dodges were a clear taunt, as a mocking and shouting that Andre's strength held no threat here. He was like a spark of lightning dancing on earth. The crowd watched, spellbound, the tension thick as they took in the clash of styles, the brute strength of Ser Andre against Viserys' calm, unbothered agility. Each parry, every fluid sidestep, seemed to underscore the difference between them, and a ripple of realization passed through the spectators as it became obvious who held control. Boring fight, Viserys said when Ser Andre started to pant and slow down. Then, with a swift, calculated sweep, he brought his spear down in a powerful arc, meeting Andre's blade with precise force. Metal rang out, sharp in the silent courtyard, and Andre's sword shattered under the blow, pieces clattering to the ground. Stunned, Ser Andre faltered, his grip slipping as he took a step back, momentarily defenseless. Viserys had already moved, appearing behind him with a swift kick to Andre's back. The knight flew forward, his armored form crashing to the ground as he coughed blood. His weapon lay in pieces beside him as he lay still, dazed in the dust. Viserys rolled his shoulders, a smirk on his lips, his gaze finding Ariane's. He tilted his head, his voice rising over the silence. "So, princess," he called out, his tone filled with mock innocence, "what does it mean to lose a duel of honor?" Ariane's eyes burned with pride wounded, anger simmering beneath her gaze as she met his challenge. Around them, whispers grew, the crowd murmuring in disbelief. She wished she could see his head on a spike. "I hadn't expected the spoiled princess to feel so insulted," shed, demand an honor duel. She was, 22, and yet so thoroughly coddled. How could someone so thin-skinned hope to rule a land like Dorne? Now I walked beside Prince Oberyn, who was guiding his older brother with one hand. And on the other side of me, with her head dipped low, walked the princess herself, her proud gaze dulled, her expression a tight, stubborn silence. ID embarrassed her, and it was fun doing so. At least she was quiet now. "Ah, children fighting," Prince Doran said, his voice soft with laughter as he tried to ease the tension with a casual observation. The old Viserys might have taken deep offense at being called a child, but I let it roll off. Doran was simply trying to settle the matter with minimal fuss. But that aside, he added, his tone warming, "You certainly fight well, Prince." I gave a nod, catching his gaze with a faint smile. If I've learned anything, it's that I fight best when there's something on the line. And it's hard not to enjoy a Dornish duel. Oberyn chuckled, giving his brother a glance. "You've got an instinct for the spear," he said, looking at me with something close to approval. "Your movements are so impressive that it's rare for men not born here." I shrugged, keeping my expression smooth. "I admire the freedom, that's all. Spears are more fun than swords." We walked on, Doran occasionally turning to ask me a question or offer some casual comment. His words were calculated, his tone deceptively mild. He didn't say it directly like Oberyn, but he too was impressed by my spearmanship. It was the reason I hadn't just defeated Ser Andre in the first 10 seconds. Arianne kept to her silence, though I could feel her tension, like the sharp edge of a blade waiting for its chance to strike. After a while, Duran's tone softened into something more curious. "I heard about your dragon, Prince Viserys," he said, his voice laced with a cautious intrigue. "It's been a long time since Dorne has seen such a creature." "Too long, I dare say." He offered a faint smile, a sign of his interest. I glanced at him, a flicker of amusement passing through me. "She's a ravenous one, and she's hungry," I replied. "If I bring her out, she'll likely dart off to hunt. Unless, of course, you happen to have fresh meat at hand." Oberyn laughed, his eyes glinting with understanding. "Fresh meat is easy enough to find here." Doran nodded, his gaze considering. "You're in luck, then. I had some sheep butchered earlier today. They're waiting just nearby, if you would like to show us this dragon of yours." I inclined my head, following the two princes down a narrow passage until we emerged into a courtyard. Several sheep carcasses hung suspended on ropes, their bodies limp and lifeless. Behind them, there was a farm where live sheep were eating grass. It was a sad scene if one thought about it. The air was quiet, tinged with the scent of blood, and the sky above was darkening, casting long shadows over the scene. "Should be enough," I said, and stopped before the bodies, glancing between Doran, Oberyn, and Arianne, her gaze fixed ahead. I raised a hand, snapping my fingers. They all watched as the air cracked, splitting open with a shiver as space itself seemed to tear apart. From that rift, a dog-sized figure sprang forward, a flash of glistening scales and sharp talons. My Viserion landed with a quick, silent grace, her eyes bright and hungry as they locked onto the hanging meat. However, she didn't rush to eat that. Instead, she rushed toward the living sheep on the farm behind. She lunged forward, latching onto one of the white fur balls with her sharp teeth, tearing into the flesh. A low growl escaped her throat, and a burst of flame followed, charring the sheep with a crisp sizzle before it could even scream. The flames also caught on half a dozen other ships, burning them alive. Arianne gasped as the scent of burning meat filled the courtyard as she tore into her meal, her growls a deep, satisfying rumble. "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. You've received experience points." "You've leveled up." Level 11, all three of them watched the scene with wide eyes, mouths agape, and faces a mix of awe and fascination. But it was Arianne's expression that caught my eye. Her initial anger melted into something deeper, her gaze wide and transfixed, a look of reverence overtaking her features as she took in the sight of Viserion devouring the meal. The anger that had hardened her gaze softened, replaced by something like reverence, as though she was seeing herself ride the dragon in the future. Her kids doing the same. This was no mere show, no carnival creature on display. It was a dragon, and everyone understood the implication of it. They also understood the fact that it was mine. Chapter 14. The Dornish plan, the Water Gardens of Dorne, carried a stillness that could lull even the sharpest minds into calm. The soft patter of fountains mingled with the faint cries of children playing in the shaded pools, their laughter bubbling over the low murmur of waves in the distance. Palm trees swayed lightly, their shadows stretching across the tiled paths that wound between the water and the garden's citrus groves. The smell of salt clung to the air, mingling with the fragrance of orange blossoms, while the warm breeze teased the edges of silk curtains hanging from the old palace arches. Doran Martell moved slowly, his steps slow, his frame leaning slightly into Oberyn's helpful arm. The younger brother had adjusted his natural quick pace to match Doran's measured rhythm. Neither spoke as they left the gardens and ascended into the quiet shade of the palace corridors, where the sun's light softened into dim amber and filtered through windows. Inside a grand chamber, Oberyn helped Doran onto a low couch. The elder prince sank back with a quiet sigh, one hand resting lightly on the armrest, his other lifting to rub at his temple. "So," Oberyn broke the silence as he leaned against the back of a carved chair, his sharp gaze fixed on his brother. "What do you think of him, then, after seeing his fighting style and that dragon?" Doran closed his eyes briefly as if to shut out the weight of Oberyn's excitement. "You said he wants to invade the armies of the Five Kings on his own first?" he asked, voice slow and calculated. Oberyn nodded, failing to hold back a smug smile. "That's what he says." Doran opened his eyes again, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. "Then I don't see any reason not to support him." Oberyn's grin widened, his hand clapping briefly against the chair's wooden back as he straightened. "So, you agree," he said, the satisfaction clear in his voice. "I knew you'd be able to see the opportunity in this, brother." "This is going to be big." Doran tilted his head, his smile faint but pointed. "I can see that. If he fails, what's lost to us?" he asked, his tone soft. "If he dies, no one will trace him to Dorne. No one will know he ever stood in our gardens. And the second sons? They'll retreat across the narrow sea and will be left untouched." Oberyn laughed lightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. "But if he doesn't die, then we gain the Iron Throne," Doran finished, his tone colder now, like a knife's edge hidden in the calm. His eyes locked with Oberyn's, the faintest flicker of shared ambition passing between them. They weren't interested in the throne because they wanted to rule the realm, but because if they had a king they could trust to sit on the throne, they'd finally be able to deliver justice. "We'll get our revenge," Oberyn added, his voice now low. There was no smile this time, just a raw hunger that lingered beneath his words. The mention of vengeance lingered in the air like smoke. His hand flexed against the back of the chair. "You're wiser than me, brother. I know he's strong, but do you think he's ready?" "I think," Doran said quietly, "that he has no choice but to be. The rumors about him aren't true. He's a strong man, and men like him don't come this far without real fire in their blood. But fire isn't enough." He paused, looking at his brother with a weighted expression. "Well, watch. Well, wait." Oberyn nodded slowly, but the gleam in his eye hadn't faded. "Watching isn't nearly as fun, but I suppose patience has its uses." "It always does," Doran murmured. The two brothers sat in silence for a moment, the faint sound of water from the gardens seeping into the room like a whisper. Then Doran nodded, and Oberyn clapped his hands for servants to hear, "Bring rich liquor. We'll have guests soon." The golden light of the setting sun streamed through the narrow windows of the meeting room, casting shadows across the stone walls. The evening was settling over Dorne, the warm air carrying a stillness that was only broken by the occasional hum of the fountains in the distance. Viserion lay sprawled across my lap, her heavy form rising and falling with her breaths. Every now and then, her exhales came with a faint, sharp snore that sounded more like the crack of a whip than the soft murmur of sleep. It was oddly endearing, although it worried me for how long I'd be able to hold her with my body. She'd soon become far larger than me, enough to carry me and such. Then again, that wasn't a bad thing. I should be looking forward to it instead. Prince Doran, seated comfortably across from me, observed Viserion with unmasked fascination. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair, his expression thoughtful as his gaze swept over her small, scaled form. "How big do you think she'll grow?" he asked after a moment, breaking the silence. "I've had the rare luxury of seeing the skulls of the last dragons in the Red Keep, what little was left of them. They were barely the size of a kitten when they died. But this one, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if measuring Viserys' form against his memory. This one is already bigger. Do you have any guesses of how much larger she might become? I glanced down at Viserys, running a hand absent-mindedly over her ridged back. I'm not certain about the exact size, I admitted, though my voice carried an edge of confidence. But she'll grow larger than this castle. Much larger. Doran's brows lifted at that, a flicker of intrigue passing over his features. Beside him, Oberyn let out a low chuckle, his fingers drumming against the hilt of his spear as he leaned forward slightly. A bold claim, Doran murmured, though there was no disbelief in his tone. Larger than the castle, it would be something to see. It will be, I said simply. I can't wait to see, Kinvara chimed in, smiling. Doran gave a short laugh, shaking his head lightly. Regardless, let us set dragons aside for now. Tell me, Prince Viserys Oberyn tells me you intend to challenge the Five Kings. Which of them do you mean to strike first? And how do you envision Dorne aiding your cause? I leaned back slightly, my fingers resting lightly against Viserys' side as I considered his question. The Five Kings. Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. Balon Greyjoy was an afterthought, barely worth the breath it took to think of his name. He was an isolated old fool, playing a game too big for him, his influence barely brushing the edges of the mainland. Renly Baratheon was even less of a threat, a pretender doomed to die before he could achieve anything of note. Robb Stark, the young wolf, was a greater concern. His armies were formidable, and his victories had carved his name into the histories already. But Robb Stark, despite his strength, was not my greatest enemy. He was naive, too honorable for his own good, and far too removed from my immediate goals. That left Stannis and Joffrey. Stannis Baratheon had always been a threat. In another time, the original timeline, he would have reached the walls of King's Landing, his claim reinforced by the fire and blood of his faith. If not for Tywin Lannister's intervention, he might have succeeded. My presence, a butterfly effect, might tip the scales in his favor this time. But the true prize was none of them. Like a hawk, my eyes had always been focused on King's Landing itself. Joffrey Baratheon, the bastard, sat on the Iron Throne, a boy king bloated with arrogance and cruelty. He would like any of the other five kings, but his death wouldn't be soon enough for my liking. That bastard was an irritating bastard. I wanted him dead now, both for what I'd witnessed in the show, and also because of my pride as Viserys hated him the most, since it was he who sat on the throne right now. Additionally, to strike King's Landing would be to strike at the heart of the realm. It would throw the continent into chaos, creating a wave that could topple the remaining players faster than they could react. And most importantly, Joffrey, that bastard. King's Landing, I said at last, my voice cutting through the quiet of the room. A faint smile tugged at my lips as I met Doran's gaze. I planned to kill Joffrey Baratheon. Doran's expression remained calm, but his eyes flickered with something unreadable. Oberyn grinned and then let out a low whistle, leaning back with a wolfish grin. You don't lack ambition, Doran murmured, his tone carrying a note of approval beneath the caution. After armies, I replied smoothly, ambition is what wins wars. The game had begun, and King's Landing was my first move. I couldn't wait to leave. 15, you want to be queen? Chapter 15, you want to be queen? Viserys Targaryen was extremely arrogant and proud of his lineage, so at least had read his Targaryen lore when he was young. But they were old memories. I had the memories, but they were kind of blurry now, so I was reading through it again. I rested against the bed frame, the weight of the thick tome heavy in my hands. The pages were filled with the legacy of my bloodline, the victories and failures of Targaryens who had come before me. The words blurred slightly as I read aloud, the cadence of my voice filling the quiet room. King Daeron I, the young dragon, takes the throne and almost immediately launches an invasion of Dorne, which had remained defiantly independent since Aegon's landing. My voice trailed off, the next line hovering at the edge of my tongue when Kinvara, seated at the edge of the bed, interrupted. By its end, he lost 60,000 men and his own life at the tender age of 18, she said casually, her tone smooth and unbothered. Her fingers trailed through her damp hair as she groomed herself in front of the mirror, her fiery red locks catching the soft glow of the candlelight. I blinked, annoyance flickering through me before I frowned. You just spoil my read. Kinvara glanced at me over her shoulder, her lips curling into a small, mischievous smile. Come on, it's common knowledge. You are the last dragon, aren't you? Shouldn't this all be second nature to you by now? I clicked my tongue, snapping the book shut with a sharp sound. I've read it before, but it's not as if I recite the damn thing every night. And besides, I added, my gaze narrowing at her teasing smirk, it's more enjoyable without interruptions. A knock echoed at the door before she could reply, the sound hesitant and uncertain. I glanced at Kinvara, who raised an eyebrow in silent question before calling out. Who is it? The voice on the other side was soft, unsure. Ariane. Kinvara looked at me, her smile deepening as she rose from the bed with an almost predatory grace. I gave a short nod, and the door creaked open. Ariane Martell stepped inside, pausing as her gaze immediately landed on Kinvara, who stood beside the bed, her hair damp, her movements deliberate as she adjusted her robes. For a moment, the room was steeped in silence. Ariane's expression was tight, her lips pressed into a thin line as she glanced between the two of us. Kinvara broke the tension with a smile, stepping forward as she placed a hand briefly on Ariane's shoulder. The Lord of Light shines upon you, she said smoothly before brushing past her and leaving the room. Ariane's eyes twitched as she watched her leave, and I barely managed to suppress the laugh rising in my chest. Kinvara was a troll, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She just came out of the bath, Ariane said, her voice low but sharp as her gaze swung back to me. In your room? Why? And? I replied, leaning back against the bed frame, my expression neutral as I rested the book on my lap. Why was she doing her hair here too? She demanded. I smiled faintly, tilting my head. Oh, princess, you should know better than anyone why. I was with her earlier. Her eyes flared with anger as I casually set the book aside. What do you need? Ariane scoffed, folding her arms across her chest, ignoring my question. And yet you judge me, as if I'm the bad one? I shrugged, my tone light as I leaned forward slightly. I believe in the lock and key analogy. Is it not popular in Dorne? Her scowl deepened, and I laughed, continuing. A key that can open many locks is a master key, but a lock that can be opened by many keys shut up. Her voice was sharp as she glared at me, her eyes blazing. I've heard that stupid saying before. Women are not objects. Neither are men. I compared men with keys. Who's offended? I leaned back again, watching the irritation bloom across her face. I'm just messing with you, princess. Although yes, I wasn't lying when I said those are my preferences. They may be hypocritical, but they're mine. Surely you can't judge me for that. Her jaw tightened, but she said nothing, her silence speaking volumes. A moment stretched between us, thick with unspoken tension, before she sighed and straightened her posture. I heard you're leaving soon. So, I've decided, she began, her tone quieter now. Decided what? I asked, feigning disinterest as I reached for my book again. The engagement, she said, her voice firmer. He'll rekindle the proposal. Since I lost the duel, I slammed the book down, the sound reverberating through the room as I fixed her with a sharp look. I wasn't dueling for your hand, woman. What do you mean you accept the proposal? My tone was edged with annoyance. I was the one who rejected it first, not you. I don't want a woman who's been with everyone. You don't. Yeah. I cut her off with a wave of my hand. Only for those you care about. Same thing. I pushed myself off the bed, my movements deliberate as I crossed the room. Ariane instinctively stepped back, her bravado faltering as I loomed closer. You're mistaken, princess, I said, my voice low as her back hit the wall. Your father and uncle already promised their support. They didn't offer me your hand because they knew I didn't want it. They didn't need to. You've lost your leverage. Her eyes widened, a flicker of doubt crossing her features as she stared up at me. What? I continued, my hand reaching out to grasp her chin firmly. Did seeing my dragon make you so greedy? Is that why you think marriage is now the right choice? She blinked at me, her defiance melting into something more vulnerable. Her gaze was glossy, and her lips trembled. You're horrible, she whispered. This is a cruel world, Ariane, I replied, letting her chin go as I stepped back. Don't hate me for being honest. You want to know why I won't marry you? I turned, glancing at her over my shoulder. Because I don't need to. Your father already promised me his support. I don't need you. Her silence was heavy, her pride clearly bruised, but I ignored it. Come here, I said, my tone commanding. Ariane hesitated, but something in my gaze compelled her. Slowly, she stepped forward. Stay by my side, I said. She hesitated, but eventually moved closer, sitting beside me. Her eyes were slightly shaky, nervousness flashing across her face as she swallowed hard. I reached out, running my fingers through her hair, letting the silky strand slide between them. You're beautiful, I said, my voice softer now. But beauty alone doesn't rule the world. Strength does. Her gaze flickered, confusion and something else mingling in her expression. You want to be queen? I asked, tilting her chin up to meet my gaze. I'm not sure if you're suitable to be one, as you were so offended by a mere rejection that you demanded a duel of honor. He said, but I suppose everyone should get a second chance. I'll give you one. If you wish to prove yourself, stay close to me. Show me your loyalty, your strength, and perhaps, who knows what the future holds. Her lips parted in shock, but no words came. What? You heard me, I said, my voice calm as I brushed a thumb over her cheek. I like women. Kinvara brings warmth and comfort, but I seek something more. I need someone with ambition, fire, and the ability to stand beside me. So I think I need more women in my life, I said, even as she fidgeted on her spot. I plan to win the affections of the daughters of High Lords. I trust you don't judge. After all, the Dornish don't judge a man's desires. You then, when I'm done conquering the land, I cut her off. He'll choose my queen from among the mistresses. I traced a finger down her chin, slowly raising her chin and making her eyes lock onto mine. ITLL not be based on their past or their history, but based on how much I've accompanied their company. My gaze lingered on hers, holding her in place. What do you say, little princess? You want to earn that? No? The room fell silent, the tension thick as her breath hitched, and I leaned back, a faint smirk on my lips. Ariane Martell was never going to be my queen. Not in this lifetime, not in any. But gods, she was too damn hot to let any other man have her. No, I wanted her broken under me, her moans echoing with surrender. Queen Ariane, I murmured, letting the words roll off my tongue like a sweet tease. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The Queen of Dragons. The first dragon rider in hundreds of years who isn't a Targaryen. My gaze locked onto hers, and I watched the way her throat bobbed as she swallowed, caught in the web of my words. Tell me, princess, wouldn't you like to ride a dragon someday? Why, yes, she whispered, her voice trembling, her gaze filled with something raw and untamed. Gods, this woman was greedy. I like that. Good, I said simply before reaching out and yanking her toward me with one sharp motion. Her body was light, and my strength was absolute. She landed on my lap, her breath hitching as her soft curves pressed against me. You can ride one right now. Her eyes flickered with a dangerous mix of greed, hunger, and something darker lust. This woman had a weakness, and I'd seen it laid bare before me. She thrived on humiliation, only to be soothed by the promise of something sweeter afterward. A need born from a fractured past, the telltale signs of her daddy issues written in every movement. She craved validation from a man who could dominate her, even as she spoke of freedom and equality. Her gaze locked onto mine, her chest rising and falling as she leaned forward. And then, with a sharp, desperate motion, she crushed her lips against mine. Her kiss was fierce, almost punishing, her body squirming against me, as if demanding attention. And gods, wasn't it intoxicating to watch her unravel? I allowed her to lead for a moment, her tongue dancing against mine with desperate hunger. MGH, her fingers clawed at my shirt, her breaths coming in sharp, ragged gasps as she sought to claim some semblance of control. But I wasn't about to yield so easily. My hand slid up her back, tangling in her hair, and with a firm tug, I pulled her head back, breaking the kiss. WY? Her eyes widened, her lips glistening and parted, her chest heaving with each breath. I held her gaze, smirking as I leaned in, my voice a low, husky whisper. Chill. Not so fast, princess. You don't call the shots here, do you? She whimpered, her eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and desire. I kept one hand firmly tangled in her hair, the other resting at her side. Her breath hitched as the tension between us grew. Don't be shy now. I like my girls honest. So answer truthfully. This is what you want, isn't it? I murmured, my lips brushing against her ear. You want me to take control, to make you feel liberated. She stared at me, her breathing rough as she swallowed. A moment later, her nod was barely perceptible. Yes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I chuckled before releasing her hair and stepping back. The tension between us had reached a breaking point, and she looked at me with wide eyes, unsure of what I might do next. She crossed her arms over her chest, and I reached out, gently taking hold of her wrists, twirling around with her. I looked down at her with a smile. Don't hide from me, I said. She was beautiful and confident, with a striking figure. I leaned down, pressing my lips to her skin, teasing and caressing her gently. She sighed, her body arching against me as she moved closer. I released her wrists, my hands moving to her hips, pulling her close as we held each other tightly. Oh, her eyes widened as I held her close, the moment feeling charged between us. I kissed her while shifting closer, the cool air a contrast to the warmth of her body. Aren't you looking so eager? I asked, my voice low and intense as I drew closer to her. Her eyes were wide with anticipation, her breath quick and unsteady. Yes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Please, I want it. Please. I didn't need any more encouragement. With a swift, decisive motion, I lifted her hips and pulled her closer against me, her soft sound filling the room as our bodies pressed together completely. I leaned over, catching her mouth as her body tensed. Her arms hugged me tightly, and her nails dug into my shoulders as she adjusted to the closeness. I leaned back, my hands holding her face, my gaze locked onto her silver eyes. Huh. Now, princess, I said, grinning. Let's see what you've got. Chapter 16. Riding for King's Landing, the morning sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, painting the room with a warm, golden hue. The faint sound of waves crashing against the shore drifted in through the open window, mingling with the occasional chirp of distant birds. Ariane lay beside me, her head resting on my arm, her hair a dark cascade over the silk sheets. Her finger lazily traced circles on my chest, the cool press of her touch contrasting against the warmth of the room. So, she murmured, her voice light but edged with something deeper. When are you leaving? This morning, I replied, my tone casual, though I could feel her body tense slightly against mine. Yes, in a couple of hours. Her lips pursed, and she frowned. Can't you wait? It's not as if you're on a timer. I let out a quiet laugh, my hand brushing her side. I am on a timer. In fact, I said, as beautiful Dorne and its princess is, I can't be idling here. I have 7 kingdoms to reclaim. Just wait for me. We'll be back in no time. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. You better. Unless some other man steals me while you're gone. She teased, her grin playful, but her gaze sharp, gauging my reaction. My hand slid lower, cupping her ass with a firm squeeze. She let out a soft whimper, her lashes fluttering. After last night? I asked, my lips curling into a smirk. I doubt you'll be satisfied with anything less than a dragon's. And well, if you still whore around, I trailed off, my tone turning mockingly disappointed. ITLL be ashamed to see my current #1 queen candidate lose her position. Her scowl deepened, but not because I called her a whore. She'd heard a lot worse the whole night. It was because of the last line. She looked at me, and the corner of her mouth twitched as if fighting a smile. Right priestesses can't be queens, she said, her grin sharpening. I guess I'll have to wear a chastity belt, then. Arianne Martell was a whore in all but name, and I wasn't blind to that. She was too flirtatious, too unrestrained, and far too accustomed to getting what she wanted. That was why she'd never be my queen, not in this lifetime or the next. But still she was mine now, and I wasn't about to let her forget it. I decided to mention her behavior to Oberyn. The entire Old Palace knew by now that I courted the princess. Her reactions weren't quite restrained, so they must be assuming she'd be my queen. So, if I mentioned her bold behavior to her uncle, he would figure out my intentions. His Ilaria and their daughters wouldn't let Arianne get involved with just anyone if it risked the position of queen, especially not with the second son stationed here. They'd be too wary of loose lips spilling secrets. Yawning, I let my hand wander upward, brushing over around. It was time for me to get up, I said, nudging her with my chin. So better get back to work, princess. Her lips parted slightly, a soft whimper escaping her as her cheeks flushed. She bit her lip, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Yes. She shifted to the side, her obedience unquestioning, a steadiness that outlasted the warmth of the morning light. The scent of spiced wine hung heavy in the air, mixing with the clatter of goblets and the coarse laughter of men who knew only battle as their constant. The dimly lit chamber buzzed with energy, the kind that came when men drank just enough to lower their guard without dulling their edge. I sat among them, my back resting lazily against the high-backed chair. Dario Naharis was at my side, his sharp grin practically a permanent feature of his face. He sipped his wine with the practiced ease of a man who knew how to enjoy life without ever letting his guard down. His eyes flicked toward me. So, you're leaving, Your Grace? He asked, his tone casual, but the curiosity beneath it clear. Not Your Grace yet, I replied with a faint smirk, tilting my goblet just slightly toward him, but I liked the sound of it. Dario's grin widened. Oh, I think you are. You got 1,000 second sons under your command. And from what I've heard, he leaned in, lowering his voice, but not enough to hide his amusement from the old palace last night. It sounds like you've got 30,000 Dornishmen, too. The laugh that left me was low and smooth. Fair point, I said, raising my goblet slightly in acknowledgement. And yes, they'll be leaving soon. How many men are you taking? He asked, swirling his wine as though the answer were just as important as the drink. Last time we spoke, you mentioned same plan as before. I interrupted, my tone calm, but carrying the weight of finality. I'm going alone. My gaze swept the room, noting the men whose laughter came a little too easily, whose movements were just a little too deliberate. And before you ask, no, I can't share the details. Too many ears even here. But if I need your assistance, Prince Oberyn will reach you. Dario raised his goblet with an approving nod, his grin shifting into something sharper. Understood. To your success, then. The clink of our goblets was a muted sound compared to the din around us, but it held more weight. I downed the rest of my wine in one smooth motion before setting the goblet aside. Rising from my seat, I gave Dario a short nod before stepping away. The hall noise faded behind me as I walked through the corridors of the old palace. The stone walls cast long shadows in the faint light. The silk curtains swayed gently in the breeze, and the faint scent of citrus teased the air. It's about time, I thought, the faintest flicker of a smirk pulling at my lips as the door to the meeting room loomed ahead. I mentioned Arianne's case first, and then announced my departure. My boots echoed softly against the stone, each step steady, deliberate. The laughter from the hall was a distant hum now, replaced by the quiet anticipation that had become a familiar companion. The door creaked open as I pushed it, and I stepped inside, my thoughts already on the road ahead. All right, Prince Viserys. Have a swift journey, Prince Doran said, nodding at Viserys. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of salt and citrus as it wafted through the water gardens. Sunlight dappled the tiled paths, its reflection glinting off the still pools. Oberyn Martell leaned against a carved pillar, his sharp gaze fixed on the figure preparing to leave. Thank you. Viserys Targaryen sat astride a white horse, his hair bleached black and his face wrapped in cloth, leaving only his sharp silver eyes visible. The transformation was striking practical, but striking. It would hide him well enough. Though Oberyn couldn't help but feel that no disguise could mask the fire that radiated from the young prince. Fire was difficult to contain. A crowd gathered at the gate. Beside Oberyn, Princess Arianne stood silently, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the departing figure. Her expression was carefully blank, but Oberyn knew her too well. She looked like she was holding her breath, as if his departure would rob her of air. Good, Oberyn thought. Let her feel that weight. It would keep her tethered. She's in love already, he murmured to himself, amused. He glanced at her sidelong, noting the faint tension in her jaw. A single night had been enough to snare her heart. That could work in Dorne's favor. He thought back to his conversation with Viserys the previous evening. The prince had been blunt, as always. I'm not aiming for marriage. Not yet, had said. It had annoyed Oberyn at first. He disliked the idea of his niece being left with false hopes. But Viserys had been clear. While he had no immediate plans to make Arianne his queen, he didn't want to give Dorne false promises, either. He admired her, and perhaps she could be queen one day. But only if she earned it. It was honest. Oberyn respected that. Better this than an empty scam. Had spoken with Ilaria afterward, asking her to keep an eye on Arianne. If there was even a sliver of a chance she could rise to queen, then she needed to stay pure, untouched by scandal or poor choices. At least for now. They'll be riding now, Viserys called, his voice breaking Oberyn's thoughts. He nodded, about to respond, when the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the courtyard. Heads turned as a figure emerged from the shaded paths of the water gardens, her dark horse cutting an imposing silhouette. Kinvara. Her crimson robes caught the sunlight, making her appear as though she carried fire itself. She rode with effortless grace, her red hair gleaming like embers, her smile sharp and knowing as she reined in beside Viserys. "You're leaving without me?" she asked, her tone laced with amusement. Viserys tilted his head, his gaze flicking over her. "A red priestess is conspicuous," he said, his voice edged with skepticism. "You'd stand out too much." "Not if I want exactly that," Kinvara replied, her smile deepening. "I'll simply say I'm here to preach. What's suspicious about a woman spreading the word of her God? Besides," she added, her tone softening into a teasing lilt, "you need an identity, don't you? You can't just appear in King's Landing with nothing. My presence will give you credibility should your outlandish powers slip." Viserys frowned slightly. "If they hang you?" "The largest September that worships the seven gods is in King's Landing. Religious leaders have a mutual respect for one another," Kinvara replied, her confidence unwavering. "At worst, they'll warn me to stop preaching if I gain too many servants. But I won't gather servants. That isn't my goal. So we'll be safe." She glanced at his bleached hair. "And besides this," she gestured to his hair, "one good reign and your secret are out. You should have asked me sooner." Before he could respond, she snapped her fingers. Her hair shimmered, shifting from its glossy black to a sleek, fiery red in an instant. She looked at him, arching a brow. "Easy, isn't it?" Viserys groaned. "You could have told me that before I went through 3 wigs." "It was funny," she said with a grin. "But no more wigs. I'm coming with you. Azor Ahai needs his priestess, doesn't he?" Oberyn watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. The priestess was too smooth with him, too confident. Dangerous. She would be a threat to Arianne's position, Dorne's position, if weren't a priestess. Even so, she needed to be kept on watch. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. "Perhaps I can help," Oberyn said, stepping forward. His voice carried the easy charm he always wielded so effectively. "Varys little birds have long wings. Unfortunately, even here in Dorne, they wouldn't know your secret, I can assure you that much, but they'd notice a red priestess traveling from here to King's Landing. That's enough to draw suspicion to Dorne." Kinvara tilted her head, her smile faltering slightly as she listened. He clapped his hands, and 8 girls carrying weapons stepped up. 3 among them stood out. "But," Oberyn continued, his tone shifting, "if suspicion is inevitable, then let us use it to our benefit. My daughters are skilled in more than just poison. They can fight, spy, and kill when needed. You can take them as your followers with the excuse that they're servants to the Red Priestess. Their presence will lend you protection, and there'll be more eyes and ears for you in King's Landing." Illyria's hand touched his shoulder lightly, a silent question in her gaze. He met her eyes, his expression softening slightly. "Trust me," his look said. She sighed, nodding. "Unslet." Ariane's head snapped to look at him, and he ignored her. She was feeling threatened, but had explained to her later. Both Ariane and Illyria seemed to understand what he was doing. If not Ariane, then perhaps one of his daughters could secure a place of influence besides Viserys Targaryen. Maybe not as queen, but as lovers. After all, Illyria and Oberyn weren't married either. Yet, she was invaluable to him. Viserys considered this, his sharp gaze flicking over Oberyn and then to the sand snakes, who had stepped forward at their father's silent command. The three eldest Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene stood tall, a step before the others. "All right," Viserys said at last, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "They'll take the three of them. Too many would just get in the way." Oberyn clapped his hands, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. 3 more horses, then. The morning ended as 5 riders rode out through the gates of the old palace. Viserys, Kinvara, and the 3 sand snakes Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene. The rising sun cast long shadows across the courtyard, and Doran and Oberyn watched them go, his mind already turning over the threads of his plans. One way or another, through one girl or another, Dorne was going to secure a high position in the new empire that'd be born. 17. The Ruler of Stormlands, Chapter 17. The Ruler of Stormlands, the journey from Dorne was more grueling than I'd anticipated. God's grace lay far behind us, a few hundred kilometers away, so the journey was getting a bit better. The harshness of the Dornish sun was replaced by the cooler winds as we trudged through Prince's Pass. The land shifted around us, a place where sand and rock gave way to craggy hills and pine needles underfoot. The pass was both a natural marvel and a reminder of just how far the borders of Dorne stretched. We rode in silence, with only the sound of horse hooves accompanying us. I'd almost grown fond of that sound. The path curved between steep cliffs, shadowed by jagged peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. Around Kinvara and I, the sand snakes rode with ease, their eyes always scanning the trail, watchful for threats. It was Tyene who broke the quiet, her eyes half-lidded in boredom as she glanced my way. "What do you think of this your grace?" she stammered and asked. "I like the gentler wind. Though I have to admit, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate it this much if I hadn't experienced the harshness of the Dornish sun anyways. How long do you think we need to travel from here?" I asked in casual interest. I already knew the answer. I had naturally done my research before on such a long journey. But it was worth stirring up some conversation with these dour-faced warriors. "Another month, maybe less," Nymeria replied, her voice as dry as the land we left behind. It had already been about 10 days since we left. "If the gods are kind, your grace," which they usually aren't. A chuckle slipped from Kinvara's lips. "Not a true statement, Lady Nymeria. Let's not argue about our religious views. Girls," I put a stop to them. "By the way, just call me Vis, since it'd be troublesome if people heard you call me your grace," I said, and the sand snakes nodded. Kinvara shrugged, her gaze moving back to the cliffs above us, unconcerned. Obara grunted something indistinct, the words lost to the steady sound of our horses' hooves against stone, and the conversation died again, as fleeting as the whisper of wind through the peaks. 2 weeks later, we were passing through Summerhall, the land softening into rolling fields dotted with green and gold. We avoided the main roads whenever possible, opting for old trails that twisted through the hills, away from prying eyes. Viserion had been hunting wild buffaloes and other animals whenever she was hungry, and although that didn't give me much experience, I still managed to level up a little. I like how I could receive levels, even when she was the one doing the killing. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 22 years old, level 14, 17 STR, 22 Yeni, 17 DX, 19 LUC 20 AUTH page, I was feeling more powerful than ever. It was a good feeling. Soon, I should become the strongest human in the world. But until then, I had to remain cautious and careful. Super-skilled warriors like Oberyn Martell still posed a threat to me, enough to perhaps kill me. Thankfully, nobody would recognize me even if they saw me. But Kinvara was another question. She had her hair red right now, so they wouldn't realize that this Red Priestess was the Red Priestess, but still. It was better to be careful, since these lands worshipped the Seven. Tension lay heavy on our small company now. We were passing through the Stormlands, after all, the territory of one of the Five Kings, who was just nearby. So the Sand Snakes were ever alert, while Kinvara smiled to herself, as though she were above it all. And as for me, well, I kept my composure. Each passing day brought us closer to the Lion's Maw, a place where allegiances were as solid as smoke and just as reliable. It was far ahead of Summerhall when the encounter happened. The sudden sound of horse hooves, many hooves echoed across the rolling hills. A heralding beat that pulled our attention in unison. Horses, Kinvara said softly, her tone a strange tune of curiosity. The Sand Snakes were already moving, hands resting on the hilts of weapons, expressions darkening. I pulled my horse to a stop, eyes narrowing, as I positioned myself in front of Kinvara, as if to protect her. The banners came into view before the horses did the golden rose of House Tyrell beside the stag crowned in gold, the banner of House Baratheon. Stay alert, I said to the girls, although that wasn't needed. They already were, as the riders spread out as they drew nearer, a formation too neat to be anything but military. They circled us smoothly, not entirely hostile, but certainly not friendly. Renly Baratheon sat astride a massive warhorse at the head of the company, wearing a crown of golden antlers upon his head, his easy smile a mask of charm. Beside him, on a slimmer palfrey, rode a beautiful woman. I recognized her as Marjorie Tyrell, and like Renly, she was a more attractive mirror of her TV show counterpart. Her gaze was sharp beneath the pretense of politeness. The knights fanned out around them, each of them in glittering armor, the sheen of polished steel almost blinding under the sun. Curious, what have we here? Renly called out, his voice carrying over the distance. He didn't sound like he intended to harm us. He urged his horse forward, closing the space between us. Interesting travelers through my lands. Don't be startled. I simply want to know who exactly crossed my path today. Renly Baratheon, one of the Five Kings. The king of the Stormlands, swept his eyes across us, lingering on the crimson robes and hair of Kinvara and then the dark-haired Sand Snakes. He barely shot me a look, which I was thankful for. I had my hair black from Kinvara's magic, so it wasn't as if he could recognize me anyway. However, it wasn't as if we were totally safe either. This Kinvara refused to change her robes, so it was hard to hide her status as a Red Priestess. Stannis Baratheon was being helped by a Red Priestess, and if Renly knew about it, he'd automatically view us as enemies. The Sand Snakes stiffened, fingers tightening on their weapons. I held up a hand, a signal to keep their blades sheathed for now. Just travelers, my lord, I replied, keeping my tone smooth, almost bored. Passing through, on our way to the capital. It's your grace, said a knight who was riding too close to Renly. Although he wore a helmet, I recognized him as the Knight of Flowers. I smirked. Ah, yes. I apologize, your grace. Renly's eyes flicked from Kinvara to me, the faintest quirk of his lips betraying his interest. Such brave people you are, he said, his gaze returning to Kinvara, a Red Priestess. His eyes lingered on her, as did the eyes of many others. Nobody, not even Renly and Loras, could deny her beauty. Spoiler collapse, Renly nodded his head in respect. My lady, I am assuming when he said he's going to the capital, he and the daughters of Prince Oberyn are accompanying you to the capital? Should I be worried about the Lord of Light setting his sights on my camp? From the looks of it, news of Melisandre the priestess supporting Stannis hadn't spread across the land yet. Otherwise, had it been a lot more aggressive to us. Or maybe it was the daughters of Oberyn Martell, as they somehow recognized them. that secured safety for us just by being here. Kinvara revealed a soft, composed smile, the one that spoke of secrets and power. "The Lord of Light seeks only to bring his warmth, my lord," she said, her voice honeyed. "No harm shall come to those who respect his grace. Only those who disrespect the one God, no matter if king or peasant, will be judged. I am Naira, a close confidant of Kinvara, the heart of fire. So please rest assured, someone like me is not in allegiance with any of the 5 kings." She didn't lie. I wasn't one of the 5 kings. I'm simply having a pilgrimage to King's Landing in the hope of spreading the Lord's name. "Ah, grace," Renly repeated, his tone laced with a teasing note. He glanced sideways at Marjorie. "Grace is a currency we often run short of, isn't it, my love?" Marjorie gave a delicate laugh, her eyes sharp as they studied Kinvara. "Perhaps, but I don't think I've ever seen a priestess quite like you," she said, her gaze dipping to the embroidered flames on Kinvara's robes. The gorgeous Queen of Ashes smiled. "Such fervor, even when you're standing before the rightful king." Spoiler collapse, Kinvara bowed her head, her smile deepening. "Faith is powerful indeed, your grace. It touches even those who resist it. Like this young man, for example." She raised a hand at me. "One of the second sons. Doesn't believe in the Red God, even if he acts otherwise with me. And yet he's sticking with me. Isn't that what faith is?" I winced, not that surprised that she knew my true feelings toward this so-called God. Thankfully, it didn't seem to change her goal with me. Marjorie's eyes met mine then, and I held her gaze. Her smile was kind, almost too kind. I wondered if she could see through the guise, if she noticed the mask beneath which lay something entirely different. Of course, that was impossible. If this greedy woman knew I was a Targaryen, she'd have run from Renly and jumped on my horse instead. There was a sharpness in her eyes, a calculating look that reminded me of a cat toying with a bird. She knew we were more than what we claimed, or at least suspected it. Renly turned his attention to me, his easy smile unwavering. "And you? You seem more than a simple bodyguard. What brings you to Westeros, my good man?" I returned his smile, careful not to let the annoyance show. I didn't respect him. He was weak, a pretender with dreams beyond his reach. But he was powerful enough, at this moment, to become an obstacle. The Red Priestess travels where she's needed. I'm simply here to see her safely to her destination. Don't ask me why I'm here. Ask my captain, Dario Naharis, why he wants me to protect this pretentious woman. Kinvara raised an eyebrow at me, but I just ignored her. As far as she was concerned, I was just playing character. A noble cause, Renly mused, though his eyes said otherwise. And a dangerous road. These lands aren't as peaceful as they once were. We're prepared for whatever may come, I said, my gaze steady. Beside me, I could feel the quiet readiness of the sand snakes, their eyes locked on Renly's knights. Marjorie's voice slipped into the conversation, soft. "You should join us, if only for a night. We're camped not far from here. I'm sure we could all benefit from a bit of company. The roads are lonely, after all." I smiled politely. "Gracious, but no. We're on a tight schedule, I'm afraid." Renly raised an eyebrow. "So quick to move on, and yet you've nowhere pressing to be. Curious." "The Lord's work is ever pressing," Kinvara interjected smoothly, her tone unwavering. "We appreciate the offer, my lord, but we must keep moving. Time is short, and the light must reach those who need it most." Renly watched her for a moment, his smile remaining though the curiosity in his eyes sharpened. He nodded slowly. "Very well. I won't hold you. But beware, the path ahead grows darker. Friends may turn into enemies when least expected." His gaze held mine, the words hanging in the air like a veiled warning. "Wise words, my lord," I said. "Perhaps we'll meet again under different circumstances," I said. But my eyes were now on Marjorie. "Perhaps," Renly echoed before pulling the reins of his horse and turning back to his camp. "Safe travels, priestess. And remember, King, Renly always appreciates those who recognize true kingship when they see it. We shall meet again when I take King's Landing." He smiled, and then they were gone, the thunder of hooves fading into the distance. I waited until they were well out of earshot before glancing toward Kinvara. "Take King's Landing," he says. I muttered, loosening the annoyed grip I hadn't realized I still held on my horse's reins. Kinvara's smile was unfaltering. An ambitious man, a kind one too. Unfortunately, I don't think he's powerful enough. But this encounter did go better than expected. The Lord of Light guides us well, my prince. Trust in his flame. Yes, yes, I said dismissively, turning my horse toward the direction we were heading. North, toward King's Landing. Let's keep moving. The sand snakes exchanged glances, Tyene scoffing softly under her breath. I didn't bother asking what she thought. But as we rode on, the golden fields stretching before us, I felt the tension ease. We were close. 18 Red Priestess in King's Landing Chapter 18. Red Priestess in King's Landing. The small council chamber of the Red Keep felt like a tomb. Shadows clung to the stone walls, flickering candles and wrought iron holders doing little to chase them away. The long table gleamed beneath the faint, muted light seeping through narrow windows that were shut tight against the city beyond. The air was thick with unspoken ambition and carefully veiled contempt, a suffocating atmosphere that mirrored the kingdom itself. At the head of the table, Varys folded a parchment with practiced calm. His soft, unhurried voice broke the tension as his gaze settled on Queen Cersei. Your father, your grace, he said, his tone as neutral as his expression, has named Lord Tyrion to serve as hand in his stead while he fights. The room froze for a beat. Then came the crack. Cersei's palm slammed against the table with enough force to rattle the wine goblets. The pale skin of her face flushed an angry red, and her lips curled into something vicious. Out, she barked, her voice cutting through the air like a whip. All of you out. The members of the small council didn't hesitate. Chairs scraped against stone as they rose, their movements brisk and deliberate. Eyes remained averted, bodies stiff with the instinct of prey. Varys glided out silently, while Pycelle shuffled after him, his robes dragging against the floor in a mournful whisper. The door thudded shut, leaving only two behind. Tyrion didn't move. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers curled around the stem of his wineglass. He swirled the dark liquid, the smirk on his lips deepening as he watched his sister from across the table. The silence stretched between them, heavy and electric. Cersei's heels clicked sharply against the stone as she strode toward him. Her golden hair framed her face like a halo of fury, and her eyes burned with venom. She leaned in close, her shadow falling across his face, sharpening her features into something dangerous. How? She hissed. Her voice trembled with barely restrained rage. How did you trick father into this? Tyrion tilted his head, a chuckle rumbling low in his chest. Dear sister, he drawled, his tone laced with mockery, if I were capable of tricking father, I'd already be emperor of the world. For a heartbeat, he thought she might slap him. Her hand twitched, but instead, she straightened, her jaw tight as steel. He must have lost his senses, she spat, her words clipped and bitter. To give you that chair, that title, or, Tyrion said, his voice light, perhaps he's grown tired of your particular style of leadership. He raised his glass, his smirk deepening as her jaw clenched. Let's call it a fresh perspective. Her fists tightened, and the fury in her eyes flared hotter. You think this is a game, don't you? She snapped. Sitting in that chair, playing hand? You're in no hand, you're a joke. A little jester in a big chair. Tyrion shrugged, his gaze growing sharper. Maybe, he said, but this jester might just bring your darling Jaime back. Her eyes widened, just a flicker of surprise, quickly masked. Ow, she demanded, her voice quieter now, tinged with doubt. The Starks love their children, Tyrion said smoothly, leaning back as if savoring his words. And we have one of theirs. Only one, Cersei corrected, her tone brittle. He frowned, his smirk faltering. One? Arya is missing, she said, the bitterness returning to her voice. Gone. Vanished. That little wolf slipped through our grasp. Tyrion swirled his wine, his brow furrowing. But Sansa remains. Engaged to Joffrey, she snapped. Her lips curled into something cold, and for a moment, her gaze wavered with frustration. Tyrion chuckled softly, shaking his head as if pitying her. It must be hard, he murmured, his voice a low, mocking drawl. Being the disappointing child. Her expression flickered just for a moment. A shadow of something raw passed over her face, almost too quick to catch. Then her features hardened, and she turned away, her hands clenched at her sides. "Since you are the hand of the king," she said abruptly, her voice sharp with forced calm, "I have a task for you." Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "I don't take tasks from you." Her smile widened, icy and brittle. "Oh, but you'll want to." She turned to face him again, her tone laced with venomous sweetness. "Not long ago, a red priestess came to King's Landing. The High Septon wants her dealt with before she spreads her poison, especially since Stannis Baratheon is said to be receiving advice from a red priestess himself. So go, dear brother, play the hand." Tyrion stared at her, his expression unreadable. Their silence was tight, stretched thin with unspoken hostility. "Finally," he sighed, setting his goblet down with exaggerated weariness. "Fine," he muttered. "I'll deal with your little problem." He rose from his chair, his movements deliberate, and gave her a curt nod before turning to leave. "Good luck, little brother," she called after him, her voice a venomous purr. The heavy door shut behind him, cutting off the sound of her laughter like the lid of a coffin sealing shut. Thank you, priestess. Praise to the Lord of Light. Thank you," a mother said, holding her child close. The boy, who just days ago had lain pale and listless, now clung to his mother with rosy cheeks and newfound strength. The door to the small mansion creaked as she stepped outside, her grateful smile disappearing behind it. I sighed. "I thought you weren't going to collect servants and followers?" I said, turning my gaze toward Kinvara, who was still gazing at the door as if she could still feel the gratitude of that mother. Kinvara smiled, a soft curve of her lips that held a glimmer of mischief. "I'm not collecting followers," she replied, finally shifting her gaze to me. "I'm just helping the needy. It pains me to see them sick, Viserys. I can't help it." I met her eyes for a moment, holding back the words that rose to my lips. Kinvara had that talent turning any situation to her favor. The delicate line between genuine care and sly manipulation blurred when it came to her. Just 3 days was all it had taken for her to find herself a place among these desperate souls. And now, thanks to her miracles, I was practically trapped inside this rented mansion. Since I couldn't be sure of how to approach my next plans without being sure how the rulers of this city will react to her actions. "If you miraculously heal a child," I muttered, settling back in the soft chair near the window, "more mothers will come the next day." "Are you planning to build a kingdom where mothers don't want their children to be healthy, my king?" Kinvara's eyebrow arched in that infuriating way of hers, her lips tugging upward. "Stop twisting my words," I shot back, irritated. "Things like this will catch the attention of unwanted people for no reason." She giggled, an almost melodic sound that rang with her usual confidence. "Trust me, whoever this will catch the attention of will not be unwanted. Plus, we got ourselves a mansion by saving people, didn't we?" She gestured around us with a flourish. "Be grateful we're sleeping under a roof, my prince." I bit back another sigh, letting my gaze drift to the other side of the room. There, the sand snakes were seated, sharpening their weapons with casual expertise. Tyene Sand, with her short-cropped hair and deceptively sweet smile, looked up from her dagger with an unimpressed scoff. "If you truly are serving him, you should listen to what he orders." "No." Kinvara's smile never wavered. She turned, her red locks catching the candlelight, glimmering like fire. "The only one I serve is the Lord of Light, my dear. Although, yes, as Azor Ahai, I do serve him too. My job, however, as I see it, is to guide him, not to follow his wishes blindly, like some certain people." It was clear who she meant. The room suddenly felt colder. The tension rippled between them, the air almost crackling with Tyene's glare and Kinvara's ever-present smile. The scrape of metal against whetstone paused momentarily, then resumed, more aggressive than before. Tyene's eyes remained on Kinvara, a glint of challenge flickering within them. I clapped my hands. the sound breaking through the strained silence. "All right, girls, I'm not having any of this tension between my own people," I said, especially because I valued the red-haired woman far more than these girls. I was just complaining for the sake of it. It's not as if this is disrupting any actual plans. We'll just figure out some other way to enter the castle. The sand snakes exchanged glances before shrugging and looking away, dismissing the tension as if it were nothing more than a fleeting annoyance. Kinvara scoffed softly, standing up and making her way to the door. She reached for the handle, ready to close it against the world outside. MH dash. But then the door swung open before her hand could touch the wood. Two men entered the mansion. One of them was short and stout, a dwarf with a distinct halo of wild blonde curls surrounding his head, while the other carried a sword at his hip. His gait lazy and confident. Tyrion Lannister, a face even in exile like me could recognize, followed by a Sells word I recognized from the TV show. Bronn, the Lucky. I stood up from my chair, walked over to Kinvara, and positioned myself beside her, my hand resting lightly on the hilt of my blade. I gave Tyrion a thin smile. "Welcome, guests. Unfortunately, our priestess here doesn't have a cure for dwarfism," I said dryly. Tyrion blinked, staring at me for a heartbeat before snapping a finger at me. "That was actually funny," he admitted, smirking, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Considering you clearly realize I'm not here for that. Were you seeing patients?" He turned to Kinvara. "Yes," Kinvara replied, her expression softening into her usual practiced warmth. "And forgive my bodyguard's rash words. Growing up with the second sons molded him this way." She shot me a quick, irritated look, a look that was as much for show as her soft tone. Tyrion shifted his weight, studying her for a moment. "So, what can I help you with, Lord Tyrion Lannister?" Kinvara asked. "Ah, so you do know me." Tyrion smiled, though the smile was tinged with something sharper, curiosity, perhaps, or skepticism. How do I say this? I've recently been appointed as the Hand of the King, a hefty job, and I've been asking around about a red priestess who seemed to have made herself at home in King's Landing. Naturally, I had to come to see for myself." He gave a sweeping bow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Now that I have, I ask you to leave." Kinvara tilted her head, a glimmer of sadness in her gaze. "Because of my religion? I thought Westeros, under King Robert Baratheon's rule, allowed all kinds of religions to coexist. Is King Joffrey restricting that right now? Pity." Tyrion hesitated, his mouth opening and closing for a second before he hummed. "Oh, well, no. But, Kinvara shook her head. "The High Priestess Kinvara sent me here. She'd be immensely disappointed to hear the Church of Light has been banished from Westeros." "Kinvara?" Bronn piped up, his eyes narrowing. "A Volantis?" The mention of a name seemed to settle between them like a rock in a calm pond, ripples of understanding spreading in their expressions. "Yes," she said, "my name is Nyra, one of her close confidants." Kinvara had taken precautions, her hair dyed red with a speck of her magic, her identity hidden beneath layers of deception. She played her part well, pretending to be someone else, presenting herself as one of the many priestesses under Kinvara's guidance. Using her own identity would draw too much attention. I turned away, my hand lifting in a dismissive gesture. "Looks like we have to pack," I said with an exaggerated sigh. "Wait," Tyrion called, his voice halting my steps. "I've heard about the High Priestess before. Quite an enigma, isn't she? Since she, the first priestess of the Lord of Light, has sent you here, let's see. What crimes have you committed again?" Kinvara's smile deepened, her eyes almost twinkling. "None," she said softly, "unless checking on sick children is considered a crime." Tyrion Lannister regarded her for a long moment before he smiled, a smile laced with resignation. "No, it's not." He gave a curt nod. "Have a good day, then." And with that, he turned, Bronn following closely behind, and they were gone just like that. I looked at their receding back and smirked. My gaze swept over Kinvara, her composed expression a mask of victory. "So this is what you meant, did I? Could be a coincidence," she said, and I crossed my arms. "Right. Well, now my identity is clear to the higher-ups in King's Landing. A simple bodyguard of the Second Sons, serving a red priestess. Not a bad cover. I should be able to visit the brothel at least now, freely. Kinvara tilted her head, the mischief returning to her eyes. Huh, step by step, my prince. Trust in the Lord of Light. I ignored her blabbering and glanced out of the window, the skyline of King's Landing stretching in the distance, a sight that called out to me. Chapter 19. Seduction Arts on a Whore? The narrow alleys of King's Landing were like a maze. It was a claustrophobic warren of stone, grime, and the combined stink of humanity. It was honestly gross. Do I really want this place back? Yikes. The smell was unbearable. Fortunately, it did have an end. I walked through them with my hood pulled low as I navigated the twisting streets away from the smell. This was far different than Volantis, at least on the part ID visited. The sights of this city, ancient and medieval, were fascinating. Structures like this ID only seen in pictures and heavy CGI works. Dirty cobblestones beneath my boots, wooden beams that jutted out from the upper floors of buildings to create strange, leaning streets. All of that was a strange wonder to my modern mind, even with Viserys memories. The city stank of unwashed bodies and rot, with every corner harboring dark, unknown filth. Yet there was life here, too. The poor, the rich, the beggars, and the lords. All lives that one day belong under my foot soon. I turned down another alley, the din of the marketplace fading behind me as I approached my destination, Littlefinger's brothel. It was evening. The sun had set halfway, and the moon was visible. People were starting to buzz around the place. There was something darkly amusing about all this as I stood under the shadow of the building, smiling up at it. Here I was, Viserys Targaryen, the last of a fallen dynasty, entering the lair of a man who was meant to be a major character in a story I had once watched on a screen, with intentions to reclaim the dynasty. The revival of my kingdom is starting from a brothel. I shook my head. The door opened with a groan as I stepped inside. Immediately, the heavy, musky perfume of the place wrapped around me, an overpowering blend of sweat, floral oils, and the faintest hint of incense. Girls of all types lounged around, laughing and talking, their voices merging into a soft, constant hum. I strode to the center of the room, avoiding bumping into people, while my eyes trailed lazily across the offerings. The madam on duty was a stout woman with heavily painted lips who approached me, her smile practiced and smooth. "Welcome, my lord," she purred. "What might you be in the mood for? The best girl you have?" I asked simply, watching the room. The madam's eyebrows rose, and there was a moment of silence before a young girl, a blonde, no older than 20, giggled softly. "Can you even pay for the best?" she said, her tone half teasing, half skeptical, given my choice of clothes. I couldn't reply as a sharp slap cracked through the room. The madam had moved so fast that even I almost missed it. The young blonde gasped, clutching her cheek, eyes wide as the madam rounded on her, her gaze like steel. "Mind your manners," she snapped before turning back to me, all smiles again. The girls began to move closer, surrounding me in a swirl of scents and fabrics. "There's no one best, my lord," the madam said smoothly, gesturing to the array before me. "All are worthy. Do you like blondes? Redheads? Something petite, perhaps? I can find the best of your taste." Hands reached for me, delicate fingers brushing my arms and chest as if to draw my attention. I observed their curves, groping their breasts. Tall girls, short ones, one of them said, her eyes gleaming. "You'll find what you need here." "Will I really?" Of course, I wasn't here for that kind of action. I had Kinvara for that. This was a strategic visit. I was here for someone, and as I glanced around, scanning the faces, I soon found her a girl sitting by the far side of the room. She was different from the rest. I bet on any other day, she'd have acted the same as them. But today, she wasn't trying to catch my eye. She wasn't even looking this way, too dazed as she was tying her auburn hair back. Roast the whore. I remembered her from the show, though now she looked softer and more fragile, as well as prettier, her face unlined by the cruelties that would one day come her way. How beautiful for a woman of her profession, I had to admit. Spoiler collapse, I raised my head, nodding in her direction, and felt the collective sigh of several girls around me, a soft, near imperceptible sound of disappointment. The madam hesitated, her eyes flicking toward Rose, then back to me. "I will, my lord," the blonde girl from earlier began, her voice almost pleading. "Rose isn't feeling well today. Perhaps another?" Before she could continue, Ross' voice cut through the murmurs. "I'm fine, Lyris," she said, standing, her face expressionless. She stepped forward, her posture straight. Her body was great, and her eyes locked on mine with a quiet defiance. "I'll take the job." The madam gave her a wary look, but said nothing. I held back a smile, merely nodding, allowing her to lead the way. Rose moved ahead, her steps steady, her hand gesturing for me to follow her up the winding staircase that led to the private chambers. I followed, the other girls parting for us, their eyes following our ascent, a mix of curiosity, envy, and perhaps even pity. Rose led me down a narrow hallway, opened a door to one of the rooms, and stepped aside for me to enter first. The door closed softly behind us, and the night and the city waited just beyond. "So what would you like to start with, Sire?" Rose asked, her voice smooth and practiced, leading me inside the room. She gently nudged me onto the bed, her movements deliberate, her demeanor polished with years of experience. The room smelled faintly of incense, a thick sweetness that attempted to disguise the musty undertone of too many bodies passing through. The bed, with its rich crimson drapes and silken sheets, looked inviting but somehow hollow, like all things gilded and hollowed out with use. Flickering candles in the corners threw shadows that danced across the stone walls, casting a certain warmth that wasn't truly there, a place where charm and emptiness went hand in hand. Rose was smiling now, and to most, it would look sincere. But it was hard to act in front of me. My stats, and perhaps just my experience, made it almost amusingly easy to see the edges of her weariness. She wore more makeup today than I imagined she normally would. A bit of powder under her eyes, too much kohl to hide what lay beneath. A swelling, the kind that came from tears shed not too long ago. I had heard the news of Joffrey's latest cruelty while wandering the city earlier. The slaughter of bastards, the senseless killing of children, of mothers left wailing in the streets. It wasn't hard to recall the scene where Rose cried over one of those unfortunate babies, a friend's child, just like in the show. And Peter Baelish, well, he hadn't made it any easier. "This is good," I thought. "The timing is just perfect." Holding back a smile, I corrected her. "I'm no Sire," I said. "What do you usually do for your customers?" "All right, crazy question. How do you seduce a whore?" 20 Spreading a Network, Chapter 20. "Spreading a network, I'm no Sire," I said. "What do you usually do for your customers?" She blinked, her smile widening, her eyes flashing briefly with something sly. You're the talking type," she giggled. It was a fake, airy sound, the kind meant to charm a stranger. "Well, usually I start by—" She leaned closer, whispering a litany of acts, her tone dripping with the seductive allure she was famous for. I laughed softly, letting the sound drift between us, the echo swallowed by the walls. "Sounds fun," I said, sliding my hand away from her waist, my fingers brushing the silk of her dress as I let go. "But tonight I think I'll take you for the whole night, Rose." My words made her eyes light up briefly with hope. "But first I want to talk, get to know each other. It's dull to just hook up and leave, isn't it?" She stilled, her gaze lingering on my face as if trying to gauge my intentions. She tried to hide it, but the flicker of irritation was unmistakable. She wanted to get this over with. "Trust me, love, the night will be far from boring," she purred. I laughed again, louder this time. If all I wanted was a quick release, Rose, I'd have done it on my own in the privacy of my own quarters. I came here to find a woman for a reason. Women are charming. They're more than just bodies. They're stories. There's someone to brag to laugh with. Sex is just a fraction of that. She giggled, something real slipping into the sound. "So you want to brag about yourself? Go on then, traveler," she said, her head tilting as her smile turned teasing. "You're not from here, are you?" I nodded. Sharp eyes, A necessity in my line of work, she replied, arching an eyebrow. Her gaze carried a hint of mischief. Her curiosity piqued despite herself. I leaned back, making myself comfortable, one arm resting behind my head. Yep, from Essos actually, I said, and launched into my story, spinning a web of half-truths and careful lies how I was part of the Second Sons, which she didn't know about. So, I had to explain how companies of Sellswords worked in Essos, and how the Second Sons was a big name among them. I told her why I was here, that ID passed through Dorne earlier, traveling alongside a rather fervent Red Priestess. She's good at ruining the mood, I added with a grin. When all a man wants is some peace and quiet and a night to himself, she's there talking about some Lord of Light. Rose giggle interrupted my story. It was a sound more real than before. I can imagine. A priestess isn't exactly who a man like you would want to travel with, is it? No, I said, sighing dramatically. I wanted to ask her out once, but I paused, my lips quirking upward. Apparently, fire isn't just metaphorical. She laughed out loud, her head falling back, her eyes crinkling in amusement. The tension she carried seemed to dissolve with each shared laugh, each joke exchanged. Her earlier impatience had faded entirely, and her body had lost the stiffness from before. She rested her head on my arm, her red curls brushing against my skin as she nestled closer, her body relaxed against mine. I could feel her breaths evening, her laughter still lingering. So, she murmured, her fingers trailing down my chest, how about we find somewhere a little more private? Her hand drifted lower, but I caught her wrist, stopping her. Her gaze darted up, confusion sparking in her eyes. You want to talk even more? It's been hours, and the night is far from done, I replied, my tone light. I let my fingers trace her wrist, my eyes holding hers. Besides, I've been the one talking all this time. I want to hear about you, Rose. It'd be dull to just fuck after talking so much about me, especially with someone like you. Tell me what's been weighing on you. Why were you sad earlier? She blinked, the smile on her lips faltering, her expression hardening slightly. A traveler, if you're not in the mood, I can call someone else know, I said quickly, cutting her off. I'm in the mood for you. You're gorgeous. But more than that, I want to understand why the woman I'm going to spend the night with is sad. What happened? She frowned, her eyes narrowing at me, and then she grinned. It was a cynical grin that barely hid the bitterness underneath. Oh, I see. You're into that, aren't you? She said, her voice dropping, a mocking edge creeping into her tone. You want the sad story of the whore. So you can feel like a hero when you sleep with her thinking, oh, how great I am, making this broken woman smile again. Is that it? Her words hung in the air, biting, the bitterness sharp enough to cut. Her eyes widened as she realized what Shed just said, the venom Shed let slip. She tried to pull away, her body stiffening, but I burst out laughing, a genuine, full-bodied laugh that filled the space between us, diffusing the tension. Rose stilled, staring at me, then hesitated before a small smile crept onto her lips, growing into laughter of her own. She shook her head, her laugh growing freer. I pulled her, and she rolled with me on the bed, her laughter infectious, carrying away the sharpness of her words. Ah, you do have a way with words, I sighed, the laughter fading from my lips as I sat up, reaching into my coat. I pulled out a small pouch, tossing it beside her. It landed on the mattress with a soft jingle. She blinked, her gaze flicking to the pouch before back to me. I nudged my chin toward it, and she hesitated before reaching for it, her fingers loosening the strings. Her eyes widened at the amount inside, more than any single night was worth. She looked up at me, surprise written across her face. Your payment, I said, my voice softening. For tonight? Let's suppose we're already well acquainted. Now, entertain me with your story, Rose. Why is such a pretty face like yours sad, yet still forced to work? She stared at me for a long moment, her expression softening, her eyes shimmering with something unspoken. She sighed, sitting up, her gaze drifting down to her hands. You said you're from Essos, right? She began, her voice quieter now, almost unsure. Fair, why you want to know? Yes. I've only been in King's Landing for a little while. I said, lying on my side, my eyes never leaving hers. What happened here? Fools. What took you like this? She hesitated, biting her lip, her eyes flicking away. It's the crown, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The crown's ordered they've been killing all of Robert Baratheon's bastards. She paused, her gaze lowering, her voice breaking slightly. My friend, Megan, her baby, wasn't even his. She had never been with the king. But they killed him anyway. They killed so many babies, innocent children, just because they might be his. Her voice cracked, her eyes filling with tears, her breaths shuddering as she spoke. I sat up, reaching out, my hand running gently through her hair, my other arm pulling her closer. She looked up, startled at the gesture, her eyes wide, her tears spilling over. I didn't say anything, just held her, her trembling form pressed against me as her sobs finally broke free. She cried against my chest, her body trembling with the force of her grief. They dove a dagger through the poor baby's heart for nothing. She whispered, her voice muffled against my shirt. And now I'm here, pretending everything is fine, working like it's just another day. The man who runs this place, he's got to be a piece of shit. Making you work like this, I muttered, my voice darkening. She froze, her body tensing against me. She hesitated, pulling back slightly, her gaze flicking up to mine, a conflicted look in her eyes. She shook her head, her voice wavering. He's not a bad man. He's done a lot for me, for all of us. She was lying. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in the way her voice wavered. But I liked that about her. She was smart, cautious, unwilling to speak ill of Baelish to a stranger. That was why I was here tonight, not to claim her body, but her loyalty, to make her a seed, someone I could trust. Someone who could become my eyes and ears against Littlefinger and the rest of King's Landing. If he's so kind, I said, my voice soft, why not stop working here? Become his assistant, or a manager, or something. Surely, you're capable of more than this. She hesitated, her brow furrowing, her gaze dropping. You think someone like me could do that? She murmured, her voice almost lost to the shadows. I reached up, ruffling her hair gently, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. You're stronger than you think, Rose. You could have let those girls take me, avoided working tonight, but you didn't. You have ambition. You should use it. She looked up at me, her eyes shimmering, her lips parting slightly. You really think? At least try, I said, smiling. I think you can do it. She blinked, her eyes softening, her lips curling into a hesitant smile. Sure, and don't worry about anyone else coming for you for the next few days, I added, lying back on the bed, pulling her down beside me. They'll come here every night. They'll hire you, and we could just talk. You can work on becoming his assistant during the day, and at night, he'll be here, keeping everyone else away. Sound good? She stared at me, her eyes wide, her lips parting, then she smiled a real, soft smile, one that reached her eyes. You're a strange man, she whispered, her voice filled with something I couldn't quite place. She nudged closer, resting her head against my chest, her body relaxing against mine. Maybe, I said, wrapping an arm around her, my gaze drifting to the ceiling, a smirk tugging at my lips. At this rate, I'd have her loyalty soon enough. But for now, sleep, Rose. They'll take care of it if someone looks for you, and everything else. She sighed softly, her body sinking into mine, her breaths evening out as she drifted to sleep, her warmth seeping into me. I lay there, staring at the shadows on the ceiling, my smirk widening. I guess this was a step towards the beginning of my own personal spy network. Chapter 21. A hopeless romantic delight came in softly through the small window, muted by the dust that clung to the glass. It was morning. Rose blinked against the thin, gray dawn, her senses slowly coming to life. There was warmth beneath her, a lingering heat where his body had been. She sat up, the sheets slipping away, her hand brushing across the empty space beside her. He was gone. Of course, he was. What did you expect, Rose? She thought, the corners of her mouth twitching into a small, sad smile. She wasn't surprised. Men like him rare, strange kinda never stayed. Especially not in places like this. Still, despite herself, she found her eyes roaming across the room, glancing at the shadows where the early light had yet to reach. The dim corners were empty. She sighed and let her shoulders slump, bringing her palm up to meet her forehead in a slow, tired slap. Ugh, I didn't even ask his name, she muttered, a sigh escaping her lips. A part of her hated herself for even caring. He was a customer. After all, just another man with coins in his pouch. Yet, it didn't feel like that, did it? Her mind whispered back, and she had no answer. No answer except the quiet ache in her chest, an emptiness that hadn't been there when she drifted off, wrapped in his warmth. Outside the door, life was already picking up. The clamor of voices, the shuffle of feet on worn wooden floors, the madam's sharp bark as she wrangled the morning shift. Rose rubbed at her eyes, trying to shake off the heaviness that clung to her limbs. Life was calling her back, as it always did, pulling her from the warmth of that fleeting moment into the cold, indifferent reality of King's Landing. She glanced back at the empty side of the bed, her fingers curling into the sheets, feeling the slight indentation where he had been. A man like that, he was rare. She had never spent a night like that before, a night where there were no demands, no expectations, just laughter and stories shared between strangers. Compared to her usual nights, a night where she could simply be herself, where she could cry and laugh without the weight of performance, it had felt like heaven. Her fingers tightened on the sheets, and she bit her lip. Would he come back? He said he would, but men said a lot of things, didn't they? Promises whispered in the dark, forgotten by morning. She knew better than to hope. Hope was dangerous. Hope was what got girls like her killed or worse, broken. And yet, she couldn't help it. There was something about him, something that made her want to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was different. She sighed, shaking her head, her auburn hair falling into her face as she tried to shake the thoughts away. Stupid girl, she chided herself, forcing her feet to the floor. The cold would biting into her skin. You should know better by now. He probably won't come back. He probably forgot you the moment he walked out that door. She told herself that over and over, trying to bury the tiny flicker of hope that refused to die. But deep down, in the quiet part of her heart that still dared to dream, she wanted him to come back. She wanted another night like that, another chance to be just Rose. Not Rose the whore, not the girl in the brothel, but just her. She stood, wrapping her arms around herself, staring at the door. The morning was waiting for her, and so was the world. Life was moving on, as it always did, dragging her along with it. But for a moment, just a moment, she allowed herself to linger in the warmth of last night, the memory of heaven she had touched, however briefly, before she stepped back into the cold reality of her life. Don't be stupid, Rose, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible over the noise outside. He's not coming back. But even as she said it, she couldn't quite convince herself. With one last glance at the empty bed, she turned away, the faintest of smiles tugging at her lips. Maybe he wouldn't come back, but maybe he would. And that tiny maybe was enough to keep her going, enough to bring a spark of warmth to the cold morning as she opened the door and stepped back into the world. That night, he returned like a prince from her dreams. You know what? Seducing a whore was surprisingly easy. Just give her something different than what the usual men gave them. Well, then again, that advice worked for all women, didn't it? Attention, care, the illusion of being seen. Any woman was vulnerable to these if done just right. But anyhow, that wasn't the point. The last 2 weeks had slipped by, marked by my routine visits to the brothel. Each evening, I would return to her, hiring Rose for the entire night. The look in her eyes changed to more endearing after each visit. I honestly expected it to take longer, since I wasn't some pickup artist back in my old world, and my system didn't have the charisma stat. But maybe the 20 AUTH made up for it? There had been some instances where the nobility of King's Landing had tried to compete, tried to outpay me for her services, but alas for them, I had the capital of Dorne behind me. No lord or knight was going to outbid me. Not when I had the luxury of gold flowing like water from the sun-kissed deserts. Rose, meanwhile, had been working just as I had envisioned, raising herself out of the rut that was being a simple whore, striving to become something more, someone more. In just these 2 weeks, She had managed to position herself to be more than another warm body to be used by the patrons of Baelish's House of Sin. She had been pushing herself, taking up tasks that weren't assigned to her, managing the other girls, helping with the paperwork, and being everywhere at once. And today, finally, she had made real progress, promoted from a regular employee to a manager. Meaning, she didn't have to handle clients personally if she didn't want to. This meant she was now in charge of others and able to delegate and command. She had power, a taste of it, and the hunger in her eyes told me she wanted more. And I would give it to her slowly, like a piece of bait dangling just beyond reach, enticing her to keep striving forward. Hey, Ross' voice brought me out of my thoughts, a soft whimper near my ear as she lay beside me, her breath tickling my skin. She was lying on her side, her red hair spread across the pillow, her leg thrown over my hip, her lips brushing my ear. When are we actually going through with it? I don't mind, you know. I glanced at her, a smile tugging at my lips. I told you, I said, shrugging, and not going to follow through on it as long as it requires payment. She pouted, her brows furrowing. I told you I don't mind, she said, her voice a little husky, a little needy. I do, I replied, my tone light. Get more promoted. Be fast about it. And then I leaned over, brushing my nose against hers, feeling her breath hitch. It'll give you the dragon that you want. She giggled, biting her lip, her eyes glinting with mischief. You know, she said, her fingers trailing down my chest. I'd have thought you weren't interested if I hadn't felt you respond like that. I can't wait to get closer to you. I laughed softly, shaking my head as her face moved closer, her lips parting. A kiss, at least, she whispered, her voice playful yet almost pleading. I nodded, and she wasted no time. Her hands cupped my face as she pulled me in, her lips crashing against mine, her kiss filled with hunger and need that was as much about desire as it was about something deeper, something she likely didn't even realize she was yearning for. My hands rested on her waist as we kissed. She pulled back, her eyes intense, and asked with a smile, "Ready for me?" I grinned, lifting a finger and pressing it to her lips. "Be patient," I said. She smiled softly and nodded, her eyes meeting mine. "Whatever you say, my love," she murmured, her voice muffled, her eyes never leaving mine. "Call me master," I corrected, my tone soft but firm. "I like that more." Her eyes widened for a brief moment before a grin spread across her lips, and she pulled my finger out of her mouth, her voice a purr as she said, "Sure thing, master." She leaned in again, kissing me once more, her body moving, grinding on top of me, her breath hitching as her hips moved, seeking friction. Morning came with a soft light filtering in through the curtains, the city outside beginning to wake. I stood at the edge of the bed, buttoning my shirt, my eyes flicking to the woman sprawled across the sheets, her hair a fiery halo against the pillow. Rose yawned, stretching, her eyes blinking open, still heavy with sleep. "You know," she murmured, her voice groggy, "you shouldn't come from tonight forward." I paused, raising an eyebrow at her, an amused smile playing on my lips. "Damn, you get a promotion and already discarding me?" She scoffed, sitting up, her eyes rolling. "You know, it's not like that," she said, pulling the sheet around her bare shoulders. "The deal was you come every night to hire me, so other men couldn't. But now that I'm a madam, I can ignore others' requests on my own. I don't want you wasting your time on me. I know you're a busy man." She looked at me strangely for a moment, and then joked, "Plus, you have those sand girls to seduce." She giggled before growing serious again. "Anyway, if you don't come, I can spend that time working, speeding up my promotions. Not a bad plan." She hesitated then, her eyes flicking down, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of the sheet. "Once that's done, we could go out for dinner, maybe? One day." Her voice was quiet, almost shy, as she glanced up at me through her lashes. I looked at her for a moment, her uncertainty almost endearing, and then smiled. "Of course, my dear," I said, my voice soft. Her face lit up, her lips curving into a smile that reached her eyes, and I felt a flicker of something almost like satisfaction. I leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead, my fingers brushing through her hair. "Take care, Rose, and be smart." Remember what we talked about?" She nodded, her eyes serious, her lips pressing into a determined line. "I will," she whispered. With one last glance, I turned, pulling my hood over my head as I stepped out of the room, the door clicking softly shut behind me. Another piece moved on the board, another step taken towards what was rightfully mine. 22 The Red, keep Chapter 22. The Red, keep the narrow alleys of King's Landing twisted before me, the early morning light barely piercing the filth-ridden maze. My hood was pulled low, shadowing my face, but my spirits were light, lighter than they had been in a long while. The brothel, or rather, roast, had proved useful. The city's grime, the stink of humanity mixed with rotting waste, all seemed less intrusive today, for my successes with her made me care less about everything else. I turned down a narrow street, the walls looming high on either side, the bricks stained dark by years of neglect. My feet carried me towards our small hideaway, a mansion tucked neatly into a forgotten corner of King's Landing, inconspicuous but comfortable. Well, for our purposes at least. We got it for free when Kinvara cured the sick child of the Lord, and he gifted this place to stay, so I couldn't really complain. Even with Dorn backing me, I was mostly just a bum. As I neared, something caught my eye. A glint of polished metal, sunlight bouncing off the armor of several guards. Their uniforms were concerning with a stark blue and gold, the sigil of the crown emblazoned on their chests. Royal guards. I felt a prickle of curiosity, raising an eyebrow as I watched them for a moment. What business do they have here? Tyrion had returned without issue. So why were these bastards at my doorstep? I pulled my hood tighter, slipping through the narrow side gate. The door was already open, the guard's presence weighing tension in the air. Inside, the hall was quiet, the flicker of sunlight throwing dancing shadows against the stone walls. I found Kinvara safe, draped in her crimson robes, her hair falling in waves, a soft smile playing at her lips. She looked regal, as though she were a queen, far too used to these moments of power and pressure. Her gaze flickered to me, her eyes flashing with a mix of amusement and something else, a tension that buzzed beneath the surface. "Dearest bodyguard," she called. "You're awake early," I said, closing the door behind me, the wood groaning softly. My eyes drifted to the guards standing at attention, their hands resting loosely on the hilts of their swords. I assumed that the sand snakes were still asleep since they were not here. "The Queen Regent," Kinvara began, her voice smooth, as though she spoke of the weather, "has extended an invitation." She turned fully to face me, the fabric of her robes shifting around her like liquid fire. Or at least, that's what they called it. Calling it a summon seems more fitting. Cersei Lannister? I wondered, my curiosity piqued. How does the Queen need guidance in the ways of fire and light? Kinvara's eyes sparkled with something close to mischief. She might be beyond the Lord's light. She murmured only loud enough for me to hear, but nonetheless, she demanded an audience. And I'm obliged to comply. "Would you like to join me, Vis?" The question was casual, her tone light, but it was a great opening. She knew I was looking for a way into the castle, and there were few ways better than this. I smiled, the answer forming before she had even finished speaking. "Even if I wasn't your bodyguard, I'd never turn down an invitation to the Red Keep," I said, stepping closer, lowering my voice so only she could hear. "Especially not one that comes from the Queen herself." "I thought you'd say that," she said softly, inclining her head towards the door where the guards waited. "Let's go then. The Queen awaits, and we wouldn't want to keep her waiting." "Follow us," one of the royal guards said. We moved together, the guards falling into step around us as we exited the mansion. The streets outside were slowly coming alive, vendors setting up stalls, children darting between them, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. We walked at a brisk pace, Kinvara's robes trailing behind her, her steps graceful, uncaring of the lustful gazes of the guards as their armor clinked softly in rhythm. The Red Keep loomed ahead, its towers piercing the sky, its walls casting long shadows over the bustling streets below. I stared at it for a moment. This was where my ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, first landed and built his base. His son, Maegor the Cruel, saw it completed. The Red Keep was made by Targaryens for Targaryens, but most of all, it was my home. The guards led us through the gates, their expressions stern. The atmosphere shifted as we entered the outer gates of the castle. It was a sudden quiet, the city's noise fading into a distant hum. The halls were cool, the air heavy with the scent of stone and torch smoke. I walked beside Kinvara, our escort of palace guards leading us deeper into the belly of the beast. I kept my head low, my face hidden. It wasn't like anyone would recognize me anyway, but old habits die hard. On the other hand, Kinvara moved with an elegance that made her seem almost out of place in this grim stronghold, her robes flowing. Her step light, her head held high. She looked as though she owned the place. In her mind, she probably did. And perhaps that was why the guards glanced at her with an odd mixture of awe and fear at the woman's confidence. Kinvara's presence drew eyes even among those accustomed to royalty, and her graceful smile was always on her lips. People looked at her, servants, members of high standing, lords that come to visit the castle, and we ignored them all as we walked through halls that I'd dreamt of before. Halls I recognized from my childhood. We were soon brought to a grand door that looked designed to impress more than function simply. I didn't hate it. It was nostalgic. The Red Keep was as cold and uninviting as I remembered from my childhood, but at least it felt like home. I didn't feel like a trespasser. The last time I set foot here, I was 5, and it had already been 17 years. The guards paused, and one of them stepped forward, knocking briefly before pushing the door open. His voice echoed into the chamber beyond as he announced us. "The Lady Nyra, priestess of Lawler, is here. Your Grace," he said, his tone dull. I caught a flicker of blonde hair through the gap of the door and green eyes flickering to look at us from inside. "Invite her in," a feminine voice called, and the guard nodded. He then glanced at me and seemed to decide I didn't warrant any introduction. "You heard her," the guard said, and Kinvara moved forward, her robes swaying, a smile playing on her lips. She shot me a brief glance before stepping through the doorway, her eyes flashing with something between amusement and tension. "It'll be all right. No need to worry," she murmured in a low voice. "Rather, try not to cause trouble today. MHM?" she asked, and I gave her a long look. She knew why I'd chosen King's Landing rather than the other kings. I wanted to kill Joffrey. I just smirked at her words. "No promises." She gave me a half-warning and half-amused look before she stepped through the door, the heavy wood closing behind her, leaving me in the hallway with the guard stationed nearby. The guard moved to close the door behind her, stepping in front of me as if to emphasize my lack of importance. "You wait here," he said, barely glancing at me. His voice was gruff and dismissive. I shrugged, not bothering to argue. "As you wish." I leaned back against the cool stone wall, my arms crossing over my chest as I looked around. The hall was grand, as one would expect of the Red Keep, but far too empty. I could hear distant voices, the muted clatter of movement deeper within. The boredom set in faster than expected. I glanced at the guards, both staring straight ahead, their faces expressionless. I shrugged, turning around. They didn't seem like they'd stop me, so there was no point standing around waiting. Not when the Red Keep had so much to explore, so many secrets to uncover, and so many people to meet. I slipped away from the guards, my steps quiet against the stone floor, my curiosity pulling me deeper into the keep. This was an opportunity that I wasn't about to waste. 23 Winter is coming, my lady. Chapter 23. Winter is coming, my lady. 17 years. That was how long it'd been. For the first few minutes, I still couldn't believe I was walking through its halls again. Back then, I wasn't heir. It was Rhaegar, my older brother, who was the crown prince. No matter how much I bragged about it, I was never fated to inherit any of this. But now I was working toward it. A few more, and I'll have it all back, I muttered to myself. I observed the area well, recalling the changes compared to when all of this belonged to my family. The winding and labyrinthine corridors seemed to swallow all warmth, shadows stretching out as if eager to consume those who dared to enter. The early morning light did little to barado the walls of red-painted stone, and the few torches flickering along the corridor were nothing more than trembling flames. The air was chill, the atmosphere charged, This was a place where whispers thrived and death came in silence. I walked slowly through these hallways, reaching out a hand to pluck an occasional flower or two from the garden that reached to this floor through the large windows. There was no rush, just a man stretching his legs, exploring the corners of a place that held far more secrets than most could fathom. The Red Keep was a maze, a place built on old, twisted bones, each corridor leading to more doors and secrets. I didn't know what I was looking for, but that was the fun. I was just wandering, searching for fate to hand me a situation on a platter. I moved lightly, avoiding the guards and their suspicious stares. My head pulled low over my face, and the thick carpets beneath my feet muffled my steps. Turning another corner, I paused. My long walk finally came to an end. There, standing before one of the tall windows, her gaze fixed on the city below, was a lone figure. Her auburn hair caught the early light filtering through the dusty glass, glowing like fire. So many girls around me are redheads, I counted as I watched her. She was dressed in rich silks, deep greens, and somber blues, the fabric hanging heavily, almost swallowing her tall frame. It took me a moment to recognize her. Sansa Stark, Queen-to-be of Joffrey. I stepped closer, my steps slow. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes distant as they traced the skyline of King's Landing. I could almost see the turmoil in her, 1,000 worries pressing on her shoulders, weighing her down, even in her stillness. I closed the distance, my lips quirking as I watched her. Very dangerous to stand so close to the window, I said, my voice cutting softly through the silence. She startled, her head snapping around, her eyes widening in surprise. Fear flickered across her features, for a moment a flash of vulnerability that was easy to read. The daughter of Eddard Stark, alone in the lion's den. She blinked at me, her gaze trying to make sense of my sudden appearance. I smiled, tilting my head slightly. You might fall, my lady, I added, keeping my tone light. Her voice came out in a soft breath, her words caught off guard. She straightened, stepping back from the window's ledge, her hands nervously smoothing the front of her dress. Who are you? I haven't seen you in the castle before. Just a visitor, I said, giving her a small nod. This is my name, I added after a pause. No titles, no introductions. Let her wonder who I was. And you must be Lady Sansa. She blinked, the wariness not entirely leaving her expression. How do you know my name? She asked, her voice soft, almost timid. That was a stupid question, but I just guessed she was startled. I smiled, stepping closer, my gaze flicking briefly to the window before returning to her. Everyone knows your name, my lady. You're quite famous as Stark of Winterfell, here in King's Landing. I kept my voice smooth, my words gentle, as if I were offering her some small comfort. Her lips pressed together, her gaze dropping briefly to her hands. She was nervous, unsure of me. The girl was far from who she'd become one day. Merely a step down a brat, but she was getting there. Also, she looked older. How could that be? In the show, the only reason her marriage with Joffrey was postponed was because she hadn't started to bleed yet. But here, she was definitely an adult already. Why was the marriage not held yet? Ben, you shouldn't be here, she said, her voice gaining a little strength. It's dangerous to talk to me. If what you'd come to the palace for is dealt with, leave. Dangerous? I echoed, my smile widening. For whom, me? I laughed. She hesitated, her brow furrowing. For you, yes. If the king finds you here, I waved a hand, dismissing her concern, my eyes glinting with amusement. It'll be fine, Lady Sansa. Besides, I rather enjoy the thrill of it. This place, I glanced around the dim corridor, the heavy stone walls, the tapestries lining the halls. It feels familiar, although I can't pinpoint why. If Eddard Stark was here, had I been able to answer that? I'm sure, I said, smirking at her as she frowned in confusion. I was just playing with her, but her eyes searched mine, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. I could see the questions in her, the curiosity, the uncertainty. She was wary of me, and yet she was drawn in by what I was implying, that her father would recognize me if he was here. It wasn't often that someone approached her like this with no clear agenda, no demands, just curiosity. "You're not from here, are you?" she finally said, her voice quiet. I smiled. "Interesting question. Let's just say I'm passing through." I let my gaze drift back to her, my smile softening. "And you, my lady? Do you enjoy being here? In the heart of it all? You, who were so very excited to be queen when the prospect was first proposed. You, who begged your mother to convince your father to accept King Robert's deal." She hesitated, her eyes flicking away. "It's not what I expected," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. There was a sadness in her eyes, immense sadness. "I'm curious about who you are. Are you not going to answer? Today is not the day, my lady. As for your failed expectations, the Red Keep has that effect on people," I said, my tone shifting as if I were sharing a secret. "It's not quite as grand as the stories make it out to be, is it? It's like a prison." She looked up at me, her eyes widening slightly, a flicker of something like agreement passing through them. For a moment, just a moment, she seemed to let her guard down, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. "Yes, it's a prison indeed. A rotten one." I laughed and blinked. My eyes glanced down the corridor. Footsteps, the heavy, deliberate tread of guards. I saw Kinvara walking with them, smiling calmly. Her talk with Cersei seemed to have gone without any issue, meaning my time here was up. I turned back to the older Sansa, giving her a small, charming smile, my gaze meeting hers. "Take care, my lady," I said, my voice soft. "Stay away from dangerous windows. Even if you don't fall, you might catch a cold." After all, I smiled, winter is coming. Her eyes widened, confusion turning to hope, but before she could say anything, I turned, my hood pulled low as I slipped into the shadows. The guards came into view, their eyes sweeping the corridor, but I was already gone from Sansa. Just another ghost in the labyrinth of Red Keep, who soon joined with Kinvara. "Where were you?" "Plucking flowers. So we left the keep. Pity I didn't stumble upon Joffrey today. Then again, perhaps this wasn't the best time for me to kill him. As a king, he's more of a troublemaker, not useful. If I were to kill him, it's not as if I could just sit down on the throne right there and take it. No, I'd be hunted by the entire country. First, and secondly, the Lannister would just crown Tommen instead. After all, this wasn't a kill the king and take the world type of power fantasy. Tyrion Lannister was in King's Landing, serving as the hand. Tommen would listen to the man, which would immediately make him a more competent king than Joffrey ever was. I didn't want that. In a scenario like this, the best course of action is to wait for the best opportunity to kill Joffrey. Not only when it was safe for me, but when killing him would do the most damage. For example, maybe when the fleets of Stannis Baratheon would attack. That'd throw the entire battlefield into chaos, after all, and I could just kill Stannis, unworried about a Tommen situation there. If not that, then some other perfect time to kill the twat that was Joffrey. Sadly, today was not that day. Chapter 24. Why is my dragon so small? I wasn't worried about Kinvara and Cersei's meeting at all, and as expected, she came out unharmed. The queen was simply double-checking if Kinvara wasn't helping Stannis. By the end of their talk, she determined Nyra was unrelated to Westeros' numb, useless politics. I was glad they didn't find her suspicious and hang her, but then again, I doubted they could, even if they wanted to. The woman was not the mountain, but her powers surely surpassed them all for her to be walking this earth for however long she was. A few days passed since that incident, and I hadn't received any other chance of entering the Red Keep. I was not skilled enough to infiltrate it, plus I had no reason to take such a risk. Instead, I decided to focus on my dragon for a bit rather than the politics. The mansion's atmosphere was tight. All the windows were drawn shut, the doors locked and sealed. If this had been the dead of night, maybe someone with ears sharp enough would hear it, the sickening crunch of bones, the wet, visceral tearing of flesh. It would have sounded monstrous, which wasn't far from the truth. A dragon was feasting, its teeth ripping through the bloody carcass of a freshly slaughtered sheep. Viserys' serpentine neck curled and uncurled as she gnawed at her meal, her scales glistening faintly even in the dim room. Her claws dug into the meat as if she were guarding it. It was hard to read a dragon's expression, but with her eyes narrowed, half-lidded, that could only be satisfaction. I stood beside her, my hand resting on the curve of her neck. I felt her muscles shifting beneath my palm, the deep vibrations of her growl as she ate. I enjoyed that. This was my dragon. The more she ate, the stronger she would be. The stronger I would be. I wasn't the only one watching Viserion feast. I glanced over at the sand snakes. Unlike me, they were watching from a distance, standing just outside the circle of shadow thrown by the dim lanterns. Nymeria's eyes were wide, a flicker of reverence etched into her features. Tyene stood beside her, a hand pressed over her mouth, suppressing a fascinated and unnerving smile. Obara was the furthest back, her stance more guarded, but there was no denying the awe. This creature was a legend made flesh, and it was growing bigger and fiercer each time they bore witness to her feeding. The wonder never quite dimmed. Kinvara was busy doing some priestess bullshit in the city, so it was just us here. Viserion was getting larger. It was growing evident with each passing week. Soon, it would be impossible to keep this girl confined in this old, small mansion shadows. We got it for free, after all, so it was barely livable. The room was too small. She was too big. And more than that, she needed to grow under the open sky, under the sun and the moon, in the wild, where she could hunt and soar without restraint. This was no place for a dragon. You've seen her eat a dozen times now, I said to the girls, my voice breaking the silence. It startled them, and Nymeria blinked, tearing her eyes away from the dragon. I think by now you'd be used to it. Nymeria gave a sheepish grin, shrugging a shoulder. It's still something, she replied, shrugging. Listen, you won't understand since you own her. Oh yeah, I shrugged. Tyene nodded quickly, her eyes flicking back to Viserion, who continued her feast without a care. She's getting so big, she whispered. Soon, she won't fit here. Any plans for when that happens? Yes. I was thinking the same. Actually, I said, my tone thoughtful, my gaze moving to the dragon's form. But in truth, she's growing very slowly for my taste. I'm worried. Really? The girls raised their eyebrows. It'd been a bit more than 3 months since she hatched, but she was only the size of a horse. I couldn't be sure if her growth speed was greater than my sister's dragons, but I didn't feel she was that larger. What was the dragon system doing? Well, it certainly did affect her. She was a bit different from the dragons of this world. She had 4 limbs and 2 wings, unlike those of this world, which were basically wyverns. I presume just that difference made her stronger than the other dragons of her age, but I still wanted her to grow bigger. I was hoping shed shadow over King's Landing in a year. But at this rate, I sighed. I knew from the beginning that if Viserion stayed cooped up in this mansion, her growth would be stunted. Was that the only reason for her slower growth? Dragons weren't meant to be fed in cages. They were meant to hunt, to kill, to feel the thrill of the chase. I remembered Tyrion's words when he was quoting the maesters, how he thought Dany's dragons in Meereen didn't grow because they were kept confined. A dragon's true nature could only be realized in freedom. I looked back at the sand snakes, and, a moment later, an idea found me. I think I'll be taking her out, I said, my tone casual. Been a while since she flew around. The girls glanced at each other, then back at me. Obara was the first to speak, her voice gruff. Out? Out where? The Kingswood, I said simply. She needs to hunt real prey, something more challenging than a dead sheep. Plus, I also need a hunt. I had to level up and get spearmanship to a higher grade. My skin was slightly tougher than normal, but I was not invincible. An arrow could still pierce me where Alaria's thrown knife hadn't. I couldn't let myself be delusional about my powers. Not yet. Tyene opened her mouth, her expression one of immediate objection, but I held up a hand. No, I said firmly. I know what you're thinking, but none of you is coming. Nymeria frowned, stepping forward, her eyes narrowing. Why not? She demanded. I want to see if someone sees me. I can hide. I interrupted, my gaze steady. If someone sees Viserion, I can make her disappear. Yes, so what's the issue? The more people involved, the harder it becomes to cover our tracks, I said, looking at each of them in turn. Plus, no point in risking you all unnecessarily. There was a beat of silence, the sand snakes glancing between each other. Obara's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. Tyene sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly, her disappointment evident, but she nodded. Nymeria, however, still looked unconvinced. "You're sure?" she asked, her voice quiet, her eyes searching mine. I smiled faintly, my hand brushing against Viserian scales. "I'm sure. I can handle this. Besides," I added, my tone turning lighter, "it's not as if we'll be alone." I glanced at the dragon, her jaws closing around the last of her meal, her golden eyes blinking lazily at them. "I've got her, haven't I? I had a nuke to protect me." Nymeria's gaze softened, and she sighed, giving a small nod. "Fine, but you be careful," she said, her tone carrying a hint of warning. "And come back fast. Don't make us have to come looking for you." I chuckled, pushing myself away from the wall, my hand resting against Viserian's side. "I wouldn't dream of it," I said, giving them a nod before turning my attention back to the dragon. I ran a hand down her gold scales. "All right, girl, let's get you out of here." I met Kinvara in the city and let her know about my decision. She had no objection, but we were too busy to chat in depth, as she was preoccupied with talking with the poor. Queen Cersei wished her good luck at the end of their talk, saying that since she wasn't friends with Stannis, she wanted Priestess Nyra to spend her time helping the poor. It was more of a test to see her be busy doing work rather than spying around or something. So for now, she'd have to focus on this. By the time of Renly's death, I expected her to regain her freedom. Then I dropped by Littlefinger's brothel. The brothel was buzzing with daytime energy. It was noisy and lively, with girls lounging around, laughing, and sharing idle gossip. Heavy perfumes mingled with the smell of aged wood and alcohol. It was a different kind of atmosphere from the evenings, less desperate and more relaxed. As I entered, the laughter and chatter of the brothel whores softened, and eyes turned to me, some curious, some amused. A young girl, the same blonde had questioned my wealth before, caught my eye, her lips curving into a teasing smile. She put her hands on her hips, her voice lilting with amusement as she spoke. It's Rose Prince Charming. Should I call her for you?" I laughed, a genuine chuckle escaping my lips. "Yes, please. I have something to tell her," I replied, watching as she scurried off to fetch her. It didn't take long. Soon enough, Rose stepped out into the main room, her eyes finding me easily, her lips curving into a smug smile as she crossed her arms. Her auburn hair framed her face, her presence commanding without even trying. "I thought you agreed not to visit me anytime soon?" she called out, her tone playful, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of warmth. "So impatient, are we?" She was cute. I had to admit that. "Not impatient," I said, moving closer until we were just a few steps apart. "I'm heading out of King's Landing for some work, so I thought I'd drop by, just in case you worried when I didn't show up." Her smile faded just slightly, her brows knitting as she uncrossed her arms. "Ah," she blinked. "Going out? What for? Just some work?" I said casually, dismissing the worry in her eyes. Rose frowned, her lips pressing together for a moment, her eyes searching mine. "Is it a Sellsword mission?" she asked quietly, a hint of concern breaking through her usual mask. Will you be all right?" I couldn't help the amused scoff that left me. "It'll be fine, girl," I said, giving her a reassuring smile. "You've no idea how strong I am." Robert Baratheon was strong, came a voice from behind that made the room go still. The laughter faded, and every girl nearby straightened, eyes shifting towards the source. Lord Peter Baelish stepped into view, his expression one of practiced ease, a smile playing at his lips, a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "And yet, he died to a boar," he continued, his tone light, casual. "So, it never hurts to be careful, my friend." "Lord Baelish," Rose said quickly, bowing her head. Her tone was respectful, though I could see the tension in her shoulders. I simply returned his gaze with a small smile, my head tilting slightly in acknowledgement. Baelish's eyes flicked over me, his smile widening just a touch. "I am happy. A member of the Second Sons," he said, his voice almost admiring. "How fortunate that you took a liking to one of my girls." He glanced at Rose. I do hope you treat her well. I haven't seen her so elated since she joined us. She's also quite productive lately. A remarkable change. I kept my smile, nodding. I'm glad to hear that, I said, my voice pleasant. I hadn't expected to come across such a fine girl either. Your establishment certainly lives up to its reputation, my lord. He laughed. It was a soft, smooth sound that somehow felt sharp like the edge of a blade. Indeed, he said, his eyes still on me. Please give my regards to the Red Priestess. Mr. Viss, he said, and do be careful wherever you're headed. I'd hate for Rose to be saddened by any unfortunate news of your demise. With that, he gave a slight bow, then turned, his footsteps fading as he moved away, leaving the room quieter than before. I scoffed under my breath. I watched his back, my smile fading into something more thoughtful. Rose stood beside me, her expression guarded. Her eyes followed Baelish until he disappeared from view. Your superior is something, I muttered very low, so that only she could hear, turning back to her. Instead of sounding genuinely worried, it was almost as if he'd prefer me dead. What a man. Rose opened her mouth and hesitated as her lips pressed into a tight smile. Then she nodded, whispering, yeah, I didn't like how he worded it either. Why do you have to mention Robert Baratheon like that? Ugh, she scowled, shaking her head. I held back a smile. Good. She trusted me enough to reveal her true opinion about the man. But yes, do be careful. When can I expect to see you again? A week, I'd say, I replied, my tone light, teasing. If I'm late, then assume I'm dead for real. She scowled again, glaring at me, her eyes narrowing. Don't joke about that, she snapped. But her voice had no real anger, just worry. Poor girl was in love. I was starting to feel a little bad now for playing with her feelings. But promise, if she agreed to work for me after I'd reveal my true allegiance, she'd be happier than the happiest whore in the world. She'd become a big shot in this world. I laughed, reaching out to brush her hair back from her face. Sorry, I said softly. I'm really tougher than I look. They'll prove it to you one day. On the night of our dinner date, I added, winking at her. She giggled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. They'll be waiting, she said, her voice softening. Her eyes meeting mine. There was a flicker of something in her gaze, something that made her hesitate before she leaned forward, pressing her lips to mine in a brief, tender kiss. The girls around us gasped dramatically as I returned it, my hand resting on her waist for a moment before I pulled back, giving her one last smile before I turned away, making my way out of the brothel. It'd been weeks since she stopped seeing customers, so I didn't hate kissing her. Ah, poor girl, I thought, feeling the sweetness of her lips. If only she knew that she was being used. But hey, she couldn't hate me for it. I was saving her from the inevitable death Shed face to Joffrey. Just Shed have to become my information broker. I hoped Shed not make a foolish choice when the time came. Rose followed me to the door, watching as I mounted my horse. Her eyes never left me as I rode away. The city stretched out before me, and soon, I found myself in Kingswood. 25-week human chapter 25. Weak human, the path to the gazebo was strewn with sand and stone as she walked beside Yora, her gaze fixed ahead. Her mind swirled with uncertainty as she approached the gazebo. Dany's dragons were missing, many of her blood riders dead. And every promise of safety from Karth Grand City gates had turned out to be nothing but dust. With a storm brewing in her heart, she smelled the scent of seawater mixing with the acrid stench of blood as they came to a stop. Before them stood a gazebo framed by 4 pillars. Under its shadow, a woman was wetting a paintbrush, dipping it into a goat's skull filled with fresh blood. Ser Yora, the Undul. The masked woman spoke without looking up, her attention on painting a strange pattern across a man's bare back. Dany watched the strange process. The blood trickled down his skin, and he remained eerily still. Is she a sorceress? She wondered. Maybe she should return, then. She didn't like sorcerers, for one had claimed her husband's life. The masked woman, whose name was Kaith according to Ser Yora, continued her work as she spoke. This man must sail past Old Valyria. All who travel close to the Doom need protection. We didn't come here to talk about protection, Yora grunted, stepping forward, his eyes flicking uneasily over the blood-soaked scene. I know, Kate replied, her voice calm. Her eyes, the only visible part of her face through her mask, turned towards Daenerys. You're here for your dragons. Her gaze was as though she could see right through her, past the uncertainty and exhaustion, to the desperation she fought to hide. Daenerys' heart skipped a beat. Yora's hand went instinctively to the hilt of his spear. You have them? He demanded, voice edged with suspicion. Where are they? Draw your spear. Kate paused her painting, her gaze shifting to Yora, her voice holding a challenge. See what your steel is worth here. Ser Yora. Enough. Daenerys' jaw clenched, and she stepped between them. She placed a hand on Yora's arm, feeling the taut muscles beneath the fabric. He tensed but obeyed, stepping back, though his eyes never left Kate. Do you have my dragons? Daenerys asked, her tone steely, her patience frayed. Kate tilted her head slightly, her movements unhurried. I do not, princess. The air thickened with tension, and Daenerys clenched her teeth. She looked at Yora, sighing. Another loose end, she said, a note of frustration creeping into her voice. Not a loose end. You were led here for guidance, Kate said simply. You seek your dragons, but they are only a part of your path. You must seek the last of your blood. Alone, you can't achieve your goals. Daenerys frowned, her eyes narrowing. The last of my blood? Much of my blood was slaughtered in this city. She snapped, her words cold. The blood of her blood, a large number of her loyal Dothraki, had perished. They're not your blood. The woman shook her head. Your blood is the blood of dragons, and they are mere barbarians. They're not who I'm talking about. Dany scoffed. Was this woman insane? If you mean Viserys, he must be dead in some desert and good riddance. Kate scoffed softly, stubborn as ever. The Targaryens must stand together, princess. He's not dead. He is one of the dragons, and you will need him. Dany stared at her. One of the dragons? Not just the egg. She couldn't be sure what this woman meant, but her decision was final. I need no one but my dragons, Daenerys shot back, turning to leave. This was nothing but another cryptic waste of time. And if Viserys was indeed alive, the first thing she'd do to him after finding him was burn him to ashes. She had lost much starting with her husband, her child, and then her blood riders. Why should she look for Viserys, who had never been anything but cruel? No, wasn't it due to him that Drogo died? When he forced Drogo to let him escape by blackmailing the child in her womb, the entire Dothraki saw Drogo as a weakling. That must be why one of those blood riders dared insult and challenge him, prompting him to get that wound that ultimately led to his demise because of that witch's betrayal. In one sense, it wasn't the witch's fault, nor was it Dany's for trusting that witch. It was her brother's fault, that useless piece of human trash. The last of her blood? It was good to know that he was alive, because she'd kill him with her own hands one day. Kate's voice cut through the air, stopping her mid-step. Do consider my words, princess. But as for your dragons, she said, while I do not have them, I do know where they are. Daenerys paused, her heart thudding, her breath caught in her throat. Slowly, she turned back, eyes wide with a glimmer of hope. Tell me, she demanded, her voice low. The sun had dipped beneath the horizon, leaving the world draped in twilight as I slid off my horse's back. The edge of Kingswood stretched out before me, and impossibly high silhouettes of trees cast long, wavering shadows across the earth. The stillness of the evening hung heavy in the air, as if the entire forest held its breath, waiting for what was to come. The forest at night was just how I wanted it. It was quiet, dark, and most importantly, without prying eyes. If someone had decided to wander into Kingswood by chance, they'd see nothing but shadow. And shadows I could handle. Plus, Kingswood was the private hunting ground of the king, so it was safe for me to bring Viserion here since nobody else would be here to hunt. Joffrey was busy in the capital. I led my horse to a small thicket, tying the reins loosely around a low-hanging branch before turning back to face the woods. Dany White neighed softly, its eyes showing a mix of exhaustion and unease, its nostrils flaring as if sensing what lurked in these woods. I patted its neck briefly, muttering a quick reassurance. Stay put. I've got something bigger to handle. With that, I stepped away, making my way deeper into the trees. The path was littered with fallen leaves and the occasional half-buried stone, and the night air grew cooler with each step. My boots crunched against the underbrush, but I didn't try to move quietly. There was no need for stealth tonight. The forest seemed to shift around me, the darkness growing thicker, almost tangible. My senses were on high alert, picking up the scattered movements of animals in the distance. I picked on the soft rustle of leaves as nocturnal creatures skittered about. My senses were far sharper than those of a normal man. I wondered just how strong I was. I didn't quite understand my limits, but I never bothered to test them since I kept getting stronger each level up. Regardless, my senses allowed me to move around the forest without confronting danger as I scouted the area. The forest was fascinating, really, seeing animals larger than what I remembered from Earth, their glowing eyes watching from the shadows, cautious but unafraid. Stags, larger than anything I'd ever seen before. Wild boars, their tusks gleaming even in the dim moonlight. But those weren't my prey tonight. I found a clearing soon enough. It was a break among the cluster of trees, an opening large enough for what I intended. The moonlight filtered down through the gaps, throwing silver beams across the forest floor. I exhaled, spreading my palm and facing the air. The air trembled and space-time cracked. It split, revealing darkness on the other side, with a flash of golden. It wasn't even a heartbeat later that she burst forth Viserion, a blur of shimmering scales and feral energy. She didn't greet me, the rude girl, as her wings beat down, propelling her upward with a rush of wind. Leaves stirred around me, ruffling my hair as I watched her ascend. She let out a roar that was a deep, resonating sound reverberating across the clearing. It silenced everything. She took to the sky, her form disappearing against the dark canvas above, her golden wings a blur against the stars. I stepped back, my eyes fixed on her silhouette as she hovered, her head turning, surveying the land beneath her while fire slipped from her nostrils. I had chosen this clearing because it was away from the densest part of the forest, away from the chance of setting the entire forest ablaze. But as Viserion let out another roar, diving down with a burst of speed, flames spewing forth from her jaws, I couldn't help the slight pang of uncertainty that crept into my thoughts. The fire lit up the clearing, turning night into day for the briefest moments. Maybe the night wouldn't matter if someone truly was around. They'd see the dragon to all her glory, and rumors would spread like wildfire. Shit, starting next time, I had to visit even further than Kingswood, somewhere less occupied. The deer scattered, some caught by the flame, their cries echoing as they fell, the forest floor alive with chaos. The air reeked of smoke, the heat of the fire licking at the nearest branches, but the trees remained, for now, untouched. I stood back, watching as Viserion descended upon the carcasses, her eyes glinting, her snout lowering to feast. She grabbed it with her jaw and took off to the sky, vanishing. I couldn't help but grin. I didn't have a proper army yet, but I felt invincible when I saw a sight like this. She was powerful, more powerful than anything in this world, and she was mine. Rarg. My body jolted as a roar came from behind me. It wasn't from Viserion. No, it was something else. Instinct took over as I spun, and already reaching for my spear from my inventory. The sound was guttural and full of fury, and my eyes locked onto the source. It was a tiger, larger than anything I had ever seen before, even larger than Viserion. Well, that wasn't a surprise, considering she was only as large as a horse right now. The tiger's eyes glowed in the dark, its muscles rippling beneath its striped fur as it stalked forward, lips pulled back to reveal sharp teeth. I drew my spear, the blade glinting in the moonlight, my stance shifting as I readied myself. I was strong, but could I beat a tiger in 1v1? I felt like a madman as I faced it. The tiger growled, its eyes locked on me, and I could feel the adrenaline rushing through my veins. This was not a fight I had anticipated, but it was one I would face. The tiger lunged, muscles coiled like a spring, its eyes fixed on me. My grip on my spear tightened, my body moving instinctively. I was ready to test my limits. But before I could even swing, a shadow passed overhead, a deafening roar echoing through the clearing. Grorg! Viserion came crashing down from above, her jaws opening wide as she unleashed a burst of fire. The tiger barely had time to react, its roar turning into a strangled cry as the flames engulfed it, the heat searing through fur and flesh. The beast fell, its body crumpling to the ground, smoke rising from the charred remains. Viserion didn't hesitate. She pounced on the still-smoking carcass, her jaws snapping down, tearing through flesh and bone. I watched, my heart still pounding, my spear still in my hand, as my dragon feasted, her growl echoing into the night. And then something happened, something I couldn't have anticipated. Viserion lifted her head, her eyes turning towards me, the flames still flickering around her jaws. Her lizard-like gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment I thought I saw something in them, something intelligent. She narrowed her eyes, her head tilting slightly, and then, to my utter disbelief, she spoke. Weak human, she growled, a guttural, loud voice that made the leaves tremble. It sounded like the eruption of a volcano. I stared in disbelief as her deep voice resonated through the clearing. Her words were harsh, but not dripping with disdain, and her spelling sounded like that of a child trying to copy something Shed heard. I stared, stunned into silence, my grip on my spear loosening. Before I could even comprehend what had just happened, Viserion spread her wings, pushing off the ground with a powerful beat. The wind stirred the leaves around me as she took to the sky once more. I stood there, alone in the clearing, my eyes following her form as she disappeared into the night, her words still echoing in my mind. Weak human, the clearing fell silent, the only sound the distant crackle of the fire, still smoldering. I lowered my spear, exhaling slowly, my mind still reeling. So my dragon could speak. That was new, and despite the respect bar being high, she was a moody little lizard. That girl needs to respect her elders, I laughed. Finally, the dragon system was doing its job. 26, it's hunting time, chapter 26. It's hunting time. The moon hung heavy above Kingswood, casting a pale glow over the forest. Viserion's scales gleamed like liquid gold as she moved, darting between the trees with a lethal grace that was mesmerizing, her wings flapping. Her form flickered between shadow and light, her presence a force that the forest seemed to acknowledge, if not outright fear. Animals scattered before her boars, deer, bears, all fleeing the hunter that had no rival. I watched from a distance, leaning against an old oak, my gaze fixed on her form. There was something hypnotic in the way she moved, the way her muscles rippled beneath her shining scales. She was stronger now and also more dangerous. Dany's dragons don't stand a chance, I scoffed to myself. And yet, a worry twisted inside me, a nagging thought at the back of my mind. How long until she became something even I couldn't control? That was probably a needless worry, given that the system allowed me to see her mindset, but still page 3 dragon management system, as you can manage your dragons here. You can see their location, hunger rate, and also their respect toward you. You currently own 1 dragon, Viserion. Location, Kingswood, Crownlands, Westeros. Hunger, 98 respect. 94 page 3. It was 93 back in King's Landing, and now had grown to 94. Thanks to this page, I could tell when to give in to her whims to raise that percentage. So as long as I kept my eyes open, I should be able to avoid her from fleeing from my side. Viserion wasn't fully satiated yet, though, so she was still hunting. She let out a low, guttural growl, slamming into a bear. The beast barely had time to react before her teeth sank deep, a roar turning into a strangled silence. The ground trembled with each beat of her wings. You've leveled up. I watched with a small smile. My dragon, my power, a fragment of old Valyria's glory. It was only a matter of time before I conquered this land. But I wasn't here just to watch. I had my own plans tonight. Quietly, I turned and slipped into the underbrush, letting the forest swallow me. My steps were light, my senses sharp, every rustle of the leaves and crack of a branch heightened in my ears. The night was alive to all my senses, filled with the scurry of creatures, the distant snapping of twigs, and the subtle breaths of animals moving cautiously in the dark. GRGH, a boar emerged from the shadows, its tusks catching the moonlight, its small, dark eyes scanning the surroundings. I stilled myself, bringing out a spear in my hand. I hesitated, and then I deposited the spear back into the inventory. I should test my strength. The boar roared and charged. I positioned myself to tackle it. With one swift movement, my fist found its mark, slamming between its eyes. The impact resounded across the area, making the leaves tremble. The boar let out a shrill squeal before collapsing, and satisfaction flooded through me. You've killed a boar. You've received experience points. The notifications blinked before my eyes, but I wasn't done yet. There was more prey in these woods, and I planned to push myself further. I moved on, finding a stag, its antlers spread like a crown. It charged at me, but I dodged to the side, adrenaline surging through my veins. One strike, then another. Its horn shattered first, and its skull split next. You've killed a stag. You've received experience points. The stag crumpled to the ground, the weight of its body landing with a finality that echoed in the silence around me. My breath came in short bursts, not because I was tired, but because I'd been nervous. It was a fearsome foe. My muscles were taut, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Phew, I breathed out and laughed a little. This was good. I was strong, much stronger than an average man. Not yet on the level of the mountain. I think, I muttered. Your dragon, Viserys, has killed an ash wolf. Your dragon, Viserys, looks like she found a whole pack. I watched the notifications continue. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 20. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Your levels are close to a breakthrough. Something shifted in the air. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I blinked, my gaze growing sharper somehow. The night grew less dark, and I could see better. Before I could fully register what was happening, the night went bright. This time not because I could see better, but because of something else. My head snapped to Viserys. She had paused, her eyes narrowed, and her body began to glow. Bright, blinding gold light spilled out from her scales, turning the night into day. The glow was almost too intense, and I felt a pang of alarm. She was too exposed, too visible. Viserys, I shouted, breaking into a sprint toward her. The light hurt my eyes as I got closer. Stop it. She looked at me, her gaze defiant. I could see it she didn't want to listen. Stop it. I repeated softer, but the command in my voice was stronger. She locked eyes with me, golden light staring at me. She let out a low growl, but the light began to fade, slowly until only the soft glow of moonlight remained. I let out a breath, my shoulders relaxing. She was powerful, more powerful than I had realized, and she was gaining more powers. Since when did dragons become light bulbs? Thankfully, she still listened to me. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Was it because of this? I thought I'd need to shout a few more times. Also, the night was still clearer, the darkness less stifling to my eyes. My gaze caught a small movement, a rabbit, poised to flee. I watched, sensing its tension, predicting its path before it even moved. Everything seemed sharper. The world was slowing down around me, each movement and sound standing out. Thankfully, I was gaining powers too. Real power. Not just the strength of a dragon, but my own growing, evolving, becoming something more. Enough to beat the shit out of this lizard if she grew too rebellious someday. The night hung heavy around the Kingswood, now that Viserys wasn't spewing fire everywhere. A darkness that seemed to swallow everything, not just in sight, but also in sound and presence. So it was easy to pick up any odd sounds. I barely had time to prepare myself when I heard at the distant rustle of leaves, muffled voices, and the unmistakable rhythm of approaching hooves. Oh shit. I cursed under my breath and quickly turned towards Viserys. The dragon, who had been half-curled near the tree-line. Her wings folded lazily, snapped her head up at my urgency. Into the subspace, I muttered, pressing my hand against her scales. Her eyes narrowed at me, the golden glow flickering for a moment, almost as if she were rolling them. Fine, but thankfully she obeyed, her form slithering into the black crack in the air that was the House of Dragons. She disappeared entirely back into whatever dimension it was. I turned, breathing out, schooling my features just as the riders emerged into view. Who the fuck is it? Hopefully not Joffrey. He'd make things difficult for me. And since he had a big group with him, I'd not be able just to kill him here. I knew my limits from fighting the beasts here, and I wasn't a one-man army yet. 27 Blood in the Kingswood Chapter 27. Blood in the Kingswood, the moonlight glinted off silver armor, and there they were. I recognized the sigil that flew on their banner and glinted on their armor. It was House Velaryon. It was one of the only other houses besides the Targaryen that had Valyrian blood in them. The first thing I noticed was the white hair. It shone, even in the darkness, unmistakably Valyrian. It was a hoax. The group of 24 riders pulled their reins as they spotted me, curiosity evident in their glances. At the front of the armored group, a man with sea-weathered features, dark skin, and a regal bearing observed me, his expression one of cautious curiosity. I'd done my study before coming to King's Landing from Dorne, so while I didn't recognize his face, I recognized his identity. Lord Montford Velaryon, head of House Velaryon, and beside him rode his young son Montrese. "You there?" Montford called out, his voice carrying across the clearing. He nudged his horse closer, the animal's hooves crunching against the underbrush. His eyes narrowed as they settled on me, taking in my appearance, the light armor, the white hair. "Who are you? What are you doing out here in Kingswood?" His tone wasn't overtly hostile, but there was an edge to it. I was more curious about what he was doing here. Apparently hunting with his son, from the looks of it. We Targaryens allowed House Velaryon to hunt in Kingswood when we ruled, as a show of appreciation to their loyalty. However, that changed when Robert took over. He only allowed himself to hunt here. I doubted Joffrey would allow them, considering that. Wait, no. They support Stannis, not Joffrey. So they were here uncaring of Joffrey's decree? They were close to Kingswood from the other side, the seaside, so it made sense. They came here, sure that they'd not find anyone else. Then they found me. This could be troublesome if they choose to eliminate me. Thinking I'd report them to Joffrey. I straightened, giving them an easy smile, though my mind raced. "Rhys, my lord," I said simply, adopting a nonchalant tone. "I couldn't use the Vis identity here. I am a wandering mercenary for Volantis. I'm just making my way to King's Landing, but got a little lost in the woods. Am I not allowed here?" Montford's gaze was sharp, his eyes lingering on mine for a moment before drifting to my hair. What was he looking at? Volantis, eh? He nodded, and somehow he sounded fully convinced. "If not for your hair," and Eyes' voice trailed off as he scrutinized my eyes, "I might have doubted it." I froze for a heartbeat, the corners of my smile faltering. My hair was black, right? Why was he? The wind blew a lock of my hair in front of my face, and I caught white. Shit, fuck. What happened? I needed a moment, but I realized what had happened. The system's little old Valyrian blood strengthened notification wasn't just fluff. It had simply overwritten Kinvara's little hair-changing magic and returned my hair to white. I could feel the weight of my gaze shifting, checking the reflection in my dagger's blade for a glimpse of my eyes. Sharp purple, unlike the faint one before that, was almost unnoticeable unless someone looked too closely. Was that why I could see better now? I nodded, keeping my smile in place. "Yes, it seems some features are hard to shake off." I replied easily, letting my gaze drift pointedly to his own locks of hair. "Like that familiar silver hair, my lord. Beautiful braids." The little boy, who sat beside his father on a smaller horse, couldn't seem to tear his eyes from me. I failed to recall his name. Was it Monty? He was staring intensely. The boy's gaze was wide, openly fascinated as he took in my appearance. There was something innocent in that curiosity, something that made him easier to read than his father's scrutinizing stare. Woe, Monty blurted, his voice high-pitched with the kind of wonder that only children possessed. You have old Valyrian blood, too? Do you know magic? Monterey's. His father gave him a stern look, but there was no denying the boy's eagerness, the way his fingers fidgeted against the reins. I chuckled softly, shrugging. Just a wandering knight, young lord. No magic, I'm afraid. Only a spear and some luck. Montfort eyed me a moment longer, his gaze slipping to the clearing around us. To the faint glow of the embers from the earlier dragon fire was nowhere to be seen. I didn't remain in spots that were too burnt, and this place was as good as new. However, the scent of burnt meat did linger in the air, and his nostrils flared slightly as he caught it. I hoped he'd just assume I was cooking myself a game. He glanced back at me, his expression guarded, though he didn't press further. We're camped nearby, Montfort said, his tone shifting, becoming a touch more formal. Why don't you join us for the night? Viserys? It's not wise to be alone in these woods after dark. The invitation was clear, but so was the undertone. A lone night out in the woods. An unfamiliar face, he didn't trust me, and this was his way of keeping an eye on me before deciding what to do with me. I inclined my head, giving a small, seemingly appreciative smile. I'd be honored, my lord, I replied, but I'd rather not bother you. I plan to sleep the night out and continue my journey tomorrow, if you'd allow me. He stared at me for a moment before grunting with a nod. Sure thing, he said, then let's talk for a bit more. It's not every day I meet fellow Valyrian. Who is your family? His voice was polite, but his intentions were mixed. I gave a slow shake of my head, my gaze going briefly to the moon before flicking back to meet Montfort's. None that I know of, I said. My mother was a Hora woman of common birth. My father? Never knew him. He is the one with the Valyrian blood, apparently, but I have no idea who he is. I've been on my own for a long time, my lord. Family's not something I've ever had the luxury of. My voice was measured, devoid of sentimentality, just the way I wanted it. I could feel Montfort's gaze still weighing on me, searching for cracks. A wanderer with Valyrian blood, I see, Montfort mused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Even rarer. He left it at that, but his eyes lingered on me a moment longer, and I could feel the wheels turning in the man's mind. I think I'm safe. He wouldn't want to kill a kin based on pure suspicion. I hoped. The conversation paused, and then the boy broke the silence. Have you ever seen Dragon? Monterey spoke with wide, eager eyes. For a moment, I was scared they'd seen my dragons soar the skies earlier, and that was the reason they were here. But his curiosity was as innocent as his father's was calculated. His face was a picture of fascination. I turned my head to look at the boy, my gaze softening, a faint smile on my lips. Nope, but perhaps one day, young lord, I said, perhaps one day you will see one. Monterey's eyes widened further, excitement lighting up his expression. Really? He was ready to burst with questions, but his father's hand rested on his shoulder, a subtle gesture to temper the boy's enthusiasm. Enough questions for now, Montfort said, his voice carrying both authority and warmth. He gave me a polite nod. It's been a long day for all of us. Well, let our guest rest. We've interrupted his sleep long enough. He nodded and then rode the other way. His group followed him in tandem, hooves clicking against the ground. I stared at their retreating backs. I was perhaps really lucky that they'd just let me leave. It was probably because he sensed kinship in me, and part of him didn't want to cause trouble for me. Any other day, and the result of this encounter might have been different. House Valerion, huh? I watched them leave, eyes lingering on Montfort. The ruler of Driftmark was a small family from the old Valyria. They were once allies of House Targaryen, their fleets unmatched, their loyalty unshakable. That was in the past. I knew they supported Stannis now, and Montfort paid dearly for that in the original timeline by dying in the Battle of Blackwater. I didn't plan to save him from that. Instead, my eyes were on that boy. Monterey's could become lord after that incident. House Valerion could be an asset in time. The boy's fascination with dragons could be a key. When the time was right, I'd pay a visit to Driftmark, and that boy would remember me. I guess I know which house I'd bring under me first. I muttered under the cold whispers of the wind. Then again, perhaps I'd already have the 7 kingdoms under me by then. I had more than one plan, after all. One starting with Renly Baratheon's death, 28 developments of King Joffrey Chapter 28. Developments of King Joffrey. It had been nearly a week of hunting in Kingswood and its nearby region, although mostly the latter since I didn't want to encounter the Valerian house again. I do not have any excuses if I encounter them again, so I roamed the free field around the area instead. Needless to say, that meant my levels grew far slower since there were only livestock and occasional wolves outside the forest. But I was level 23 now, and that was much better than when ID left for King's Landing. Now, I was approaching the towering walls of the city again. The sight was familiar, even if I'd only seen it once in recent times. Perhaps that was also why it felt suffocating. Its chaotic, filthy streets stretched out before me as I passed through the gates, the black wig itchy against my scalp. Ever since my Valyrian blood strengthened a week ago, my silver hair had become a liability. Wearing the wig felt like a necessary annoyance, but it was one I begrudgingly accepted. Thankfully, the guards barely paid me any attention as I blended into the crowd. Or so I thought. "Oi, you," a familiar voice called, stopping me in my tracks. I tensed, turning to see none other than Bronn, the Cell's-word-turned commander of the City Watch. His sharp eyes swept over me, narrowing slightly before a sly grin spread across his face. "Don't I know you?" Bronn drawled, his tone half serious, half mocking. "You're that fella who hangs about with the priestess, yeah? Nyra, was it?" I forced a casual smile, my hand twitching slightly as I adjusted the bag slung over my shoulder. "Ah, yes, that is the case. I've been traveling for a bit, trying to do some odd jobs for coin." Bronn chuckled, stepping closer. "I? What? You got bored of that bombshell priestess already? Or did she kick you out? Seems a waste to leave someone like her all alone." I shrugged, masking my irritation with a faint smirk. "Let's just say I've had my reasons. And you seem to have moved up in the world, Bronn." I gestured to the man's armor, the insignia of the City Watch polished to a gleam. Bronn grinned, clearly enjoying the compliment. Well, someone's got to keep this city from tearing itself apart. Might as well be me." He stepped aside, waving me through. "Go on then. Don't let me keep you. But if I were you, I'd keep an eye out. City's not as friendly as it used to be." I nodded, my steps measured as I passed. Relief washed over me as Bronn didn't press further. I was glad to put some distance between us. "Phew," I muttered under my breath as I slipped deeper into the city, heading straight for my small mansion. Whether he noticed the wig and chose not to comment or simply missed it, I wasn't sure. The inventory had been invaluable for storing the wig and other necessities, but I was growing tired of relying on it. The mansion was eerily quiet when I arrived. I pushed open the door, my brows furrowing as I called out. "Kinvara? Nymeria? Tyene? Anyone?" The lack of response grated on my nerves. Kinvara, as usual, was off somewhere doing her priestess work. Commendable, I suppose, but damnably inconvenient. And the Martell girls? Likely wandering the city, oblivious to the risks. I sighed, pulling off the wig and tossing it onto a chair. "A wig," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. A Targaryen, reduced to wearing a wig like some common actor. Ridiculous. Of course, it hadn't been an issue before, but since I had a better alternative, Kinvara's magic, it felt a little insulting. The modern man in me knew it was a stupid thing to feel, but the Viserys in me disagreed. With nothing better to do, my thoughts turned to Rose. The brothel was a short walk away, and visiting her would be a good way to kill time. Plus, it was close to the time that I secured her loyalty. I put on the wig once again. I slipped through the crowd-filled streets and found myself in front of Littlefinger's brothel. The brothel was lively when I walked in, the chatter of girls and the occasional burst of laughter filling the air, though something about the energy felt subdued. The whore's laughter felt forced today. As I stepped inside, the noise shifted. Some of the laughter dimmed, and heads turned to regard me, with expressions ranging from curiosity to unease. The scent of heavy perfume mixed with alcohol hung in the air like a haze, and I searched for the familiar girls through it. One of the girls, again the same blonde who had teased me before, blinked in surprise when she caught sight of me. Except today, she didn't look very delighted. Her expression was something more subdued. "Hey, you," I called, and she blinked. "I'll call Rose right away," she said, her voice quieter than usual. She turned and scurried off, leaving me to survey the room. Something felt off. There was an eerie undercurrent, a tension in the air that was hard to ignore, as if everyone was waiting for something to go wrong. Was King's Landing going through such harsh times? The vibrant chaos of the brothel felt muted today. It was like a painting stripped of its color. Moments later, Rose came rushing out, her expression solemn, though it lit up when she saw me. Before I could speak, she grabbed my arm, her voice urgent. "Let's head to her room." Now, I raised a brow but followed her without protest. Once inside, Rose locked the door behind us before turning, her face pale, her hands trembling. Before I could ask, she threw herself into my arms, her body shaking as she clung to me. "Isn't this girl being way too clingy? That's not good given how our relationship will change soon," I noted as I parted my lips. "Who's?" I asked, keeping my voice calm but edged with concern. "What happened?" She pulled back just enough to look at me, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I am so sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop it." "Stop what?" I pressed, my tone firm but not unkind. Rose took a shaky breath, her words tumbling out in a rush. "Littlefinger sent me and Daisy, my friend, to attend King Joffrey." I scowled, and she continued, her eyes trembling as if fearing rejection. "I tried to refuse, I swear, but he wouldn't hear it. Said it was my final assignment before my promotion." By promotion, she must mean the position of an assistant, and not that of a madam, as that already happened. Her voice cracked, and she buried her face in her hands. "I'm sorry I had to take it. But don't worry. Nothing happened between us. Somehow, I'm not happy about that. Because Joffrey, he made me hurt her. Daisy, he made me beat her. And now she's barely alive. She's dying. Her bones are broken, her body wounded, and Lord Baelish is not even bothering to save her. She won't last the night." A flicker of annoyance stirred within me, not at Rose, but at the situation. I knew this scene from the show, and it was every bit as disgusting in reality. But I forced myself to remain composed. "And you? Did he?" "No," she said quickly, shaking her head. "He didn't hurt me. He just watched. He made me hurt her and watched. Watched a fucking hota." A part of me wanted to lash out at him in the cruelest way imaginable, but alas, poor Sansa didn't deserve such a fate. I exhaled, resting my hands on her shoulders and meeting her tearful gaze. "It's going to be all right," I said, my voice steady. "Well, save her." Rose looked at me as I yanked out a pouch. "Take this. This much should be enough to get your friend treated from a great healer," I said. Her eyes widened. "No, I can't take your money. You went out and risked your life for this job. I can't take your money." "It's not for you," I interrupted. "It's for her. Take it. Use it to get her help. Your friend's life is more important than my money, Rose." She hesitated, her hands trembling as I pressed the pouch of coins into them. Finally, she nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you so much." I gave her a reassuring smile, though inwardly my mind was already planning my next move. Although I hated that twat, Joffrey, his actions would only make things easier. Oh, how well-timed this situation was. Not only was her hate for Joffrey at an all-time high, but the same went for Littlefinger, for refusing to treat one of his workers who was dying. It was time to strike, for the iron was very hot. "And Rose," I said, my tone softening, "tomorrow morning, I'm taking you out of King's Landing. Tend to your friend tonight, and be ready to leave by dawn." She blinked, surprised. "Leave? Where?" I smiled, a touch of mystery in my expression. "I have something to show you. And tomorrow night, consider it the dinner date I promised you." Rose stared at me, her tear-streaked face softening into something almost hopeful. "All right," she whispered. I nodded, my mind already turning to the opportunities ahead. "Good. Now go. Save her life." As Rose left the room, clutching the pouch of coins, I allowed myself a small, private smirk. One more piece moved into place. 29 Princely Secrets of a Dragon Chapter 29 Princely Secrets of a Dragon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Daisy's voice was weak but earnest as she looked up from the bed, her pale face framed by strands of damp, brown hair. Her eyes were rimmed with exhaustion, but held a faint light of hope as they met mine. Rose stood beside her bed, a soft smile tugging at her lips, though her own weariness was apparent. You have no idea how much this means to me, Daisy continued, her voice trembling slightly as she held my hand. She was on the verge of tears. Rose told me everything. She's lucky to have found someone like you. Truly lucky. Ross's cheeks flushed, a faint giggle escaping her as she glanced at me, shy and girlish in her demeanor. Oh, Daisy, you're making me embarrassed, I smiled faintly, inclining my head toward Daisy. I'm just glad you're safe. The healers weren't sure if you'd survive the night, even with the medicines. But since the night has passed, you should be all right now. Just focus on recovering, I said simply. Rose and I will make sure you're taken care of. Daisy's lips parted as if to protest, but the strain on her body was too much. Just rest, Rose said, and the woman sighed, sinking back against the thin pillow, her eyes fluttering shut. Rose reached over, gently adjusting the blanket around her friend with a tenderness that failed to catch her hardened life. I walked away from the bed and lingered by the door, watching Rose care for Daisy. Her movements were gentle, her touch soft. There was something human in her I hadn't fully noticed or appreciated before. I had started approaching her with the intention of using her as a tool. Still, thankfully I hadn't inherited my father's madness, so I could appreciate my subordinates more than just tools or pawns, but rather as someone capable of loyalty and depth. When she finally turned to me, I straightened, masking my thoughts with a faint smile. You'll wait outside, I said, my tone casual. Take your time. She nodded, her lips pressing together in a tight, grateful line. It was early morning, and would be late if we delayed any further. I stepped out into the corridor, the faint light casting long shadows on the walls. The sunlight was faint when we set out from King's Landing. The city still slumbered as Rose and I rode away, the streets quiet save for the occasional drunkard or beggar huddled in the alleys. Rose sat on my proud steed, Danny White, her figure small but poised. I was sitting behind her, my arms around her waist and holding the reins. She laughed softly when I squeezed her waist now and then with the excuse of steadying myself. She was giddy sharing a horse with me as I nudged the horse forward, guiding her through the winding paths that led away from the city's walls. I've never ridden like this before, she admitted, tilting her head back slightly. Her auburn hair brushed against my cheek, and there was a lightness in her voice that felt foreign, even to her. Truly, the poor girl was in love. It almost feels like flying. I chuckled, keeping my tone light. You'll get used to it. Danny's a fine horse. She knows her way. Danny. Horse repeats it, Herzhonetissing. A curious name for a horse. Does it mean something special? I smirked. It's, named after my sister. You have a sister? You never mentioned. She started and then blinked. Ah, sorry, the way her voice faltered. She must have assumed my little sister was dead. That was not the case, and I'd honestly be a little sad if that happened. She's alive. Don't worry, I said. We're just not close. And I think she wants to kill me. That's why I never brought her up. I'll tell you more about her later, I said, making the mood lift. We continued talking, chatting among ourselves as we rode. The ride was long, the sun climbing higher as we left the familiar chaos of King's Landing behind. Rose was silent for much of the journey, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the forest loomed in the distance. She rested her weight on me, snuggling close. And the more she did stuff like that, the more I felt pity for what I was about to reveal to her today. By the way, why are you wearing a wig? She suddenly asked when we were close to our destination. Your eyes look more purple, too. I noticed last night, but the situation wasn't one where I could question you about that. I was surprised Shed noticed. The answer is related to what I plan to show you, I said, so be patient, all right? Sure, it took more time to reach the edge of Kingswood than last time. Danny White carried 2 people, after all, and I deliberately went slow in the hope that the sun would set by the time we reached. As we closed up, the scenery bathed purple with fresh moonlight. Rose looked around with awe-filled eyes and inhaled deeply, her chest rising as she breathed in the crisp and untamed air. "Beautiful place, isn't it?" I asked. "This is nice, yes," she murmured, her voice carrying a note of wonder. "But isn't it dangerous to be here? I've heard stories about wolves, even bandits." There were no bandits, and if there were, they'd fled the forest after seeing the shadow of a dragon soaring through the night sky. I smiled faintly, sliding off the horse and offering her a hand to dismount. "It's nothing I can't handle," I said confidently. "You worry too much." She laughed, a soft melodic sound. "And what will you do if a whole pack of wolves comes running? Charm them with your wit?" I wondered what witty thing to say to that before I grinned, stepping toward a nearby light tree. "No," I said simply. "I'd do this." Without warning, I drew back my fist and struck the trunk with all my strength. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the clearing as the tree cracked and fell with a resounding thud. Danny White neighed, jumping but didn't run. Dust and leaves filled the air, and I turned back to Rose, brushing my hands off as if the feat had cost me nothing. Her expression faltered, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. "You what?" she stammered. "And no. What has happened? You broke that with your bare hands? Is that even humanly possible?" She stammered. I nodded, my smile faint but satisfied. "This is what I do to them," I said, my voice steady. "I'm not joking when I say I'm far more powerful than I seem." The sun had set, and the moon was showering over the clearing. The atmosphere was quite romantic, and Rose stood rooted in place, her gaze flicking between the fallen tree and me. "Wow, ha, she said, her voice shaky with laughter. "You don't look like you hold that much power inside you. Can a mountain do that, even?" "Oh, trust me, he can," I replied with a chuckle. "If it was a mountain, he could do it. However, after the recent level-ups, I couldn't be sure if he was stronger than me. I was definitely a better fighter, though, considering speed and everything. It might not be an easy win, though." She relaxed slightly, a small smile returning to her lips. "Huh, so I was worried for nothing when you left the city a week ago." "Yes," I admitted. "Although, to be fair, there are much greater things you should be worried about regarding me. I'm not safe, even with this much strength." Her brow rose as she sank onto a fallen log, her gaze fixed on me. She didn't take my statement seriously. "Why is that, Prince Charming?" she asked with humor in her tone. I stared at her and then sighed, crossing my arms as I met her eyes. "I'm sorry, Rose. I know how you feel about me, but I hadn't considered that you'd fall in love with me when I first met you and told you things. I was just there to get laid, you know? Men lie. I also lied to you about some stuff, although much of it was true." "Well, fair," she said, although now her expression was starting to shift. She had a small frown on her face. When I went silent, she started to look worried. "This?" she asked, her voice small and uncertain. "I'm not someone that can marry you," I said softly. "Not because I don't want to, but because this realm will not withstand that." Her confusion deepened, her eyes searching mine for answers. "It was not a lie when I said I am part of the Second Sons, and that my name is Vis. Some people do call me Vis," I continued, "but that's not my official name. Allow me to introduce myself properly." I snapped my fingers, and the air beside me cracked open. Rather than my name, I let her feast on the myth first. The myth that was the emblem of my family. A dark void cracked the air, and from it emerged a majestic dragon, a mighty lizard with wings and glistening golden scales. "Gruff!" Viserion roared, her golden scales shimmering as she soared into the sky. I didn't know if I was going too fast, but there was no going back now. I was going to trust a whore with this secret. I observed her expression carefully. Rose gasped, stumbling back as she stared up at the dragon, her hands covering her mouth. A dragon," she cried, her voice trembling with shock. I stayed silent, looking up to follow Viserion soar the skies, circle the forest, and spew fire on the dark sky. I waited for Rose to call me herself, but the girl was too awed by the sight. Only half a minute later did she snap her head down at me, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. "Rightfully so." You," she started, and I nodded, reaching up to pull off my wig. My silver hair gleamed in the fading light as I looked at her, my purple eyes glinting and my expression steady. "I am I said, short for Viserys Targaryen, the last living son of Aerys Targaryen and the blood of Aegon the Conqueror, of old Valyria, leader of the Second Sons, hero of the Red God, and the father of dragons." It was a bit embarrassing to announce my titles myself, but I didn't have Kinvara here. The words didn't fall short, though. Rose's wide eyes remained locked on me, trembling as she stared at the last blood of the Targaryen dynasty. "You're your sister," she said. "It's Daenerys Targaryen." That wasn't a question, so I nodded. The woman was stunned, shocked, and stupefied. She was standing in front of Prince, and she must have realized what I meant when I said I couldn't marry a whore. Her eyes shifted between the dragon and me, her lips parting as if to speak, but no words came. "And Rose," I continued, stepping closer, "although I'm sorry for leading you on, it was all you who had the idea of marriage, not me. You understand how impossible it is, yes? And that saddens me, because I adore you, and so I want you to be beside me," I said, watching her breathing grow heavy. "I want you to become mine, Rose. And I want you to help me conquer this continent. No, not conquer. Assist me in taking back what is rightfully mine." I extended a hand to her, my voice firm, resolute. "Take my hand. Become my eyes and ears. Help me put down that terrible Joffrey, who you know is a monster. You a whore? I don't want you to stay that way, for I truly adore you. Instead, I want you to take the role of being your future king's most trusted advocate, as the mistress of whispers. Rose, not the whore, but the lady of the small council. I want history to know you like that." Her gaze was a storm of emotions. There was shock, confusion, sadness that the man she fell for was someone from a whole other world, and lastly, ambition. Rose stared at me. Slowly, she reached out, her fingers trembling as they touched mine. Her grip tightened, and a spark of determination lit her eyes. Rose would one day be written as Rose the Spider in the pages of history. Took my hand with trembling fingers. I pulled her up and embraced her like a beast. For that was the thing she wanted the most tonight. 30 The Impending Choice, Chapter 30. The impending choice. Sansa Stark's lips quivered as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her handmaiden, Shae, worked her hair and put some makeup over the wound in her face, the spot where Joffrey slapped her earlier. "Don't cry," Shae said. "I'll ruin the makeup." Sansa let out a harrowing sigh, but managed not to shed tears. She didn't want to make this poor girl's work harder. She should be the only one to suffer. Shae was a nice girl, and she cared for Sansa. Her brother was leading a war to save her and Arya. Except her little sister was nowhere to be seen. Sansa was caged in a castle in this foreign land, where everyone saw her as the treacherous daughter of a traitor. Shae was the only person nice to her, who lent her strength to hold on for another day. She appreciated this woman, even if her words were always blunt. There was another person who lent her the strength to hold on, to hope for a rescue even, but she hadn't seen him in a while. That odd man had said, "Winter is coming," with a charming smile. He didn't sound like a northerner, but he definitely was someone her brother sent here as a spy. That had to be it. At least Sansa hoped so. So, she'd been waiting to see him again. She roamed the hallways and gardens now and then, hoping to meet the person who had uttered her family motto. However, she couldn't find him anywhere. At this rate, this hope of hers would die out soon, too. The eldest daughter of the Stark, Sansa felt herself breaking from the inside. The streets of King's Landing were as alive as ever, bustling with vendors shouting over one another, beggars pleading for scraps, and children darting through the chaos. The stench of sweat, salt, and filth clung to the air. It was a city that thrived in disorder, its heartbeat erratic but unyielding. I hated that. As the prince of this land, I hated the sight, and as a modern man, I wanted to fix it. I wanted to make everything better. I walked alongside Kinvara, making idle talks with her. She moved with a grace that seemed out of place for this filthy road. Her crimson robes marked her as an outsider, and yet the people, especially the poor, seemed drawn to her like moths to a flame. She suddenly paused at the edge of a crowded market. Her gaze swept over the throngs of people before she knelt beside an elderly woman sitting on the ground, clutching her chest. "Breathe deeply, Mother," Kinvara instructed, her voice calm. She pressed her fingers lightly to the woman's wrist, her expression thoughtful. "Aya," priestess, the old lady recognized her, making Kinvara smile. "You've suffered a tightening of the chest recently, haven't you? A burning sensation here?" Her fingers brushed the area just below the woman's collarbone. The woman nodded, her voice trembling. I have. I thought it might be the stranger coming for me." Kinvara smiled faintly, but her eyes remained serious. "Not yet. Not ever. Don't take offense, but the only true God is the Red God, and he doesn't want your soul yet." The old lady tried to say something, but Kinvara reached into the pouch at her side, pulling out a small vial. "Drink this now and before you sleep tonight. Remember, no matter how painful it gets, not at any other time. It will ease your pain, but you must avoid salted meats. They're making your heart work harder than it should." The woman's gnarled hands shook as she accepted the vial. She looked reluctant and opened it, pouring a bit of it into her mouth. Her eyes widened in pain and then relaxed instantly, as if the pain had vanished. Her eyes welled with tears. "Oh, it's gone. Bless you, my lady. Bless you." Kinvara rose, brushing off her robes. "Bless Lawler," she corrected gently. "He sees all and wills that you endure." I leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. The crowd's murmurs carried a tone of reverence as an old man rushed to Kinvara, fell to his knees, and described his problem. Kinvara happily moved her attention to him, and then the next. From one person to the next, she diagnosed ailments, handed out herbs, and even offered life advice. To them, she was more than a priestess. She was hope in human form. To me, she looked like a doctor who had cultivated a lot more knowledge than the typical ones of this worm. Considering her age, which I was sure numbered in the hundreds, that wasn't a surprise. Not that I was doubting her magical powers, but she wasn't as divine as these people thought they were. I did like what she was doing, though. Unlike Melisande, who kept tucked up beside Stannis all the time, this woman here helped the poor and needy. Unlike the High Sparrow, she did actual good work rather than just feeding them bad food. I need to make sure she never surrounds the city with her own faith militant, though. I noted, "You're quite the spectacle," I remarked when Kinvara finally turned toward me, wiping her hands on a cloth. "You'd make a fine maester or healer if this priestess business ever loses its charm." Her lips curved into a small smile. "And you would make a fine fool, Vis. But we both have our roles to play, don't we?" I smirked, pushing off the wall to follow her as she moved deeper into the market. "Still, I can't argue with the results. You're building something here. These people look at you as if you've already saved them." "Because I have," she said simply, pausing to hand a pouch of herbs to a young boy. I couldn't deny that. Perhaps not from their poverty or their hunger, but from the despair that eats away at their souls. That, too, is a kind of salvation. I watched her for a moment longer, my gaze narrowing slightly. Her calm, her confidence was something that could not be feigned. I wonder how much of it was genuine belief and how much was strategy. Whatever the case, she was honestly attractive. Either way, it worked. The murmurs of gratitude from the gathered crowd seemed to swell as Kinvara continued her work. She looked less like a priestess of the Red God and more like a physician making her rounds. But this wasn't mere charity. Every act of kindness, every life touched, was a seed planted for the future. I could see it in the way people's eyes lingered on her, their trust growing with every word she spoke. This city was beginning to see her as a savior. They were starting to convert, and by extension, they would see me as their hero, too. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of smooth footsteps. They were so natural that I hadn't even noticed they were approaching me. Turning my head slightly, I caught sight of Daisy the whore emerging from the shadows of a nearby alley. Her face was a mask, her movements smooth but cautious as she approached. When she reached me, she leaned in close, and I put a hand on her waist, squeezing it. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she spoke. "Renly Baratheon is dead, my king." The words spread through my brain like nectar, cutting through the noise of the market and leaving a ringing silence in their wake. I failed to hold back a smile. Renly Baratheon was dead. And, she continued, Stannis Baratheon has taken Storm's End. Daisy took a step back, her hands trembling slightly. She was masking her worry well, but since Renly was dead and Stannis took over his army, King's Landing was in threat of war. I liked how she was starting to see the intricate threads of politics better than the few other whores that Rose had taken under her wing so far. I could see the fear in her eyes and the weight of her message. She looked at me as if seeking assurance, but I offered none. The war would happen. I wanted it to happen. It would mark the end for both Stannis and Joffrey. But now I had to decide on something big. It was a few months before the Battle of Blackwater, and I had the choice of staying here and allowing Tywin to come to save the day with the help of the Tyrell army, or I visit Highgarden now and take the Tyrells for myself. 31. The High Walls of Highgarden, Chapter 31. The high walls of Highgarden the city was waking up, the sunlight was warm, and my mind was a whirlwind of ideas. Renly Baratheon was not a danger, and I'd never seen him as one. Even if he didn't die, somehow, in this timeline, I was fairly confident in taking him out myself. The problem was what come after him. Stannis the Manus, the humorless stag. Stannis' army only almost took over King's Landing, but Tywin Lannister appeared at the right time, with the Tyrell army beside him. Now, I was planning to take the Tyrells for myself. Instead of Tywin, I could be the one to bring them to King's Landing and then take the throne. Or I could wait it out. After all, just taking the throne wasn't the plan. The plan was to hold it. If I only had the Tyrells and Dorne by my side, I couldn't defend the throne if Robb Stark challenged me with others. So, I could kill Joffrey mid-battle, and then I could kill Stannis just when he'd think he was winning. Then I could let Tommen the Fool play king for a while I bring the others under my wing too. By then, I might even have visited my lovely sister and met her army. Those two plans came to mind, and multiple more formed as I pondered. But all of that concerned me, having the Tyrells by my side. The Reach could provide me with somewhere from 80,000 to 100,000 men. And as surprising as it may sound, that wasn't their greatest value. Their greatest value was the crops, the food they could provide me. Winter was coming, and with the threat of the White Walkers looming overhead, food was a very important matter. The choice was simple, no matter which plan I followed. I did need House Tyrell by my side more than any other house. The problem was Dorne. I was an ally of theirs, and they were generational enemies of Tyrell's. They wouldn't mind if I allied both of them. They'd compromise, but the manner of alliance could cause problems. I was sure that Old Lady, the Queen of Thorns, wouldn't let me leave without marrying her granddaughter. I didn't mind marriage, but I'd rather keep that option open if possible. After all, if things went right, I had some plans with Sansa too. While the North was a poor region, there were the snow barbarians who would fight the hardest against the White Walkers. Then again, they'd do that even if I didn't command them. Regardless, I'd need a Stark loyal to me, to control them, warn them about the impending threat, and listen rather than find my words a meager story. But you've already made your choice, Kinvara said, yawning as she nudged closer to me. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains as our skin brushed against one another. Her touch was warm, welcoming, like the feel of family. She kissed my lips, moaned a little, and nodded. I think your plan's solid. I know, I said. I only told her after I'd made my choice not to ask her for advice or anything. She scoffed out a giggle. Yeah, go to them with the intention of becoming allies. And try not to get married. But if you have to, if you have no other choice, then you've got yourself a beautiful wife, she said. That Marjorie girl, her fate is interesting. Hey, if you can see the future, can't you just tell me? I raised an eyebrow. It's not really the future. It's just a lead, barely even. Plus, if I tell you, it'd be distorted. What's the point in sharing a future that is ruined? She said, making me shrug. So, who are you taking with you? I'm unsure if the Tyrells will be fond of you visiting them with the Sand Snakes. Nah, if they want to ally themselves with me, just because of the Sand Snakes, they might as well not become allies at all. I need them to work with Dorne. I can't have my backers fight each other, I said. But yes, for this, I don't plan to take them with me, since there's a chance that things go wrong and we must escape. But I will take you with me. What'll you do? I want to take you with me too, but Queen Cersei might get curious about where you vanished. I'll go with you, she yawned, sitting up slowly as she stretched her arms. I cannot be there when you're making such an important deal. This is potentially, no, easily bigger than our alliance with Dorne. Dorne is supposed to have 50,000 able-bodied soldiers, but they barely provided 10,000 when your older brother Rhaegar asked them for support. Even though at that time, the Princess of Dorne was married to your brother, even had children. Well, he was cheating on her. She was still the queen. They didn't bother to send more help, Kinvara said, looking into my eyes. We'll just need to cover our tracks and make sure nobody realizes we're going to Highgarden. Plus, you need me to talk with that wrinkle bag. I laughed, slowly getting off the bed. Let's leave right now then, I said. Unless you have work that needs to be taken care of? I personally didn't. I had Rose and her whores to gather information and do anything I need them to do in my absence. Sure thing, Kinvara agreed. We need to catch a ship through the Manda River. Should take us about 2 weeks to reach the place, she said. I stared at the woman who had been helping me with everything since I awakened myself. She was doing a lot, all in the name of her lord, all in the assumption that I was the hero Shed dreamed about. Sometimes, it was easy to trust fanatics because they didn't hide their allegiances. I'd have to be careful of her when we'd have no more use of each other. Until then, she was my best friend. I walked over to open the windows properly, pushing the veils to the side. I looked at the City of Kings landing outside as my hair blew in the wind. 2 weeks later, I might be half an arse on the throne already or not. I was going there assuming they wanted a Targaryen back to the throne, which made sense given what I knew of them, but could I be sure? This might backfire if they choose to expose and kill me instead. Hopefully, regardless of how the visit goes, I'd be back before the riot of King's Landing, where the mob would attack the royal family. I had a plan to fulfill during that incident. After all, the Manda River stretched endlessly before us, its waters glittering under the sun's gaze. The journey had been long and grueling, but I hadn't minded. It was pleasant. The farther we got from King's Landing, the cleaner the air became. Fields of golden wheat and verdant pastures flanked us. It was a stark contrast to the chaos and filth that ID left. It was laughable how the Reach seemed untouched by the turmoil gripping the rest of Westeros, although some signs of it still showed. Even so, this place wasn't peace itself. Not when soldiers patrolled every major road and wary commoner eyes followed us wherever we went. The war had reached here, even if indirectly. The Reach might have been beautiful, but even it wasn't safe. A beautiful place for vacation every year if they become your in-laws. Kinvara rode beside me and said, and I ignored her. Her magic no longer wrapped her hair, as black strands were tucked neatly under a hood, with some swaying in the wind. Shed disguised herself well, trading her usual crimson robes for simpler, muted fabrics. She was stubborn about it, but I convinced her in the bedroom. But people still stared, drawn to her as if she were carrying a secret flame within her. It was odd. We're close, she murmured, with her gaze fixed ahead, where the spires of Highgarden rose on the horizon. I followed her line of sight, my grip on the reins tightening. There was the seat of House Tyrell, a fortress that looked more like a palace. Its golden walls gleamed in the sunlight, surrounded by sprawling gardens that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was beautiful, yes, but more importantly, it looked mythically powerful. Image here, spoiler collapse. It was a reminder that the Tyrells didn't just rule, they thrived in the Reach. They'd taken this land from its original rulers 300 years ago, and they'd been ruling ever since. Beautiful place, isn't it? Quite, Kinvara agreed. Before we could exchange more words, we were interrupted by the distant sound of hoofbeats. Careful. I glanced to my right just as a group of riders appeared, their green cloaks unmistakable. Tyrell soldiers. Their formation was tight, and their approach swift. It was as if they'd been expecting to be attacked or something. A knight led the soldiers, and he was a broad-shouldered man with a thick mustache. He reined in his horse with his head tilted high. He closed the distance and slowed, his eyes scanning us with practiced suspicion. "Halt!" he barked, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "State your names and purpose." I slowed Danny White to a stop, letting the horse sidestep once before settling. "Take us to your lord's castle," I said, keeping my tone firm. The man frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Not until you tell us who you are, stranger." "What kind of demand is that?" Kinvara remained silent, her posture relaxed, and her smile calm. I allowed a smirk to tug at my lips. "You're cautious that we're spies. That's good. The times are tough. But you're wasting time. My business here is urgent." The soldier's frown deepened. "Urgent, is it? You'll have to do better than that." I sighed, feigning impatience. I wasn't truly. I was just making a show. I wanted my entry to be a bit grand, after all. I hadn't come here as a wrap cloth in my hair in the Dornish style, so I could get away with showing off a little. I visited Dorne before this, and I guess they were right about what they said about the Reach. Pretentious and slow. Useless, too. They never wasted time questioning me like this. "But I suppose not everyone can be as competent as the Dornish," I said. The change in his expression was immediate. His jaw tightened, and his grip on his sword hilt became white-knuckled. "Watch your tongue, outsider," he growled. "We've no love for those sand snakes here." "Good to know," I said, my smirk widening. "But if you hate Dorne so much, perhaps you'll appreciate this: they have no patience for Reachmen either. And it seems to me it's better to agree with them." That did it. He motioned to two of his men, who spurred their horses forward without hesitation. They rode straight at me, swords drawn, their intentions clear. Fools. Innocent people, perhaps, or perhaps heinous criminals. I didn't care at that moment. I had to show a strong front, and fighting was the best way to do that. I didn't move until the last possible moment, letting them think they had the upper hand. Then, with a single, fluid motion, I drew my spear from the inventory and swept it through the air. The first rider's throat opened in a crimson spray, his body crumpling as he fell from his horse. The second barely had time to react before he met the same fate. The remaining soldiers froze, and their confidence trembled. Where had I gotten this spear from? How did I deal with them so fast? They hesitated. I didn't give them time to recover and charged. I swung the blunt end of my spear, and I struck the next soldier across the chest, sending him tumbling backward. Another fell with a sharp crack as I struck his helmet, knocking him unconscious. By the time I was done, only their leader remained. He stared at me, his hand frozen on his sword. I met his gaze, my voice cold. "Still want to test me? You're going to pay for this," he said. "Our army." Before he could respond, the sound of approaching hooves filled the air. A larger group of riders emerged from the tree line, their green armor gleaming in the sunlight. At the front was a man I recognized instantly, Viserys Targaryen. His horse came to a sharp halt, his gaze sweeping over the fallen soldiers before locking onto me. His expression was a mix of anger and disbelief. "What in the seven hells is happening here?" he demanded. "How dare you kill Tyrell soldiers right under my nose?" "They disrespected the crown," I said simply, "by pointing their swords at their king." Viserys scowled, his jaw tightening. "King Joffrey sits on the throne. What are you blabbering about?" His eyes landed on Kinvara. Your hair, you are that red priestess we met in Storm's End. What are you doing here?" I smiled, reached up, and unwrapped the cloth around my head. My silver hair spilled out, swaying in the air as I let my smile drop. Gasps rippled through the soldiers behind him, their whispers filling the air like the buzz of insects. Kinvara chose that moment to dismount, her movements graceful despite the tension in the air. "I hope you trust the men around you, Sir Viserys," she said, her voice sharp and commanding. "For betrayal often hides in plain sight, and the betrayal of what you're seeing right now, if it goes out of reach, will carry a heavy price. It definitely would spread out of reach, even if as a rumor." However, I wasn't against that. That was why Kinvara and I had returned to our original appearance, for I wanted them to be a Targaryen rumor in Westeros, like the lurking ghost of a dragon waiting to strike. Viserys' gaze flicked to her, then back to me. "What is this? Who are you two?" he asked, though his tone was less certain now. "My name is Kinvara. I am the Heart of Fire, the first priestess," Kinvara said, and then gestured to me, her voice unwavering. "This is Viserys Targaryen," she declared. the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the blood of old Valyria, the father of dragons. The murmurs grew louder, spreading like wildfire among the soldiers. Loras didn't look convinced, but didn't dismiss it outright, either. Smart man. Now, I said, leaning forward slightly, shall we continue this conversation in your lord's castle? I'd rather talk with your grandmother. Or do you plan to let your men embarrass themselves further? Chapter 32. House Tyrell doesn't want a beggar king. The sunlight slipped through carved shutters, bathing the dressing room's polished floor in soft morning gold. Within that glow stood Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, perched on a cushioned stool before a mirror that captured every fine line and frown. A handmaiden hovered over her shoulder, brush in one hand, a delicate container of pigments in the other. The girl's fingers trembled slightly, no doubt from the old woman's impatient sighs. "Do hurry," Olenna said, her tone dry and precise. "I've no intention of spending the entire forenoon having my face dabbed like a canvas. Bald Tarly hates waiting, or so they say, and the gods know I won't keep a man with such a brilliant head of non-existent hair lingering in my halls." The handmaiden swallowed and worked faster, dabbing color along Olenna's cheekbones, smoothing out the subtle shadows under her sharp eyes. Olenna watched the girl's reflection, taking a mild satisfaction in the renewed urgency of her efforts. It was amusing how the mere mention of a perpetually irritable lord could spur a servant's hands. With a final dust of powder, the handmaiden stepped back. Olenna reached up and adjusted a strand of silver hair beneath her headdress. Not bad, she decided. The face staring back at her was dignified, cunning, and gave nothing away. Exactly what she required for her meeting with Tarly, though now that the morning's routine had ended, perhaps she could finally escape this little chamber. She stood, ready to leave, when the door swung wide without warning. Olenna's lips pressed into a thin line. The handmaiden squeaked and backed away. In strode Loras Tyrell, no knocking, no heralding voice, just the scrape of hinges and his urgent footsteps. Olenna clicked her tongue and turned, her spine straight, her chin lifted. "Where are your manners, boy?" she said sharply, casting a cool glance at her grandson. Has Highgarden stopped teaching courtesy to its own knights? I could have been quite indecent, you know. Loras halted mid-step, cheeks coloring slightly. "Grandmother," he murmured, bowing his head. "I'm sorry. It's urgent." Olenna folded her hands over her embroidered gown, letting the silence weigh on him. Loras hesitated, odd for him, this golden rose of the family, usually so swift with confidence. It made Olenna's eyebrows lift with mild curiosity. At last, he found his voice. "I brought home a Targaryen." A beat of stillness met his words. Olenna's first instinct was to bark a laugh, but instead, her lips simply tightened. "What?" she said, short and crisp. Loras Adams apple-bobbed. "Viserys Targaryen, the so-called beggar king. He arrived at our gates not an hour past. He killed 2 of our knights, just like that, and demands an audience with you. The Red Priestess Kinvara, the High Priestess of the Faith of Light, is with him, lending her support." Olenna's eyes narrowed. The handmaiden, still present, looked ready to faint. Olenna waved her off with a curt gesture. The girl slipped out, relieved to escape this charged atmosphere. "How lovely," Olenna said, voice dripping with sarcasm. "We have a beggar king at our doorstep, painting the stones red with our own men's blood. My first thought would be to tie him up and gift him to King Joffrey. At least that boy would see us in a kindly light for a day." But her voice trailed off. Kinvara. The name drifted through her mind like an unsettling rumor. Everyone worth a dime heard of that woman's influence overseas. A meddler, a mystic, someone not easily dismissed. A Red Priestess was seen hanging around Stannis, too. Marjorie had seen that woman with her own eyes before, and despite that, Olenna didn't feel the urge to throw this Kinvara into the dungeons. Kinvara was far more influential than some random Red Priestess. Olenna inhaled, then exhaled slowly. But perhaps not, she concluded. A Targaryen prince is one thing. Add a priestess of note, and it complicates matters. We must be careful. She waved a hand. Loras, deploy knights all across the estate. Double our guard. If these two intend treachery, I want them caged before they can blink. As for Lord Tarly, cancel my meeting. The bald buzzard can sit in his hall and crow for a while longer. I've more pressing feathers to pluck. Her grandson nodded, relief and tension warring on his face. He turned to go, and Olenna eyed him sternly. And next time, dear boy, try knocking first. My heart's too old for surprises. Yes, grandmother, Loras said, subdued. He left, the door closing behind him. The Queen of Thorns stood alone in the quiet dressing room. Her reflection awaited her in the mirror, unchanged except now. Olenna's eyes glinted sharper. She would meet this fallen dragon, see what fire he tried to breathe in her gardens. And if he dared show arrogance, she'd remind him that roses had thorns for good reason. She stepped to the door and opened it. Time to greet these visitors. I settled onto a rose-patterned sofa, my back straight and my expression composed, though my pulse thrummed with anticipation. I had to admit I was a little nervous. Across from me, Olenna Tyrell lowered herself into her seat with a poised elegance that betrayed the sharpness in her gaze. Behind her, Loras Tyrell stood watchful, his posture taut, while off to one side stood Garland Tyrell, arms crossed, and sizing me up with quiet intensity. Garland was a book character who was said to be even stronger than Loras. I didn't know much about him, but he was certainly dangerous. At my side, Kinvara remained as calm and still as a statue. The crimson hue of her robes vividly contrasted with the muted greens and golds of Highgarden's decor. I cleared my throat, ready to speak, but Olenna spoke first, her tone clipped. You have my attention, boy. I do hope you're not going to waste my time. Rude and snarky, just as I remember. I inclined my head and said, Lady Olenna, I've come seeking the support of your house. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. The Tyrells command respect and power, and she cut me off with a short laugh, tapping a cane that rested beside her. Support? From Highgarden? She lifted a brow. If that's what you're after, you should be talking to my son, Mace Tyrell. He's the lord of this house, if you didn't know. Except he's off hunting, and it might be weeks before he returns. You've unfortunately missed the man who could give you what you want. If that's it, we can end this meeting. Trust me, I have far more important things to do than to entertain a beggar king. I let a small smile show on my lips. Perhaps, I said, but I know where the true strength of House Tyrell resides, and I don't believe I've missed my mark at all. I've received Dorne's support already, I said, slipping a hand into empty air. You can confirm it through this letter. I pulled out a letter and reached out. Olenna's eyelids twitched at the display. Laura's stance behind her grew more protective, and I noticed Garland shift his weight as if measuring the distance between us. Kinvara said nothing, allowing me to lead this dance of words. She waved a dismissive hand, taking the letter and opening it. She only gave it a look and scoffed. Oh, that's Prince Doran's writing for sure. She looked at Kinvara. She stayed silent for a bit, and then hummed. Dorne supports you, and so does the First Priestess. The letter says you also have a few Sells-Word's second sons. Was it? You're preparing well. Her tone dripped with sarcasm and skepticism. But I don't think even your brother, Rager, could have taken the throne back with this little support. It'd be suicide to support someone with your reputation. And here I thought Prince Doran was a smart man. I shrugged. I'm sure you've also heard whispers that my sister is stirring trouble in Karth with her dragons, busy gathering an army for me. Sounds like a traveling bard's fancy tale. The woman didn't trust a word from my mouth. I felt a stir of pride and a flicker of annoyance. Kinvara came to my support, smiling as she spoke. Not a fancy tale, my lady. As you read, Dorne's backing is real, and my faith of light endorses his claim, as do I myself. Yes, his sister Daenerys has made herself known in Karth. She's no rumor she's walked through fire, raised dragons from stone eggs, and is forging a loyal force. These are not empty boasts. Olenna shrugged, looking utterly unimpressed. Sounds to me his sister is more suitable for the throne with these dragons of hers. She chuckled, and behind her, her grandsons also laughed. They didn't believe in dragons, and my brags came off as incompetence. I was starting to see why the Dornish hated the Reachmen. They could get under one's skin, and even though their words were valid, the way they spoke to them was annoying. She continued, looking at me. All right, fine. Suppose I handed you the Iron Throne on a platter, somehow cutting through Lannisters, Baratheons, and all the Vipers. You're still a beggar king. A claimant who lost his crown before he ever wore it. Tell me, how do you plan to hold the Seven Kingdoms against the tide of challengers who'd rush in once they smell weakness? That was a good point. Holding the throne would be more troublesome than taking it, I think. But I kept my face neutral. Your caution is understandable, and I have something to convince you, I said. But I wonder, Lady Olenna, how many sets of ears overhears this conversation? Are we sure this room is safe? I'd hate to have delicate truths carried beyond these walls by less than loyal tongues. Her eyes narrowed, and I sensed a shift in the air. Are you questioning the loyalty of my people? She asked, voice soft but threatening. I held her gaze and let a moment stretch. I question whether you can be absolutely certain that no rumor could slip through. I'm not here to insult your household, only to emphasize that some matters deserve a more secure setting. Olenna's knuckles whitened slightly on her cane. The silence grew heavy. Finally, she gave the barest nod. Very well, she said curtly. We'll find a place where no ears lurk behind curtains. Really curious what you plan to show me. By the way, my grandsons can kill you before you can blink. Keep that in mind. Arrogant hag. I chuckled as Garland helped her to her feet, and Loras gestured sharply for us to follow. We left that chamber behind and ventured deeper into Highgarden's castle. Corridors morphed into more private branches, and we passed through a heavy door that closed with a firm thud behind us. The chamber we entered had a vaulted ceiling and a hush that felt ancient. Dust motes swirled in the filtered light, and the tension was nearly tangible. Olenna stood before me again, cane in hand, Loras and Garland close at her flanks, while Kinvara remained at my side. We're alone, she said. No prying eyes. No luos etongias. You wanted privacy. Now you have it. Go on, tell me. There's nothing to tell, I said. If you're wasting my time, Targaryen boy, I promise you I won't be amused. I didn't bother with more words. Instead, I snapped my fingers, feeling a quiet surge of power. The air beside me wavered, as if reality itself had grown thin. It split with a soft crack, and in that instant my dragon lunged forth. I felt like I'd done this a few times by now, but no matter, it still felt as impactful as the first time. Heat and the scent of charm mingled with shock. Loras tried to yank out his sword, but it roared deaf in the area. The two knights froze as the sight of a living, breathing dragon halted them mid-motion. Garland's eyes were wide in disbelief, and even Olenna flinched. Her pupils narrowed, and her lips parted as she took in the creature's gleaming scales. Its wings half-furled in the confined space. Viserion growled, staring at the three of them as flames crackled out of her nostrils. She bared her teeth, and the whole chamber trembled. They're my friends, I said, raising a hand. Stay calm. For a long heartbeat, no one spoke. The dragon let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the stone floor. Good girl. I reached out a hand and patted Viserion's head. She grumbled, but did not bite me. Then I looked at the hag, Lady Olenna. As you can see, I have a dragon of my own, and this one's bigger, stronger, and smarter than the ones my sister has. Is this enough to convince you? Olenna's chest rose and fell in silence. Her knuckles no longer pressed into her cane. They relaxed, and slowly a grin spread across her face, acknowledging power, audacity, and opportunity. I watched that grin form and understood that I had, at last, peeled back her skepticism. 33 A Dragon and a Rose, Chapter 33. A dragon and a rose. Marjorie Tyrell sat by the window, knees drawn tight against her chest, the scent of blooming roses drifting faintly through the open shutters. Beyond the carved frame of latticework, the Mander River slid along its course, sunlight flickering on the gentle currents. A scattering of willow trees bowed their slender branches toward the water's surface, their leaves swaying in a hush of green and gold. Beyond them, The patchwork fields of the Reach spread wide and peaceful, as if the troubles of the realm could not quite breach this pocket of beauty. Yet Marjorie felt every ounce of turmoil pressing down on her shoulders. She should have been queen by now. The thought burned behind her eyes as she rested her chin on her folded arms. It was not the best marriage. Her husband liked men, and not just any men, but her brothers. But it was a marriage through which she would have been queen. Now here she was, sitting as the ornament of a decaying alliance, left behind after Renly's death. Her prospects had seemed so bright once Renly's court, the promises, the pageantry. All gone now, vanished like morning mist when the sun rose too quickly. Marjorie tightened her grip, her nails lightly digging into the rich fabric of her gown. She didn't believe that Brienne of Tarth had killed Renly. Brienne had adored him and would have willingly died for him, not snuffed out his life. No, the culprit must have been Stannis Baratheon, the humorless stag who, if Brienne's fleeting words were true, deployed sorceries far beyond mortal ken. Likely through that foreign priestess Melisandre, so unsettling with her red robes and secretive smiles. Red priestesses. They seem to be crawling out of the cracks these days. Marjorie's brows furrowed as she remembered another who she had encountered in Storm's End. Was her name Nyra? She recalled. Nyra was more beautiful than Melisandre. Marjorie recalled her traveling with that Essosi bodyguard and those Dornish sand snakes. Were they connected somehow? Well, of course, they served the same religion. But were they working together? Were these priestesses part of some larger picture she couldn't see? Would Renly have not died if they had captured Nyra that day? It was maddening how few answers she had. She was well-educated and clever. She prided herself on it. Yet here she was, a mere piece on a game board that shifted too quickly for her to follow. Dragons supposedly long dead were now rumored to live again, and dark magic walked the world. Real mages, stirred in the shadows, and noble houses toppled under the weight of betrayals and broken oaths. Renly's death had unraveled so much. His supporters, those who once cheered and flourished under his banners, had scattered like startled birds. Many had bent the knee to Stannis now that Renly's cause crumbled. But House Tyrell stood in a precarious position. Marjorie hated it. Her engagement to Renly had been a strategic link, but Stannis already had a wife and no appetite for romantic entanglements. He was as rigid as the steel in the swords he commanded. No easy path lay open for Marjorie to seduce the stag and secure her family station. Her station. She was once supposed to be a queen, but now her family was busy trying to ensure that the vassal lords weren't mad. She sighed again, a weary exhalation that fogged the air before her. Winter was coming. Outside, a breeze stirred the willow branches, scattering the sunlight into restless patterns on the wooden floor. Marjorie's mind drifted with them, trying to piece together a future from the shards of what remained. A soft knock rapped at the door, pulling her from spiraling thoughts. Marjorie blinked. "What's this now?" She had asked that nobody disturb her, so this was important. She took a final look at the tranquil scene beyond the window, such a contrast to the turmoil roiling inside her, and then turned her head. "Yes, young lady," came her handmaiden's voice, muffled yet polite through the thick oak. "Lady Olenna is waiting for you with very important guests." Marjorie's heart gave a subtle twist. Important guests? Her grandmother didn't drop words like that lightly. Guests who warranted calling Marjorie out of her brooding? She released her legs and stood, smoothing the creases from her gown. Already, her mind shifted into a more controlled persona. The gracious hostess, the poised noblewoman. If nothing else, Marjorie Tyrell knew how to smile and charm, listen keenly, and navigate the twisting currents of politics. She inhaled, steadying herself. "Yes, it'll be there soon," she called, her voice clear but calm. She ran her fingers through her hair, brushing away the lingering days of solitude. The new meeting room had none of the stiff formality of our earlier encounter, gone were the cramped corners and suspicious glares. Instead, we'd settled into a spacious salon bedecked in the Tyrell-style warm greens and golds, floral tapestries on the walls, and plush sofas arranged in a gracious circle. The scent of fresh blossoms drifted in from the open windows framed by pale curtains. A low table between us offered trays of fruits and delicate pastries. How nice! It was as though the Tyrells had decided to host this discussion as a pleasant gathering rather than a political duel. How easy people are. Olenna Tyrell sat opposite me, her cane resting against a cushioned arm. Her posture was no less regal than before. Still, she indulged in small talk now, making witty remarks about the weather and the Reach's abundant harvest, occasionally tossing gentle jibes at her own absent son. Garland and Loras stood nearby, and their tensions were no more present, or at least they didn't show it anymore. They managed polite smiles and even a laugh or two when Olenna teased them. I maintained an easy grin and accepted their hospitality. At the same time, Kinvara sat by my side and occasionally joined the conversation. They asked light questions as if we were old friends catching up. They wanted to know how I had fared these past 17 years in exile, how I survived after Robert's rebellion, and what curiosities I encountered in Essos. They listened, feigning or perhaps feeling genuine interest in my stories of Illyrio's manse and Pentos, the half-forgotten markets I visited. They showed sympathy that was obviously fake toward my hardships when people mocked me, tricked me, and used my family legacy against me. I offered answers that were neat and measured. I spoke of hardship, but never begged for sympathy. I hinted at resourcefulness rather than sorrow. A king couldn't appear to be weak. I painted myself as someone shaped by adversity into a sharper blade, not a broken tool. I saw that impressing them with my resilience mattered now. These people respected strength and cunning, not sob stories. Partway through a mild jest I made about Essosi customs, a servant quietly opened the door to allow someone inside. I looked up. It was Marjorie Tyrell. She slipped in with that effortless grace ID seen in the TV show, poised like a dancer and lovely as promised. She looked a little less bright than what I'd last seen her in Storm's End, with visible bags under her eyes. The recent days mustn't have been kind to her. Her gown was the soft green of young leaves, her hair arranged in artful coils. Outside, birdsong drifted through the window, and the late afternoon sunlight softened the angles of her face, making her seem almost ethereal. Olenna's eyes gleamed, seeing me observe her. She waited until Marjorie was close enough to join our circle before turning to me with a smile entirely too pleased with itself. "Look at him," she said to her granddaughter, nodding toward me. "Viserys Targaryen, the one true king, and your to-be husband." Marjorie halted, and her eyes widened briefly before narrowing as she glanced from Olenna to me. I felt a prickle of surprise myself, and I spoke up before she had to. Lady Olenna, we didn't talk about this." "Oh, of course, we didn't," Olenna replied, brushing aside my protest with a wave of her hand. "This is a gift, a surprise. I'm sure you appreciate it. Look at her. She's beautiful." She turned her sharp gaze to Marjorie, who had not even acknowledged me at first, too busy gaping at her grandmother in astonishment. After a silent heartbeat, Marjorie finally met my eyes. I offered a polite smile, and she lowered her gaze as if flustered, though I suspected that her mind was whirring like clockwork gears beneath that charming exterior. "Image here, spoiler collapse," I cleared my throat. "I understand what you mean, Lady Olenna. She is beautiful," I said slowly, shifting in my seat. Kinvara raised an eyebrow, her presence going a little more attentive now. Meanwhile, Garland and Loras exchanged quick looks, measuring the implications of this sudden betrothal claim. "See," Olenna said, triumphant. "So it's agreed. I give you my army and support, and you give me great-grandchildren. A proper heir to the throne. Sounds perfectly reasonable to me." I'd seen this coming, so I kept myself easily composed. I let a small chuckle escape. Anything too stiff might ruin this fragile rapport. I'd be lucky to have such a beautiful wife. "Except there is one complication," I said. "Remember when I mentioned my alliance with Dorne?" Olenna's triumphant face soured slightly. "Oh, don't tell me you're engaged to Arianne Martell," she said, letting out a theatrical sigh. "No disrespect meant, but that girl's reputation is hardly pristine. You should have mentioned this before." I shook my head. "We're not engaged, no, but I have left that option open. The Martells have been very supportive. Given their position, it's wise not to discard that possibility out of hand." That was a lie. Oberyn and Doran had chosen to support me while knowing Arianne hated me. It was only after that did I become involved with that girl. And I'd even cleared to Oberyn afterward that I likely wouldn't marry his niece, so he sent his daughters with me. So they wouldn't mind if I ended up not marrying Arianne. But this act did not need to know any of that. Olenna's brows knitted. She tapped a finger on the sofa's arm, considering my words. "So if you were to be betrothed to Margaery, you might lose favor with Dorne? You think you need them?" Her skepticism slipped into her tone, though she kept her voice measured. "The Tyrells are far stronger than the Martells. Why bother appeasing them?" I inclined my head, acknowledging her point. "But Kinvara spoke in my stead. I've had this talk with him before. You are powerful, yes, but a true king of the Seven Kingdoms must consider all the kingdoms. Dorne's exclusion would fracture the realm. It is a must." I nodded. "I need them included at least for a time. And, as you've kindly pointed out, Arianne's reputation is questionable, making Margaery a far more suitable queen once the right moment comes. If you know what I mean." I watched Olenna's eyes narrow thoughtfully. She understood the subtext. Publicly, I might not be able to declare Margaery as my future queen until the dust settled. But privately, the promise lay there. If I captured the throne, if all went as planned, why would I choose a less fitting bride over the clever Rose before me? But at the same time, this woman was a cautious old Rose. She might not accept it. It was really a 50-50 situation. She might not agree out of caution, out of spite to make the alliance solid, but she might also agree, given she trusted her granddaughter a lot, to seduce me to be loyal. Olenna herself had seduced her husband into marriage, and she seemed to see herself in her granddaughter. I was sure she felt confident enough in Margaery to seduce the beggar king. So, I couldn't be sure what she'd choose. Olenna shifted her weight, and her unease was apparent in the slight creak of the sofa. "I don't like this limbo. I'll be honest with you," she said curtly. "But I do see the sense in your strategy, Prince. Dorne's cooperation strengthens your claim. But once you're secure on the throne, you won't forget the debt you owe Highgarden, will you? The Tyrells shan't be cheated out of what we've earned. When the time is ripe, Margaery will have the position she deserves. I need your word that Margaery will bear your heir." A fragile silence seemed to settle over the room. I kept my face as sincere as I could manage. "Heir? Good luck with that." I held back a smile. "It's still months till Stannis' attack, and by then, not only will my dragon be large, but even I can choose whoever I want to have as my heir. In truth, once I held the throne, I'd have greater freedom to choose. Margaery was not a bad option, but I didn't plan to rule for a single generation. A dragon owed no fealty to a rose. But that was a matter for the future. For now, yes, I said, locking the moment in place with a final nod. "You have my word." From the corner of my eye, I noticed Margaery's posture relax by a fraction. Although she still looked confused, she trusted her grandmother a lot. Kinvara's gaze flicked between us, calm as ever. Meanwhile, Garland and Loras observed quietly, their expressions more guarded than before, but not openly hostile. Lady Olenna smiled. 34 Flowers of Highgarden, Chapter 34. Flowers of Highgarden, the sun hung lower now, its golden light filtering softly through the tall windows of the meeting room, casting long patterns across the polished floor. Olenna Tyrell remained seated in her cushioned chair, her sharp gaze unwavering as it swept over me, Kinvara, and finally, her granddaughter. Margaery stood poised beside her, the glow of the fading sun catching in her hair, though her expression seemed slightly distant, as if she'd been thrown into deep waters without warning. "Well," Olenna broke the silence with a crisp clap of her hands, "I suppose we've had enough of sitting and staring like statues. Viserys, dear, you've had quite the day, haven't you? It's time for a little tour of Highgarden." My granddaughter will show you around. And after that, she gave me a meaningful look. You should rest, clean yourself up, and we'll meet again for dinner. My son, Mace, should return tomorrow, though I dare say his presence will change little of importance. I inclined my head, a polite smile masking the thought that came unbidden. Although the real head of the Tyrells is still Olenna. It's good to have Mace Tyrell present. There were benefits to formalities, even when everyone knew who held the reins. Marjorie's smile appeared. It was polished and warm, but perhaps a little too tight around the edges. She'll need to train that better. Of course, grandmother, she said, her voice honeyed as always. Then, after a brief hesitation, she turned her gaze toward Olenna. But may I speak with you privately first? I need a moment. Olenna's thin lips curled upward ever so slightly, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of amusement. Oh dear, she murmured, glancing toward me with a knowing arch of her brow. I imagine she's still adjusting to my little surprise earlier. I do hope you understand, Prince. Such proposals can be a bit much when they're dropped like a stone into a pond, especially since her previous marriage ended so poorly. I understand, I replied smoothly, though I wondered just what Marjorie wished to discuss. Olenna didn't wait for further comment, already turning her attention to her grandsons. Well then, she said, her gaze shifting briefly to Loras before flitting past him like a breeze and landing firmly on Garland. Garland, dear, would you be so kind as to escort your brother-in-law for the time being? Show them the finer sights of our palace. Our roses are always worth the admiration. After all, Loras stiffened faintly, but said nothing. Garland, who was far more composed and far less dramatic than his younger brother, offered a polite nod. It would be my pleasure, grandmother. Olenna waved a hand, already dismissing the matter. Wonderful. Go on, then. I won't keep the prince waiting longer than I must. Kinvara rose gracefully from her seat, crimson robes flowing like molten silk behind her, still wearing her calm smile. Then I'll see you later. Lady Olenna, she said. I also stood, offering Marjorie a small nod before following Garland toward the door. The last I saw of Olenna was how she leaned toward Marjorie, her eyes glinting with quiet mischief as she whispered something low. Whatever the words were, they made Marjorie's expression shift, surprise flickering briefly across her face. The heavy wooden door closed behind us with a quiet thud, leaving Olenna and Marjorie in their private world. And without food, even the greatest army becomes little more than a starving mob, Garland said, his voice steady and thoughtful. Swords win battles, but grain wins wars, Prince Viserys. At least, that's what my father always says, even when others scoff at him for worrying too much about harvests. Smart man, I nodded, considering his words as we walked through the sprawling halls of Highgarden. Garland Tyrell wasn't just a knight with a steady hand, he was pragmatic, a rare quality in a world where most knights equated power with swords alone. He spoke like someone who understood the true weight of leadership, a strength that contrasted sharply with Loras' brash pride. I'm glad you see the vision. He replied. Well, of course, because you're not wrong, I replied, glancing at him. Armies march on their stomachs. Many men with crowns forget that until it's too late. Kinvara, walking beside me, chimed in with her calm voice. A starving army becomes a desperate one, and a desperation that can kill even kings. She looked at Garland with faint approval. It seems the Reach has wise men among its sons. Garland smiled faintly at that, a humble tilt of his head. I try to see what others miss, my lady. Before the conversation could deepen, soft footfalls echoed through the corridor, and we turned to see Marjorie approaching. Her earlier uncertainty seemed to have melted away, replaced with a poise that A-class actresses showed back on Earth. She wore a bright, practiced smile that could disarm kings and charm courtiers, though I wondered how much of it was genuine. Prince Viserys, she greeted, dipping her head in a graceful nod. Her gaze shifted to Kinvara, warm but pointed. And Lady Kinvara, always a pleasure. Apologies for my delay, but I'll show you around now, Prince. Her tone was cheerful. Then she looked at Kinvara and added, My lady, I prepared a warm bath for you already. I thought you might want to take some time to refresh yourself after such a long journey. Kinvara's lips curled ever so slightly, clearly reading the intent, but she bowed her head with a placid smile. You're very thoughtful, Lady Marjorie. I'll take your advice, then. Prince Viserys, enjoy the tour. She gave me a quick glance, her knowing look saying, play the game well, of course. I replied, watching as Kinvara glided off with a servant who had appeared just in time. The Tyrell's efficiency in these small details was amusing. Marjorie turned back to me, her expression bright as ever. Shall we, Your Grace? Lead the way, I said smoothly. She turned, and I followed her as she led me deeper into Highgarden. The halls were wide and filled with sunlight. They were lined with tapestries of emerald and gold, depicting scenes of blooming roses, flowing rivers, and great battles fought under verdant banners. Each step echoed faintly on the polished stone as Marjorie explained the palace's history with effortless charm. The gardens here, she gestured lightly as we passed an arched window that revealed a sea of colors below, were designed by my great-grandmother. Every flower was carefully chosen to reflect the Reach's abundance and beauty. I let her words wash over me. Taking in the sights, she pointed out a marble statue of Garth Greenhand, carved so finely it seemed to breathe. Murals depicting the Tyrell's rise after the fall of House Gardner, and frescoes of fertile fields stretching into endless horizons. These stories serve as reminders, she continued, her voice melodic, that the Reach is not just land, it's life itself. Our crops feed Westeros. Our flowers bloom long after winter comes for the rest. Her words, though elegantly spoken, carried an undercurrent of pride. Not arrogance, just facts. I wasn't lying when I agreed with Garland's point about food. I admired that this girl knew her strength. She understood her family's power, one who wouldn't hesitate to wield it in the name of ambition. We stopped near a grand window with an arched frame taller than us. The view stretched out far beyond the walls of Highgarden. It was a mosaic of green fields dotted with villages, their neat lines of crops stretching to the banks of the Mander River. The water gleamed beneath the sinking sun, its reflection rippling like liquid gold. Marjorie's tone shifted, softening. I must say, Prince Viserys, I am surprised by you. I glanced at her, an eyebrow arching faintly. Oh, what part? I've just been listening, didn't even say anything profound. I joked, making her laugh. She hesitated, her hands delicately resting on the stone ledge. Well, you seem so determined, so certain of your path. It's refreshing to see. Her voice dropped slightly, more candid now. And since we're speaking honestly, I must assure you, Renly, and her gaze remained fixed on the fields below, and then she looked at my eyes. Our marriage was never truly completed. I blinked, feigning surprise as if that couldn't be. No way, I said, adding disbelief in my voice. How could a man hold back from a beauty like you? A small laugh slipped past her lips. Sweet words, but the explanation is quite simple. Because, Your Grace, you've been in Essos too long. You wouldn't know that Renly preferred the company of men. You can ask around. People know. That, I had known, of course. Hearing it from her lips made it more amusing. She was degrading her ex-husband before me in an attempt to appear more likable. How cute. Rather than replying, I stepped closer, closing the distance between us. Gently, I reached out and took her by the waist, pulling her just enough that our bodies nearly touched. Well, I said, my voice low for your knowledge, and I think you'll prefer knowing this. I am perfectly interested in women. Marjorie tilted her head, her hands pressing lightly against my chest in the gentlest protest. Her smile remained, though there was a glimmer of calculation in her eyes. That I'm sure of, she replied softly. I suppose I'll be happy in that regard, but only after marriage. With that, she pushed herself back ever so slightly, slipping free of my hold like a dancer stepping out of rhythm. I smirked faintly, holding back the instinct to raise a curious eyebrow. Her attempts are adorable. Would have worked on a different Viserys. Since she had talked with Olenna earlier, ID expected her to try to ensnare me, to weave her charms like a net. Instead, she was doing withdrawal play, playing coy, dangling the bait just out of reach. It was a clever tactic that would have worked on the rumored Viserys. A pity, but we're all religious people here, I understand, I said, making her smile. Her expression softened again, and for the first time, there was something resembling genuine curiosity in her voice. Prince Viserys, I heard about your dragon earlier from grandmother. Is it true? She told me not to approach this topic as you might be offended by my doubts, but I think you're an easygoing man, so I'm asking. Do you really have one? I revealed a slow smile. She wanted to see my power to glimpse the living myth that set me apart. Instead, I leaned closer and whispered after marriage. Her smile faltered momentarily, her lips parting in surprise, and then she quickly composed herself, giggling. Well played. 35 Let's feast after we take the throne, Chapter 35. Let's feast after we take the throne. I stepped in the meeting room bathed in the early light of a new day, where the scent of fresh polish and floral arrangements lingered. The Tyrells had prepared well, as always. Mace Tyrell stood by the tall windows, broad-bellied and broad-smiled, glancing over his shoulder at my approach. His mother, Olenna, occupied the same cushioned chair as yesterday, her cane resting within easy reach. Garland Tyrell stood to one side, calm and attentive, as he nodded at me. Marjorie and Loras were absent. Their presence was not required for this more private talk. Kinvara stood at my side, red robes following behind her. I nodded politely. Lord Mace, I said, measuring my words. You look healthy and happy, I'm glad. I trust you had a successful hunt. Mace turned fully, chuckling as he quickly approached me and pulled me into a hug. Oh, quite. A few boars, some pheasants. Good sport, if a bit too easy. His hearty laugh reverberated off the high ceiling. Though I must admit, I never expected to return to such good news. Although ID missed all the excitement. My mother has told me enough to know we've much to discuss. That she must have, I don't doubt, I said. Oh, Prince Viserys, you look so much like your legendary brother. Prince Rhaegar, such a strong and fine man. Unfortunately, it seems his title of Last Dragon was a false tale as I stand before you. You'd surely surpass his glory in no time. Prince, you have no idea how angry I was when Robert took the throne. How heartbroken it was to hear how you and your sister were forced to flee. Such a pitiful story, the man said, trying a bit too hard to appear friendly and kind. I just accepted it with a smile. Olenna's eyes sparkled with amusement as she hid her annoyance at her son's sugary words. He didn't seem to realize how easily he was seen through by everyone. Mace's eyes turned to Kinvara. It's been some time, Lady Kinvara, she said softly. Do you recall meeting me in Volantis? Years ago? Kinvara's eyes lit with recognition as she stepped forward. Ah, yes, my lord. The Red Temple affair, if I'm not mistaken. I never thought I'd see you again, and certainly not like this. I hope the years have been kind to you. He chuckled. They have, my lady. And now, here we are at another crossroads. Mace rubbed his hands together, his mood jovial but gaining some focus. But as excited as I feel, I can't afford to waste any of our time. Let's discuss the important matters, shall we? I nodded and took a seat with Kinvara by my side. Mace Tyrell sat beside his mother. Some servants brought fruits and drinks, and I sipped some juice as he spoke. Firstly, I have no quarrel with my mother's decisions, Prince Viserys. Far from it. I'm glad. If she thinks supporting your cause is wise, I believe her. She's the wisest woman I know. I agree on that. I nodded at Olenna. Although I'd argue that Kinvara was smarter than her, Olenna was more dangerous. So far, Kinvara was an ally. Olenna could never be. Her granddaughter's happiness was also a large priority to her, even if our family names were allies. I'm glad. But let's not mince words. The realm stands on a knife's edge. You want to take what's yours, but 4 kings stand in your way. Joffrey Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon, namely. King's Landing will soon be attacked from what I know. And amid this all, you're planning to take the throne. How? All I see is chaos. Let's get into the intricate matters. I nodded and opened my mouth. We spoke quietly for a time names of bannermen. Stannis' rumored strategy, the state of King's Landing's granaries and walls, and, more importantly, the foolishness of Joffrey Baratheon. I gave them just enough to understand my position without laying my entire play bare. Because while I needed their support, they didn't need to know all my cards. Unlike what ID concluded before, Lord Mace wasn't useless. Olenna Tyrell surely was more valuable than him, but she couldn't plan a war with me. He could. Even if he was fat and slow, he still had experience that I didn't. It was a good talk, and we soon had a strategy to follow. In that case, he reached out a hand. Let's feast after we take the throne. I accepted his hand and smiled brightly. The alliance had solidified with Lord Tyrell's words. Everything was ready, and now we just had to wait till the Battle of Blackwater. After the lengthy talk, I began to stroll through the gardens. I wasn't alone. Granny Tyrell was on my arm, as if we were grandmother and grandson strolling through a summer afternoon. It wasn't hard to believe her sweet act given the face of Diana Rigg, and it wasn't fully an act either. She was being sweet to her to-be grandson-in-law. What was wrong with it? The midday sun had climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the manicured hedges and bright petals that bobbed in the gentle breeze. The fragrance of roses and herbs drifted around us, discreet servants keeping a tactful distance as we chatted about lighter stuff. But Olenna Tyrell had better stuff to do than talk about the smells of her garden with me. And, as ID expected, she soon moved to the thing she wanted. "My dear Prince," Olenna began, her tone almost affectionate. "I'm glad the planning went well, but public perception matters. You want to announce my presence here?" I was thinking of that, yes. We can't simply whisper alliances in dark rooms and expect the Lords of Westeros to understand. This game doesn't work like that. And you need to show your face at least. A small gathering, a garden party, let's say. Something to show the world that House Tyrell isn't supporting a ghost, but the legitimate Targaryen heir. No betrothal will be announced there, yet don't worry. But a favorable understanding will soothe troubled minds. What do you say? I cast her a sidelong glance. It was a good idea for both of us. They'd be able to imply marriage through it, but at the same time, they wouldn't be able to back off their support after such a show. Well, they could, but it'd be more troublesome. At the same time, it'd mean the entire realm would know about me. That Viserys Targaryen was in Westeros, but once again, that was not a bad thing. I can work with that, I said, but let's not invite Kinvara, and nobody should know that there's a Red Priestess here. Why? She raised an eyebrow. You don't trust her? I do. It's not because of trust. It's because we have to return to King's Landing after this. And it'd be suspicious to people that when the Red Priestess in King's Landing vanished for a few weeks, another Red Priestess was seen in the Reach supporting a Targaryen. Fair, I can agree to that. She nodded, her grip on my arm surprisingly firm. We Tyrells excel at delicate displays, Prince. Since you're on board, there will be a feast tomorrow, and a few select lords will be invited. She pondered, and, to captivate them, a little spectacle, perhaps a friendly duel in the training yard? What do you say? Interesting. Why? Well, let them see your prowess. Although a king doesn't have to be a great fighter in my book, these men are different. And if they witness your skill firsthand, they'll think twice before doubting you. I allowed a small smile. A duel? With whom? Olenna's eyes danced. Oh, how about Loras? Handsome and beloved, a famous knight. Itilel entertained them, and a well-managed outcome won't harm anyone's pride. I raised an eyebrow. You want a grandson to lose hard in front of so many lords? I tooted softly. He might not thank you for that. Her laugh was low and wry. Oh, he won't lose to you in a real battle. That's why we'll arrange a draw. Hell hold back, and you won't be embarrassed too harshly. I tilted my head, meeting her cunning gaze. I think you underestimate my strength, my lady. Maybe ITLL helped change your mindset, too, if I do well in the duel. Perhaps choose someone else? I wouldn't want to cast a shadow on your family's golden night with a genuine contest. Olenna scoffed lightly, a sound mingling affection and challenge. How confident. But I heard you're a part of the Second Sons now, skillful sells words. So I suppose you might have some skills very well. You'll choose another worthy opponent. I'll look forward to your performance, Prince. I offered a slight nod, my smile not faltering. Together we continued walking through the lush greenery, scents of jasmine and rose lingering in the warm air. 36 Garden Party of Highgarden, Chapter 36. Garden Party of Highgarden, the hall brimmed with color and murmured tension. Lords and ladies of the Reach mingled under the evening sky, surrounded by a flower garden, where late afternoon light slanted across polished floors. Long tables bore polished silver goblets and platters of ripe fruits, fine cheeses, and honeyed pastries. Small folk servants, dressed in discreet shades of green and gold, moved quietly through the crowd, refilling cups and offering plates. Every corner was alive with low laughter and the muted clink of cups meeting in cautious toasts. The people gathered here were no small names, they were big shots of the Reach. Lord Paxter Redwine stood with his sons near a table piled high with grapes, and Lord Mathis Rowan leaned in close to Lord Owen Oakheart, their brows knitting as they spoke in hushed tones. Lord Baylor Hightower and Lord Randall Tarley, both known for stern discipline and unwavering loyalty, hovered at one end of the room, discussing recent levy counts and the health of the harvest. Beesbury Mullendore, Florent lesser names, but still weighted with history in this land of fields drifted in and out of small clusters. They were forging quiet alliances or seeking reassurances. At the center of it all, Lord Mace Tyrell smiled broadly, but listened more than he spoke. His wife, Allery Tyrell, was with him. They were surrounded by soft laughter and polite nods. Yet there was an undercurrent of dissatisfaction that he could almost taste from these lords, as if they weren't quite happy to gather here. Garland and Loras were also present, the former with his wife, Lady Leonette. They entrained the guests, keeping things fun. Willis Tyrell, the heir of Highgarden, sat among some of the lords. Had been away from home till today, and was sitting due to his injury, while his pet falcon sat on his shoulders. The beginning of the garden party went without an issue, but time revealed his suspicions to be true. Lord Mace, Randall Tarley approached him, a goblet of wine in one hand and a narrowed look in his eyes. Lord Tarley? Mace looked at him curiously. I have an issue, he said. The bald man's reputation as a formidable warrior and an uncompromising lord preceded him, and he wasted no time on pleasantries. I thought Lady Olenna was going to come visit me yesterday. I waited all day, and then a raven notified me otherwise. Then, I received a sudden invitation to this banquet. I'll admit, I hesitated to accept at first. It seems insulting, but here I am. My wife pushed me. Yet I don't see Lady Olenna. Is she avoiding us? A hush rippled outward from this confrontation. It was light, but enough that a few lords who had been distracted by their conversations turned discreetly to listen. The Tyrells' recent shift in allegiance, supporting the late King Renly against the crown, had left many of these men wanting answers. They hadn't questioned it before, but after Renly's death it grew into a problem. They knew where the true power in Highgarden lay, and it was not solely in Mace's broad shoulders. Olenna Tyrell's absence at such a gathering stirred annoyance after such enormous events had been going on in the realm. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat, his smile faltering at the edges. I assure you, Lord Randall, my mother as he began, but before he could say more, the sound of slow footsteps drew all eyes toward the entrance of the garden. Lady Olenna Tyrell made her entrance with measured steps, being accompanied by Marjorie, leaning lightly on her cane, yet losing none of her commanding presence. Marjorie revealed a smile at the lords as they approached. Olenna wore a gown of deep green and gold, the Tyrell rose subtly embroidered along the hem. Her sharp eyes surveyed the room without hurry, taking note of each face that turned to her. The earlier dissatisfaction seemed to vanish in thin air in her presence. Nobody in the Reach dared to offend her. Good lords, she said, voice warm and precise, cutting through the garden's buzz. I realize how confused you must be recently, and am pleased you all accepted our invitation despite that. As for those houses that chose to ignore this invitation, they'll see to them, she smiled. It was cold. My apologies. Let's waste time on this. The truth is, I have something significant to share with you today. She took everyone's expression as they exchanged glances before she added, something that will shape the future of the Reach, and perhaps all of Westeros. An expectant hush fell. Randall Tarley's frown deepened, but he waited, watching her carefully. Olenna swept her gaze across the assembly, savoring the attention. Then she made a small gesture toward the side door, and a figure stepped forward. He was clad in finely tailored garments that bore subtle hints of Targaryen heraldry, a rich black doublet worked with crimson thread, wearing a princely smile, a cape trailing behind his tall shoulders. His silver blonde hair caught the fading daylight, and he moved with quiet assurance. Lady Olenna lifted her chin proudly. "Lords of the Reach," she said, "allow me to present to you the rightful king, Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm." She smiled. "A king who returned to these shores from Essos, with allies and promises that warrant your ears, your respect, and your swords." A stunned silence settled in, while Margaery made sure to smile at Viserys. He returned it. Goblets hovered in midair, words died on tongues. Many had heard rumors, whispers on the wind, thanks to the incident where he killed 2 knights. But seeing him here, in the heart of Highgarden under the Queen of Thorns' wings, made it real in a way that sent chills through every spine. For one beat of heart, no one moved. Then the lords began to exchange hurried glances, questions smoldering in their eyes. Olenna allowed herself the smallest of smiles, pleased by the impact. I stood before them. The Lords of the Reach, gathered beneath the fading daylight that slanted through the clouds. Their eyes, some wide with astonishment, others narrowed with curiosity, rested on me. Old Olenna's announcement had stunned them into silence. Now was my turn to take the stage. A few lords whispered anxiously near Mace Tyrell, hushed words I could not fully catch. Instead of straining to listen, I focused on Randall Tarley as he was the nearest. He stood somewhat apart, his arms at his sides, jaw set in a line. A formidable man by reputation, he had once struck fear into Robert Baratheon's ranks during the rebellion. He was the only man who Robert had experienced defeat to. I gave him a nod and a smile as if greeting an old ally. "Lord Randall," I said, my voice carrying just enough warmth. "I've heard of your valor in battle the time you bested Robert's forces. A remarkable feat. I was young back then, no older than 5, but I felt hope when I heard that story. Many tales reach my ears, but that one I believe. I'm glad to see you still hale and strong." He hesitated, the muscles in his neck working as he weighed his response. The Tarleys had served Targaryens loyally in the past, and I sensed a spark of recognition flicker behind his stern gaze. In the show, had gone against his established character and defied Dany. I was curious if he'd act the same in this real world. Our gazes locked. I kept smiling. Slowly, as if drawn by old oaths and ancient loyalties, he bent his knee. "Your Grace," he said at last, voice steady if subdued. "Your Grace." A young voice followed suit, and I recognized him as Dickon Tarley, Randall's son. The small knot of uncertainty in my chest loosened. One by one, other lords began to kneel, some quickly, others slower, grudgingly perhaps. Not all bent at first, but a single pointed look from Olenna Tyrell, standing beside me with her cane, reminded them of their place in the Reach. It was her land they ruled beneath her patronage. Defiance would not be wise. With reluctance, the last dissenters knelt, and a quiet hush settled. I gestured for them to rise, spreading my hands in a conciliatory manner. "I see quite the hesitation here." Many stiffened, but I just smiled. "My lords, I know you've heard many rumors about me, some that paint me as weak, mad, or unfit. Lies spread by those who fear Targaryen's return, and some by myself, to stay in hiding. It's shameful, really, but it was the best choice at that time. I was a kid. I also had a little sister to take care of. I didn't want to appear dangerous. Assassins are everywhere, but I've decided that I won't hide anymore. That's why I'm here. I understand your caution. You've seen 5 kings vie for thrones, and now I appear to claim it too. Perhaps you doubt my strength or worthiness." Some exchanged glances, others looked away, still uncertain. I let them hold their doubts for a moment, then continued. "I am not here to beg your favor with empty words. I will show you my mettle, my skill, and let you judge whether I am the Targaryen this realm deserves. From a servant's hand, a spear arced through the air, and I caught it easily. Its shaft felt sturdy in my grip, reassuring. I turned, raising an eyebrow, of course. A single battle isn't enough to show worthiness, but I want at least to disprove some of the rumors. Now, who among you would test my prowess? I said, and nobody moved. What? I didn't know the Lords of Reach are little girls. Nobody is brave enough. There was a rustle, and then Ser Haber and Ser Hora's red wine stepped forward. Twins, both broad-shouldered, orange-haired, and freckled. I eyed them as they bowed briefly. "Forgive us, my lord," said one of them. Haber or Hora's, hard to tell them apart, but we cannot kneel under a king who is titled a beggar, a weak coward. We mean no disrespect. We simply want certainty that you're strong. A murmured agreement rippled through the crowd. I inclined my head, smiling. I appreciate your honesty, sirs. It is far better than talking behind my back. You've challenged me, so let's make it interesting. I'll face you both at the same time. A collective gasp rippled through the lords, and even the twins exchanged startled looks. They hadn't expected that. I was fairly sure they'd been notified about a duel by Olenna from the beginning, even if they might not have known who they'd fight against. But they didn't know ID challenged them both. Olenna's gaze flicked to me, a hint of surprise and worry in her eyes. This was more than she'd arranged, and she worried I was biting more than I could chew. I just waited. Let's give them some space. A man shouted, and I recognized him as Lord Hightower. A moment later, the crowd parted, forming a rough circle. The Redwine twins hesitated, but Olenna nodded at them. Soon, I faced the two of them in a makeshift arena. The twins lifted their practice swords. They were fine steel. I could see the determination in their stances. They wouldn't hold back too much when I dared challenge them both. They wanted to prove their own worth, too, and they genuinely was interested in what I could offer. Start, Lord Hightower shouted. I shifted my footing, spear in hand, letting the tension hum through my muscles. Without further ceremony, the twins advanced, trying to flank me. I danced backward, spear tip flicking like a snake's tongue. One lunged, I parried, the other swung low, and I twisted away. You guys are slow, young lords, I said, my spear flowing in my grip, and my movements fluid, as if honed by years among the cell's words and sparring arenas of Essos. In truth, I've not been training for more than 6 months. Their attacks were earnest, but not cunning enough. I didn't want to drag this. After a heartbeat of careful observation, I countered, knocking one twin off balance with a swift strike with the blunt side, then spinning to catch the other's blade with my spearhead and send him stumbling. My spear moved like a spark of lightning. Their attempts to coordinate failed under the relentless pressure of my quick thrusts and feints. Within moments, I trapped them both in a flurry of blows, rattling their swords out of their grips. They backed up, breathing hard, eyes wide. I decided to finish it decisively, jumping into steps, spinning in the air, and knocking one's feet out from under him with a low sweep and catching the other across the helm with the spear shaft. He resisted, and in response, I kicked him in the chest. Arg! He was sent his heavy body flying back into the flowers, screaming in agony. Neither of them moved, unconscious. Gasps rose from the crowd, shock and full of awe. They hadn't expected such a swift and loud ending. For a moment, silence reigned. Great fight. Then Olenna began to clap. The sound sharp and clear, and Marjorie also followed. The others did the same, applause rippling through the hall. I straightened, letting the spear rest at my side, and offered a gracious nod. It was not some outstanding fight, but I had made my point. Let them doubt me no longer. I was Viserys Targaryen, and I would not let anyone insult me using the rumors of my past self. 37, 100,000 men's backing Chapter 37. 100,000 men's backing the garden party continued around us as Willis Tyrell, and I sat on a broad marble terrace overlooking Highgarden's famed rose gardens. He was a skinny man, but stylish. Despite his heirship and his venerable seat, Willis had none of the overbearing airs I'd come to expect from noble science. Instead, he greeted me with a smile that felt genuinely warm. Prince Viserys, he said, his voice gentle. Great fight earlier. I must say, it's a pleasure to meet you properly. I had hoped to attend yesterday's meeting, but only returned home this morning. He tapped his knee, which he had injured in a joust long ago. Travel could be a challenge. That's perfectly fine, Willis, I replied, offering my hand. You do seem well, all things considered. He laughed lightly. Yes, I manage. My old friend Oberyn pokes fun at my limp to this day, but it was always in good humor. I do miss him. Thanks to you, I'm glad to hear we may be coming closer to Dorne. I incline my head. Some alliances are written in blood, others in shared interest. With the Tyrells and Martells, it might be both. I knew this man had hurt his legs in a tourney against Oberyn Martell years ago. Lord Mace hated Oberyn because of that, but Willis himself bore no ill intent for the man. Rather, I think he had a genuine fondness for the Dornish prince, which perhaps extended to all of Dorne. This boded well, especially for me. Dorne and Reach were generational enemies, but with Willis here, bridging Reach and Dorne would be possible. That would solidify my claim immeasurably. He nodded, his gaze drifting across the garden's expanse. We have much to gain from each other, I believe. With this excuse, perhaps I could visit Dorne in the near future to discuss war plans. And, he whispered, thanks to your dragons, not just us, I suspect all the border lords with bad history may find a reason to set aside old quarrels. I smiled at that, hopefully. We conversed for a bit longer, although it was more of a chat among friends rather than a political discussion between a king and his lord. I was starting to like Reach, first Garland, and now his older brother. They were fun to talk to. Then, I excused myself to mingle further among the guests. The garden party continued without obvious friction. I noticed that Garland and Loras entertained some lesser lords while Mace ambled around, shaking hands. Over to one side, near a display of orchard fruits and spiced wine, House Hightower held court. Lord Leighton Hightower, called the Old Man of Old Town, wasn't here. He never attended these social gatherings. His heir, Baylor Hightower, attended in his stead. I met up with the man, enjoying their compliments about the fight earlier, sharing some conversations, stories, and a drink. Some other lords joined us, and we spent half an hour there. A bit later, I distanced myself from that group to find others. Lord Merryweather, a tall, easy-going man with a beer belly, eyed me with a sort of familial curiosity. His wife, Lady Tina, stood close by. I approached them and got through the typical greeting phase. Soon, Lady Merryweather began to speak much more than her husband. He stood to the side as she flowed the conversation. We have a daughter your age, she said, her tone soft but unmistakably suggestive as she ran a hand through my chest. Perhaps you'll come visit us sometime? Our families were practically joined, were they not? She let out a throaty laugh, and her husband merely smiled as though fully content with his wife's flirtations. It struck me that Tina didn't consider any boundary she couldn't casually cross. She was a beauty of olive skin, full lips, raven hair, and a curvy body. Her accent carried a sultry, Myrish lilt, and her eyes gleamed with mischief. I smiled politely, keeping my kingly image. I had a libido problem, but I didn't want to ruin my image on my first appearance, so I took a step back. Lady Merryweather, please, I said, and she just smiled. Bold woman. House Merryweather was a little special, I guess. My father had a mistress from this house, though that was decades past. So, this woman was trying to act like family. Please consider it your grace. If not today, then some other time? It would be my pleasure, I answered diplomatically, returning her smile in kind. Perhaps when these turbulent times settle, it'll pay your land a friendly visit. She sipped her wine, a glint of amusement lighting her dark eyes. I'll look forward to it. I was curious about her daughter, although not by much. Since my father had a mistress there, could this girl have some Targaryen blood? It could be that the mistress was this girl's grandmother, although unlikely. So I'd visit their land someday. As you should, I started, but I couldn't finish my words. A sudden hush gripped the crowd. The air shifted, and I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. Then the air snapped like a string pulled too tight. Swish! Something blurred past a potted rosebush, and a crossbow bolt whistled toward me. Instinct or luck perhaps made me jerk my arm up, my eyes lighting up. The bolt struck my palm, biting half an inch in. Pain flashed bright and immediate. Gasps erupted. Mace Tyrell roared in rage, fists clenched as he shouted for the guards. I gripped my teeth, blood trickling from my hand, though it did not pierce fully. Guards rushed for the spot where the shot had originated, spears at hand, as one of them yanked out a person. I glared, only to see a limp body being pulled out of the brush, the assassin already dead by unknown means. A chaotic murmur washed over the garden. Lords stood in shock, some drawing daggers or pressing back against the tables. Everything hung in tense confusion for a heartbeat. Then I steadied myself, ignoring the sting in my palm, and raised my voice over the crowd. "I'm fine," I said sharply, letting the hush settle. Though I suspect that arrow might have punctured more than my flesh, it's wounded our trust, has it not? Someone here wanted me dead, one of you lords, while standing in Highgarden. Marjorie rushed forward, grabbing my hand and gasping in shock. Olenna Tyrell hurried behind. Leaning on her cane as she ignored my eyes and stared at my hand, "Prince Viserys, are you?" I waved away the worry, pulling out the bolt with a grimace. Blood welled on my palm, but it was a small wound compared to what might have been. Marjorie tried to call for servants, but I stopped her. I looked at the crowd and said, "This isn't the first time I've faced danger, my lords, nor will it be the last." I lifted my hand, showing the bloody bolt tip. It had barely gone through half an inch of my palm. My 32 Yindi wasn't for show, but it'll say this: that was a feeble attempt. I am far stronger than my father and brother. If our enemies think of me so easily dispatched, they'll need sharper arrows. The tension began to subside, replaced by a collective realization that something bigger was at play. It wasn't normal to block a crossbow with a hand, where I was merely bleeding. A lesser man would have lost their head as the arrow would have pierced through his hand. Randall Tarley's face had hardened like stone. Paxter Redwine, Baylor Hightower, and the rest exchanged somber glances. Loyalty, or at least sympathy, slowly crept into their expressions, if only out of false outrage. "My lords," I continued, voice calmer now, "do not let this cowardly act undermine our unity. Let it serve instead as a warning of how truly threatened our foes must feel. I won't cower or flee. My Targaryen blood runs hot, and it'll stand firm." A wave of murmured agreement passed through the watchers. Among them, Marjorie, surprisingly, showed sincere concern. I could see genuine worry in her eyes as she called for maids to bring bandages and stuff. I saw true fear in her eyes. I guess losing one husband was enough for her, I noted. In the TV show, Shed Lost 3, Garland Tyrell whispered instructions to the guards to heighten security. Face red with anger, Mace Tyrell promised to track down the assassin's master. Amid the turmoil, Olenna Tyrell's eyes shone with a private satisfaction. She offered me a subtle nod, as if to say, "Well done." I winced at the throb in my palm, but a faint grin tugged at my lips. My speech was perfect, and I made the best out of the situation. Although I was curious about who ordered this assassination, the gathering took on a different note after that. No longer just a pleasant garden party, it became a place of shared resolve. The Tyrells and their banner lords closed ranks around me, each of them vowing in their own ways to stand against any shadowy foe. Suddenly, I had 100,000 men backing me. 38 How to Feed Your Dragon, Chapter 38. How to Feed Your Dragon. I sat on the edge of a spacious bed in one of Highgarden's more private and luxurious guest chambers, the midnight moon filtering through tall windows and warming the polished floor beneath my feet. My bandaged hand throbbed softly, still reminding me of the crossbow bolt that nearly found its mark this afternoon. But Marjorie's gentle touch on the wrapping made the pain less intrusive. "I can't believe how fast you're hearing," she said in fascination. She was kneeling beside me, her deft fingers finishing the final knot of a new linen around my palm. Her hair caught the moonlight in loose, artful coils, and her eyes sparkled like emeralds under the moon. Though she appeared mild as she cared for me, a subtle steel lurked in her gaze. She hated seeing me injured. I doubted it was because of love. More likely, it was because my dying would mean the loss of her crown once again. That was who Marjorie Tyrell was, beautiful and scheming, not in an evil way. Most of all, she was one greedy lady. Does it hurt? She looked up and asked. I rotated my wrist, testing the tension of the bandages. A little, I admitted, but ill-managed. As you saw, much of it has healed. Anyway, you're quite good at nursing. Maybe I should keep getting into trouble so you can fuss over me. A playful arch curved her brow. Oh, let's not encourage any repeat of that outrageous incident. Your Grace. But honestly, she hesitated. It's still surreal to me. How you blocked that arrow with your hand, I mean. The speed at which you moved, I saw it. Then, the thickness of your skin, I laughed, feigning mystery. A good magician never reveals his secrets, my lady. Besides, I added, it takes more than a single bolt to kill a dragon. She giggled, amusement tugging her lips. A dragon who's also a showman, it seems. The next few moments passed in a calm hush, only broken by the quiet curtains flapping in the mild autumn breeze. She remained kneeling before me, our eyes locked, and she smiled as I observed her. She wore a two-piece gown and a black robe over her shoulders. Her midriff was out in the open, accentuating her navel with a slender golden chain. The gentle slope of her waist, revealed in such a bold style, held my attention. I smiled. She noticed me looking, but only smirked, leaning in as if silently reminding me she held the reins of this game. 2. Image here, spoiler collapse. So, she began, her tone turning casual. Are you feeling better about our arrangement here at Highgarden? If so many lords have rallied around you, I suspect your confidence must be soaring. I shrugged lightly, not denying it. Confidence is necessary, but it doesn't solve all my problems. For instance, my strength lies in my dragon, and it's been a while since Viserion last ate. She's pretty hungry right now. I trust the goats are prepared? Marjorie nodded. Yes, my grandmother saw to that. We keep them in one of the older storehouses beneath the library tower. It's dim and wide enough for a dragon feast, I suppose. She rose from the bed and gestured for me to follow. I couldn't help but chuckle. You're leading me there personally? Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Who else? This girl really wanted to see my treasure. She led me through winding corridors that descended into an older wing of Highgarden, where the stones felt colder, the torchlight flickered, and the ceilings arched overhead in silent proof of the castle's age. My footsteps echoed on damp flagstones. Occasionally, the distant bleating of goats reached my ears, and I felt Viserion stirring within the pocket dimension I used as her hiding place, sensing the presence of fresh prey. We arrived at a dark chamber lit by a single hanging lantern. Sure enough, a small herd of crying goats huddled in a makeshift pen. Marjorie paused at the threshold and gestured a chin at the livestock. I looked at her delicate features that felt half-sculpted by the flicker of yellow-orange flame. You're not leaving? I asked softly, smiling. I can't show you this, you know. She cleared her throat, crossing her arms under her chest. Come now. Is this really necessary, Your Grace? Waiting till marriage might as well drive me mad. Haven't I heard enough about it from grandmother and my brother anyway? Can't we just skip ahead already? I smiled, stepping close enough to catch the faint rosewater scent clinging to her hair. I slipped an arm around her waist, her flesh warm against my touch. Our eyes locked. Do you remember what you said? I murmured when I held you last time. That I must wait until marriage? Her cheeks took on the barest flush as she looked away, neither confirming nor denying. I laughed. It might not be a pleasant sight now, I warned. Feeding time after all. She heaved a sigh of relief, seeing me agree. Ill manage. I nodded. Then I snapped my fingers. The air cracked with energy, and the fabrics of space-time tore apart in a single moment. A dark dimension opened beside us. Viserion burst forth, her leathery wings rustling in the gloom, her golden scales glinting in the wavering lantern light. She spewed a small jet of flame that licked across the air, sending the goats into frenzied bleating. Without a cry of hesitation, the dragon pounced on them, fangs sinking with savage efficiency. Marjorie stepped forward. eyes widening as the blaze illuminated her face. In the reflection of her irises, I could see a curious wonder, a spark of near reverence. She stared, entranced, as Viserion devoured her meal. I stood behind Marjorie, slipping my arms around her from behind, pressing my chest to her back so she could feel the reassurance of my warmth. She gasped softly when I bent to kiss the nape of her neck. A faint whimper escaped her lips, but she didn't resist, too captivated by the reality of a living dragon feeding mere steps away. "Are you impressed?" I murmured near her ear. My hand trailed over her midriff, lingering on the soft skin revealed by her daring outfit. I heard the quickening pace of her heart. She swallowed, nodding. Yes. I didn't fully believe grandmother, even though I knew she wouldn't lie. But feeling the heat, her words trailed off, replaced by shaky laughter. Gods, it's incredible. I could see the flicker of flame dancing in her wide eyes, as if she was already imagining those same flames turned against any foe of House Tyrell or House Targaryen. As if she was imagining her future children riding those scales. I tightened my hold on her. She giggled once, turning her head enough that her cheek brushed mine. "I feel like we truly are forging something beyond the realm's comprehension, Your Grace. Viserion is magnificent." I laughed quietly. "Wait until the rest of Westeros finds out. And wait until my sister's dragons join me." She parted her lips to reply, but the words died as I leaned in, pressing a slow kiss to her shoulder, then up her neck. A soft sigh escaped her. She yielded to the closeness for a moment, until she seemed to remember her own stance on chastity. She half-turned and pushed me gently in the chest. "Hey," she teased, voice low, "after marriage, remember?" I smirked, stepping in anyway, guiding her back against a nearby stone pillar. I leaned close, my forehead resting against hers, and murmured, "I'm quite certain I can't wait that long." "Like how you couldn't." "Hey, they're not the same," she said. "I suppose." I hover my lips over hers. "Sure thing, then. As long as you'd rather I find someone else to help me relax well, your grandmother might not mind. Your handmaiden looks quite pretty." Her eyes flashed, a spark of jealousy or challenge. She grumbled for a moment, realizing my character if she hadn't already from the rumors, and then clicked her tongue. "I can handle this," she proposed softly, the boldness of her suggestion pairing with a playful glint in her eyes. "Trust me, ITLL be enough." I chuckled. "Trust me, ITLL not be enough. Do you think a man who can stop a crossbow with his bare hand lacks vigor? Your jaw will fall apart if you keep talking like that." I grabbed her face, smirking at her. "Plus, isn't it better to go all in? In that case, you can at least hope to get pregnant and solidify this entire thing." I finished, and she blinked once, twice, and then a third time as if saying, "Fuck, he's right." That was a far better approach to this situation than playing hard to get. She caught my meaning, biting her lip in that half-innocent, half-sultry way she could only pull off. A flicker of conflict passed over her features. She was cunning enough to weigh the political ramifications, the potential hold she might gain, and her grandmother's reaction. At the same time, lust, ambition, and curiosity swirled in her gaze. A breath passed, and she moved suddenly, tugging at my collar. She brought me down for a searing kiss. I laughed into the mouth, and my hands rested on her waist. Her breath caught when I lifted her effortlessly, and she let out a trembling moan as my lips grazed the sensitive skin of her midriff. Warmth flared between us, fueled by the swirl of flame behind us and the primal nature of the moment. I felt her quake in my shoulders as my lips kissed her stomach. My tongue slid down, and she whimpered, burying her fingers in my hair. Wait. I changed my mind. After marriage. She managed breathlessly before pulling back, face flushed. "Yeah, at least let's head to my bedroom." "Nope," I answered as I held Marjorie close, pressing her against the cold pillar in that dim chamber, while Viserion's low growls echoed behind us as she munched into the goats. The pillar's cold stone under my hands contrasted with the fever in my mouth. In the torchlit gloom, often brightened with dragon flames, Marjorie's breath came quickly as she moaned. Her lips parted to release soft, stifled whimpers as I trailed kisses down her neck, my hands cupping her breast through the thin fabric of her gown. A sudden roar from Viserys snapped us back to the moment. You too. After a long time, she spoke again. Go mate somewhere else. My dragon, apparently unimpressed with our distraction, let out a thunderous call that rattled through the hall, sending reverberations across the ancient stones. Marjorie jerked away, her cheeks flushed in the flickering orange glow, her nipples taut against the fabric of her gown. What the hell? Dragons can speak. Mine can, I said, ignoring the growling dragon and kissing this delicate flower. She moaned and cleared her throat, readjusting the half-loosened fabric draped around her midriff. Regardless, she disapproves of this, she teased, breath uneven, her eyes flicking to the creature's dark outline. Let's not give her more to complain about. I don't want to become like those goats. Can't we please continue this somewhere less livestock-scented? Your Grace, I love how she said those last two words. How sultry and hungry she sounded. She couldn't wait to be called the same by others. My smirk widened. Fine. I wouldn't hate a more private stage for our performance. Without waiting for an answer, I scooped her into my arms, watching her eyes fly wide with surprise and delight. Her breasts heaved against my chest as I carried her like a princess. What are you? She laughed, but her words turned breathless as I hoisted her higher, my hands gripping her hips. She smiled, her arms tightening around my neck. What am I doing? I am indulging in the perks of being a dragon king, I answered. If you'd rather walk, I can set you down. But I must warn you, my lady, I'll be shameful if the servant saw you walk naked. So I'd rather just carry you. It'll be faster. She gasped, her eyes darkening with lust. No, I find don't drop me, she managed, and in a show of bravery, she nipped at my earlobe, her tongue flicking against the sensitive skin. We stepped out into the corridor, my arousal pulsing with every step. A pair of maids passing by gasped at the sight the Targaryen prince carrying the Tyrell rose, her cheeks flushed with arousal. Kekia, unhand our lady this instance. Marjorie quickly raised a hand, both in greeting and mild embarrassment. This is fine, truly. She reassured them. All is well, and you saw nothing. Viserys let out one last throaty growl somewhere behind us in the now-closed chamber, and the maids screamed as they fled. By the time we reached Marjorie's bedchamber, I was ready to explode. I shut the door behind us, not caring who heard the slam. The room welcomed us with softly glowing lamps, perfumed linens, and tall windows that opened onto the starlit gardens below. When I set her on her feet, she turned to me, eyes gleaming with desire. She pulled me close, and we shared a long, searching kiss, her hand resting at my waist. I hummed low in my throat, matching her energy. My earlier urgency flared hotter, my body pressing urgently against the confines of my clothing. Her lips parted with a quiet sigh, and we stumbled backward together until her back found a carved wooden column. Fabric rustled as I tugged at the halves of her gown's top piece, revealing more smooth skin. I took in her form with an appreciative hunger. She arched against me, letting the cloth fall in a flutter around her waist, her breath hitching as I leaned in closer. This hang, she murmured, her voice muffled against my collar as I sucked and nibbled at her flesh. You're hungrier than your dragon, your grace. I nibbled softly at her earlobe, drawing out a quiet moan. What can I say? I am a dragon myself. I slid a hand along her thigh, pulling her closer as the heat between us grew. She gasped, her hips bucking against my touch. And just call me Viserys. Her giggle turned into a groan when I kissed down the line of her jaw, trailing lower, leaving warm, open-mouthed caresses that made her breathing hitch. Our touches turned bolder, the tension between us spiraling as we half wrestled, half clung to each other in the lamplit hush of her bedchamber. She pressed her palm over my bandaged hand, mindful of the injury, yet pulling me closer. The pain was distant now, a dull throb, overshadowed by the pounding thrill that coursed through my veins. Her slender fingers found the clasps at my waist, undoing them with a skillful twist. She froze for a moment, then took a quiet, breathy laugh as she got a good look. "A dragon, for sure," she said, amused and impressed, her touch sending waves of pleasure through me. "You're hungry, right?" she murmured, gazing into my eyes. "For something more tender than goats." I just smirked, and she guided me to the bed, pushing me down onto the soft covers. I went willingly, and she leaned over me, the moment growing deeply intimate. I answered with a low chuckle, capturing her lips again, letting my uninjured hand tangle in her hair. Our breaths mingled, warm and electric, and in that moment, I felt the heady power of forging alliances not just through politics, but through pure, primal connection. I just wanted to make Marjorie Tyrell feel overwhelmed. She might have called it strategic, a seduction carefully measured, but I sensed a genuine flame behind a desire twined with ambition, yes, yet undeniably real. She was drawn to me in a powerful way. She leaned close, looking down into my eyes. Then, she reached toward me. We came together in an intimate embrace, our bodies pressed close as we shared a quiet, heated moment. I held her hips, raising and pulling at her in rhythm, and we both let out soft sounds of pleasure as we moved together. She moved against me with an urgent rhythm. I held her close, my hands steady at her waist as we swayed together. The tension of the day, the near assault, and the swirl of competing suitors all melted away in the closeness between us, the quiet catch of our breathing. Her hands roamed over my shoulders, nails grazing lightly, urging me on. She parted her lips, trying to speak, but losing the words the moment my mouth found the tender flesh of her throat. Each ragged breath she took was an unspoken confession of need. My own pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out everything but the whisper of her name and the ragged hush of her breath. I leaned in, letting her glimpse the raw hunger in my eyes, and she met me with that same intensity in her own cunning, luminous way. "Take me," she whispered, "take me deeper," in the hush of Marjorie's bedchamber. Nothing else mattered except the warmth of her skin against mine, the soft cry of her voice echoing in the dim lamplight. Although I did not, in fact, give in fully. She was not going to carry my child, at least not yet. I held her close beneath me, and I clung to her until she begged me for rest. 39. I don't wish to argue with a child. Chapter 39. I don't wish to argue with a child. I awoke in Marjorie's bedchamber to the soft warmth of morning light creeping through tall, arched windows. A gentle breeze teased the curtains, bringing with it the scent of Highgarden's roses less intense than last night. I yawned, sitting up a little. My gaze fell on the bandage wrapped around my hand, now tinged with faint red stains from my half-healed wound. It throbbed in a muted reminder of yesterday's nearly fatal arrow, but the pain was barely there. I slowly unwrapped it to find the wound fully healed. I smiled. At level 23, such a wound was barely a scratch. I pulled out my status page to take a look. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 22 years old, level 23, 27 STR, 32 Yini, 27 DX, 31 INT, 29 LUC, 40 AUTH. Page. The numbers made me smile, but unfortunately, I hadn't earned any levels from Viserys' goat massacre last night. My authority was 40, which stood out. It had jumped unexpectedly higher than ID calculated. At level 14, it was off 20, gaining 9 levels should have made it 29. I suppose that my alliances and conquests were all feeding something deeper within me. The realm itself recognized who I was becoming, so my authority increased. A soft humming drifted from the far side of the room, where Marjorie stood in front of a mirror. She was slipping on a new gown for the day, an elegant piece that cinched at her waist and fanned out over her hips. I doubted she'd bother to wear it modestly after what happened last night, but outward appearances mattered. Even in privacy, she balanced her seductive aura with a composed grace worthy of a queen. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed me stirring and offered a smile. It was gentle, yet sharpened by something unspoken. "Good morning, Your Grace," she teased. "I trust you slept well despite our evening's little diversions?" I stretched, biting back a small chuckle. "I'm not complaining. My hand's healed, and the rest of me feels quite satisfied. My mind flickered to the steamy events we'd shared, half lost in the gloom of goat feeding, half lost in her body. Her smirk deepened, and she turned fully, letting me admire how the golden sunlight played across her hair, highlighting each curl. She looked at her side where new bandages were ready, and then back at me. I see you took off your bandage, but from the looks of it, new ones won't be needed. It's almost as if you're not human. Ha! If anything, I need medical care for my legs. You know, I can't stand up right now. Did you truly have to be so rough? It's already healed. Yes, I assured her, flexing my fingers. Another day or so, and the scar will vanish too. ITLLB, as if the bolt never touched me. She stepped closer, carefully examining the cloth around my palm. That's good. We can't have our rising Dragon King crippled before the next stage of, well, everything. A flicker crossed her gaze, concern or cunning. It was hard to tell. One thing I knew for sure was that it wasn't love. But she had grown a little protective over me. That too I was sure. I nodded, fair. Yesterday's demonstration, my fight, then the assassination attempt, has guaranteed me strong backing. 100,000 men. That is a major step forward. Yes, Your Grace. But I suspect we've only scratched the surface of what's to come. We have the army, but Renly Baratheon had a bigger one. Then, he ended up dead. She looked into my eyes with worry. Be careful. Marjorie's eyes flickered with that near-invisible blend of ambition and warmth, and she continued when I remained silent. The realm will take notice. Word moves quickly, especially with the tale of the crossbow bolt. I suspect the rumors of some crazy beast devouring goats in the secret halls will also spread. You should have withdrawn Viserion into that weird space. Shed suggested the same last night, but I didn't listen. I shook my head. A dragon can't grow when chained. Let her have a good night's rest in that chamber. I don't mind rumors. We stand on a precarious edge, Your Grace. Some rumors might strengthen your image as an unstoppable Targaryen. Others might color you as reckless or far too dangerous to be left alive, drawing threats from all corners, she said, looking at me with caution. I let the silence hang briefly, my thoughts drifting to how last night's deeper intimacy might alter the political game. She was already worrying about me as a husband. My alliance with Marjorie Tyrell had grown personal, and in Westeros, personal and political were rarely separate. She realized that too. I like this girl. Are you worried? I asked softly. She paused at that, smoothing her gown and fiddling with an embroidered rose at her hip. Worried that some might see our closeness as scandalous? No. That'll be rumored to have surrendered my virtue before marriage? No. Worried about your life? Yes. I tilted my head. Her worry was lovely, but it wasn't as if I was reckless. If I was, I'd have been over level 50 by now. I was playing things very safe as it was, and she didn't know what it meant to have a system backing my growth. That is touching, I said. She shook her head, voice dropping to a whisper. I hope you remain careful. Of everyone. Especially that Red Priestess. She stared at me briefly. I nodded, deciding to let the subject rest. I inhaled, pushing off the bed. They'll keep that in mind, I said, and I doubted she knew that it included her too. I finished dressing, adorning a black doublet with discreet hints of Targaryen red thread. Not long after that, knocks fell, and soon the door to the chamber cracked open. Kinvara slipped in, crimson robes flowing around her like molten silk, her eyes calm as always. They were also curious. My prince, she began, offering Marjorie a guarded nod before turning to me. It appears the morning finds you well. Despite all that happened last night, Marjorie arched a brow, bristling at the intrusion but maintaining her grace. Lady Kinvara, she said, managing a polite smile. You've excellent timing, as always. Kinvara's lips curved faintly, though her gaze remained on me. One time I'm not by your side, my prince. You almost get assassinated. Perhaps I should tie you to my sleeves. I roll my eyes lightly. Almost is a strong word. The damage was minimal. See? I raised my hand and showed her, and she blinked. Her smile widened a moment later. Marjorie watched our exchange in silence, and then crossed her arms, standing up and stepping slightly forward as if to shield me from any perceived slight. I hate to interrupt, But he's one of the 5 kings now, she stated, addressing Kinvara firmly. The entire realm must have heard whispers by daybreak. So it's your grace from now on. Kinvara raised an elegant brow. Indeed, a king. Yet a single crossbow bolt nearly ended him. Isn't that funny? Where one assassin fails, 2 more will come. You should remain vigilant. She looked at me, smiling, your grace. Marjorie smiled in satisfaction, seeing Kinvara comply, but I held back a sigh. This old woman didn't care what she'd call me, while this little girl thought she was winning against her. I'll be fine, Marjorie said, as he is today. Kinvara's eyes flicked to her like a subtle challenge. Is he truly? You've proven your capacity to guard yourself, but he was injured. He's the most valuable asset that House Tyrell has. And he was unguarded yesterday. Marjorie stiffened, her expression carefully impassive. He isn't unguarded at all, not while I'm here. A thin, knowing smile curved Kinvara's lips. And you were where, precisely, when the arrow came flying? She asked, voice delicate but pointed. That I was nearby. I took care of the aftermath. Marjorie shot back, a hint of tension in her voice. I bandaged him. You bandaged it. You couldn't stop it, Kinvara said, making the girl fall silent. Kinvara sighed and returned her gaze to me. Regardless, I don't wish to argue with a child. Your Grace, shall we leave for King's Landing soon? Our work here is done. A faint flush of anger was visible on Marjorie's cheeks, but she didn't let her emotions control her. She faced me, adopting a gentler tone as she touched my injured hand. Must you really go so soon? As you said, Stannis will invade King's Landing within months, so that city is not safe. Highgarden is. Leading our new army from here might be the smarter choice. I regarded her quietly. We've already prepared for that scenario. But for my claim to resonate throughout the 7 kingdoms, I must move, not hide in Highgarden. Still, I need to be where the next storms gather. My stay in King's Landing will be crucial. Let me assure you, Marjorie, this is how I also guarantee your future crown. Her gaze flicked between Kinvara and me as though measuring my resolution. Finally, she inhaled slowly and nodded. Then I hope the gods favor your journey, your Grace. And remember, Highgarden is still your strongest ally, she added with a half-smile. I allowed myself a short laugh, moving toward the door. Of course, I'd be a fool not to keep you close. See you later, my lady. Kinvara bowed her head, acknowledging Marjorie with a composed half-smile. Marjorie stood, looking every inch the poised lady of the court, though I could sense the swirl of emotion beneath her calm facade. She had already grown to desire more than a mere alliance, perhaps a measure of real control over me and my path. It was adorable, but I didn't like it. As we left the room, the morning sun blazed brighter beyond Highgarden's walls, a fresh day brimming with promise and silent perils. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a few hours later, after I had some last-minute talks with the Tyrell heads, the footsteps turned into the sound of hooves against the ground, each one taking me closer to King's Landing. I hope I wasn't late. I had a plan to execute during the riot of King's Landing regarding a certain character. Hopefully, the riot hadn't happened already. Chapter 40. The Ghost of Targaryen by the end. The Tyrells had treated me well, exceedingly well, in fact. ID also made a sudden request for black armor with a red cape, and they delivered. It now rested within my inventory. Even House Merryweather went out of their way to secure passage for Kinvara and me, providing a vessel they claimed was fit for a king. A bit too conspicuous, if you ask me. Once I realized the opulence would draw too many eyes, I decided to switch ships at the port of Longtable. Longtable was the seat of House Merryweather, so the Lord came to meet me. He insisted we'd be safe on the original ship, but I've learned long ago to trust my instincts, not the assurances of an overly friendly lord. So, now we were on a nondescript vessel, the boards creaking beneath our feet, carrying rough cargo and a few unassuming passengers. Our ship cut through the waters, the mild morning sun reflecting off gentle waves. It'd bring us to King's Landing without stirring any fanfare if everything went smoothly. I leaned against the ship's railing on the open deck, letting the faint air brush over my face. Kinvara stood beside me, red hair splattering against her face in the mild breeze. "This has been a fulfilling visit," she said, her voice quiet yet charged with interest. "The Tyrells parted ways with you on excellent terms, and they seemed quite taken with your presence, especially after the demonstration, both the duel and the night session." I chuckled. "They're convinced. At least for now. The next moves are crucial, winning support in King's Landing, mustering a real coalition before the Manus marches." Kinvara nodded, gazing at the horizon. "Everything's going to be all right," she said. "We just have to be careful and cautious with our moves." Before I could answer, the soft glow of the morning light reflected off metal movement at the edge of my peripheral vision. I slowly turned toward the far side of the deck. A group of 5 men approached, their steps uneven, their eyes scanning us. They didn't carry themselves like typical sailors or harmless travelers. The other passengers looked weary. The group's tattered clothes carried a hunger that set me on edge. The 5 of them stopped before us, and one of them stepped forward. He was a stocky, unshaven man with a poorly tended scar across his cheek. He feigned politeness with a smile. "Mornin', travelers," he greeted. "That guy who escorted you into this ship, Lord Merryweather, right? Friends of the Lord. You two must be carrying something valuable." I held back a scowl. That was annoying. I told that Merryweather bastard that we'd be fine boarding a ship on our own, but he had to tag along. He was disguised, so most didn't recognize him, but this bandit clearly had. Kinvara and I had already shifted back to our disguises, but a rumor still wouldn't help. I had to take care of these fools. I forced a polite smile. "Just words, friend. We're simple folk passing through, not wealthy merchants." He clucked his tongue, eyeing the robes on Kinvara, the subtle finery of my clothes. "Is that so?" I caught the flicker of his comrades, shifting, 2 of them focusing on Kinvara with a lecherous interest while the other 3 spread around me in a half circle. My chest tightened with immediate annoyance. Couldn't these fools sense the danger? "Lads," the scarred man muttered, "why not see what's under those robes, The lady might have gold or something else worth talking." I clenched my jaw. One of them moved toward Kinvara, attempting to grip her arm. She stood perfectly still, peacefulness undisturbed even as rough fingers dug into her sleeve. 2 of them closed in on her, lustful glints in their eyes. The other 3 advanced on me, including the leader, hoping to rob me or kill me if I resisted. I sighed. Stupid fuckers. In one fluid motion, I lunged at the closest man, sidestepping his clumsy attempt to seize my shoulder. My fist slammed into his ribs, and bones cracked as he crumpled with a guttural cry. The second attacker swung a dull blade in a wide arc, but too slow. I ducked low and delivered a sharp elbow to his sternum. Another sickening crack resonated, and he stumbled backward, falling on his back and gasping for breath. The third man, the leader, shouted and tried to grab my arm from behind, but I whirled, kicking him in the shin. His legs buckled, and he screamed. He hit the deck with a thud, and I rewarded him with a vicious stomp to the shoulder. An irritated exhale escaped my lips. These ruffians were amateurs. They truly were mere bandits and not assassins. But I realized abruptly that Kinvara had yet to defend herself. The 2 bandits were pawing at her robes. She stood there calmly, as though uninterested in fighting back. "Really?" I asked. She shrugged. "Too much energy. Just get them off me already." I rushed over, grabbing the first man by the neck of his shirt and flinging him aside, letting him crash into the railing. The second man attempted a swing at my head with a short club, but I caught his wrist, twisted hard, and heard bones snap. His scream tore through the quiet air. He collapsed, howling, and Kinvara only watched with faint curiosity, as if this scene were a mildly interesting performance. "Should have just stayed put," I said, dusting my hands off as I turned to the leader, the scarred man, who now cowered on the deck with twisted legs. Courtesy of my earlier brutal assault, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he wheezed, fear overshadowing whatever bravado had possessed mere minutes ago. "And no, please," he croaked, tears forming in his eyes. My eyes narrowed as I reached for the sword at my waist. "No, I didn't mean. Look, I have a family, I swear. 5 daughters, 2 sons. I only tried this because the famine is here. We had no choice. His words hung in the morning air as I unsheathed the sword, metal gleaming in the daylight. The man paled, tears rolling down his cheeks now. I held the sword at his neck with my previously injured hand, and it didn't hurt at all. Even the scar had vanished by now. The sword was newish, a gift from Lord Mace. I didn't mind it. It was better to practice more than just a spear since I had the system. Kinvara stood behind me, silent but watchful, with no sign of pity in her expression. More than anyone, she understood the precariousness of letting threats survive in a world like this that devoured the weak. My gaze flicked to the man's ravaged legs, then back to his tear-streaked face. Famine or not, I said quietly, you decided to risk our lives. You wanted to harm my companion, hurt me, and you threatened a future I've built with more than just my sweat. Is that fair? Think about it. So no, I can't let you walk away. Please, Lord, he begged, trembling. They're starving. Without me, the edge of my sword glinted. There are always choices. You made yours. His sobs turned desperate, but I steel my heart. Compassion was a rarity in this game of kings and swords. If I let one criminal live, the next would too. Who could say how many others might come for me, emboldened by mercy or believing me soft if that continued? Produce. He didn't have to touch Kinvara if he just wanted money. Kinvara said nothing. Neither did I. I simply raised the blade, let the sun's reflection dance on its surface, and brought it down in a swift strike. You've reached level 24. Blood splattered. I rode in subdued silence, reins wrapped in my grip, while Kinvara followed right beside me. The journey from the docks had gone smoothly enough. No more ambushes, no further attempts on our lives. The previous night, I had temporarily released Viserion from my dimensional hold, allowing her to stretch her wings and hunt. I glimpsed her silhouette against the moonlit sky, the faint roar echoing now and then. Her presence was reassuring, and her hunts also gave me some EXP. Everything was going smoothly, yet my mood soured as we drew near to King's Landing. The roads were worn, scattered with travelers who moved too quickly or glanced over their shoulders as if fearing pursuit. Perhaps they sensed the city's troubles just as keenly as I did. Or more likely, they'd seen what was going on. I had a bad feeling about this. I looked at Kinvara, and she nodded. We sped up our ride, skirting past quiet hamlets and makeshift camps outside the city as people trembled in hunger. My unease turned into irritation when we finally beheld King's Landing. Its walls loomed, dingy in the midday sun, but I noticed something immediately amiss. No guards patrolled the main gate. No watchful eyes peered from the parapets. Only a handful of ragged figures lingered, huddled against the stone, paying us no mind. This was not the usual clamor of the capital. As I'd expected, something was happening. Cursing under my breath, I urged my horse forward and peered into the gate's open maw, half expecting a sudden throng to appear. Instead, I saw empty streets, or at least emptier than they should be. 7 hells, am I really late? The alarm in my gut spiked. I sped up my travel after hearing from the bandits that famine was a real issue already, but perhaps I was still late. If the riot had started, I'd miss a valuable opportunity. I dismounted abruptly, my heart hammering in my chest, and turned to Kinvara. She halted her horse beside mine. Stay put, I said, my words full of urgency. I have to see what's happening inside. Careful. She nodded, though her eyes shone with unspoken questions. I took a step toward the gate, then hesitated. I ran my fingers through my coal-black hair. Kinvara had worked her magic right before we switched ships. However, I needed my Targaryen hair for this plan. Put my hair back to silver, I said, turning to Kinvara once more. She tilted her head, and then a faint smile of understanding formed on her lips. She raised a hand, the air shimmering with a subtle tingle of magic. Whatever illusions I'd hidden behind were about to be cast aside. The city beckoned, haunted and uncertain, as Kinvara did her spell. I turned around, ready for the next step, confronting King's Landing not as a disguised traveler, but as some wicked ghost of Targaryen. The Tyrell's gift, a black armor with a red cape, covered my body. It was time to have some fun. 41. A Dragon Among Rats, Chapter 41. A dragon among rats, the streets of King's Landing churned with a storm of fear and desperation. Citizens screamed and ran, shoving one another in a desperate scramble for anything of value. Scraps of food, clothes, any meager coin. Overturned carts and scattered debris choked the cobblestones, forming makeshift barricades and hazards alike. Fires flickered in corners where riotous people had smashed lanterns, and the air reeked of sweat, ash, and terror. Adorned in fine black armor, I walked through the madness with quiet authority, my new crimson cloak trailing behind like a streak of blood across the dirt-streaked stone. Golden swirls etched into my dark armor caught the dim light, hinting at a regal silhouette. My silver blonde hair freely fell over my shoulder, and more than one bewildered onlooker gasped, jumping away or fleeing faster. Prince Rhaegar, an old man, stammered, collapsing on his knees onto the road. I paused, offering him a brief glance. Rhaegar Targaryen, indeed that's who they saw in the pale hair and the calm, almost haunting aura. That was my plan, to wear my late brother's name and haunt the crown. I patted the man on the shoulder, offering neither correction nor comfort. Some illusions are worth maintaining. My purple eyes scanned the crowd, cold detachment in their reflection. Lord Mace's gifted sword rested on my waist, the hilt carved to resemble a dragon's head. I walked, and the panicked mob parted instinctively, their shock and fear of me surpassing the chaos around them. Sometimes humans feared the unknown more than a blade, so it was not surprising they'd find the ghost of Targaryen far more dangerous than the city's upheaval. Yet, somehow, many of them looked at me with reverence. Rhaegar Targaryen, sure, was something else. A woman shrieked at me, and someone used that chance to yank a loaf of bread from her grasp. She cried, and the thief vanished into the crowd. I raised a gloved hand, and with barely a thought, a dagger flickered into my palm from within my inventory. I hurled it, and it found its mark in the thief's ankle. His scream joined the riotous sea of noise, and the woman rushed at him to retrieve her possessions. A few startled eyes landed on me, then darted away. Where did you all see that? I resumed my stride, unbothered. Everyone moved aside until a child stumbled into my path, looked up at me with wide, petrified eyes, and then scrambled away as I continued past him. The riot churned around me like a swirling tide, but it might have been a dragon drifting through a rat's flock, for none of it affected me. I had a destination. Up ahead, the jagged towers of the Red Keep stood against the gray sky, a grim symbol of false power. But the castle wasn't my goal today. No, it was the path leading to it. That was where the center of this commotion was. On and on, I pushed forward, my senses sharp in search of something particular. I soon found myself at the center of the uproar, an even more crowded area where everyone had gone mad and the riot boiled into raw violence. Shouts and clangs echoed off battered walls as guards and commoners clashed against one another. My attention snagged on a group of city folk cowering, pressed back against a collapsed vegetable stall. A wedge of royal guards, their armor tarnished and stinking of arrogance, advanced on them, swords in hand. These so-called protectors were using the chaos to impose cruelty rather than order. It was almost as if they didn't realize that killing was making the situation worse. Well, what did I care? A hawk-faced guard struck a trembling woman across the face with the flat of his blade. I drew my sword from its scabbard slowly, and my eyes flashed from the woman to the guards. By then, people had noticed me even amid the commotion, and murmurs of disbelief rippled among the watchers. Hey, who is that? One guard gaped at me, and I noticed confusion etched under his helm. When his friends turned to me, he grumbled and lunged at me with a shaky war cry. I easily sidestepped him, driving my sword through the gap in his neck armor. Hot blood splattered my cloak, the scarlet blending with the fabric's crimson hue. He collapsed, choking. You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points. The other guards recoiled, uncertain whether they faced a demon or savior. Their hesitation ended abruptly when one barked, "Kill him. Don't be fooled by your eyes. Keep swinging your swords. By the king's orders, we maintain peace. Your king is worthless, I said, my voice cold. I swung to meet the next wave of steel with fluid grace. Another guard sword swung at my legs. I jumped, spun, and my blade carved a brilliant arc. You're swinging at your rightful heir. There's still time. Flee, and I'll forgive you, I said, but they didn't take my kind offer. The sword landed, and the guard toppled, clutching a mortal wound. Two more rushed in, but my reflexes outmatched them. I fainted, spinning in a dance of efficiency, each slash leading to a spurt of blood or a muffled scream. They were sliced and battered, and the crowd parted in fright or awe. You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points. You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points. You've received experience points. Skill swordsmanship, E, has risen to swordsmanship, D. Blood rained onto the stone, and the last guard fell. I exhaled softly, then focused on the trembling civilians. Their eyes shone with fragile hope and reverence. A hush crowded the air, broken only by ragged breathing and distant howls of unrest. I forced a smile that was more reassurance than warmth. I trust everyone here is all right, I said quietly. The civilians exchanged glances. Nobody spoke, until one of the children who huddled near a cart spotted more movement behind me and yelled in alarm. "El, look out!" I spun, arm snapping up to catch an arrow that whistled toward my back. The projectile lodged into my gauntlet. I yanked it free, discarding it with a scoff. The new wave of guards weren't royal guards. They were city guards who stood brave in their numbers at the far end of the street. "You freak," one of them said. "This is your grave?" My sword sang once again. I met their charge head-on, ignoring the stench of blood and sweat. Blades clashed, and though they bore the advantage of numbers, none had faced a Targaryen who had a goddamn system. But truth be told, even I was surprised at how well I took care of the group. A deadly rhythm took hold. My blade found soft spots in the armor. Their attacks, though persistent, failed to do more than graze my cloak or bounce off the hardened plates I wore beneath it. Cries echoed over the gutted street, and soon the guards lay crumpled, some motionless, others gasping for air. I finished the barely alive ones with a soft swipe. A hush blanketed the chaos as though the world paused. All the civilians stared at me while gaping. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand and sighed. Then, my eyes fell on the notifications flashing before me. "You've received experience points. You've reached level 25. Congratulations. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Your levels have reached a breakthrough. Your class, the Dragon King, has strengthened. As a Dragon King, you are a dragon yourself. What dragon is limited by a mere mortal human body? You can now choose a draconic trait to evolve yourself." I was surprised to see such a development, but I shouldn't have. This power called itself the Dragon System for a reason, and not some Dragon Tamer system. For boxes soon floated before me. Claws, scales, eyes, wings, my heart thumped, and adrenaline was still coursing from the skirmish. For options, I see. I took them all in and considered them while the system urged me to pick my path toward an even more draconic form. "Why did he fall silent?" one of them asked, prompting me to look up. With one last glance around the battered guards, the wide-eyed civilians, and the riot-churned city, I closed my eyes. I sighed, opened my eyes, and then raised my finger to the option I wanted. Sansa staggered through the swirling chaos, her breath catching with every jolt of the crowd. Around her, strangers surged in a desperate tide, some frantic with hunger, others consumed by hatred. Overturned barrels and slashed tents choked the muddy cobblestones, creating a treacherous obstacle course. A thick stench of unwashed bodies, rot, and fear pressed against her senses like a suffocating veil. A donkey brayed close by, entangled reins threatening to trip her. Sansa lurched, catching herself against a toppled cart. Her heart pounded a frantic rhythm in her chest. "Stay calm." The royal entourage, Joffrey's guards, had vanished in the stampede, killing civilians and leaving her alone. She couldn't help a grim flicker of amusement. What did those fools think would happen if they threw dung at the king? Panic coiled hot in her belly. No loyal shield stood between her and these rioters, and any cry for help drowned in the uproar. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing that dung hit him in the face. But what did they expect? Oh gods, another shove from behind nearly sent her sprawling. She gasped, searching blindly for support, only to find more jostling figures. Where are the king's guards? Where's anyone? A side alley looked promising, but a knot of flailing bodies blocked the way. Gritting her teeth, Sansa allowed the mass of people to push her along, guiding her deeper into the city's turmoil. Then things grew blurry. In a dizzying rush, the mob spat her out into a grim, dead-end alley strewn with shattered crates and a broken door. The rowdy noise of the main riot felt muffled here, and an uneasy hush enveloped her. She almost breathed relief until she spotted movement in the half-light. A handful of men stepped into the alley's shadows, their clothes stained and reeking of sweat and wine. They'd followed her, and their eyes fixed on the embroidery of her gown, on the undone braids in her hair. Sansa felt her blood turn cold. One man advanced, a grin twisting across his mouth. "Well, look at that pretty little bird," he sneered. She took a step back, pressing against the damp stone. No, fear burned tears into her eyes, though she tried vainly to hold them at bay. His companion's hands twitched, fingers curling as though already imagining what they'd do. They spread out, hemming her in. Her knees wobbled, her body screaming for flight, but the alley offered no escape. Just my luck. Anyone, her prayers died in her throat as the situation advanced too fast. Without warning, the first attacker lunged. Sansa shrieked, arms rising in a weak attempt at defense. "No." "Oh, yes," he crackled. He gripped a fistful of her hair and yanked. Arg, pain bursting white-hot behind her eyes. "Stop," she cried, the words strangled in terror. Their laughter echoed hollow and hungry. The second man shoving her against the slick wall. She felt her gown tear, felt the burn of rough nails scraping skin. One of her breasts came free, and the man reached out a hand, trying to grab it. This can't be happening then. Right before the man's hand could feel her breasts, a deep, feral snarl ruptured the alley's tension. The men froze mid-act, Sansa's breath catching at the sound. Dazed, she blinked tears from her eyes and risked a look over her shoulder. A towering figure materialized at the alley's mouth, a silhouette draped in armor, face shadowed, and posture lethal. Somehow, she recognized that appearance even though she had been born after his death. He was just that popular in this realm. Prince Rhaegar? One of the men gasped, and she realized she wasn't seeing things. 17 years, and people still recognized him like it was yesterday. The prince among princes, Rhaegar Targaryen, stood at the alley. "Pity that I have to kill civilians." What is going before the assaulter could speak again. Steel flashed in the alley's meager light, and a gargled cry severed the hush. The Targaryen ghost moved swiftly. Blood splattered across wet cobbles. The figure moved mercilessly, dismantling her attackers in swift, brutal strokes. Heartbeats later, bodies sprawled motionless on the ground. One man fled, his footsteps echoing in an alley as Rhaegar turned to him. A dagger appeared in his hand, and it found the fleeing man's neck a second later. The alley suddenly felt deathly still. Sansa sagged against the wall, her breath ragged and her mind spinning. She watched in numb disbelief as the stranger, this Rhaegar Targaryen who couldn't possibly be real, turned toward us, her sword still dripping red. She flinched as he walked forward, anticipating another threat. But he sheathed his blade and reached into thin air as though tugging on an invisible curtain. A thick blanket appeared in his arms out of thin air. This cannot be. Am I truly seeing things? She wasn't sure her eyes believed it, but he draped it carefully around her shoulders, steadying her trembling form with surprising gentleness. "Lady Sansa," he said quietly, eyes flicking to the bruises blooming on her skin. "I'm glad I wasn't too late. Stay put. You're safe now." Sansa just stared. This man's father burned her uncle, her grandfather, to death. Targaryen cruelty was seared into the pages of Stark history. Yet he, brutal and bloodstained, had saved her from something unspeakable. Gratitude and terror war in her chest. She didn't know what to say, so she managed only a watery nod. Thank you, she whispered, swallowing hard. But who are you? Truly? He fell silent, and then opened his mouth to answer. Before he could, however, another voice rang from behind them. It was rough, full of disbelief, and like a howling tiger. When seven fucking hells? Sandor fucking Clegane, the hound, stood at the alley's entrance, sword in hand, eyes wide with shock. Sansa watched in shock as the Targaryen ghost cursed under his breath, turning around to face the new arrival. His hand drifted to the hilt of his sword once more. My apologies, Lady Sansa, he said, not looking back, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. Chapter 42. Fangs of the Hound, Sandor Clegane. The scar-faced armored bulk blocked the mouth of the alley with a scowl as deep as a ravine. I doubt I drank that much to start seeing things. I took a cautious step forward, my sword gripped tight. The chaos of King's Landing's riot hissed and shrieked just beyond the cramped walls, but here in the alley, a hush dominated. The hound did not look scared before Ghost. Your eyes are fine, I said. Behind me, I caught Sansa on the edge of my vision. She was pressing herself against the damp stone, clinging to the blanket ID given her, eyes darting back and forth between the hound and me. Her pulse thrummed so loud I half thought I could hear it. Why you two, she swallowed, tried to speak, but couldn't finish her sentence. Hound's lips twisted in a sneer, sword in hand. I don't care who the fuck you are, he growled, ghost or fuck not. They'll send you back to the underworld. His stance radiated raw menace, each movement of his massive frame promising violence. I thought you'd be taller. I stood in the half-light, letting a breeze stir my silver-blonde hair. A scornful smirk tugged at my lips as I appraised Hound's burn-scarred face. How about you reconsider this? I don't want to humiliate you in a fight. Are you truly here to defend the incest-born monster that squats on the Iron Throne? Your parents were sibling fuckers too. I snapped a finger. Point taken. I actually liked the Hound as a character. He was funny as fuck. He always cracked me up. That was why I was wasting my breath, trying to recruit him instead of just cutting him down. Then again, it'd not be easy to do that. All right, let's put the incest insults aside. Still, Clegane, I know you don't respect Joffrey, that twat. Why not wield your sword for my cause instead? He spat on the ground. And how does that change anything? From one king to another? Hey, at least Joffrey is alive. Unlike you ghost fucker. I'd sooner gut myself. His voice held that dry, bitter humor that I'd heard so much about, making me laugh. He brandished his sword, the steel glinting for blood. Well, see if you've got the steel to match your swagger. Sansa let out a tiny breath, trying to plead for calm, but neither of us bothered to hear her words. I shot a glance her way, offering no reassurance. The Hound was beyond reason, and I had no intention of backing down. Hey, I said, how about we make a bet on this duel? Fuck off. Without further warning, Sandor lunged. Our blades met in a shrieking clash of sparks. I was startled at the strength behind his swing. His raw power thundered through each swing, but somehow I caught them, parrying with the fluid agility I'd honed through countless fights. My stats didn't lose to the Hound, and that meant I wasn't the only startled one here. The Hound's eyes flickered in momentary confusion. He hadn't expected me to be this strong or this fast. I spun away from his next punishing blow, feet dancing over broken crates and debris that littered the alley floor. Each time Sandor attempted to corner me against a wall, I slipped aside with a sudden nimbleness. Our swords scraped and chimed, echoing off the bricks. He snarled, "What the fuck are you? Your strength doesn't make sense for your size." He poured raw fury into an overhead strike that could have split a lesser man in two. I angled my blade to deflect, the impact jolting on my arm, but I held firm. I responded with a crushing side slash that nearly tore the sword from his grip. He twisted his wrist with surprising grace for such a brute, recovering before I could deliver a finishing blow. "Freak," he spat through gritted teeth, eyes blazing with defiance. I smiled. "You have no idea, Clegane." Sweat dampened both our brows, the stench of blood and smoke wafting in from the city's riot. My lungs filled with harsh, dusty air. Adrenaline surged as I felt the quiet, draconic power inside me guide my movements. I was not in the realms of human anymore. Sandor charged again, blade scraping brick, sending sparks dancing, but I sidestepped and struck a shallow cut across his armor. He gasped, staggering back, a trickle of blood seeping through a tear in the metal. I pressed forward, unrelenting. His eyes flared wide, as if confronted by a demon. I felt like I could have ended this even faster if I used my spear. But regardless, it was ending. With a powerful kick, I drove my boot into his chest, sending him crashing into a half-toppled pile of crates. Wood splintered around him, and he dropped to a knee, sword arm trembling. I closed in, blade raised, breath ragged. I could sense the childlike terror in Sansa's wide eyes, fear for me, for him, for herself. For a moment, I entertained finishing Sandor Clegane right there, letting the final blow descend. But some part of me recognized his potential, or at least the possibility that I might need his grudging respect more than his death. He was a really useful character, and far more likable than his brother. My sword hovered near his throat. "I've no quarrel with you, Clegane," I said in a voice colder than it was before. "You're a fine fighter, but you made a poor choice standing in my way." He glared up at me, blood trickling over his burn-scarred cheek. I met his gaze, unblinking. "Consider my offer, because this is not the last time we'd cross paths." Anger and pain warred in his dark eyes. Before he could reply, I slammed my boot into his face. He slumped, his eyes going white, sword clattering from limp fingers as he fell unconscious. For a moment, all I heard was my own pulse. I sheathed my sword as I stared down at the large man defeated. The infamous Hound. A shuddering exhale escaped me as the realization sank in. I had bested one of Joffrey's deadliest men in one-on-one combat, one of the top 10 within Westeros. You've made an achievement for yourself. Defeat the Hound. You've received tremendous experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 28. Even the system admitted my feat, making me chuckle softly. Hearing my laugh, Sansa made a strangled sound, half sob, half relief, pressing her back to the alley wall. I turned to find her trembling gaze locked at me. The blanket around her shoulders slipped, revealing bruised arms and terror-laced eyes. My stance softened a degree. I patted my sheathed sword for show. "It's all right, Lady Sansa," I said, and stepped over the debris to offer her my hand. "You've seen enough ruin for one day. If you come with me, they'll see you safe. I can take you to your brother if you wish, or find another path for you. You just have to trust me on this." Trust? Her breath hitched in her throat, eyes full of self-mockery. Yet, raw gratitude swirled with stark pride and the memory of Targaryen cruelty in her pupils. She glanced at Sandor's still form, then placed her trembling hand in mine. "Oh, okay," she whispered. "I really hope you won't betray it." She was still a naive girl, so she trusted people easily. I smiled. Gently, I helped her to her feet, guiding her down the alley's length. The riot still loomed ahead, a wild sea of misery. We emerged from the gloom, the muddy street opening to a chaotic horizon. Before us, King's Landing was in smoldering anarchy, fires and looters, soldiers and screams. My mind was already spinning on how to maneuver these crowded streets unseen. But as we stepped clear of the shadows, a sudden idea formed in my head. I didn't have to walk through this crowd. I had a better alternative. "Hey, cover yourself better," I said, even as I moved the blanket around her head, hiding her features. She went to reply, but ID already moved on. I frowned, an odd rustling stirred at my back as I focused. A strange, wrenching sensation seized me, and a tear of fabric parted behind my shoulders as I grumbled in discomfort. It didn't hurt. Sansa gasped, her eyes widening in the flickering firelight. I also looked back. From my back, through my armor, two dark membranous wings emerged, stretching outward with a faint rasp. Veins glowed, faintly red beneath the leathery surface. My draconic evolution, the wings ID chosen the dragon wings, I didn't know the details of the options. For example, what could the eyes do? And would the scales cover me all the time? That would be troublesome. So I decided to skip it now. I was sure I'd earn all the options over time. The claws didn't quite interest me. So, in the end, I chose wings. It turned out I could bring them in and out of existence on will. W, what's going on? Sansa asked, stunned. My own breath fastened as the surge of new power tingled through my limbs. I placed my hands on her waist, meeting her gaze with calmness. It's my first time flying, I said quietly, forcing a half-smile despite the tension thrumming in me. So hold on tight. With one powerful flap, the wings beat against the evening air, and Sansa let out a startled cry as we lifted off, her arms clinging to me. I took in a harrowing breath as wind slapped against my face, and I lifted off the streets and into the air. It was an odd feeling as I was dozens of meters above the city already. Crowds in the street craned their necks, slack-jawed and terrified. I soared upward, the wings straining but carrying us higher, away from the swirling uproar and into the smoke-blackened sky. Below, I glimpsed the city's battered sprawl. The rioters, watchers, and victims all froze in disbelief as this ghostly figure with silver hair and great, draconic wings ascended. Over their stunned gasps and distant screams, we vanished into the gloom. 43. A Promise of Safety. Chapter 43. A promise of safety. The courtyard of the Red Keep was a hall full of anxious voices and scurrying figures. Guards with dented armor and sweat-streaked brows barked frantic orders, while ragged courtiers huddled beneath the flicker of torchlight as dusk settled in. Broken crates, overturned benches, and muddy footprints reflected the riot that still churned through the city streets beyond the gates. Tyrion Lannister stood in the thick of it, a wall of royal guards forming a tense ring around him and the shaken royal entourage. "You lots, have any of you found her yet?" he demanded, his words sharp as his eyes flicked left and right, searching each soldier's face for a hint of news. A tall guard, helmet askew, shook his head. "No sign of Lady Sansa, my lord. The crowd is still mad, as per your order. A group of guards have been sent to find her. She might still be somewhere in the city." Or he stopped short at Tyrion's glare. "She might be dead. Is that what you're implying?" Tyrion snapped, voice louder than he intended. A part of him was worried for Sansa as a person, but the hand of the king part within him worried about the loss of the biggest card they had against the North. Sansa Stark was an essential piece on the board. Her death would strengthen King Robb. "Well, how can all of you be so incompetent?" Tyrion cut him off again. "Spread out again. She's wearing a cloak of blue velvet." Someone must have a harsh laugh sliced through Tyrion's words. Joffrey, still flushed with indignation from his incident with the filth-throwing peasants, lounged on a shattered bench, fist clenching and unclenching. "I can't understand why you're so concerned about that daughter of a traitor, uncle. Her father lost his head for treason. She's as worthless as the rest of them." Tyrion sent the boy king a bitter glance. "Your Grace," he forced out, "need I remind you that Lady Sansa is your ward? The entire realm still stands because you have her, believe it or not. Her house has committed crime. True, but she's your key to the North." Alienating her further to the point of death while Joffrey shot to his feet, face twisted in anger. House Stark is finished. Let them watch what they want, or let them gnash their teeth. It changes nothing. You think I'm scared of Robb Stark? Before Tyrion could respond, a commotion drew his attention. A clutch of guards, filthy, battered, pushed their way through the crowd. They had the strained look of men who had scoured a city gone mad and found only horrors. Joffrey also turned to them, craning his neck as if to search Sansa amid them. Tyrion turned to them, his heart pounding. "At last, some proper news?" "Your Grace," the guards bowed to Joffrey. "We were the team sent to find Lady Sansa." "Well?" Joffrey pressed, stepping forward. "Did you find her?" "Of course they haven't. Why else will they return alone?" Tyrion held back an insult at his nephew's stupidity. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, each man looking to the next. The tallest one cleared his throat, stepping forward. "No sign of Lady Sansa, Your Grace. We searched every major street." Tyrion exhaled shakily, alarm gnawing at his insides. Had the worst happened? Then you come back with nothing?" His voice echoed off the scarred walls. One guard swallowed hard, turning to him. He loved his title as imp at times like these. It intimidated these buffoons. "Beg pardon, my lord, but we did hear something else." From the crowds. "They're talking about a ghost." What? Was this time for ghost stories? The ghost of Rhaegar Targaryen. A stunned quiet descended on the courtyard. His sister, Cersei, was perched on a low step at the far edge of the group and jerked her head up, her eyes flaring at the mention of that name. Joffrey shifted uneasily, mouth half open, unsure whether to sneer or demand details. And Tyrion felt the air vanish from his lungs. "What?" Cersei started, her voice dangerously quiet. "Did you say?" Her green eyes burned with a sudden intensity, as though daring reality to confirm this impossible tale. The guards hesitated, uncertain whether to repeat such heresy. Tyrion's breath caught. Ghost of Rhaegar? This madness was beyond any rumor had expected. "Explain," Tyrion said, voice tight. "What are people saying?" The guard's eyes darted around, as though fearful uttering the words might call forth a demon. "A man in black armor with a red cloak," he said. "Silver hair. Killing city guards and royal guards alike. I even saw the bodies." He broke off, voice faltering at the very absurdity of it. Torchlight played across the courtyard, painting flickers of confusion and dread on every face. The swirling tension felt thick as a coiled snake preparing to strike. Nobody could believe such words. Rhaegar Targaryen. Joffrey's knuckles whitened on the handle of his sheathed sword. "What idiocy!" he barked, though his tone quivered just slightly. "Some peasant's rumor. Let me see." He walked toward the large high window, his steps fast. Tyrion didn't know what he expected to see from this high up, but he followed. Both of them paused when they neared the window. Both stared as a figure jumped into the sky, wings flapping on his back. Thick smoke blocked the rest of the view. Cersei was beside Tyrion by then, staring at the sky alongside her son. Her expression teetered on the edge of panic. Her green eyes were as wide as Joffrey's own as House Lannister stared at the soaring dragon amid the smoke. I kicked the door to the old mansion, sending it crashing inward with a heavy thud. The wooden slab banged against the wall, the echo rattling down the hall. It felt odd barging into what was supposed to be my safe haven in this enemy territory like a raiding party, but time and subtlety weren't luxuries I had right now. I couldn't risk someone seeing me. Sansa was still draped in my arms, trembling under the blanket. I stepped inside, closing the door back with a kick. Before heading further inside, I paused to see the sudden noise had unleashed a flurry of movement. 3 figures leaped from behind upturned furniture, sword, spear, and whip at hands. They had that tense, poised for battle look, eyes narrowed and fierce. Meanwhile, in the far corner, I caught sight of Kinvara sitting on a chair, sipping tea with all the calm in the world. She didn't even blink at the commotion, only swallowed, set her cup aside, and observed. "Intruder," one of the girls said, glaring at me, and I sighed. "Just because I'm wearing armor doesn't mean you can't recognize me," I said, and my voice made the 3 armed girls freeze. Wasn't this embarrassing? They were supposed to be trained on assassination. Well, I guess the pair of broad wings, still half unfurled from the flight, didn't help my identity. They locked gazes with Kinvara, who took an unhurried sip of her tea. "Rest assured, it's him," she said simply, as though that explained everything. The girls lowered their weapons a fraction later, confusion transforming into relief, though their eyes still lingered on my wings. "I was worried when I heard you headed into the city on a killing spree," Nymeria Sand said, and I waved it off. "I didn't know you were back." I looked at Kinvara and said while focusing a little on folding the draconic membranes against my back. "I thought you'd be waiting there as I asked. It's pleasant to hear you worry about me, but I'm not a child, Your Grace," Kinvara smiled, and her gaze drifted to my half-conscious passenger. "Unlike the guest you brought. Take us upstairs," I said, glancing at the girls. "Find an empty bedroom." They nodded. One of them led the way with hurried steps. I followed as Sansa's weight grew heavier against my arms. She looked confused, but also relieved. Perhaps seeing so many girls around made her feel safer. She didn't speak, but her eyes darted across the cramped corridors and then back at the wings that poked from my back. My wings might have unnerved her more than the chaos outside. We reached a small bedroom with a simple bed shoved against one corner. Dust surrounded the beam of torchlight that rested beside the window. I laid Sansa on the mattress, gently levering her fingers off the blanket. She sat up, breathing heavily, her gaze flicking from my face to the wings that were barely on my back now. "Are you hurt?" I asked, scanning for bruises or cuts. "You can tell me, we have medicine here." She swallowed, voice quivering. Fine. Just I looked at the sand girls. "Bring a set of clothes for her. Some rapist bastards tore hers." Tyne blinked and nodded, quickly turning around. I turned back to Sansa, who looked at me with further confusion. "Thank you, but I don't understand what you..." Her eyes once again slid to where the wings were. "What is that? What are you?" "He is the one true king." Before I could answer, Kinvara entered, her crimson robes contrasting against the drab walls. She offered Sansa an oddly maternal smile as she stepped close to me. Then she looked at me. "Shall I speak your name openly?" I went quiet, and Sansa's frightened gaze hovered on us both. I nodded. Might as well. If my next plans were to be fulfilled, my identity had to be clear. "Yes," I said, my voice low. "No more charades." Kinvara inclined her head. "Then hear me, my lady." She turned to Sansa, gesturing with a measured sweep of her hand. "This is Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm. King Aerys too crowned him as the next in line after Prince Rhaegar's death. No matter how short that moment may have lasted, he's the rightful heir of the realm. My lady, he saved you because no false king, no child monster like Joffrey should hold the daughter of Honorable Ned Stark as a hostage." Sansa's expression flickered, uncertainty and distrust flashing across her features. But when she heard her father's name, she looked a little more trusting. Still, her next words revealed her skepticism. "So you rescued me just to capture me yourself?" She glanced at me, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. I shook my head. "That's not my aim. Well, let me explain it better. Kinvara..." I took a quick look at Kinvara, and when I nodded at her, she cast the illusion over my hair with a subtle motion of her hand. My silver locks turned black again in a soft shimmer, and with a simple mental command, I equipped my battered cloak and armor with more casual clothes. The swirling shimmer of the inventory completed the transformation so swiftly that I saw Sansa's eyes widen in shock. It was magic after all. Even Kinvara raised an eyebrow, but I ignored her and everyone else. My focus was on Sansa. I met her gaze. "We've met before, my lady," I said gently, though under less dramatic circumstances. "Winter is coming. I told you that day." A faint, wry smile tugged at my lips as I watched her nod slowly. "I thought you were a northerner," she said. "I'm sorry to give you false hope about that. Then again, no northerner would have been able to save you." "I can, and I have," I said. "In truth, winter is already here, and it may be the longest winter in a few generations. Fighting the North right now is senseless. Your people are the people of winter, and the realm can't survive more infighting, not with everything else that's coming." "I see," she said and stared at me, her suspicion at war with dawning recognition. I offered a small, reassuring gesture. "I really don't have any ulterior motives, my lady. I'm not my father. I am not maddened. I simply intend to see you safely return to your brother, as that's for the better. That's all, whether you wish it or not. It's my duty as the protector of the realm. Or at least, I exhale, that's the kind of king I aspire to be." Still trembling, Sansa stared at me as if testing the veracity of my words. And yet, in that moment, it wasn't fear alone that shone in her eyes, but a fragile glimmer of hope. Would I truly deliver her to her brother from all this madness? If so, she wouldn't mind if I was a trashy Targaryen. Image here, spoiler collapse 44, Drifting High. A Chase and Run, Chapter 44. Drifting high, a chase and run, she sat on a carved wooden seat, just a step below her son's Iron Throne's looming height. Flickers of torchlight caught the metal blades fused into the throne behind her, casting uneasy shadows that flashed across her face like ghosts. She smelled the sweat and sensed fear lingered in the great hall as so many city guards knelt before her son. Joffrey's barking voice carried from across the chamber, but she paid it no mind. The commotion in the hall was merely an afterthought in her mind. Rhaegar Targaryen. The name rattled her more than any riot. Her mind screamed that name for her, and she'd have trembled if she was alone. She remembered her younger self, head filled with dreams, with a silver-haired prince at their center. She once believed she'd marry him and come very close to that. He almost became her fiancé. If only King Aerys, too, wasn't a senile old fucker who'd grown increasingly paranoid of Tywin, believing that his hand was becoming too powerful. He refused a marriage proposal as a way to humiliate Tywin and keep him in check. Then again, was he truly senile when all his actions were mostly right? She sighed and pushed that thought aside. She didn't care about an old dead geezer. She cared about his handsome dead son she's always wished to be with Rhaegar. And yet cold reality offered only Robert Baratheon's drunken fists and stinking breath. Jaime's closeness had dulled that ache, but never erased it. She'd never tell her brother that she used him as a replacement for Rhaegar. He was a second choice. Despite all that, why were there rumors of Rhaegar returning suddenly? As a ghost, no less. Just a doppelganger? Or magic? A small part of her flinched at the idea, but she knew the world was full of dark wonders. She herself had lived by a prophecy's shadow for too long to dismiss it. She frowned. What was the point of wondering about things she couldn't confirm? From the corner of her eye, she caught Joffrey waving off the city guards, hurling curses at them to find that bastard Targaryen, but failing to give proper instructions. He ran it on, voice shrill with wounded pride. Cersei exhaled slowly, forcing her nerves back into calm. If the rumors were true and Rhaegar or something like him walked the city, she had to see it with her own eyes. Her chest fluttered at the thought, half fear, half longing. It was idiocracy, she knew, but she was infatuated to this day. What in the seven hells do you mean you didn't find anything, you heathens? You waste of food. Finally, Joffrey grew louder, making the entire hall fall silent. He was only making a muddle of the guard's orders. Her lips parted in a faint, disdainful smile. How had her son skipped the Lannister intelligence? He was just like Jaime. He couldn't expect to quell the city's chaos like this. It wouldn't work. Thankfully, he had him by her side. Restraint snapped in her chest, and her voice cut clean. Enough. The single word rippled through the hall. Joffrey fell silent, shocked at the interruption. He scowled and opened his mouth to shout, but Cersei shot him a sharp look. He'll do the talking. She couldn't understand where the bravery came from, even though Head threatened her before, but she moved anyway. She rose an inch from her seat, gazing over the uneasy guards. He's clearly not a normal person. He can fly, but nobody saw him leave the walls of the city. So he's still here. Keep searching for him. I'm certain it should be difficult, but not impossible. You will scour every corner of King's Landing, she declared. Find this dragon-winged pretender calling himself Rhaegar. She watched their expressions and clenched her jaw. I don't care if the rumor sounds absurd or if you fear it. Drag him here, dead or alive. Preferably alive, but she couldn't say that here. Alive. Joffrey suddenly slammed his fist on the throne's armrest. I want to kill him myself. Cersei looked at her son and then smiled. Oh, her lovely baby was helping her so much, even without intending to. Must be the spiritual connection of a mother and son. Despite the smile on her lips, she hadn't realized her hands had clenched into fists until she forced them open. If this ghost is the true him, she told herself, he'll discover what he wants, and if it's a look-alike, her heart squeezed at the possibility. I'd get myself a Rhaegar pet Targaryen. All of you, she snapped to the guards, go. Now, they scrambled away into the gloom, leaving only her and Joffrey. She hardly glanced at her son's affronted face. One way or another, I will meet you, Ghost of Targaryen. My knife carved through an apple's crisp flesh with a soft crunch. and the slices fell into my palm. The night was quiet except for the rustle of the wind against the shutters. I sat at a small table in the dimly lit living room. The only illumination source a single lantern swaying gently from the low ceiling. A light knock fell on the door, making me look up. "It's me," a feminine voice said. "Come in," I permitted, and the door creaked open. Rose stepped inside, her posture easing as she closed the door. Thick auburn curls framed her face, and a thin layer of wariness shone in her eyes as she walked toward me. "Your Grace," she greeted, dipping her head. The others in the room looked at her from the corner of their eyes. We were all here except for Sansa, who must be resting. I slid a piece of apple past my lips and munched, offering her a small smile. "You're finally here, Rose. I've been waiting. You must have come with news?" She inclined her head, stepping closer to my table. As she closed up, I noticed how her face showed less emotion than when we first met. "Yes, and some of it isn't pleasant. The City Watch is already combing the streets for this so-called ghost of Targaryen. I know it's you, right? Unless we've got a real ghost to worry about. We don't. They've locked down half the districts near Flea Bottom and the Gate of the Gods. There's talk of forming nightly patrols heavier than before. There's a lot of guards patrolling already." I hummed. I expected as much. "Whatever. Let them chase shadows," I said, and my eyes flicked toward Kinvara, who stood near the window, half hidden by the moon's glow. She sipped from a cup. It was probably some strong tea or mild wine. I never quite knew. She always loved drinking weird stuff. A moment later, Kinvara cast me a knowing look over the rim. "It's nearly midnight," I said to her. "Is it a good time to leave?" Kinvara shrugged her slender shoulders, a faint smile ghosting her lips. "Since when did you start asking for my opinion, my king? You're the one who moves mountains with a thought. All I offer is a flicker of voice." A soft laugh bubbled from my chest. "True enough, but I'm not a prophet. If I'm to roam this city again, there's a chance I might get exposed. So I need your magic visions to stay 3 steps ahead of every fool with a sword. Will I get caught if I leave now?" She turned her gaze to the window, the corners of her eyes crinkling with subdued amusement. "Very wise of you, Your Grace. I thought your recent growth would cloud your mind, as it happens with many rulers. So yes, you can leave now. It'll be unwise to delay any longer. But let me be clear, my words aren't absolute, only glimpses. You still have to be careful." "Fair enough," I said. Nymeria Sand and her sisters hovered near the doorway, exchanging pointed glances. One of them cleared her throat. "Is it really wise to head north? Robb Stark's father ended your father's reign. Seems more than a little risky." The other sister, Obara Sand, nodded. "Also, will the people not find it suspicious, Your Grace? You've been gone for a month, and when you return, the ghost of Rhaegar suddenly appears in King's Landing. Right when the ghost vanishes, you also seem nowhere to be found. That is bound to raise questions." "Not really. How many people come and go every day?" Plus I looked to the side at Rose. She blinked and nodded with the faintest flicker of a smile. "I can handle the rumor mill, my ladies. My information network can guide suspicion away from us. Peter Baelish and Lord Varys may be formidable, but not infallible. It only takes a few sparks of gossip in the right corners." The Sand sisters didn't look wholly convinced, eyebrows raised, but they didn't press further. But Rose hesitated as she looked at me. A flicker of the old Rose who fell in love showed on her face. "You're leaving for the north? Viserys Stark, I'm assuming? But that sounds dangerous," she said, and a second later, she quickly bowed. "Forgive me, I'm overstepping my boundaries." "Oh, come on, Rose. Don't be like that with me. Are we that distant?" I sighed, shaking my head. "And yes, you've hit the mark. Don't worry, I'll be back as I always have." She just kept her head low, falling silent. Before I could talk to her again, footsteps echoed from the stairs above. Sansa was coming down, wrapped in a black blanket. She paused upon seeing Rose, recognition flashing in her eyes, likely recalling that Rose worked in Littlefinger's brothel, once brought to Joffrey's bedchamber alongside another girl. Sansa's posture stiffened, uncertainty twisting her features. I moved to stand, setting the apple knife aside. "It's all right," I said, drawing Sansa's wary gaze to me. Rose is trustworthy. She's on our side, on my side. She exhaled shakily and nodded, seemingly not fully convinced but too exhausted to argue. I popped one last bite of apple into my mouth, then rose fully from the table. Approaching her, I offer my hand as she navigated the bottom step. "Are you ready?" I asked softly. She hesitated. How will we escape the city? I heard earlier that every guard and watchman is looking for us. Plus, if we fly out from here, they will realize this is where you live, I smiled. Leave that to me. An hour later, the city's emptiest streets came alive with furious shouting. A half-dozen guards, brandishing torches and swords, tore after two fleeing figures. One was a tall, armor-clad man with silver blonde hair peeking from beneath his helm, and the other was a girl wrapped in dark cloth. The guards cursed, their footfalls pounding against slick cobblestones as they rushed through back alleys and crooked lanes. "Stop!" one roared, voice echoing between narrow walls. But the pair only sprinted faster, twisting around an abandoned corner strewn with toppled crates. The guards gave chase until they cornered them near a dead-end alley blocked by a collapsed pile of debris. The men slowed, panting, their torches bobbing in the gloom. "We got you now," the lead guard sneered, lifting his blade. "No way out." The armored man slowly faced them, his breath stirring the chill air. The guards thought the situation was dealt with. But then his lips curved in a thin smile. A flicker rippled along his back, two membranous wings unfurled, catching the torchlight with an eerie sheen. "Seven hells," someone choked, stepping back. I thought it was a stupid rumor, since he was running. The girl clung to the man's arm, her face hidden under her hood. In a smooth motion, the man wrapped both arms around her waist, making her gasp, and gave a powerful flap, soaring upward. The guards gasped, one stumbling and nearly dropping his torch as he craned his neck to watch the impossible sight. They vanished into King's Landing night sky, leaving the guards seething uselessly. Curses echoed up the alley, but only the fading silhouette of Rhaegar Targaryen and Sansa Stark remained, drifting higher until they melted into the clouds. 45 Dragon Ride to the Riverlands, Chapter 45. Dragon Ride to the Riverlands, we soared beneath a sky of countless stars, the chaos of King's Landing fading to a glittering blur far below until it totally vanished as minutes turned to hours. Sansa's arms wrapped tight around my waist, her cloak snapping in the wind, her breath ragged but steady over time. She held me tightly. Honestly, it was fun to be held like that. I was sure she wasn't even aware of it. My wings pounded against the cool night air, and each flap made me more familiar with flying, though the muscles in my back ached with every push. I couldn't go on like this forever. I had to train on these new muscles. By dawn's first glow, I knew we had a land daylight would make us more visible to people. More than that, my back hurt like crazy. My gaze fell on a quiet meadow near a winding stream, its tall grass swaying in the early light. With one final beat, we touched down, the dew spraying in silver arcs. As I let Sansa go, she stumbled, eyes unfocused. My head spinning, she muttered, stepping away from me and swaying on her feet. "Need help?" I offered, reaching for her waist again. It was a firm thing. She half-swapped my hand away with a flustered look. Fine." She steadied herself while I shrugged and folded my wings with a low ripple of magic. The membranes sank into my back, leaving nothing but smooth skin beneath my cloak. This was an evolution I was still getting used to. It felt right. Magical. I was becoming a dragon, but I could choose to hide the features. No trace of them remained except the dull ache in my shoulders. A moment passed as we looked around, and Sansa seemed unsure how to break the tension. I cleared my throat, rummaging through my inventory to retrieve a small hatchet and some provisions. She blinked as I did that, although she'd seen it once in action before. Soon a small fire crackled between us in the meadow's hush, and I used the meager supplies I'd stashed some dried meat, a few wrinkled vegetables to craft a modest meal. My inventory wasn't endless, so I couldn't hold too many things in there. Sansa watched in stunned silence until I extended a handful of food her way. Oh, thank you, she said quietly, lowering her gaze as she took a bite. We ate silently for a while, and then her eyes flicked back to me as she whispered, Is it all right if I ask questions? I arched my brow. Ask away. I'm not a bore like Stannis Baratheon. Don't be so hesitant. A smirk tugged at my lips, and she let out a soft, uneasy laugh. She gestured vaguely at my back. You disappeared for so long, and now you have wings? You carried me across half the sky, but I still can't believe it. Are you still human? I turned the spit over the fire, letting the savory aroma swirl around us. I spent years in Essos after fleeing Westeros with my baby sister, surviving mostly by wits and luck. People mocked me as a beggar king, and they took advantage of me along the way. They thought I never noticed, but I was just too helpless to say anything back. Those same people are crawling to me now as I've become more than a mortal man. I paused, dropping my gaze. To be fair, I can't blame them for looking down at me before. Her expression softened, sympathy brightening her eyes. It's not all right to look down on anybody. Don't say you can't blame them. You should. I used to think you were just the Targaryen prince who sold his sister for an army. For those are the stories that reach my ears. My impression of you was horrible, like you were a piece of trash. But after you saved me, and as I realized what you went through, I shrugged. It's not entirely untrue. I did hand Daenerys to Khal Drogo, but it wasn't that simple. My father's crimes condemned our entire house, and we had no allies. You can blame me for it, but I doubt you can propose a better idea. And I doubt you realize how hurt I was. I know you people see incest as a bad thing, but to us Targaryens, my sister wasn't just that. From childhood, I dreamt of ruling the realm with her by my side. Imagine selling off someone like that to a barbarian. I forced a faint smile. This wasn't a lie. Before ID awakened these memories, Viserys didn't enjoy making that decision. He just had no other choice. No, speaking of choices, the marriage idea was proposed to me by Illyrio Mopatis. ID wondered this before, but did young Griff exist in this world? If he did, it'd make a lot of sense. Perhaps it'd been all a part of Illyrio's plans. He manipulated the pre-Viserys into selling off his sister and future bride. Somehow, that realization made my forehead cool and my blood boil. I'm really sorry, Sansa said, pulling me out of my thoughts. I shook off the rage and smiled. Anyway, that's all in the past. As for the wings, they're just one part of what I've become. My draconic side, so to speak. I'm unsure if I'm still fully human or not, but rest assured, I am human enough. Her gaze flicked down. Draconic side, she repeated as if tasting the words. A man who had become a dragon. Even this young Sansa understood the implications of that. Then she exhaled softly, clasping her hands over the blanket. I'm sorry you had to endure so much because of what your father did. You and your sister didn't deserve such things. I smiled, looking up at the sky, and sighed. Then I nodded, stirring the small pot with my makeshift ladle. We have time, Sansa. I promise to bring you to your brother, but the journey won't be quick. So if your curiosity itches, keep asking. Better to talk than brood in silence. She smiled. Sure thing, Prince Viserys, she said, and I ignored how she didn't call me your grace. She had seen others refer to me as that, but she chose not to. We spent a while swapping questions and answers, Sansa's voice growing more natural once she realized I wasn't about to lash out and that this wasn't a trap. I teased her about her formalities, and she teased me about my supposed arrogance. I didn't think I was arrogant, but she didn't agree. The talk was surprisingly pleasant, but like all good things, it came to an end. Eventually, a new tension slid across the camp. I looked up at a rustling in the tall grass. For ragged figures emerged from the thicket, eyes sunken with hunger. Their clothes hung off them, bones pressing against two thin frames. My fingers brushed the hilt of my sword, uncertain if this would lead to violence. They shuffled forward, desperation in their eyes. Please, Sir Knight, one croaked, eyes on the simmering stew over our small fire. We mean no harm, just hungry. Hungry, they say. I didn't doubt them. They looked on the verge of dying from starvation. I'd say even Sansa could defeat them in this state. They meant no harm. Before I could decide, however, Sansa spoke up, her voice shy but firm. "Let them have some," she said, glancing at me. "We'll be leaving soon anyway." Bruce would have a lot more food once we reach Reverla. She froze, realizing she nearly revealed our destination aloud. My warning look made her flush. "I'm sorry," I sighed, turning to the men. It didn't matter, even if they heard it. They were just hungry men. "Fine, take a bowl." I ladled out a portion of the stew, handing it to their trembling hands. In the next few minutes, they devoured all their portion with greedy urgency, uttering choked words of thanks before shuffling back into the shadows of the trees. Once they'd gone, Sansa released a breath she'd been holding. "Once again, I'm sorry for slipping. And thank you for feeding them," she whispered. "It was a good deed. I think you're a far better king than Joffrey already." I only nodded, stifling the pang of worry that we might just raise suspicions. But part of me admired how she refused to let fear bury her kindness, even if it risked everything. A king should be ruthless, but a queen could be kind. We'll just have to be careful. But I'll admit I like her, I noted as the sun climbed higher, warming the meadow. I doused the fire and packed our meager supplies. Yet, it seemed fate didn't judge Sansa as kindly as me. Half an hour later, my suspicions showed up in the flesh. "How annoying," I sighed as Sansa followed my gaze. I saw those same ragged men skulking back through the tall grass, only now they weren't alone. A handful of guards in mismatched armor trailed behind, clutching weapons with tense but ready grips. A calloused finger pointed straight at me. "That's him," the leader of the hungry men rasped, his voice thick with guilt and triumph. "They're the ones traveling to Riverlands." "Oh, the seven. Why beside me?" Sansa looked betrayed as she looked at the men. I shook my head while she looked at me, biting her lip. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, her head lowering beneath my look. "Whatever. Use this as a learning experience." I exhaled, trying not to let the knot in my chest tighten further. So much for kindness. Stepping around our dying campfire, I let out a tired grunt. I suppose there's no helping it then. I didn't bother to unsheath my sword. No, I had a better idea. Without hesitation, I raised my hand, sharply calling upon the House of Dragon's skill from within me. It'd been a few days since my baby last fed. This was a fine meal. A flash of crackling air later. Viserion emerged in a swirl of hot breath and gleaming gold scales. Her roar shook the meadow, scattering embers from our half-dead fire. Terrified gasps split the group of newly arrived guards. Sansa jerked back, eyes going wide. What?" she shouted, and I caught her elbow, anchoring her in place. "It's all right," I said, and turned to Viserion. "Dracarys," I let out a cold sneer. Flames consumed the clearing in an instant. Shouts turned to shrieks, then died abruptly in the blaze. Viserion lurched forward, fangs closing on charred forms with sickening finality. "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "You've leveled up. You've reached level 29. The stench of scorched flesh rolled across us, and Sansa gagged, turning her face away. My stomach rolled in discomfort, but I pressed a reassuring hand against Viserion's flank anyway. She was simply being a dragon, after all. A moment later, the discomfort vanished, and I felt my mouth water. I quickly blinked, shaking off the feeling. Shit, that's not good. I didn't want to eat humans. Well, that's that, I muttered under my breath, ignoring the hunger and sparing only a resigned glance at the blackened remains of men who had sold us out despite me giving them food. "What is this? You have a real dragon." Sansa was shouting beside me, while Viserion ate, but I ignored her. I tilted my head, pondering for a moment. The dull ache was still in my back, meaning I couldn't fly on my own wings yet. I might have been fine if I wasn't carrying Sansa. Real dragons are built for this, my scrawny limbs are not. I made a decision as I watched Viserion eat. Sansa eventually went silent, her mouth agape. As she hid behind me and watched the dragon, I waited till she was done feasting, which didn't take long. Then I approached her. "Down, girl," I commanded, voice clipped. Viserion raised her head from the last bits of bones on the ground. Our eyes met, and she hissed, eyes blazing with resentment. "What did you say?" she asked, making me laugh. Sansa was trembling now. I locked gazes with Viserion, a silent contest of wills passing through us. "What?" I asked. "You're large enough to carry me now. You're my ride, Viserion, and I think your instincts know that already. Do not be stubborn in front of me, girl," I said, and she just stared at me. Half a minute later, she snorted and hunched down in the grass. Whatever hush fell, save for Sansa's trembling breath. I turned to the northern wolf, who was stunned, frozen, and beckoned her forward. "Come," I said, and her body moved on its own. Somehow, seeing a real dragon was more shocking than seeing a hybrid. Then again, there were scary legends about Viserys species and none about mine. Sansa stumbled a little, still half horrified at the scene around us, but I hoisted her onto Viserys' back with a swift pull. "Ashi, is this smart? Is this safe?" She stiffened and let out a small whimper as my arms encircled her waist. "You'll be fine, as long as I hold you," I said, trying to keep my tone light. Her only response was a tiny nod, her hands coming around to grip my forearms tightly. I laughed and held one hand tight to the ridges along Viserys' neck. She followed the gesture. As I settled behind Sansa, the dragon rumbled discontent, but I ignored the beast's simmering attitude. Sansa was not a Targaryen, so Viserion might not like it, but she didn't actively complain. "Go, girl." I tapped her side with my foot. "Fly right ahead," I said, and with a low snarl, Viserion launched upward, kicking off the blood-soaked grass. Sansa cried, must be feeling her stomach lurch at the sudden ascent, but I didn't feel it. The wind lashed her red hair across my face, and I laughed. Sansa gave a choked gasp as we rose, each flap of Viserion's wings sending us higher into the sky, away from the ruin of our generosity. So much for quiet travel, I thought grimly. But at least we were moving, sky-bound, and free of that fresh carnage on the ground. It's okay. I don't have any reason to hide anymore. The world's troubles vanished beneath us, left far below in a swirl of ash and singed grass, while Lady Stark hugged my arms tightly more than she held onto Viserion. I didn't mind. 46 Dragon Among Wolves, Chapter 46. Dragon Among Wolves, Catelyn Stark stood in the torchlit tent, her heart pounding and her posture tense like cold steel despite the layers of fur at her shoulders. A hushed ring of northern lords surrounded her, faces lined with anger. In the center of them all stood Robb Stark, king in the north, jaw tight as he glared at his mother over the long table. "How could you?" His voice shook, full of fury. "You set Jaime Lannister free without my counsel, without any of my men around to stop you. Mother, do you realize what you've done?" Catelyn's stomach churned. She had imagined this confrontation, but not the raw bitterness in her son's eyes. "I did it for Sansa," she said, forcing a calm she didn't feel. "And for Arya too. The Lannisters hold them hostage, and the Kingslayer was our bargaining chip for that. You had no right." Robb slammed a fist on the table, rattling the metal cups. Several lords shifted uneasily, their fury more than clear. "It's not just about Sansa or Arya now, it's the war, the realm itself. You threw away our biggest advantage, our only hostage who truly mattered." I had no choice. The words felt weak even in her own ears. "I am their mother, Robb." A tall, grim northern Lord Roose Bolton cut her off coldly. "A mother's love is fine, but an oath is sacred. There are men in this camp who'd hang you for treason, Lady Catelyn, if you weren't the mother of our king." She risked our entire cause. Another lord spat, knuckles white where he clutched the table edge. Murmurs of agreement rippled. Catelyn's cheeks burned, but she stood firm, gaze locked on her son. I did what I believed was right. Hate me if you must, but a sudden thunderous flapping cut through the heated stillness. The tent walls rippled as if caught in a gust. Soldiers outside began shouting, their voices taut with alarm. The entire assembly froze. Robb's gaze flicked to the tent flap, his rage temporarily displaced by confusion. "What in the name of the gods?" Lord Umber growled, already turning to unbar the tent entrance. Even Caitlin was startled. What could cause such a strong wind? Robb drew himself up. "Everyone with me," he ordered, stepping forward. Caitlin followed close behind, ignoring the sidelong looks that still bristled with condemnation. They emerged into the twilight of the camp, the sky a smoky purple. Men raced between tents, some brandishing spears or crossbows, while others simply stumbled in awe. Above them, wings glinted golden in the torchlight. Everyone froze on their feet. A golden dragon, hovered overhead, large wings flapping slowly. Its roar was a thunderous boom that rattled every shield and quickened every heart. Caitlin felt her stomach turn cold. Had she gone mad? Was she seeing things? But everyone around her also stared in awe at the sky. She had heard stories of Targaryen dragons from her great-grandfather's time, but to see one like this alive, wings beating the air, seemed a nightmare made real. Around her, voices tumbled into panic, and she felt her own forehead go cold. "Form ranks," a deep-voiced warrior shouted. "Archers, to the ready." "No." Robb's shout cut through the din. His eyes narrowed on the creature, and his voice thundered with command. Kat's head snapped to her son. What was he saying? "Hold your fire, look there." He pointed at the dragon's back. The silhouette of a girl's cloak flapped in the beast's slipstream. Caitlyn's heart seized as recognition dawned. It was the seven, it's Sansa. The massive dragon lowered itself, stirring wind across tents and scattering embers from campfires. Soldiers scrambled back, aiming shaky pikes and trembling bows. Then, in a great rush of air, the beast landed, claws digging into the earth. It folded its wings with a deep, rumbling snort. Two figures slid down from the dragon's flank. Everyone stared at the stupidity that they saw. But Kat's motherly eyes only focused on one figure, who took off her robes to reveal red hair. The first was indeed Sansa, hair disheveled and cloak half undone. Caitlin let out a broken gasp, tears springing to her eyes. She rushed forward without thinking, arms flung wide. "Sansa!" Her daughter stumbled into her embrace, sobbing breathlessly as she called, "Mother! Oh, Mother, it's you." Caitlin cradled Sansa's cheeks, relief and shock tangling in her chest. She drew back only to look Sansa over, her eyes brimming with both joy and pain. Meanwhile, the second figure, tall, armor-clad, hair silver as moonlight, stood a half-step behind Sansa, watching. Caitlin hadn't calmed down, but she shot him a glance, feeling her eyes tremble. He looked uncannily like the portraits of Rhaegar Targaryen, the fallen prince of old. Kat had met the man before, but it had been almost 2 decades since. She couldn't be sure if it was the real deal. The northern men leveled a row of blades and spears toward him, forming a circle of steel. Caitlin kissed Sansa's forehead, then turned to him again, heart still pounding. "Who is that man?" she asked, and instead of responding, Sansa broke from her arms, stepping between the circle of weapons and the silver-haired stranger. "Wait," she cried, voice shaking as she raised her arms. Her gaze darted anxiously to Robb, who stood near with his sword half raised. "Robb, tell them to lower their weapons. Please, he saved me. I'd be dead worse than dead if it wasn't for him. He's not our enemy." The men exchanged dark glances, uncertain. Robb's eyes flickered to Sansa, then the Targaryen look-alike, fury and caution warring on his features. "Sansa, step aside," he commanded, voice taut. "You don't know what you're protecting. If he is truly what our eyes tell us he is, some ghost, some twisted magical shadow, he can't be trusted." "I haven't been bewitched," she countered, tears on her cheeks. "Trust me, brother. He wants to discuss terms. Political terms. Please, just hear him out. Let him speak." Silence clamped down on the camp. Dozens of northern soldiers watched, knuckles white on spears' hafts, as Sansa stood quivering in front of the Targaryen, refusing to move. Caitlin trembled, torn between maternal instincts and dread of a name that was Targaryen. Robb finally lowered his sword, though not by much. His glare never left the stranger. "No one move, and don't attack him unless he does first," he commanded, voice ringing with authority. "Well, see what this ghost of Rhaegar wants." A hush fell over the camp, broken only by the restless stir of the dragon behind them, its breath a low hiss in the chill night. I sat in the tent's quiet shadows, cuffs biting into my wrists, as I enjoyed the amusing situation. They dared point weapons at me when a dragon stood behind me. What fools! I'd have killed half of them just to set an example if I wasn't here for politics. The makeshift table before me stood mostly empty, save for a flickering oil lamp. Now and then, I heard the soft commotion of footfalls and hushed voices outside. This northern camp was restless around me, mistrust bleeding through every canvas seam. I waited, wondering when the northern lords would be done with their meeting, when the tent flap rustled, and Sansa slipped inside, clutching a small tray of food. 2 guards stepped in on her heels, eyes darting warily between her and me. She paused and faced them, lifting her chin with surprising resolve. "Please stay outside," she said quietly. "If he meant me harm, had have done so earlier. And if he decides to hurt me now, trust me, I doubt the 2 of you could stop him." Her voice caught as she added, "Don't make me look more pathetic before him, please." The guards hesitated as they exchanged silent glances, then bowed their heads in reluctant compliance. They stepped back out, letting the tent flap close. Sansa turned, eyes falling on mine. She approached, placing the tray of stew and bread on the table. We said nothing for a beat. She had the chains circling my wrists, then met my gaze. You have food now," she murmured. "I thought you might be hungry." A small smile tugged at my lips. "I appreciate it," I said, observing her as she shifted. I thought she might sit across from me for a moment, but with a sudden decision, she dragged the chair around and settled beside me instead. Her eyes lingered on my bound hands. "I'm sorry," she said, voice wavering. "I never imagined they'd treat you like this, not after you brought me home. On Dragonback, no less." I let out a soft laugh. "I've been thinking the same. Actually, it's amusing, isn't it? But if you think about it, it's hardly surprising. I arrived unannounced in their camp with a golden dragon, wearing Rhaegar's armor. It'd be madness not to chain me." While I tilted my head, giving her a curious look. "I'm more surprised they let you in here alone." I raised my bound hands, putting a finger under her chin and raising it. "What if I end up devouring you instead of the food?" She blushed, eyes flickering away and hands fiddling with the corner of the tray. "I insisted. Robb is smart enough to know you won't harm me after bringing me here, I suppose." I laughed, pulling my hand back, while my gaze slid to the tent's entrance. "By the way, what's Viserion up to? I hope they didn't try anything stupid with her." Sansa let out a quiet laugh. "They tried. Viserion wouldn't budge. She's right outside, apparently snoozing or pretending, because she hisses at anyone who comes too close. 2 men got their arms burned already. She never misses a chance to intimidate fools," I said. "Besides, she's probably anxious for me." "That's cute. I'm starting to get fond of her, you see." Sansa managed the faintest smile. "I don't think you're helpless, even if cuffs. Viserion can speak. She'll definitely rush in if you call her. And while I'm here, I won't let them harm you." I gave her a sly look. "Are you worried for me, my lady? You've grown fond already? And we have barely spent 2 nights together." A blush kissed her cheeks, and she turned her face aside. What? Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm still a proper lady," she mumbled, but the corner of her mouth curved just a little. "Anyway, you should eat. You haven't eaten anything since we landed." She pointed at the bowl of stew and paused, uncertain, as she noticed my wrists. I lifted them, rattling the chain link. "I'd love to, but my range of motion is somewhat limited." I offered an apologetic shrug. Her cheeks colored deeper. With a determined nod, she scooted closer, picking up a spoonful of stew. Carefully, she lifted it to my lips. Our eyes locked, and despite her obvious embarrassment, she didn't falter. I sipped the warm broth, feeling an odd sense of closeness in her gesture. "Thank you," I said gently after swallowing the first bite. She nodded, giving me the second spoonful. This time, our gazes clung just a moment longer, and I swore she was swallowing more than just nerves. "You're welcome," she whispered, her voice as light as the steam drifting from the bowl. We'd gotten maybe halfway through the meal when the tent flap flew open. Robb Stark strode in, Catelyn just behind him, followed by a knot of northern lords. They froze at the sight. Sansa perched beside me, spoon in hand, almost feeding me like a doting nursemaid. Catelyn let out a trembling sigh, and Robb's eyes flashed with something between fury and mortification. "Stop this," Robb growled. "This is embarrassing." A slow grin crept on my face. "Why is it embarrassing to feed the king of the realm, Lord Stark?" I asked. The room fell silent at that, tension crackling in the dim lamplight. One of the northern lords, Roose Bolton, of all people, spoke up, voice cold. "You call yourself king while wearing the armor of a dead man? Enough with the pretending. Let's hear your true name and claim." I rose from the chair, chains rattling. Sansa flinched, but I stood calmly. "I don't like the disrespect in your tone, Lord Bolton," I said. My name with a flex of my wrists, the cuffs snapped and tumbled to the ground, and I was free. "Is Viserys Targaryen. Third of my name. King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm." A chorus of scraping steel echoed as men drew weapons. Sansa scrambled to stand between them and me, her stance half shielding my figure. I gave a half smile, trying not to sound too pompous. It's awkward to recite my own titles, but my father, King Aerys too, named me heir after Rhaegar's death, however short-lived that might have been. So please, be careful at whom you point your sword. Silence seized the tent. They stared, stunned. I continued calmly. "I've come back to Westeros to reclaim the throne that's mine by right. And yes, I do have a golden dragon to help. I didn't wear this armor to mock my brother. It's simply a homage. Rhaegar Targaryen was a fine ruler, even if his character was questionable. People assumed I was his ghost, but that's on them, not me." No one spoke. Robb's hand lowered an inch on his sword, though caution still shaped his posture. Catelyn's eyes flicked from Sansa's smiling form to me, worry etched in every line of her face. Around us, the northern lords stood tense, jaws clenched, as if bracing for battle. Whatever comes next, I noted, will reshape the realm. Before a dragon rider Targaryen, their so-called king in the north might just be a mere piece on the board. 47 A Pact of Thrones, Chapter 47. A Pact of Thrones. I stood amid the northern host in a wide, candlelit tent, the flaps stirring in a cold breeze that sent shadows flickering across the canvas walls. The slow breathing of a sleeping dragon could be heard coming from outside as I faced the lords with my chin raised high. My wrists were no longer bound, but every stern-eyed guard and glowering lord around me reminded me that I was still very much a stranger in their midst, a dragon among wolves. It was amusing, knowing they could do shit not to me. Alone, I might have been in some danger, but with Viserion outside, I truly enjoyed the benefits that just the sheer presence of my dragon brought. In the center of it all, Robb Stark glared at me from behind a rough-hewn war table. The king in the north looked as I remembered him from the TV show, a wolf's tension in his stance, the harsh lines of command etched into his face, even if he was still too young for that burden. His sword rested on the table, unsheathed but set aside, an unsaid threat that this meeting could turn violent at any moment. To his right sat Catelyn Stark, her fingers laced tight before her, eyes flicking between her son and me. Sansa sat on my left side, uneasy but resolute, as if her mere presence might shield me from the Lord's hostility. "You should sit beside your brother," I leaned to her and whispered. "It's not a good look on him in front of his lords." "All right." She nodded and stood up, walking around to sit in an empty chair close to Robb. Everyone watched her do that and turn their heads back to me. Around the circle, a handful of grim-faced bannermen, Lord Bolton, Lord Umber, and others, observed in rigid silence. When everyone was sitting, and the silence began to grow uncomfortable, Robb spoke, voice tight, carrying the weight of a war behind it. "You claim to be Viserys Targaryen. I can't find myself doubting you, for you've come here with a dragon." His gaze flicked to Sansa briefly, then pin me. Why come here to the north? We hold no love for your family, not since your father burned my grandfather and uncle. Make no mistake, I am grateful that you returned my sister home. But for what? You must want something. I scoffed at the mention of my father's sins. Firstly, I make no defense of King Aerys' atrocities. I said evenly, letting my gaze sweep the gathered lords. He wronged many, worse than mere words can repair. The thing is, he wronged even his own children. The lords exchanged glances, and the older ones knew what I meant. I continued, he felt threatened by my brother, Rhaegar, suspecting him to overthrow him and take the realm for himself, which was a stupid worry, given that Rhaegar was the heir. Indeed, he was mad, but I am not him. Am no mad king, and am not here to claim the north if that's your fear. He raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You land in my camp, uninvited, bearing the name Targaryen, wearing Rhaegar's visage, and you talk of peace? Why? You're a military genius. They'll grant you that. But it seems you're still a boy wet behind the ears when it comes to politics, I said, and in response, Lord Karstark shot up, sword in hand. Watch your mouth, beggar king. You cannot insult our king inside his camp. He shouted, and I just smirked, eyeing him. How loyal the northern men are. I happened to pick up some gossip from the camp that Lady Catelyn here released Jaime Lannister, which resulted in the death of your son. Despite that, you're so loyal to him, I said, and a silence fell in the tent. Robb clenched his jaw while Catelyn lowered her head. They must be wondering how ID heard such gossip when I was cuffed inside this tent. Their eyes naturally flicked to Sansa, but even she looked confused. She hadn't heard about that yet. The truth was, I did indeed pick it up from gossip my ears could hear more than a normal man. Not something like Marvel's Daredevil, for example, but enough. Lord Karstark sat down, and I smiled. I'm not here to insult you, Robb. While it's true that our fathers had some bad blood, our ancestors didn't. The previous king in the north was the only king to submit to Aegon without the need for war. People call him the king who knelt, but I call him the king who cared. He chose what was best for his people, even though he knew people might mock him for it. And guess what? His choice was right for 300 years. What are you getting at? I'm getting at the enemy in the south, I replied, one that threatens us both. The Iron Throne is held by the Lannisters, perched on a shaky claim, with no right except force and fear. I come seeking allies to make that child king kneel. From the corner, I felt Lord Bolton's cold eyes on me. And we're to believe you do any better, Targaryen? We've not forgotten the Dragon fire of old. I met that pale glare without flinching. You've not seen the Dragon fire of old, Lord Bolton. Otherwise, you'd have taken the knee the moment you saw my dragon. What you saw was wildfire, a failure of an alternative to dragonfire. Now imagine the real flames, except they burn for your cause. We'll be allies, and we'll end this war real fast. Imagine a few months from now, with the realm united under one crown, when winter comes but is salvaged by Tyrell's harvest, and the North thrives as an ally. The Tyrells? I smiled. Dorne and the Reach are already in alliance with me. What? You thought I didn't have an army? The 50,000 Dornishmen and 100,000 Reachmen are ready. The Martells and the Tyrells are ready to come to my aid when I think the time is right. I yanked out 2 envelopes from my inventory and placed them before Robb. He took them, and a moment later, his eyes widened. He passed it through the other lords. A hush fell as the northern lords realized I wasn't here to beg, but simply include them in an already grand war to come. Robb pressed his lips together, but Sansa ventured, voice trembling with conviction. He saved me, brother. He's going to be a far better king than Joffrey. Trust me, all my lord here, even if you don't trust a lattice word, think about it. Is it not better to be friends with the world's sole dragon rider than be enemies? Robb's expression softened a fraction at her plea, then hardened once more as he scowled at me. Say we overthrow the Lannisters together. What becomes of House Stark? Of the North? The North crowned me king to break from southern tyranny. Are we expected to kneel again? I suppressed a faint smile at his bluntness. Good, a direct question. I have no desire to chain the North, I said calmly. Stay king in the North, if that's your people's will. Let them hail you as their sovereign, free from interference. Dorne has always been independent, Even if we do say 7 kingdoms in our saying, you don't have to come under me. I'm not interested in the poor lands of the north. All I ask is your support for my rightful claim to the rest of the 7 kingdoms. Let the south be mine, and let the north remain yours." A quiet murmur rippled through the lords. Catelyn's face flicked with both relief and alarm, as if the notion of separate thrones felt impossible to her. Sansa exhaled, eyes darting between Robb and me. "And you expect us to trust that once you sit on the Iron Throne, you won't set your dragon upon us, after all?" A moment later, Robb demanded, though the anger in his voice had cooled to a suspicious wariness. "All right, maybe he's not dumb in politics, just inexperienced." I inclined my head, placing my hands flat on the table in a show of candor. "I want to deny our alliance will hinge on trust. But trust me, I realize how loyal the North is to House Stark. I've just seen that with my own eyes earlier." I shot a glance at Lord Karstark. Then I let my eyes rest on Sansa briefly before looking back at Robb. "Plus, there are ways to strengthen our alliance. I shall not speak of it now, but we can always consider it in the future." Sansa blinked, and color covered her cheeks as she lowered her head. I ignored her. I didn't have to approach House Stark with a marriage route, as I'd done with Tyrells. They'd help me regardless. As for what I said, part of it was a lie. The Targaryen in me wouldn't be satisfied unless I bring all the kingdoms to their knees. But yes, I wouldn't attack them with Viserion right after we win, because when the Night King would come, the Northern Lords would beg me to save them. There'd be lots of opportunities to reclaim the North once I get the throne, and honestly, I truly wasn't interested in claiming it now, when it was right in the face of a zombie apocalypse for a moment. The tent was so silent that I could hear Viserion's distant snort again, waiting outside. Robb seemed to weigh my words. Around him, the Northern Lords shifted, unsure if they dared interrupt or speak. Finally, Robb looked over his lords. A silent conversion unfolded within their eyes as the lords nodded individually. Nobody, not even one, remained uncertain. Robb sighed and looked at his mother. She looked reluctant, her eyes full of grudges, but she nodded as she looked at Sansa. She must be having a hard time agreeing to all this, given her to-be husband had died to my father. I considered what the mother wolf must be feeling, while Robb made a decision. Robb turned to me and nodded once, curtly. "As king in the North, I shall accept your alliance proposal, King Viserys." His tone conveyed finality as he stood up and reached out a hand. I allowed myself a measured smile. "I'm glad to hear that." I stood, taking his hand and shaking it. "Let us talk terms, Wolf King, and carve a path forward without more needless bloodshed." With that, the makeshift negotiation table stood ready for planning war strategies. 48 that ended brilliantly. Chapter 48 that ended brilliantly. The meeting lasted for hours more. There's a lot to talk about, some agreements, some disagreements, and a toast to the very end. Now I walked leisurely beside Robb Stark, feeling the change in the camp's atmosphere compared to my first arrival. The tension of strangers and suspicious glares had eased into polite nods and cautious greetings. People rose from their makeshift seats or paused in the midst of chores to glimpse at us as we passed. It wasn't as if they all knew about the alliance. As per my request, there was no official announcement for that, as I wanted to keep this low-key, but they still acted that way when seeing me walk beside their king. I didn't want everyone to know about Viserion. Considering we were inside a military camp and hundreds had already seen the dragon, that was a pointless worry. But still, better a few than everyone. Rumors will obviously spread, and I plan to ride the ghost stories until the end. The combined smell of horses, boiled stew, and damp canvas fill the camp, reminding me of any other battlefield camp, but somehow less hostile than I'd expected. Robb was a good military leader, that was for sure. Robb's voice was low as he gestured around. "We've done our best to keep everyone fed. Supplies are slim these days, but morale remains high. Could be better, but we're managing." He caught my eye and added, almost apologetically, "A war's no simple affair, nor is feeding thousands of stomachs who can't forage, because we're on the move." I nodded, stepping around a pot where a cook stirred something that smelled of onions and too much salt. I've seen worse, believe me. If the Dothraki can survive in the wild with barely any preparation, there's no way the king in the north will not. You're doing fine, King Stark. The men looked at ease when I flew over earlier. He gave me a small, genuine smile. I suppose they think a dragon overhead either means sure victory or a quick death. Not much they can do but soldier on, can they? It helps that your presence has won Sansa's freedom, your grace. Catelyn Stark walked over to her from somewhere, and Sansa walked beside her. She didn't seem comfortable saying those words, but despite her pride, she wanted to thank me for saving her daughter. The mother-daughter vanished halfway through the meeting, and from the looks of it, Sansa had taken a bath. They must have exchanged stories. From the redness around Sansa's eyes and the smile on her lips, Shed brawled her eyes out and accepted that she was free. She was back home. Even if it wasn't Winterfell, her family was right here. Brother, Sansa came running, hugging Robb, while Lady Catelyn stared at me. The men see that as good faith on your part, she said. A Targaryen saving a Stark princess, perhaps old grudges can soften. I do hope you believe in that statement of yours, Lady Stark, I smiled. Sansa canceled the hug, exchanging words with Robb, but said nothing to me. I felt her warm presence nonetheless as she looked at me now and then. In the dim evening light, she looked relieved, for she was someone who had returned to a place of safety after a long nightmare. That quiet gratitude radiated from her as surely as any smile. After a few more minutes, we finally arrived at a board. A well-tended tent roosted near the edge of the encampment. A pair of northern guards stood watch, stepping aside promptly when Robb nodded at them. Robb lifted the flap and motioned me in, but Catelyn's clear voice cut the air. Your Grace, what about your dragon? Will it remain where it is? Don't worry about her. I answered by putting 2 fingers to my lips and whistling a clear, rising note that echoed across the camp. The camp seemed to scream for a moment as a titan roared. Within moments, a familiar shadow darted through the sky. Viserion swooped low, her golden scales flashing as she landed with a soft thump beside me. She let out a deep yawn, apparently unimpressed by the onlookers' startled gasps, and settled on her belly just outside the tent's entrance. I smiled, rubbing her head. An unspoken statement passed through us. No matter how foreign this land was, with her by my side, it was my territory. I couldn't resist a faint smirk at the sight of more than a few soldiers gulping nervously. There will be no need for additional guards. I looked at the 2 guarding the tent, making them hesitate. Robb just nodded at them, and they vanished. The king in the north grinned, patting me on the shoulder. That's certainly one way to keep unwanted visitors away, he said, nodding at me. I could see he was trying to form a friendship, and I didn't hate it. I'd admit most of my greatness came from the system, but this man was a fine leader on his own. He'd make a good friend. That's the idea. I agreed. No disrespect to the trust you have for your soldiers, but I've had a few assassination attempts in my life. If anyone here carries a grudge for old Targaryen deeds, they'll think twice. Catelyn nodded, but her expression tightened. I'd rather not scare the common folk, but do as you will, your grace. If it protects this alliance from petty idiots, so be it. She looked at Sansa and then her son. Robb, come, there's still the matter of distribution of rations we must finalize. Robb frowned a little. From what I've heard, they probably haven't sorted out her crime of releasing Jaime Lannister yet. So it's a little awkward between them. He was just about to nod, but then Sansa spoke up. Mother, would it be all right if I stayed with Viserys a bit longer? We haven't really had time to speak alone. I caught the momentary flicker in Robb's eyes. Just like his mother, Robb wasn't a fool. He could see that his sister felt more than just gratefulness toward me. But he didn't say anything opposing it. I'd seen that healer girl in the camp earlier, the one he'd marry in the coming future, so he likely understood exactly what Sansa felt had grown into a softer man. But his mother didn't share his reluctance. Lady Catelyn's face hardened as she shot her daughter a look. Firstly, you should refer to him as per his title. He's a king with the backing of 3 kingdoms. And secondly, no. You, Sansa gave a short whine. Mother, please. Mother, Robb said. They won't be meeting for a long while after this. He'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Let her express her gratitude at least. Caitlin inhaled, pressing her lips together until they thinned. Fine, she conceded after a tight pause. But be quick about it, Sansa. If you aren't back soon, I'll come and get you back myself. She threw me a final warning glance, then turned and left with Robb at her side. Sansa exhaled slowly, relief washing over her face. She looked at me with a small, grateful smile. Shall we, then? She asked, gesturing for us to enter. I smiled and pulled back the tent flap, allowing her inside. The interior was dimly lit with a single lamp dangling from the center pole and the floor layered with thick rugs. A low cot stood near the corner, neatly made but unremarkable. I suppose this was my guest bed. Still, it was better than most soldier tents. Someone had gone through the trouble of setting up a table with a basin of water, a small pitcher of wine, and a loaf of dark bread. I set aside my sword belt by a simple wooden trunk, then turned to find Sansa hovering a step behind me, as if uncertain of her place. I let out a soft laugh. No way, you first follow me inside, and now act awkward. Couldn't leave my side, Wolf Princess? What? No. She wrinkled her nose in mock annoyance. Stop teasing me. She paused, a pink flush crossing her cheeks. Arg, you're such a flirty mess. It won't end well as a king, you know? Even if you win the throne, what if you become like Robert Baratheon? He was fat, and from eating all day and sleeping with prostitutes. Her reaction made me chuckle. Sounds like you're jealous ID do this to others. No, you're crazy. So says the silly girl who clung to my arms, pushing her body into my hold, the entire dragon ride here. I slanted her a teasing look. Didn't I hear a small squeal of delight when Viserys swooped low over the river? That was terror, she insisted a little too quickly. She frowned in annoyance and folded her arms. I thought I'd fall off. You were taking advantage of me with your hands. I said, smirking. Sure I did. She tried to glare, but it ended in a faint, sheepish grin. Sansa was cute, innocent, unlike both Arian Martell and Marjorie Tyrell. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and Sansa remained standing, twisting the fabric of her gown at the hips. Her tension lingered in the air, so I patted the mattress beside me. What are you waiting for? See? I offered softly. She moved as though to comply, but at the last moment, I seized her wrist and tugged her gently onto my lap. She let out a breathy gasp, her face going nearly scarlet. I slid my arms around her waist, settling her neatly. That's better, I murmured, pressing my cheek briefly against her shoulder. A faint trace of lavender, her soap, or her perfume lingered there. Her body trembled slightly as she tried to collect herself. You're quite forward, she mumbled, her tone half indignant and half embarrassed. I didn't think you were like this when you were fighting the Hound. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you secretly like the variety of talents I have. Her stammering fluster served as an answer enough. I have a lot more talents that we can explore together if you want. She averted her gaze. My desire to be a queen died long ago in King's Landing, sire. You have better luck with someone else. She paused, the playful tone vanishing as she just exhaled. I'm just grateful to be home, with my family and in you. I suppose. She looked back into my eyes and I stared. The words caught me by surprise, a comfortable warmth spreading through me. Such a fine girl. Pity to think Shed had been ruined into an emotionless stone if I hadn't saved her. Well, I said, leaning in just enough that our eyes nearly met. He'll be leaving tomorrow, so I guess your happiness will be halved? In that quiet moment, her breath hitched. No, half is too much. More like 1/4 or maybe a bit more. She giggled, and our faces drew close with sweet and uncertain tension. I closed my eyes, and she did the same. Our lips parted. Right at that moment, the wind flapped. A sudden commotion tore the moment apart. The tent flaps flew open, and Caitlin Stark stormed inside, eyes blazing with maternal fury. I knew this would happen. She hissed. Sansa jolted upright from my lap, nearly tripping over her skirts while I cleared my throat. Hello, Lady Stark. You dirty child, she snapped, ignoring my words and rounding on Sansa. What do you think you're doing in a man's arms before marriage? Have you no sense? No dignity? And mother? Sansa stammered, her face pale now instead of pink. "It's not." Caitlin silenced her with a glare. "I've heard enough. You're coming with me, and we're going to have a talk about your behavior." Her grip on Sansa's arm was firm, and though Sansa attempted a final protest, Caitlin swept her toward the exit. The older woman paused just long enough to fix me with a disapproving glower. Then they were gone, the tent flaps falling closed behind them. I sat there, taking on the faint trace of lavender that remained in the air. I glanced ruefully at the bed, our near moment replaced by a wave of awkwardness. "Well," I murmured to the silence, sighing that ended brilliantly. A tired chuckle escaped me. My eyes drifted to the canvas roof, and I decided ID had enough drama for one day. So I kicked off my boots, let myself sprawl across the thin mattress, and closed my eyes. Within minutes, exhaustion claimed me, and I slipped into a much-needed sleep. 49 The Dragon's Rescue, Chapter 49. The Dragon's Rescue. It was morning now, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed with my sword on my lap as I polished it with a clean piece of cloth. A throaty rumble of Viserion gnawing on her breakfast, some poor sheep, or what remained of it, brought me out of my focus as I looked up. A morning breeze rustled the camp's tents, carrying the savory sour smell of churned mutton through the air. I locked the sword on my waist and walked out, stepping into the commotion that was a war camp. People stared at Viserion eating, their eyes full of awe, and I enjoyed it. I approached her, noticing what she was eating. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but my dragon enjoyed the raw, bloody feast nonetheless. Well, I say it's not particularly appetizing, but somehow I also felt hungry looking at it. This was not a good sign. Was I losing my rationality? Shaking my head, I patted her golden scales, feeling the tension in her body as she tore off another hunk of flesh. She probably wasn't hungry. She had feasted yesterday, but she clearly didn't mind eating more. I didn't mind. A well-fed dragon was safer for everyone involved. Yawning, I glanced around, observing the camp, the people, and the burning scent of meat. My eyes fell on a small entourage that had gathered in the clearing just beyond Viserion. Robb Stark stood at the forefront, with his mother and sister not far behind. The older woman's stance was prim and guarded. A few of the important northern lords flanked them, recognizable from the knights extended, meeting some with bandaged arms, others with stern, soldierly faces. A cluster of men in thick cloaks lingered at the edge, curious but respectful. "You're up early, Your Grace," Robb said, stepping closer. His hair was tousled in the morning sun, and though he tried for a neutral expression, he looked curious. "We've prepared a feast for you." "Well, as much as we can prepare in a war camp." I shrugged lightly. "That won't be necessary. I plan to leave soon." "Well, as soon as she's done," I replied, nodding toward Viserion's current meal. "She'll be full enough to fly without complaining." Behind Robb, I spotted Sansa and Lady Caitlin. Sansa's gaze was downcast, her lips pressed in a wistful line. I guess she was sad to see me depart. No surprises there, considering the closeness we had developed in such a short time. But her mother's expression was as formidable as ever, doubtful, protective, and appraising. Nearby lords looked on with polite interest or mild curiosity as Robb cleared his throat, sighing. "A pity, but I'm sure the soldiers will enjoy the food." I laughed that they will, and just call me by name. "It doesn't matter even if people are around, Robb. Fellow kings should have that much liberty. Plus, we're friends, right?" He smiled. "Of course. You saved my sister, so we certainly are. I appreciate everything you've done, Viserys. Last night's talk ended on a good note, and your promises made us look forward to the coming months. My lords are grateful, and we'll be waiting for when you call." His voice lowered. "Once you ride out, I trust you'll send word when the time is ripe. They'll lead my army into King's Landing then." I offered him a firm nod, smiling. "Count on it. He'll send a raven when the right moment comes. By then, Viserion should also be large enough to cast a real shadow of fear over King's Landing. So don't be late to the game, otherwise I'll enjoy it all by myself." He chuckled genuinely. "I look forward to that." Then his gaze flicked to Viserion. The dragon had, by now, devoured the better part of the sheep. Gore stained the grass and her jaws. Still, The sight didn't seem to unnerve Rob as much as it might have a day earlier. I'd say this was a pretty good visit. We made decent strides in bridging old animosities. The Starks and Targaryens were historically enemies. Yet here we stood almost real allies. Mutual respect was a pleasant change from Doran Martell's doubt to Olenna Tyrell's desire to take advantage of me. By this time, Viserion let out a quiet huff, flapping her wings in a lazy stretch. Satisfied, apparently. I took that as my cue to mount. With one swift motion, I approached her side and laid a hand against the scaled curve of her neck. She grumbled softly, but didn't protest as I hoisted myself onto her back. The northern lords stiffened, shifting uneasily at the prospect of me taking flight right before them. Perhaps instinctually, they feared what I could do on top of Dragon's back, away from their attacks, and a weapon of mass destruction under my command. "All right then," I said, patting Viserion. "We'll see." Before I could finish my goodbyes, Sansa stepped forward, desperation on her face that hadn't been there a moment before. "Viserys," she called, her voice almost cracking. Then she caught herself, remembering protocol. Your grace, please, before you go, I have one last favor to ask." She stammered, making the lords exchange looks. Her tone made me pause. Even from my vantage on Viserion's back, I could see the guilt and fear shining in her eyes. Robb scowled, and Lady Catelyn let out a sigh. Whatever Sansa was about to say clearly wasn't new to the rest of her family. "Speak up," I told her. "If there's something important, I'd rather not leave with regrets." Sansa swallowed, her voice trembling. "Well, last night, after I finally felt relief being free, I found out some terrible news that my mother was hiding to spare me more sorrow. It's about my younger brothers, Bran and Rickon. Theon Greyjoy, the imbecile that House Stark raised, has taken Winterfell. My brothers are in his custody." Her lips quivered. "Please help us. Save my brothers. Save Winterfell from that traitor." The gathered men fell silent, and even the soldiers nearby watched the scene. I detected a note of dismay on Robb's face. He quickly recovered, turning to Sansa with a placating gesture. "We've already sent men to handle it. Sansa, Lord Bolton dispatched his bastard son to reclaim Winterfell. Just give it some time. Viserys is a guest and ally. Yes, but we can't impose on him like this." "But it's the Ironborn," Lady Catelyn cut in sharply, fists clenched. This time, she was on her daughter's side. "I told you, Robb, but you didn't listen. Theon grew up with you and then betrayed you. Imagine what those who grew up in the Iron Islands are like. Who's to say they'll spare hostages? We can't risk delaying. If those filthy men hurt Bran or Rickon, then I don't know." Robb exhaled, clearly torn. I hummed momentarily and lightly tapped my fingers on Viserion's scales. "Your mother is right, Robb. The Ironborn are infamous for cruelty. And we're allies now, friends, even. Seeing you, especially Sansa, lose her precious brothers would pain me as well." I said and watched Sansa's eyes widen in surprise. "And it's not as if I'm in a hurry to return to King's Landing. So I can head north and teach the Ironborn men a lesson." Sansa brightened, hope lighting her face. Then I'm coming with you." "No, you're not," Catelyn barked, whirling on her daughter with a glare that would have withered lesser souls. "I won't allow such madness. You're to stay here with me, and with your brother whole keep you safe." Robb placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. "Mother, please. Sansa has endured so much. And honestly, perhaps she's more safe with Viserys. He's on top of a dragon, as you can see. Plus, a Stark needs to go with him to Winterfell. The people of the North would tremble in fear otherwise if they saw a dragon riding Targaryen circle their sky. With Sansa there, they'll see the alliance is real. Besides, we can't spare the time or resources to ferry Sansa back here." If Catelyn's expression colored with anger, but Robb pressed on. "Don't give me that look, Mother. Let's not pretend any of us here forgot what you did. You still haven't received a verdict for releasing Jaime Lannister. If not, I'd have requested Viserys to take you back to Winterfell as well. So just stay quiet and trust that Sansa will be safe with Viserys." She opened her mouth, clearly wishing to object further, but words failed her. Her eyes flicked from Sansa's pleading expression to me, perched on Viserion, and she let out a frustrated breath. "Fine," she said at last, voice cold. "But if any harm befalls my daughter, what?" I assured her, my tone calm and confident. "I delivered her safely. How can I let her be harmed when you're trusting her with me willingly? Fear not. Shall come in no harm under my watch." Robb stepped closer, offering me a respectful nod. "Thank you, friend. Keep her safe, and I trust you'll do whatever you must to free our brothers." Theon was once my friend, but that friendship is dead now. He chose his path. "Understood," I murmured. "We'll leave at once." Sansa wasted no time. She ran forward, hands delicately resting on Viserion's golden flank, searching for a foothold. The dragon let out a soft grunt, whether annoyance or mere acknowledgement. I couldn't be sure, but didn't flinch as Sansa clambered up in front of me. The watchers stared, breath held, as she settled onto the dragon's back. They watched as a Stark climbed on a dragon back. I offered one last glance at the Starks. Robb raised a hand in silent thanks. Catelyn stood taut, arms folded, eyes brimming with worry. The northern lords surrounding them exchanged odd whispers. Then Viserion spread her wings, stirring gusts of dust and hay in the clearing. Sansa gave a final wave, her hair tumbling in the breeze. And then we lifted off. Viserion launched herself into the bright morning sky, hoisting us clear of the camp, the men below shrinking to ant-like shapes. A swirl of cold air rushed against my cheeks, and Sansa let out a soft gasp. I tightened my verdict around her waist, making her relax. Over the roar of the wind, I heard the distant cheers, the murmurs, and the faint clang of steel as the world fell away beneath us. We soared northward, the horizon wide open. My mind raced, plans for subduing Theon Greyjoy, and perhaps his father, for winning over the north, for everything that might follow if my rescue mission succeeded. "Hang on," I whispered to Sansa's ears. "The real ride begins now." Each time Viserion flapped her wings, I felt one step deeper into the Game of Thrones. 50 Reclaim Winterfell. Chapter 50. Reclaim Winterfell. The wind whistled against my face as Viserion's wings carved through the air, her flaps a deep, steady rhythm that carried us. The sun angled low on the horizon, tinting the sky with a soft gold that cast our shadows far across the rolling landscape. House Reed's seat, the neck stretched out below. It was a patchwork of marshes, green wetlands, and narrow causeways threading through boggy water. I observed the land in a light of wonder. From this height, it looked peaceful, almost serene, an emerald painting speckled with streams of sparkling water. Sansa sat snugly before me, my arms lightly circling her waist. "Sansa, take a look," I nudged her, and she flinched. She had been dazed. "Why, yes," she said, clearing her throat and looking around. It's pretty she wasn't in her right mind, her heart full of worry. That much was obvious from her voice. That was why I hadn't tried anything with her yet. My chin moved to rest on her shoulder, the curve of her cheek close enough that I caught a faint whiff of lavender or whatever perfume lingered in her hair. Her breath hitched as I murmured, "Why are you so worried? Your brothers will be fine." The tension in her posture melted ever so slightly, and she let out a small, muffled sound, half relief, half uncertainty. "I hope so," she whispered. The gust of wind and the rush of Viserion's flight finally soothed over her, and her body relaxed. She leaned back into me slowly, her posture soothing against my chest. I tightened my hold, giving her what reassurance I could through the warmth of our shared closeness. Far below, a broad river twisted through the neck's muddy banks, while above us, the sky opened wide, as if welcoming our journey north. This journey would take longer than our earlier one, but we'd enjoy it. We soared onward, the damp wind carrying us onward to Winterfell and whatever awaited us there. Maester Luwin stood in the corridor outside the great hall of Winterfell. Had been serving House Stark for decades, but after a long time, he recalled that time when had come to Winterfell for the first time, seeing its thousand-year-old stones that looked dark and oppressive even during the day. Today he felt the same. This place felt foreign to him. He paused, knuckles hovering an inch from the oak door, before breathing out a sigh and rapping softly. A muffled sound from inside, furniture scraping. Footsteps, then the door swung open to reveal a guard's stern face. "Come in." The man stepped aside, allowing the maester to pass. Maester Lewin walked inside. On the second floor, he found Theon Greyjoy slumped on the lord's chair, making him pause. Theon had tried to fashion himself a makeshift ruler, but the posture looked more like a child playing king than anything. He kept glancing at the window, watching the wall gates. On the other side of that wall, although it wasn't visible from here, two small forms were wrapped in cloth, a burnt stench clinging to the air. The sunlight highlighted the hollows under Theon's eyes as he stared at it. "So he does feel guilt for what he did, I see." Maester Lewin noted and bowed his head, entering with cautious steps. "My lord," he murmured, voice collected but devoid of approval. "You called for me?" Theon barely spared him a glance, drumming his fingers on the armrest. "You don't sound pleased calling me that," he muttered. "Am no lord, just a Greyjoy bastard in a den of wolves. Right?" His tone was full of challenge. "One would think he knows his place, but he just wants me to admit it for him. I never realized how pathetic this boy is." Lewin controlled his emotions and cleared his throat gently. "You hold Winterfell now. Doesn't matter if it's by force. You are for now its master, and as the maester assigned to Winterfell, am at your command." Theon stared at him, and then his gaze shifted to the wall gates again, imagining the churned remains of the children. His knuckles tightened around the armrest. "They're saying I went too far, Maester Lewin," he said, barely containing his anger. "I called to ask, do you agree with them?" A flicker of anger crossed Lewin's face, despite his years of training, but he quickly hid it.